This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Eastern Federation, Victor Mental Rehabilitation Center, Senior Ward 613 Bathroom. Who am I? A young and handsome young man was staring at the mirror blankly. The face in the reflection made him both strange and familiar, but he couldn't remember the corresponding memory in the past. Only basic common sense and a little information about his identity echoed in his mind, and there were many contradictory and confusing contents in these remaining memories. His name is Ma-In, living on Earth/Eastern Federation, 28 years old/26 years old this year, lived a peaceful life before his death/was trying his best to pursue a peaceful life, working as a freelancer/director of the Abnormal Control Bureau, an ordinary human/with extraordinary superpowers. Suddenly Ma-In looked out of the bathroom. This was a very comfortable bedroom, with a spacious bed and various furniture. But the door to the corridor was locked. Ma-In walked out of the bathroom with doubts, and then his attention was attracted by the things on the table opposite the bed. A fountain pen and a piece of white paper with dense handwriting. He stood 1 meter away from the table and raised his hand instinctively. The next moment, the paper turned into white lightning and fell into his hands in an instant. Ma-In looked at the paper flying into his hands, which used Chinese characters that were already unfamiliar to him. First of all, you are not crazy. This was the first sentence on the paper. I know you will definitely think so, or rather, I know what I will think, Ma-In. I am you, and the words I am about to write are what I feel I need to know. Indeed, this is his own tone. Even if he doesn't remember anything, Ma-In can be sure of this, but this means that he knows that he will suffer from amnesia, and such a thing is not within his common sense. You have lived in 2 worlds. Don't doubt it. We are now in the more dangerous one. The gods worshipped and religious beliefs really exist here. I have seen angels and demons with my own eyes. People with abnormal abilities are everywhere, and different species are hidden in the mortal world. And I was just attacked by an abnormal entity that is much stronger than me, and my memory collapse problem was also caused by him. In other words, is he actually a time traveler? Or he has come to this world a long time ago, which can explain why he has mutually exclusive worldviews and basic common sense. The premise is that what he saw is real. The following is what you need to know. 1. Victor Sanatorium is no longer safe. Do not approach this dean. He has no subjective malice, but he is very dangerous/powerful. 2. Unless the situation is special, do not resist the doctor's arrangement. You and he need to abide by the rules set by Victor. 3. There is no other way to enter and exit the sanatorium except through legal channels, that is, formally completing the relevant procedures and going to and from work. 4. The abnormal entity/unmemory that attacks you has the characteristics of being unable to be recognized and felt. Even if the other party stands in your face and stabs the blade into your stomach, you will completely ignore what he does. 5. Forcibly realizing and perceiving the unmemory will lead to the self-disintegration of consciousness and memory, which is probably the reason why I have fallen to this point. 6. Really? 7. Go to your attending physician to handle discharge procedures. Dr. Lee, you have bribed him. There are fake IDs, fake passports, and South Federation bank cards, 30 million federal coins, password 6 zeros, in the secret compartment of the drawer. I bought a villa in the South Federation, which is safe. 8. Wait, what do these mean? 9. You are a well-trained superpower. Telekinesis and other professional skills cannot be easily erased. Trust your body when necessary. 10. I seem to have forgotten something. 11. If you have to, you can go to Ward B213 on the 2nd floor of the basement first, and then go out of the Control Bureau employee channel, but be wary of the risk of exposing your identity and appearance. 12. Don't trust angels. Let them keep their wrong judgment of you, mental patients. 13. What am I doing? 14. If you encounter other abnormal entities. 15. What's my name? 16. The first countermeasure is to stay away from danger first. Any abnormality may be fatal. The second countermeasure is that if the wisdom abnormality takes the initiative to cause trouble, it is selected to show its strength. 90% of them still retain the fear of death. The final countermeasure is not to leave any clues. 17. Who am I? Ma-In finished reading the message. It seems that he was attacked by something, which led to his current memory loss. Before losing his memory, he decided to record important information in words that did not exist in this world and leave it to himself in the near future. This is why he finally stood in front of the mirror. He forgot who he was at that time. Ma-In took a deep breath and sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the note in his hand, and then moved his mind reflexively. The paper turned into powder, and slowly dissipated in the air with the power of thought. Good news, he is a superpower, and has a seemingly strong ability, and a special identity, the director of the Abnormal Control Bureau, and left a way to leave here before losing his memory. Bad news, the past self seemed to think that he was very weak. Not only there were unknown dangers hidden in the dark, but he also didn't know the meaning of his identity. A mess. If he is not mistaken, he must first find this Dr. Lee, and ask him to help him go through the discharge procedures, then use the things in the drawer to go to a safe place, and then find a way to solve the memory problem. Dong, dong, dong. Ma-en turned his head suddenly, and looked warily at the direction where the knock came from. Ma-en, are you there? A female voice came from outside the door. He stood up and walked towards the door, and at the same time, he reflexively formed a telekinetic film on his body that was enough to stop bullets and filter poison gas. Click. Standing outside the door was a young girl wearing a white cap. The warm sunshine filled the entire corridor. Bees landed on the bonsai in the room, and in the distance, there were pedestrians in groups of 3 or 2 enjoying the afternoon time leisurely. Everything was normal, except for the scene reflected in the girl's pupils. Right behind Ma-en, where he and the girl could see, a thin man was like a flattened frog, embedded in the wall behind Ma-en by some terrifying force, his limbs twisted and growing strangely in the concrete wall, looking at Ma-en's back with horror and disbelief. Fresh blood gushed out of the corpse's abdominal cavity like a waterfall, flowing out of the door along the tiles, and staining Ma-en's trouser legs and the girl's shoes. This is a powerful abnormal entity that cannot be seen, heard, known, or remembered. Even death cannot take away his power. He can make any creature forget his existence the moment they see and perceive him, so any actions he makes will not leave any trace in the minds of mortals. Therefore, Marn had forgotten before he picked up the pen. He just killed this unmemorable. Chapter 2. Ning Chong-kong looked at Ma-en, a middle-aged man in his 50s wearing a black suit. At the Victor Sanatorium, customers in the high-end area can enjoy a variety of entertainment services, including a weekly social activity mutual aid group. When introducing this activity to the patients' families, the doctor would say that this activity can allow patients to provide psychological support to each other, but in fact its real role is just to provide this group of wealthy patients with a reason to socialize. The girl introduced herself politely. Uncle Ma-en, you should still remember me. I am Ning Chong-kong. We used to be in the same mutual aid group. Ma-en was a little puzzled by her address, and their ages seemed to be only a few years apart at most. Why do you call me uncle? He asked puzzledly. The girl seemed to suddenly realize something, and asked a little embarrassedly, Mr. Ma-en, may I ask your age? 26. He said the second number in his mind. Ning Chong-kong said apologetically, Actually, I have cognitive impairment. To put it simply, the appearance of others in my eyes is all made up of illusions. You look about 50 years old in my eyes, wearing a black suit, with muscles on your arms and stubble on your chin, a bit like the classic handsome old man in the movie, with a deep and charming voice. But this is all my illusion, right? Ma-en joked, but it is also possible that I am crazy. Maybe I am a middle-aged man in my 50s, and I am still fantasizing that I am young. After all, we are 2 mental patients. Rationally speaking, he is now in a mental hospital. Superpowers, abnormal entities, bank cards, and fake ID cards may all be his hallucinations, and memory disorder is actually part of his illness. But Ma-en doesn't care about this at all. After all, he is not the one who should worry about the madman. Ning Chong-kong smiled and said, Didn't we reorganize the mutual aid group? In the new group, only you and I have met before, so I want to ask if you want to go to the activity room with me. Ma-en immediately agreed, okay. It just so happened that he didn't know the way. But looking at the girl in front of him, Ma-en noticed that he was unusually calm. Although he was in trouble, he seemed to be accustomed to this situation, and he was analyzing the situation quite clearly. He could use this girl to find out the information of the hospital first, then find Dr. Lee to handle the discharge procedures, and then find a way to slowly regain his memory after leaving. The girl led the way in front, and they walked towards the activity room together. Ma-en slowed down his speech and asked, Dr. Lee. He was carefully observing the girl's expression, changing his questions at any time. But before he could think of what to ask specifically, the girl had already answered. He is a good man. Ning Chong-kong shook his head gently. What a pity. Yeah. Ma-en agreed, but he had no idea what she was talking about. The girl sighed slightly. No one expected that this kind doctor would jump off the building and commit suicide. What? Dr. Lee is dead? Could it be that the abnormal entity that attacked him did it? He can erase his own memory, and maybe he can also control other people to jump off the building? Or worse, there are other people with abilities here. And the information in the message was outdated. Ma-En remembered the questions she had written on the paper, and then she got the answer. When she wrote about Dr. Lee, she had forgotten that he was dead. Do you think he really committed suicide? Ma-En asked tentatively. The girl shook her head. I have heard rumors that when Dr. Lee was found, he was staring at the direction of his office with his eyes wide open, as if someone was looking at him. But I still believe in the police investigation. Ma-En also nodded slightly and said, everyone has an unknown side. She didn't expect Ma-En to be so talkative. In Ning Chongkong's original impression, Ma-En was a taciturn middle-aged man, so when she came here, she was a little worried that he would be difficult to approach. By the way, Ma-En asked curiously, have you met the other members of the new team? Since the other party can find me, it is very likely that they have found out the situation of other patients. Ning Chongkong introduced enthusiastically. I did ask about it. The host was still Dr. Li Yujun, but now she has become the assistant of the new Dr. Su. The most important thing is that there is a rich second-generation patient named Luida. I heard that he killed his girlfriend and was originally going to jail. I don't know how the lawyer convinced the judge that it was his second personality who killed the girl, so he was transferred to the advanced nursing area of our hospital. Ma-En was a little surprised. Can murderers also participate in mutual aid groups? The girl looked at Ma-En in surprise. Mr. Ma-En, if Mr. Victor hadn't asked the state government to classify the advanced area of the nursing home as a legally controlled place 70 years ago, we would not be allowed to move freely like this, or even enjoy various entertainment services. There is nothing that money can't buy. This sentence made Ma-En instinctively reject it. But Ma-En immediately remembered that he had 30 million in his bank card. But then a new doubt emerged in his heart. What about our safety? Will the hospital let us stay with a dangerous person? They were standing in front of the slowly opening elevator door. Ning Chongkong said, although my family background is also good, it is far inferior to food real estate. I believe that you and other members can't compare with Luida's family background. Money can buy everything. This sentence refers not only to objects but also. Do you really believe that he has mental problems? The girl pressed the button for the 5th floor and took the opportunity to observe the man's figure quietly. She had planned this encounter for a long time. The girl did not actually fully confess her illness. Hallucinations were just the simplest problem for her. In addition, she could not smell the smell of others normally. Instead, she could feel something like an aura. When approaching the aura around other people, the girl's heart will involuntarily emerge with various emotions and feelings, such as happiness, calmness, doubt, or frenzy, panic, despair. The girl almost died several times because of the strong negative aura. Until she met Ma-En. His aura was an indescribable tranquility, and for some reason, she didn't know, when Ma-En was near her, she couldn't sense the aura of other people. It was as if he was the only one in the world. Chapter 3. On the 5th floor, an empty activity room. A beautiful woman with wavy hair stood in front of Ma-En and Ning Chongkong. She was Lu Yujun, the resident doctor in charge of the group and Dr. Li's former assistant. 4 chairs were arranged in a semicircle facing her. Ning Chongkong sat on the far left. Next to Ma-En was a young woman with her legs crossed. This tall beauty with beautiful brown skin was Chao Yin. She had exotic ornaments on her wrists and ankles. She felt that she was the reincarnation of a male ruler of the Gurama Empire, and was planning to use an ancient magic ritual to resurrect her lover, who died a few years ago. Sitting on the last chair was a shy boy with a childish and delicate appearance. His eyes were a little fearful, as if Ma-En and the others were some dangerous beasts. This boy was Luida, a murderer rumored to have multiple personality disorder. Dr. Lu took a deep breath, with some nervousness. The other 2 women present were from wealthy families, and Luida's father was a real dignitary. She couldn't offend any of them. Only Ma-En was an ordinary person with a similar status to her. Do you have anything to talk about? She asked according to her advanced preparation. Ma-En wanted to ask where the 2nd underground floor was, and who his current attending physician was. Although Dr. Li died, the method of leaving did not disappear. He could repeat what he had already verified to be feasible, and bribe his attending physician. However, he did not ask questions first, so as not to expose his memory loss. Ning Chongkong seemed to have something to say, but he looked at the others patiently. Chao Yin looked as if he had not heard the doctor's words at all, and looked at the ornaments on his body. Luida was nervously observing the other people. After waiting for about half a minute, and making sure that no one else wanted to speak first, the boy carefully raised his right arm, and looked at the doctor with a requesting look. Lu Yujun smiled gently, Go ahead, don't feel any burden. Customers are the top priority. Luida said in a very low voice, thank you. I want to talk about my own things. In fact, in my memory, I was preparing a birthday gift for Xiao and I not long ago, and then I appeared here. Before this, I didn't know he existed at all. He was referring to his second personality. The boy closed his eyes in pain and turned his cheek with some difficulty. Dad told me that he killed Xiao and I. The boy's voice was choked with anger. I don't know why he did this, but there is indeed a devil living in my body, and my father left me here with him. This is a mistake. We have to let this devil be judged and avenge Xiao and I am willing to go to the stake with him. He looked at Dr. Lu and asked, let me leave the hospital, he should be executed. Dr. Lu shook his head and gently interrupted him. According to the law, she was not killed by you. You don't have to pay the price for that devil, and only through our treatment can you kill him completely. Don't you want to avenge her with your own hands? Ma found it incredible, but now it seems that this boy may indeed be a mental patient. Luida looked at the others blankly. You should agree with what I said. Ning Changkung's mind was not on him at all, and he just answered casually, Dr. Lu is right, it's not your fault. The brown-skinned woman Xiao Yan commented with a relaxed expression. Your life and death are not in your own hands, and only those who hold power are qualified to decide your fate. He looked at Ma Yan with some despair, as if he was the last straw he could grasp. Sir, do you also think I shouldn't die? But Ma Yan shrugged. I think the girl lying on the ground is the most qualified person to decide your and his life and death. Maybe you can think about what she would like you to do. You know her best among all of you present, isn't it? I don't know if Ma Yan's mention of the girl stimulated him. Luida lowered his head after hearing this, and his posture seemed to be thinking about something. Ning Changkong glanced at Ma Yan. Lu Yujun hurriedly changed the topic to prevent the boy from discussing whether he should die or not. What about the other three? Do you have anything you want to share or confide in others? Qiao Yan still looked like he didn't care about anything, and Ning Changkong looked at Ma Yan with curious eyes, as if waiting for him to say something. It's his turn. Ma Yan nodded slightly. Actually, I've been thinking about being discharged from the hospital recently. Ning Changkong looked at Ma Yan in surprise. Qiao Yan showed an interested expression, and even the boy who lowered his head raised his eyebrows slightly. But Dr. Lu sneered in her heart. She knew very well that Ma Yan could not really want to be discharged from the hospital. He was probably the patient with the lowest social status in the entire senior district. Ma Yan was an orphan, and his sister's annual income was only 150,000, which was half of the average annual cost of the senior district. He was able to live here thanks to the church's subsidy. Even this time, there was no place for Ma Yan in the mutual aid group. He was forced into it by Dr. Su, which meant that he paid Su Wen a lot of money. And Dr. Lu knew very well why Ma Yan did this. He had a crush on Ning Changkong. She had noticed in the past that Ma Yan often secretly observed the girl. It was obvious that this poor lunatic thought he might be able to pursue this rich lady, and even squandered the money his sister gave him for other purposes. She felt sorry for Ma Yan's sister. The worst thing was that Ma Yan also disrupted her arrangements. Qiao Yan suddenly said inexplicably, We are all kings of our own bodies. Dr. Lu looked at Ma Yan and said impatiently, I said last month that if you really want to be discharged from the hospital, you could always ask your sister Chen Yun to handle the procedures. Dr. Lu's tone made Ma Yan a little puzzled, but it was far less than another question in his heart. Where did this Chen Yun come from? Not only that, Ma Yan also noticed that his sister had a different surname from his. Dr. Lu asked unhappily, But didn't you say that she went to a church in another state to help and couldn't come back in the next few months? Lu Yujun knew that he didn't want to be discharged from the hospital at all, because Ma Yan had told him about this last month and refused to ask Chen Yun to handle the formalities. Church? Ma Yan remembered that he had mentioned the warning to the angel in his message. While Lu Yujun was talking, Ning Changkong also showed a look of wanting to say something but stopping. She didn't want Ma Yan to be discharged from the hospital, but finally decided to say, Do you remember what I said before entering the elevator? Of course Ma Yan remembered. Money can buy everything. This coincided with his idea. He looked at Dr. Lu and asked, Except. Wait. Dr. Lu interrupted Ma Yan rudely. She turned her eyes to the boy who was looking up, and asked attentively, How do you feel? Lu Yujun's behavior and attitude surprised the other three people present. The boy said calmly, You are right, I will kill him with my own hands. Ma Yan was full of doubts. Although Dr. Lu's behavior was a bit rude, he had no idea what was going on. Is this the normal attitude of a doctor towards a patient, or did he do something to let her down in the past? He didn't remember anything. Ma Yan looked at the other two, and their expressions were normal. But what he didn't know was that Chao Yin didn't listen to their conversation at all. Ning Chongkong did not show any emotion, because he did not want to make Ma En feel more embarrassed, but the girl also vaguely realized that Ma En's social status may be far lower than she initially imagined. Lu Yujun would never dare to speak to herself or other patients in such a tone. And the more silent he was, the more worried the girl was about his emotional state. Unusual repression often foreshadowed a distorted outbreak. And Dr. Lu was not surprised at his silence. For ordinary people like them, reading people's expressions is a necessary survival skill in this society, so Ma En's behavior of swallowing his anger was quite normal in her eyes. Well, your current thinking is correct. Dr. Lu patted the boy's shoulder comfortingly. Then let's stop here today, okay? She looked at Luida with a questioning look in her eyes. Ah. Luida said naturally, okay. Ma En got up first and walked out of the activity room. Ning Chongkong, who was looking at his figure, felt that he was still angry with Dr. Lu, and hurriedly followed him, while Chao Yin got up and left slowly. Until only the boy and Dr. Lu were left in the room. What's the matter with that, Ma En? Luida restrained the childishness on his face, and looked at the direction where Ma En left with cold eyes. Didn't my father ask you to arrange a few beautiful girls? How could there be a man? Dr. Lu was shocked. Luida crossed his legs impatiently, but the clumsy lie you told him was quite effective. Kill me with your own hands? How could he kill himself? I didn't expect him to actually believe it. Dr. Lu understood that the boy sitting in front of her was no longer the kind and innocent boy, but the devil living in his body. Luida looked the stunned female doctor up and down, licked his lips with an evil look. Although you have a good figure, you are far inferior to those two, even his lover. If you were prettier, I might have done it. This made her sweat. Dr. Lu saw the photos of the crime scene. The girl's body was covered with bruises and blood scabs. Everyone could imagine how cruelly she had suffered before her death. And it came from the person she trusted the most. Elvita smiled happily. Look how scared you are. Don't worry. If I am interested in you, I won't say it. The beautiful girl in the hat basically focused on Ma En. He seriously affected my pursuit of these two beauties. I don't want to see him next week. Obviously, the pursuit mentioned by the boy is closer to what he did to his lover. Lu Yujin had already thought that Ma En's appearance had caused trouble for her, so she was full of resentment towards him. But she did not expect Luida to be so angry. I didn't arrange for him to come, but the rules. The boy interrupted her coldly. I don't care about the rules. My father has given me money, which is not a small amount. Dr. Lu, if he dares to disturb my interest next time. Believe me, you don't want to know what a powerful madman can do. The boy smiled, and showed his white teeth. Chapter 4. Qin Yun, Underground 2nd Floor, Dr. Li, Abnormal Control Bureau. Ma En was sitting on the bed, using telekinesis to flip through the notebook he had taken out from the drawer. In the past few days, he had been carefully collecting any information that would help him figure out the situation, and carefully concealing his amnesia. His medical record said he had schizophrenia, with the main symptoms including auditory and visual hallucinations. There was no problem with his memory function. This proved Ma En's inference that he did not have any mental problems, and he had figured out his identity these days. The Qin Yun he and Dr. Lu mentioned were both orphans, who grew up in a welfare home funded by the church, which could also explain why his name in both of his lives was Ma En. This was something he had chosen himself. But his understanding of this Qin Yun was limited to knowing that she was a formal pastor who had been on a business trip in other states for the past few months. Ma En had no idea about the other person's personality, how well she knew him, and whether she could be trusted. So there were three paths before him now. The most obvious one was to ask Qin Yun to help him with the discharge procedures. However, Ma En learned through contact with believers and patients in the hospital that the God New Lord believed in by Qin Yun's church had a group of servants with white wings, which were the angels he asked himself to be wary of in the message. Therefore, this method was shelved. The second method was to go to the second underground floor first, and then leave here through the Control Bureau employee passage mentioned in the message. If he did this, he could also figure out what his position was. However, Ma En was stumped by a small problem. Victor Sanatorium had no underground structure. The third method was what Ma En had thought of long ago: bribe the doctor who could get him out of the hospital. After Dr. Li died, the young man named Su who took over his job was a graduate of the 6th College of the Western Federation, and had only officially started work 2 months ago. According to the schedule, he will have psychological counseling with the doctor in a week, and Ma En plans to continue to collect information about the other party during this period, and ask the enthusiastic girl about the current market situation. This plan is the most reasonable and feasible. In addition to this information, he also found a very important thing, the notebook floating in front of him. The notebook records dozens of pages of meaningless content, and in the middle, several telekinesis techniques are recorded in Chinese characters. Ma En has quickly mastered all the above content in the past few days. To be more precise, he recalled the above content, just like other amnesiacs can still use their professional skills. The first skill is the outer coat. He can create an almost invisible telekinesis film outside his body, and he has written this technique into his subconscious mind in the past, so he can keep it even when he sleeps. Without control, nothing can pass through it except the exchange of substances necessary to maintain life. According to the description in the notebook, this technique can easily stop any known bullets and filter poison gas. The second technique is accidental death. It is difficult for telekinesis to penetrate the body of an abnormal person, so it is only effective for weaker abnormal people and ordinary people. The effect of this technique is also very simple, that is, to make the target look like he died of cardiac arrest. No legal responsibility. The third skill, disintegration. The effect is the destruction skill of the name. Ma En instinctively used disintegration to turn the note into powder. The notes mention that this ability can be used to deal with certain creatures with high-speed self-healing ability. There are also a lot of basic uses of telekinesis in the notes. In fact, there are not many highly specialized skills, because he can do enough things with telekinesis alone. It seems that he is quite strong. He is not afraid of bullets and poison gas. He can assassinate any ordinary person without leaving a trace, and he also has efficient means of attacking abnormal entities. But why would such a person take refuge in this mental hospital? Ma En knew that he had no ambitions. He was satisfied to live a happy and peaceful life, and his past self had prepared everything he needed: house, money and power. A rich and comfortable life was waiting for him outside the hospital. Dong dong. No, it was not Ning Chan Kong. He still remembered the girl's knock on the door. What's going on? Is it so common to visit in this mental hospital? Ma En opened the door. Standing outside was a strange woman wearing a mask, and so thin that her collarbone could be seen. She looked at Ma En with a slightly worried look and asked nervously, "Are you Ma En?" Ma En asked in confusion, "Who are you?" This is another visitor who is not familiar with him. The woman said nervously, "Sorry, can I go in and talk to you?" Ma En narrowed his eyes and asked, without any intention of giving way to her, "What's the matter?" He did not forget that this is a mental hospital. The woman's expression became a little anxious. She looked to both sides and then lowered her voice and said to him, "Be careful, you are the next one." Ma En looked at him in confusion. "What did you say?" Dr. Li was killed by Dr. Su. She stepped back a few steps and stared at Ma En with gloomy eyes. "This is not the place to talk. Go to number 721 to find me." After the woman finished speaking, she immediately turned around and blended into the crowd in an instant, quickly leaving Ma in sight, and carefully avoided other people. She walked into the stairwell without surveillance. There were only a few fixed places in the advanced nursing area with video cameras. Then, the thin woman straightened her body. Crunch, crunch. Her muscles all over her body squirmed like a pile of worms, flowing and swelling in the gap between bones and skin, looking like a melted wax figure. A few seconds later, a beautiful woman with a plump figure appeared on the stairs. No one could connect her with the thin woman. "Manager Lee, have you seen him?" A gentle male voice came from the earphone inside her skull. She answered in a completely different voice from before. "Yes, I have contacted Ma En. According to the readings of the psychoanalyzer, he is likely to have low-level clairvoyance, which means that he may have noticed the existence of some abnormal phenomena. Although I don't know why, the mission target is collecting these low-intensity mentally abnormal individuals, and it is estimated that he has already set his sights on him." The other party sighed. "They have already stepped half a foot into our world, but because of their own weakness, they are unable to distinguish between clairvoyance and reality, and eventually they can only become pathetic lunatics locked up in a mental hospital." Manager Lee's mouth curled up slightly. "This is why you and I appear in front of him. This young man needs someone to point him to the right path, and we shoulder such an important responsibility." Chapter 5. Ma En stood at the door, looking at the place where the woman's back disappeared. In his discharge plan, Dr. Su was one of the most important characters. If this hadn't happened, Ma En had planned to find an opportunity to meet with the attending physician in advance in the next 2 days. Should he go to Ward 721 to meet her? The suspicious woman's behavior seemed like someone was watching her. If this was a normal world, Ma En might treat her as a mental patient. But he had just been attacked by a person with special abilities a few days ago, causing his memory to collapse. "Dr. Lee, who had a cooperative relationship with him, also died accidentally last month. Therefore, Ma En was half believing and half doubting the thin woman's words. This was definitely not the ravings of a madman, but if he really believed the other person so foolishly, he might be led into a dilemma that could kill him step by step. And in Ma En's view, it was not a problem for Dr. Su to kill his former partner. The key point is, what is Dr. Su's purpose, whether there is an irreconcilable conflict with him, and whether he can communicate. And even if the suspicious woman did not lie to him, it does not mean that Ma En has to cooperate with her. He is not a masked vigilante. Maybe Su-Wen is a bad guy who killed Dr. Lee last month and was planning to do something to Ma En a few minutes ago, but what does this have to do with him now? He has quite a lot of chips in his hands. Not only that, he also has a powerful power to negotiate with most creatures. And Ma En, who cut to the past, also mentioned in the message that he can show his dangerousness in moderation when necessary. Because like himself, most abnormal entities do not want to die. Combining his own feelings and the description in the notebook, even if the opponent is a monster with a metal body and self-healing ability, he has a way to kill it, and if he is prepared, he can theoretically handle quite dangerous attacks. Even when he is sleeping, ordinary thermal weapons can't even penetrate the telekinetic coat maintained on his body's surface. Ma En slammed the door and walked towards Ning Chongkung's residence not far away. Among all the people he had contacted, this girl was the most suitable for obtaining intelligence. But before he took a few steps, a familiar female figure appeared in front of him. Dr. Liu Yujun, who presided over the mutual aid group. The female doctor walked straight towards Ma En, stopped in front of him, and said in an unhappy tone, "Ma En, I have something to tell you." Before coming to him, Liu Yujun went to see his boss Su-Wen and asked to remove Ma En from his group, and even lied that he had become mentally unstable recently. But Dr. Su rejected her righteously. "I don't think this is a suitable reason. Luida is much more dangerous than him. If you want to kick Ma En out, you might as well put Luida in the confinement room first." What a bastard! Liu Yujun gritted her teeth and recalled that if the old man surnamedly hadn't died last month, Su-Wen wouldn't have become her immediate boss, and she couldn't blame him. What's wrong? Ma En looked at her calmly. He had already seen that Liu Yujun didn't like him very much, but compared to the urgent crisis he was facing, this little thing was nothing. Liu Yujun looked at Ma En with cold eyes. "You shouldn't have said you wanted to be discharged. I have to submit what you said in each group, and now my boss thinks you are mentally unstable. Do you know what this means?" Ma En asked puzzledly. "Then I should be more careful next time? How can it be so simple?" She glared at him fiercely. "Now they are going to put you in the dangerous observation period for 3 months. Not only can you not be discharged in these months, but your subsidy authority may also be reevaluated." Ma En didn't understand. "What?" Liu Yujun interrupted him, and at the same time took out a file board from her arms, handed the paper and black pen on it to Ma En. "I spent a lot of effort to convince them to give you another chance. Sign this, stay in the isolation area for a week, don't make any trouble, and you can go through the discharge procedures normally next week. Don't say that kind of thing in public next time." She was lying. Once he signed the contract, she would have a reason to assign him to another team. Although this matter would not be concealed for long, considering the amount of money she was about to receive, this risk was not worth mentioning. 3 million federal coins. Once she got this deal, she would quit her current job and live the life she had always dreamed of. Originally, a resident doctor like her could only get 200,000, and the original amount was more than the total amount she had received in her 11-year career. This was all thanks to the unfortunate Dr. Lee. "Thank you very much for thinking of me." Ma En smiled gently, but no need. Ma En had no idea what the critical observation period was, but time could not be wasted, and he had no intention of going through the formalities according to the rules. Dr. Lu's face darkened instantly when he heard this. She had never expected that Ma En would refuse her help, and he could not afford it at all. "You didn't understand." She emphasized, "Sign this, don't be a selfish ghost, you know your sister can't afford the full fee." Ma En stared at her, and did not answer immediately. She didn't seem to be really helping him. Ma En asked in a gentle tone, "Dr. Lu, do you have anything to tell me? If so, there must be a way to deal with this matter that you and I can accept." She suddenly picked up the black pen and looked at Ma En with cold eyes. "Sign it, unless you want to be the next Dr. Lee." Snap. Ma En suddenly narrowed his eyes, carefully observed her expression, and lowered his voice and asked, "Do you know what happened to Dr. Lee?" Dr. Lu looked down at him and said, "In Victor Sanatorium, all accidental deaths have only one cause. That is someone who offended someone who shouldn't be offended." "It seems that she doesn't know." Ma En explained calmly, In fact, I am richer than I look if you can't buy anything with your money. Liu Yujun didn't care about his money at all, and even if you have money, it's not a matter of money. Sign it, and put it on my desk, Ma-in. You have a responsible sister, think about it for her. She stuffed the consent form into his hand, turned around and left without even looking at it, as if she didn't care what Ma-in would choose. Ma-in looked at her leaving back, subconsciously crumpled the consent form into a ball of paper, and threw it in a beautiful parabola, watching it fall accurately into the center of the trash can. Is this hospital full of crazy people? Chapter 6. Ning Chongkong sat on the edge of the bed and said, Mr. Ma-in, the door is not locked. Ma-in pushed the door open and said, I have something to ask you. In the past few days, while collecting intelligence, he had looked for this enthusiastic girl more than once. And when he asked some common-sense questions, the girl still didn't notice anything unusual and answered them as usual. It was as if she didn't care at all. This was indeed the case. Ma-in asked sincerely, how much does it cost to be discharged, and what should I do specifically? Ning Chongkong answered as expected, the attending physician has the right to decide whether we can be discharged, that is, the newly appointed Dr. Su. Normally, it can be done with 100,000 to 200,000 yuan, but... She paused and considered her words. Well, your situation may be special. This price is actually for customers, like us who are relatively wealthy. For people who don't have much money, I heard that their starting price is 500,000 yuan. I don't know what kind of plan they will use for you. And Dr. Su has only been in the job for a short time, and I don't know if he has already understood the rules here. If you are lucky, you may be able to get him a cheaper price, but it may also be more difficult than normal. After the group activity, she took some time to learn about Ma-in's background. He was probably the patient with the most ordinary family situation in the entire high-end nursing area, which also explained why Dr. Liu dared to speak rudely to Ma-in. Ma-in's only relative Chen Yun is an official pastor. Normally, patients in the high-end area have to spend 300,000 yuan in nursing fees each year, while Chen Yun's annual income is 150,000 yuan. Fortunately, Miss Chen Yun has a cooperative subsidy from the church, so she only needs to pay about 100,000 yuan a year, but this must be a considerable expense for the Ma-in siblings. Therefore, this also led to the girl's doubts. Why did he spend so much money to live here? Is it really for a more comfortable life, or does he also want to enjoy the extra services of Victor Sanatorium? But where did he get the money? Ma-in asked with gratitude. One more thing, is there any way I can know who lives in other wards? Ning Chongkong did not ask him what he thought about this price. Everyone has their own difficulties. Normally, you can go to Dr. Liu or doctors only accept orders from their own patients, but they sell information that you can find out yourself. If they sell real private information, no customer will choose here. Ma-in said gratefully, thank you, this is very helpful. Ning Chongkong replied politely, nothing, but Mr. Ma-in, I actually have something to ask you. Why do you suddenly want to be discharged from the hospital? The girl looked at Ma-in with curiosity, but her true emotions were much stronger than what she showed. There were many mysteries about Ma-in, why he lived here, why he asked those questions, but Ning Chongkong didn't care about them at all. What she was really curious about was Ma-in's appearance and aura in her senses, and why he could make the aura of other creatures disappear. Ning Chongkong had seen many strange things, but never had the symptoms disappear. He paused. Of course, Ma-in couldn't say that he was being attacked by an abnormal entity called the Unmemorable, and that he had left a suggestion for discharge. I have my own reasons. He did not choose to lie, but it's hard to explain clearly. To his surprise, the girl seemed quite satisfied with his answer. Ning Chongkong said, then can you leave me a phone number? To be honest, I am also thinking about discharge, and we are two mental patients outside, maybe we can help each other in the future. Ma-in replied, of course. He picked up the paper and pen on the desk and wrote down the number he found in the secret compartment. No matter what Ning Chongkong's purpose was, he got the help of the other party, and before he was discharged, he would most likely need the girl's help. The girl reached out to take the note and lowered her head to keep staring for a few seconds. Isn't it right? This is not any number under Ma-in's name. But she didn't say anything, just calmly put the number she had memorized into her pocket. If you have any problems with your discharge, you could always come to me, but if you want to borrow money. At this point, the girl said a little embarrassedly, although my parents are relatively wealthy, they didn't give me much money. Ma-in was a little surprised by her words. They were obviously just acquaintances. Why did Ning Chongkong feel that he would borrow money from her? And from what she said, it seemed that if she had money, she would lend it to him. If there is, He nodded sincerely. The help Ning Chong Kong provided to him was far more than the level of enthusiasm, but Ma and could not analyze any meaningful information from it. He didn't remember anything. Could it be that they had other intersections before, but she didn't look like it? By the way, there is one more thing I want to ask you. The girl seemed to suddenly remember something. She stood up and walked to the desk, opened the drawer, took out a piece of white paper, and walked towards Ma En. I picked this up near your room not long ago. Do you know what these symbols mean? Before asking Ma En, Ning Chong Kong spent a long time searching on the internet and asked his friends in history to look up professional materials in various fields, but he couldn't find anything similar. Ma En looked over. The things on the paper were not symbols. Although they were written crookedly, Ma En understood the content instantly. These were 6 Chinese characters: control, use, and destroy. I haven't seen them. He met the girl's clear eyes. Could it be painted by other patients? Ning Chong Kong took back the paper and nodded naturally. Why didn't I think of this possibility? Of course it couldn't be. Because she saw these symbols on Ma En. Chapter 7. In front of the door of Ward 721. Dong, dong, dong. No answer. Ma En held the door handle and tried to turn it gently. Click. The door opened. He pushed the door open to allow him to pass through and walked in silently. This ward was no different from the others, but the desk was replaced by a dressing table, and the person sitting in front of the mirror was not the suspicious woman, but a beautiful woman in her 20s with a plump figure. You're here. The woman in the mirror looked at him. Ma En. Ma En pushed the door behind him quietly and said warily, You are? Manager Li smiled at him gently. My name is Li Fun. You can call me Miss Li. Sit down, it's safe here. Ma En sat down on another chair in the room. She turned to look at him and said in a comforting tone, I know you must be full of doubts now. I will slowly tell you what is going on. First, do you often see hallucinations? He hadn't seen it. But Ma En replied, Yes. Li Fun nodded. I think you have had such an experience before. You can't distinguish between hallucinations and reality, and sometimes you may firmly believe that those are real, right? Ma En said. Every mental patient must have thought so. She said, What if I tell you that what you see is real? Li Fun picked up the metal bracelet on the dressing table, lifted her sleeve to the position of her forearm, and gently tapped the bracelet with her index finger. Look! Her muscles turned into ripples like waves, flowing down her white forearm, and finally gathered at the tip of her finger, and with a crisp sound, the metal bracelet broke into 2 pieces. Ma En looked at her with surprise. She was very satisfied with Ma En's expression and nodded with a smile. There are all kinds of people with special abilities in this world, and you are one of them. The illusion you see is actually a revelation of the essence of reality, which we call clairvoyance. And many newly awakened spiritual messengers, due to their instability and inability to prove themselves, not only can't see the truth hidden behind the curtain, but also can't control themselves to have clairvoyance. This makes it easy for them to be regarded as mentally ill, and what's worse is that they are not crazy. What they see hides some deep meaning. Therefore, in the eyes of the world, they are a group of quite stubborn lunatics. She didn't tell Ma En that these lunatics often have no chance to get rid of this stage in their lifetime. But fortunately you met me. Ma En asked with a puzzled expression. Then the death of Dr. Li. Li Fun explained. This incident is why I am here. I belong to an organization that handles abnormal issues and is tracking a suspect with special abilities. That is, your attending physician Su Wen. We have basically confirmed that Su Wen is the murderer who killed Dr. Li, but for some inexplicable reasons, we can't take action against him directly. And he is targeting people like you who have certain spiritual powers, and you are his next target. She paused. Ma En didn't speak. Ma En, I want to ask you for a favor, and for your own sake. She continued, we have received news that Dr. Li has a secret notebook, and it is hidden somewhere in the office. If you can help us find it, we can solve Su Wen and you will be safe. If you are willing, we will handle the discharge procedures for you and even arrange for you to join us. Even if you want to stay away from this abnormal phenomenon, we will give you a lot of money. How is it? Ma En showed a worried expression. But I don't know how to find it. Li Fun smiled. Don't worry, this is not the part you have to worry about. He lowered his head slightly, showing a thoughtful expression. Li Fun was not worried at all that he would refuse. If Ma En really didn't know what to do, they had another set of negotiation plans. In any case, he would eventually provide the necessary help. Ma En raised his head. Okay, I will try, but it may not be successful in a short time. Li Fun nodded and said, we are very patient, but Su Wen has already set his sights on you. If nothing unexpected happens, You better start at the consultation next week. We will create an opportunity for you then. You just have to wait patiently. Ma-en said, before I leave, can I ask about these people with special abilities? Li-Fen smiled, of course. Ma-en asked curiously, do you have any criteria for classifying people with different special abilities? Li-Fen was willing to answer this question, because it would remind Ma-en what the gap was between him and herself. The woman thought for a while and said, we call those with a certain level of strength as first-level people with special abilities. The weak ones among them may not be able to do anything, but those who are proficient in their abilities can at least easily kill strong adult men. You haven't officially entered the first level yet, but if you are willing to join us after this is over, you will have a chance to reach the first level. Then, there are the second-level ability users, those who are good at frontal combat. They can basically match a well-trained special operations team, and in most cases, the ability users will easily kill all members of the special operations team. After all, we know what the other party can do, and they know nothing about us. Of course, this is a bit inaccurate. I only gave the example of frontal combat ability. According to records, there were second-level ability users who killed thousands of people in half a month. There are also some special ability users who can do things that no modern technology can achieve. And I am a second-level ability user. It is not difficult for me to get rid of this Dr. Su-won, so you don't have to be afraid of what he will do to you. Ma-en asked curiously, are there stronger ones? Li-Fen showed an envious look. Of course there are. Let me put it this way. If I'm prepared, I can kill a dozen well-trained Special Forces members, but if they put a few bullets in my head, I die. And if they are sniped when their identities and positions are known, most second-level ability users have no chance of surviving. But third-level ability users are another matter. They are basically not afraid of ordinary modern thermal weapons, and can easily accomplish feats such as destroying buildings or directly disintegrating small-scale armies. These guys are not mortals at all. Their will is above the secular laws. Li-Fen suddenly realized that he had said too much, and quickly straightened his face. But there's no need to worry, we won't encounter third-level ability users. Ma-en, this is what I want to say. You will help us get the notebook, right? He agreed sincerely. Of course. Bang. Li-Fen looked at the door that Ma-en walked out of, and a smug expression appeared on his face. He is so easy to fool. But it is also true that this group of lunatics have been tortured by clairvoyance for many years. They think that what they see is an illusion, but they are unwilling to give in to it. Therefore, it is easy for them to believe and affirm themselves. The bait is in place. The next step is to wait for the target to take the bait. Outside the door. Click, click, click. Ma-en is walking down the stairs calmly, listening to what this Miss Li said. My accidental death seems to be able to kill the second-level ability user? Chapter 8. Lu Yujun stood nervously in front of the activity room. Ma-en did not put the consent form on her desk. Although she had expected this, Lu Yujun was still very nervous about what she was going to do next. It should not be difficult to exclude Ma-en from the group. Logically, all she had to do was to mention it to Su-won. And according to the normal process, she would distribute the 3 million she had embezzled to other doctors. Not to mention whether she had a way back. Even if she did, Lu Yujun would never watch this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away from her hands. When she learned of Dr. Li's death, ecstasy instantly overwhelmed her whole body. If he died earlier, this order would probably not fall on her head, and if he died later, the news that Dr. Li took over this order would definitely spread. Moreover, only a highly respected chief physician like him was qualified to take orders of this level alone. She happened to be the confidant of the old physician, and the appointment of the new dean not long ago gave her the courage to lie. With so many coincidences, Lu Yujun felt that this was her destined gift. But even so, she still tossed and turned in bed every night, unable to fall asleep due to the fear of being exposed. But every time she wanted to give up, she recalled Dr. Li's look of unwillingness to die. Even if she survived for another few decades, she might not have the status that Dr. Li once had. But even he died so unclearly. If she continued like this, the luckiest result would be to become the next Dr. Li, and it was even possible that she would not have the opportunity to save up 3 million federal coins in her lifetime. How could she retreat? Dr. Lu gritted his teeth, pushed open the door and walked in. Elvita was sitting on a chair, concentrating on the scene outside the window. Lu Yujun followed his gaze, and saw only dry branches. She walked to her seat, and looked at the boy in silence. What's wrong? Elvita asked, staring at the sky. She swallowed carefully. He refused. As far as I know, Ma-en asked Dr. Su to pay to come in, with the purpose of getting close to the girl named Ning Chong Kong. Elvita asked doubtfully. Can't you force him to replace him? Lu Yujun explained. It's complicated. He has already paid. If he doesn't agree, we can't transfer him away. The young man frowned and said, Does he know the consequences of doing so? She quickly replied, Ma's family is very ordinary. He is a child from an orphanage. His guardian is his sister Chen Yuan, who has no blood relationship with him. They don't understand how society works. Elvita raised his eyebrows and said, His sister? Dr. Lu paused, then gritted his teeth and said, I have met Chen Yuan several times. She is a pastor of the church and looks very beautiful. She is almost the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. If she simply concealed and lied, she would be exposed sooner or later, but if she could divert Elvita's attention to other places, maybe he would ignore the nearby. The young man suddenly showed a pure smile on his face, and his eyes narrowed happily when he looked at Lu Yujun. Oh, interesting. She lowered her head and avoided eye contact with Elvita. She was gambling with her life as a chip. If she carefully considered the chances of winning and the risks, she should stop here. But no matter how she resisted rationally, she couldn't resist the thought deep in her heart. What if she won the bet? As long as it worked, she would no longer have to worry and run around for the rest of her life. She wouldn't have to do this dangerous job, and she wouldn't have to kowtow to these rich people. Footsteps came from the corridor. She stood up in a hurry, and Luita also sat up straight, looking expectantly at the door. Click. Chao Yin walked in with a book, walked straight to her seat, and sat down, then bent down to read the book with a magic circle on the cover. After a few seconds, Ma En and Ning Chongkong also walked in. When he entered the door, he looked at Dr. Lu. But she didn't look at Ma En, and didn't react to his appearance. It seemed that she didn't care that he was here at all, as if it wasn't her who came to her a few days ago. Before she started hosting, Luita crossed his legs and looked at the people with interest. Everyone, I have a problem that I want to talk about. Ning Chongkong looked at him with some doubts. Chao Yin was studying the ancient book in his hand, and Lu Yujun was strangely silent. I suddenly thought of something. Federal law judged that the crime was committed by my second personality, and I don't have to bear legal responsibility. So in his eyes, am I his get-out-of-jail-free card? Everyone looked at him seriously. Even Chao Yin, who was flipping through the book, was not surprised. Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Yi, the guy who killed his girlfriend. He smiled complacently. Let's talk. Before he finished speaking, Ning Chongkong stood up, turned around and took a step towards the door. Then her body froze instantly. The black muzzle of the gun was pointed directly at her side face. Luita raised his pistol and waved, Sit down. The girl took 2 steps back obediently, and sat down silently in her original position. Don't be afraid, he said with a smile, and scanned several people with a scrutinizing look. I haven't finished yet. By the way, I am Luita's second personality. Do you know why I killed his girlfriend? Because at that time I suddenly realized that although I was not the main personality of this body, it seemed that killing people did not require death. So I tried it. That is to say, even if I kill all of you now, the lawyer hired by my father will guarantee that I can live in a mental hospital, and this is thanks to Mr. Victor. The sanatorium he founded is simply a paradise on earth. Look, I can even bring a gun in. At this point, his eyes stayed on Maan, and I heard that there is a parasite in the hospital who spent the meager income earned by his poor sister and forced himself into the sanatorium, right? The smug-looking boy pointed the gun at Maan, with a slight smile on his face. He never took this civilian seriously, and the purpose of this drama was not to kill him. What the boy wanted to see was the horrified expressions of these beautiful women when they saw Ma's head being overturned by the bullet. The flowers that were slowly torn into pieces. Maan had already tensed his whole body and looked at him intently. He didn't understand why Luita did this, and he didn't know what price he would pay for this matter in the future, but Maan had no intention of trying to figure out the madman's thoughts. He must not let him fire the gun. Just now, Luita was quite agile when he took out the gun. If he could really shoot himself, the fact that he was not afraid of bullets would be exposed. So, should we let him die accidentally? Chapter 9. This is not a reasonable solution. When Luita pointed a gun at him, his heart suddenly stopped for no apparent reason. Even if ordinary people really regarded this as an accident. But Ms. Li, Dr. Su, and other abnormal entities lurking in the dark, they would definitely notice something was wrong, and this meant that he would enter the field of vision of these dangerous people. No one would arrange a tactical team to assassinate an ordinary civilian. As long as he was still an uninitiated spiritual messenger, the attack on him would never reach the level of destroying the telekinetic coat. If he really wanted to use this technique, he should find a better time, but even if there was such an opportunity, Mayan still had a serious problem in front of him. If Luida had a dual personality, then in a sense, there were two completely different souls living in his body. Maybe. Should I kill them together? Is this what he would do before? Mon didn't remember. At the moment when Luida took out the gun, the other people had different reactions. Chao Yin sat calmly in her seat. The boy's movements did not cause any emotion on her face, as if the weapon in his hand was not a dangerous weapon that could take away life. Ning Chongkong sat on the chair with a pale face, staring at the pistol that the boy was waving. In her original expectation, the worst-case scenario was that he would take out a dagger or something. Therefore, although she felt the boy's weirdness and quickly took corresponding measures, the girl could only sit on the original chair obediently in the end. All struggles are meaningless in front of modern firearms. Now he looks like he is going to attack Ma En, which makes Ning Chongkong feel quite annoyed. Why didn't she realize the problem earlier? But it's useless to think about it now. She can't see any countermeasures that can get them out of danger. Dr. Lu was stunned by Luida's behavior for several seconds. But when she slowly recovered, she realized that this was actually quite beneficial to her. If Luida really killed Ma En here, many of her lies would be dead without evidence, and as things become complicated and confusing, she will be less likely to attract attention. She looked at the barrel of the gun in Luida's hand with the same trepidation as before entering the door, but now Liu Yujun was expecting the boy to pull the trigger. Luida was also secretly observing the changes on the faces of these women, happily tasting their various emotions. It's really fascinating. I wonder what kind of expressions they will show when they see Ma En's body fall, and what kind of beautiful screams and cries he will enjoy. He can't wait. Ma En, stand up. Luida pointed his gun at him and ordered. He stood up obediently and looked at the boy. We can talk. Elvita smiled and said, no need. Killing you won't cost me anything, just like I killed his girlfriend. Maybe I will stay in the quarantine area for half a month to avoid the limelight, but no one has the power to make me die, or let him die. In this case, why should I worry about what price I have to pay before doing anything? After all, I can survive even in the worst situation. Ma En asked in confusion, why? I don't think you were telling the truth just now. Elvita looked at him in surprise for a moment. You are much more interesting than I expected. You didn't panic in this situation. Yes, who you are has nothing to do with whether I want to kill you, but why should I explain the reason to you? What Dr. Lu just said was not the real reason why he took out the gun. It was Ning Chongkong who made Luida do this. Although she was quite restrained, it was still difficult to hide the fact that her attention was on Ma En. The boy licked his lips and recalled another girl he had killed not long ago. Since you are not hysterical, I will tell you the most basic reason. I killed you because I can. As I just said, I am already immortal in the legal sense, and morality has no meaning to me. Then I will do whatever I want to do. Ma En nodded slightly. Then you can also not shoot, right? He and Luida were about 4 meters apart. Judging from the other party's agile movements just now, even if his physical fitness was considered good, it would be difficult to dodge the bullets fired from the barrel. Luida smiled when he heard Ma En's words. Turn around and close your eyes. Ma En did not move. The boy pointed the barrel of the gun at his left leg and ordered arrogantly, I say, turn around. At this moment, Ma En gently stepped out his left leg diagonally, trying to get his body out of the range of the barrel, but Luida's hand holding the gun was unusually stable, accurately following the movement of his thigh. Bang! He stepped out of the ground with his left foot, and then his whole body rushed to the right front like an agile beast. Luida hurriedly moved his barrel and panicked to aim at Ma En. This mind power lingered everywhere around his body, ready to provide help for advancement, and dodging at any time, but Ma En was surprised to realize. This body was much stronger and more flexible than he had imagined. The black muzzle of the gun seemed to never be able to catch up with him, and Luida was already panicking and wanted to pull the trigger. It seemed that there was no need to stop him from shooting. Bang! The bullet grazed Ma En's calf. And Ma En had already stood in front of Luida. His left hand firmly grasped the boy's wrist, and then... click! Snap! The pistol fell to the ground. Seeing this, Ning Chongkong also rushed towards the direction of the pistol. Ma En's right fist had already landed heavily on the boy's face, and bright red blood flowed down his nose. Luida, who was just so arrogant, was beaten directly to sit on the ground, looking at the man in front of him with stars in his eyes. Ning Chongkong had already stood up straight, ready to point the gun at Luida, but found that it was no longer necessary. Very good! The fierce-eyed boy shouted, hit me, if you have the guts, kill me and him together. Ma En looked down at him calmly. Luida grinned fiercely. Congratulations on your survival, prepare to face the days of fear. I am an immortal nightmare. Even the law can't do anything to me. What are you? Ma-en raised his arm for the second time, and his fist cut through the air quickly and fiercely, hitting his hideous left face accurately. Pa! Luida fell directly on his back, and then looked at Ma-en's eyes with strong surprise and confusion, but after a few seconds, he showed a look of grief. The boy looked at the chaotic scene painfully, and asked in a trembling voice, "Is he coming out?" Chapter 10. A dozen security guards holding explosion-proof forks rushed into the activity room, and carefully pressed Luida to the ground, and then quickly escorted him out. It was hard to tell whether they were controlling or protecting him. The other people present all looked at Ma-en. He explained in a normal tone, "I usually exercise." Ning Chong had indeed seen Ma-en in the fitness area. But no matter what, dodging bullets at such a close distance is not something that can be done by persisting in exercise, right? Just now, Ma-en rushed to the boy in the blink of an eye and took his pistol very calmly, looking like a federal agent in a movie. And Ning Chong also noticed that Luida moved almost at the same time as Ma-en. But even so, the muzzle of his gun still couldn't catch up with Ma-en's speed. My thoughts were right. Dr. Lu was standing there at a loss. She knew that the development of the situation after Luida's shot would definitely exceed her expectations, but she didn't expect it to be like this. Ma-en looked at her. Lu Yujun turned around quickly, walked out of the activity room in a hurry, and chased in the direction where Luida left. Ma-en still remembered that she had looked for him not long ago, and was this the reason? But there were still many doubts about the whole thing. Was the reason why Luida wanted to kill him just because he had a problem with his brain, or was there something that Lu Yujun didn't explain clearly at the time? So he followed him. Ning Chong looked at Ma-en's departing figure, and suppressed his urge to call him back. The current occasion was not appropriate. You care about him a lot? Chao Yin suddenly asked, right? She turned around and looked at Chao Yin, a proud beauty with beautiful brown skin, all kinds of luxurious ornaments on her body, and a golden crown inlaid with various gems on her head. She looked androgynous. What? She showed a puzzled expression. Chao Yin shook her head. I can see your nervousness and worry. Just now you were afraid that he would die, and last time, you always took advantage of his inattention to peek, didn't you? Seeing that the girl still wanted to defend herself, Chao Yin smiled elegantly. There is no need to lie. No one understands this feeling better than me. When my partner was critically ill 2 years ago, I had the same feelings as you just now every day. Ning Chong knew that Chao Yin was right. She was indeed afraid that Ma-en would die, but the other party completely misunderstood his motives. She decided to turn the topic to the other person. Your partner? Chao Yin said with a relaxed look. Yes, he is the only person I care about in my life, but unfortunately he is still immortal and cannot compete with death, so I am preparing a ceremony to revive him. But to be honest, I am not sure I can complete the ceremony before I die. At this point, her face showed a little solemnity. So I want to remind you not to let time slip away from you. Ning Chong said seriously. You will definitely succeed. Hearing this, Chao Yin was stunned, then smiled and said, Do you think I don't know that I am crazy? I just can't accept his death and indulge in my own fantasy. Don't become like me. Ning Chong was stunned. Just then, the door of the activity room was pushed open. A handsome young doctor, with a strange white tattoo on his face, walked in. He was Su Wen in Ning Chong's eyes. Dr. Su looked at the environment in the room for a few seconds and asked calmly, Where is Ma-en? The girl replied, He's gone. Su Wen frowned slightly. After something like this, how could he leave casually? If the news I heard is correct, Luida, who suddenly got sick, almost killed him, right? The girl nodded, Yes. That's right. The young doctor shook his head and complained, The patients here are really worrying. You too, did you notice anything abnormal about Luida? The girl glanced at Chao Yin, and she obviously didn't mean to answer. I don't feel anything wrong. Ning Chong looked at Su Wen and said, He was normal last week. Su Wen nodded slightly. Okay, you go back first, I go find Ma-en. After saying that, Su Wen turned around and went back to the corridor. Elvita was able to bring a pistol in. The medical staff here are even more crazy than mental patients. Didn't they think about what this guy might do? No wonder his teacher jumped off the building. But if he hadn't died, he wouldn't have had the chance to get this job. Fortunately, the rich young master didn't really cause irreversible consequences. If Luida really killed someone, he would definitely not be so relaxed now. After all, these three were carefully selected by him, and had good spiritual power. It's not easy to find 3 more suitable candidates, and he doesn't have much time left. They are monitoring him. Chapter 11. Lu Yujun stood firmly in front of the stairs, turned around and looked at Ma En, who followed in. She said with a vigilant look, "There are security guards in the corridor. But you didn't call them." Ma En pushed the iron door behind him tightly. Lu Yujun took a few steps back to the stairs, keeping a sufficient distance from him cautiously, but did not really go to the security guard. "What do you want to do?" Ma En said calmly. "In fact, there is no dangerous observation period at all. You want me to sign the consent form because of Luida, right?" Lu Yujun sneered. "Even if it is, what can you do? Rather than thinking about what I have done, you should worry about your future. Luida has already remembered you. When he leaves the quarantine area, can you survive in front of him? It's better to hurry up. Use the remaining time to prepare your last words." Ma En said with a puzzled look on his face. "When you came to me, I thought the whole thing was strange. If you wanted me to go to the quarantine area, why didn't you tell me directly? You know, to you, I am just an ordinary person with no power or influence. As long as you explain the matter clearly, I will probably give in tactfully, but you didn't do that. In other words, you either want me to die, or you have a reason not to explain the matter clearly, and if it is the latter." He looked at the female doctor calmly. Lu Yujun sensed Ma En's threat. "Yes," she admitted, but her expression did not lose face. "You are right, but even if you tell others, the worst I can do is resign, but this can't change your doomed death. If you don't tell anyone, I can help you take your last words to Qinyun." Dr. Lu said this to remind Ma En that he still had a sister to care about, and also to give him room for bargaining. She didn't expect him to accept his fate. Ma En would definitely want her to help him get out of the hospital. And if he really made such a request, she could deal with him, and even drag him to death. "No," Ma En said, "you mentioned a way to kill Luida's second personality. How to do it?" Lu Yujun was stunned, and then asked in an incredible tone, "You want to kill him? Have you never thought about what kind of revenge your relatives and friends will suffer? Those rich people can achieve their current achievements not by abiding by the law." She looked at the naive guy in front of her with sympathy, and there is no way to kill the second personality. Multiple personality disorder does not work like this. Even if there are examples of recovery, it is not modern medicine that really plays a decisive role. There is no way. She thought she could still see a look of loss on Ma En's face. But on the contrary, his expression seemed much more relaxed. "Thank you," Ma En said with a smile. After that, he left the bewildered Dr. Lu and turned back to the busy corridor, where many patients had gathered to talk about what had just happened. The sound of gunfire caused more than a dozen patients to surround the young doctor who was passing by, and they kept asking all kinds of questions with anger on their faces, trying to dig out every detail of the incident from him to drive away the fear in their hearts. The young doctor suddenly saw Ma En. Then he squeezed through the crowd with difficulty, and walked straight towards Ma En. Suwon. Ma En had seen his photo, and he had a gentle temperament, looking like a young doctor doing research in a college. "Mr. Ma En." He carefully shook off the patient behind him, walked in front of him and said, "You should know that you shouldn't run around casually when encountering such a thing. I am Suwon, your new attending physician." He extended his hand. Ma En shook it. "Hello." Suwon looked to both sides, his eyes quickly swept across the corridor, and he looked like he was looking for something. "Why did you leave the scene?" Dr. Su looked at Ma En again. "I don't think there is any need to stay where I am." He shrugged. "I'm not a normal person either." This reason can't fool the doctor. Suwon reproached with a serious expression, "But I'm not a policeman, I won't ask you questions, but you have to explain what happened. What were you thinking at the time?" "That was a bullet that could take a life." Ma En replied calmly. "It might be due to adrenaline." Suwon turned and walked towards the elevator. "I am worried about your mental state. Excessive calmness may also be a sign of some problems." Ma En followed him. Suwon pressed the arrow pointing to the ceiling. "Fortunately, you are not injured, but Lu Yujun is really insisting on putting this Luida into your team. I will transfer him away immediately." The elevator door slowly closed. "I want to be discharged from the hospital," Ma En said. Dr. Su stopped, staring at Ma En's reflection in the metal of the elevator door, and said in confusion, "What?" Ma En said, "My deal with Dr. Li is confidential. Even Dr. Lu doesn't know about it. Now you have replaced him, and I hope to continue our past cooperation with you. By the way, I don't have any mental problems, and it's not luck that subdued Luida." Suwon blinked, "But the situation is a bit special now." Ma En said expressionlessly, 3 million federal coins. Normally it's not this price, but I'm a bit in a hurry." The elevator fell into silence. He could feel the other party's determination. If he refused directly, Ma En would definitely not give up. But Suwon was unwilling to watch the suitable candidate who took him half a month to find run away, not to mention that the money was meaningless to him. I just took office not long ago, and I haven't figured out the operation in this regard. Suwon explained. In a few days, the consultation time will be here. I will give you an answer then, okay? Mayan nodded slightly. Yes, I hope to hear a plan that satisfies both of us then. Now it seems that this Suwon seems to be able to communicate in a friendly manner, but I don't know how dangerous he is, and what he wants. But the problem must be solved step by step. The elevator stopped. He and Suwon walked out one after another. Also, this matter is related to Dr. Liu. He mentioned casually, and she has some subtle misunderstandings about me. For example, she took my information seriously. And she doesn't understand what real power is, right? Dr. Su. Suwon narrowed his eyes, and looked at Ma's back as he left in silence. Chapter 12. Corridor on the 7th floor. Ma was heading to Luida's ward. He had been in the quarantine area for less than 10 hours before being sent back to the advanced nursing area. The whole thing was as if it had never happened. Even the police did not come to the hospital to investigate. When he called Liu Jun, he was expecting to hear a plan that would allow him to kill his second personality alone, but the answer he got was that there was no such method at all. Ma-en. A hoarse female voice sounded behind him. Just keep walking. The person who spoke was the thin woman who had found him at the beginning. Until now, Ma-en still didn't know the name of the woman who introduced him to Li Fen, and what her identity was. You want to go find Luida? She asked in an unhappy tone, after he just shot you? Yes, he replied. I think I need to see that boy, and it was not him who pulled the trigger, but the devil living in his heart. The woman sneered. You are really kind, but you have already fallen into the quagmire, and you still have the mood to consider other people, and have you forgotten something? What? Ma-en asked back. You still have to help us get Dr. Li's notes. Now your life is no longer your own, she said, as a matter of course. Ma-en stopped. He turned to face the thin woman and looked at her with a puzzled look. What are you talking about? Am I not helping you? Why do you say that I can be ordered by you at will? She didn't expect to hear such an answer. Didn't Ma-en want to live? But she responded quickly. That's exactly what Li Fen said. She looked at Ma-en with contempt, but I don't like the way she does things. If I had the power to choose, you would have trembled in front of me. Ma-en looked her straight in the eye and said, yes, I do want to live, and you have proved that you are not ordinary people. But if you really had the power to decide, I would have walked into Suwon's office and told him that 2 mentally ill people wanted me to steal things. And if I don't go to Luida, can you stop him from bothering me? She didn't answer immediately. If the staff of the action department were here, she might be able to do it, but they were all blocked by the Victor Sanatorium. And if that was the case, there would be no need for her to use Ma-en. What if you go there? Li Fen asked. Can you convince him not to hurt you anymore? I will talk to him about reason. Ma-en threw down this sentence, and then ignored her, and turned around to move in the original direction. Li Fen looked at him suspiciously, wanting to follow him and stop Ma-en, but he had already attracted unnecessary attention by stopping to talk to her, so she had to give up. Dong dong. Who? The boy's cautious voice came from the door. Ma-en said calmly, me? Silence. Click. Luida pushed the door open very carefully, looked at the man standing in front of the door in disbelief, and then lowered his head. I'm sorry, Ma-en. He smiled gently. It's okay, let's go in and talk. He nodded heavily, and quickly made way for Ma-en. This room is not only much more spacious than Ma-en's, but also has the most advanced display screens on the market hanging on the wall, wooden bookshelves and long tables that look very valuable, and a beautiful deerskin carpet at the entrance. Luida walked to the refrigerator on the table. Would you like a drink? No. Ma-en sat down casually. He noticed that a black pistol was lying quietly next to the refrigerator. The boy turned around and stood at a loss against the table, holding the canned drink in his hand with a stiff look. Luida said with guilt, Mr. Ma-en, I am really sorry for what he did to you, and I know that this is also my responsibility. If I get a fair trial, this kind of thing will not happen. I also know that no matter what, I can't make up for the harm you almost suffered, but if you need anything, you can tell me, and I will do my best to satisfy it. The boy's tone is very sincere. This is not your fault, Ma-en said, and I think you are right. This devil must be judged, and I want to tell you something. The boy looked at him with pure eyes. There is no way. Ma-en shook his head with regret. I asked various doctors. Liu Jun lied to you. There is no way to erase the second personality. Elvita showed a surprised expression, and then he realized what Ma-en wanted to say. That is to say. The boy's voice even trembled, "There is no point staying here, my father lied to me." Ma-en looked at him calmly. "What do you think?" Elvita said, "I am willing to sacrifice my life to avenge her, but my father will definitely stop me." Ma-en turned his head to look at the gun on the table. "In my opinion, you have other options." The boy followed Ma-en's gaze, and fell into a brief silence. But he quickly shook his head and stepped back, fell on his bed, and lowered his head with a painful expression. "No, if I die like this, my father will definitely not pay the compensation." Ma-en asked, "What do you mean?" Luita exhaled deeply and explained, "You may not know my father. If I really committed suicide while in hospital, he will definitely refuse to pay them compensation. His lawyer has a lot of ways. No wonder he didn't pay the money for a long time. It turned out that he had expected me to think so." The boy looked at him with a lost look and said, "Xiaomi's parents need this money. Her family is not rich." Ma-en said, "If you are really determined, I can pay the compensation for you." The boy showed a look of surprise. "What? I have money." Ma-en nodded and took out a bank card from his pocket. "There are 30 million in this card. I will give it all to your girlfriend's parents." While speaking, he was still observing Luita's expression. The boy blinked and then shook his head. "No, if you do this, my father will definitely take revenge on you. I can't implicate others." Ma-en looked into his eyes and said, "I don't mind." The boy showed a rejection. "I can't do this, but I will try to convince my father to at least let him transfer me to prison." Interesting. Elvita always said that he wanted to avenge the girl, but when he led the topic to this direction, he listed one reason after another. Maybe he is not as courageous as he claims, or... Chapter 13. What would Ma-en do here? Ning Chong-kong lowered the brim of his black hat, hid his cheeks with a hospital mask, and quietly watched Luita's ward not far away. The girl thought she would see Dr. Su-wen or Liu Yujun, but she didn't expect to see Ma-en here. She wanted to call him, but the thin woman following Ma-en didn't give Ning Chong-kong a chance to go forward, and before she realized it, Ma-en had already gone in. The girl stood up and walked around restlessly. Fortunately, she didn't wait long before Ma-en returned to the corridor, and this time he immediately noticed Ning Chong-kong, who looked very anxious. The two looked at each other for a moment. The girl immediately made up her mind and walked towards Ma-en. "I can't guarantee that what I say next is definitely right," Ning Chong-kong said, "just like I can't be sure if I'm crazy, so don't believe me." Ma-en looked at her and said nothing. The girl continued, "Remember what I said that everyone in my eyes looks different from their real appearance? I think what I see contains some kind of pattern. For example, the 6 symbols I showed you last time are what I saw on you. But it is also possible that these symbols are really in a place related to you, so I will form the corresponding hallucinations. So whether what I see is true or not is up to you to judge. I have seen other patients with multiple personality disorders, and they all have quite obvious characteristics, but I did not see the same characteristics in him, so I suspect that he may not be sick at all. Even if he does, he is not a dual personality." Ning Chong-kong looked at Ma-en nervously, a little worried that he thought he was a lunatic. Ma-en shook his head. "No, I think he is a dual personality." The girl said quickly, "You don't understand. I can see that he has not changed at all, and his breath is also... Tell me, do the symbols I showed have any meaning?" Ma-en said softly, "I talked to Luita. If he is really pretending, we will know in a while." Ning Chong-kong wanted to convince him. "Didn't you notice that last week? The surrounding environment was gradually blurring." Inside the door, Elvita threw the crushed beverage can into the trash can, stood in front of the table with a gloomy look, and stared at the black pistol closely. Unexpectedly, he not only survived, but also planned to kill himself, and even came here to persuade him to commit suicide, but Ma-en's behavior was actually quite ridiculous in his eyes. In fact, many of Luita's words were half true and half false, such as the reason for killing his ex-girlfriend. After all, his father had prepared all the escape routes for him long ago. There were several witnesses who could prove that his abnormality had already been revealed, and Dr. Lee had also completed the falsification of his mental evaluation. There were also friends of his father in the judge and the procuratorate. In this case, why not give it a try? Anyway, this beautiful girl from an ordinary family was not qualified to be his wife, so it was perfect to satisfy his curiosity. He had always wanted to know what it felt like to kill someone. When watching the girl struggling under him, with fear and pain on her face, and begging for mercy desperately, Luita felt stronger than ever. Yes, he will be rich, and will have the power of his father in the future. But compared with killing living people, The power that has not yet been obtained is no longer so tempting. But just when he wanted to continue and enjoy the beautiful things being destroyed by his own hands, Liu Yujun and Ma En disrupted his plan. He had long seen that there was something wrong with Dr. Liu, but Lu Ida still wanted to appreciate her frightened expression, so he did not expose the lies of this beautiful doctor, but he did not expect that he seemed to have offended a not-so-simple character. If what Ma En said was true, it would prove that Liu Yujun's understanding of him was all wrong, that is, his information was likely to be fake. This is also reasonable. Ma En was Dr. Li's patient not long ago. Li Wu is the most reliable doctor in the whole sanatorium. Lu Ida still remembers his father's advice. If you encounter potential danger, call him. Although he did not think that he could not solve Ma En, at most it was a matter of firing a few shots, but if he did not take the initiative to tell his father after encountering such a dangerous person with extraordinary skills, he would be angry. Ma En got a good deal. He had wanted to play with him slowly. Lu Ida stretched out his hand and held the gun. He stared at his arm. What am I doing? Lu Ida wanted to call the nurse, but found that he couldn't open his mouth at all, and even his whole body couldn't move, as if something was restraining him. Woo-woo. He watched his arm lift the heavy pistol, slowly open the safety, and slowly move the muzzle towards his head. No, what is going on? Save me, father. At this moment, Lu Ida suddenly remembered Ma En's words, and his meaning at that time was also very clear. You can still commit suicide. The cold barrel of the gun was against his temple. Only then did his finger touch the trigger. No, spare my life. Can you hear me? I don't want to die. Please let me go. I can do anything. Bang. Ning Chong Kong turned his head and looked behind him. The security guards and caregivers in the corridor all rushed to the direction of the gunshot in panic. They all received orders to watch over and protect Lu Ida. The girl looked back at Ma En, her eyes full of confusion and doubt. Could it be? Ma En showed nostalgia and respect. I said, the boy really has a dual personality. This is the proof. Remember what he said when we first met? I went to him just to ask about the situation, but he said, I want to solve that demon myself. Ning Chong Kong stood there in a daze. The nurses pushed the stretcher past them in a hurry, and the blood slowly spread on the white cloth. Lu Ida was dead. The security guards looked at each other for a few seconds, and then all rushed towards him and the girl. Ma En raised his hands calmly. Then, he was roughly pressed to the ground in front of the girl. Two of the security guards started to search him directly, and another used his body to politely block Ning Chong Kong. A man who looked like a captain stood in front of Ma En, who was restrained by several colleagues, and asked fiercely, What did you do to him? Do you know who you offended? Ma En asked back with a puzzled look on his face. Why did you let a mentally ill person and a deadly firearm stay in the same room? Chapter 14. Su Wen's independent office is quite tidy. There is no garbage anywhere that Ma En can see. There are also several flowers growing in pots on the windowsill. A huge wooden cabinet stands in front of him, behind the office chair, and about 2 meters high, you can see a locked safe. Judging from the richness of the items in the cabinet, these are probably Dr. Li's old things. Didn't anyone take them away? Click. Su Wen reached out to turn off the recording device that was running, and looked up at the young man sitting in the restraint chair. Ma En, he asked with some gloating, why did you go to see him before you did it, in order to make everyone suspect that you have a problem? Ma En sat on the chair and said, I can make him shoot himself in the corridor, and I can also twist your head off with my eyes, so be careful. Su Wen quickly stood up and covered up. I mean, this will cause problems for your discharge. This is one of the reasons why Ma En killed Lu Ida. Secondary countermeasures shows strength. As for why he wanted to meet him, it was naturally to make this matter reasonable in the eyes of a few people. Some people Su Wen didn't need to know. How is the discharge from the hospital? Ma En asked casually, as if he was the one in charge of the interrogation. Su Wen scratched his head. I am handling it, but in fact, even if you were not present when he died, they would definitely put you on the list of suspects. Logically, you are under my full responsibility, but I am new here. It's not that simple. And now it seems that your transaction with my teacher should be private. Other employees in the hospital think you have no money and power, and the vice president asked me to sacrifice you. Teacher? Ma En looked puzzled. Su Wen stepped back and sat at his desk. Before coming here, Dr. Li was a professor at my university. Although he didn't earn as much as he does now, he also had various special businesses, including privately recruiting students. If you want, you can directly study for a doctorate under him. Although he left before I started my graduate studies, what I actually need is not a backdoor, but knowledge. This professor who is obsessed with career advancement is the most accomplished scholar I have ever seen. The young doctor talked about this teacher without any respect in his tone. He is also a good partner, Ma said. At least my past self also chose him. Suwon agreed. Strictly speaking, he was also a good teacher, but unfortunately, after his death, no one would miss him. I went to his funeral, and no one there was really mourning for him. I heard that he had an ex-wife and a daughter he had never met, but they didn't care about the old man's life or death. He didn't mention them in his will that he had prepared long ago. He donated all his wealth, as if he wanted to gain a good reputation. And the illegal ones will stay in the bank forever. As he spoke, Ma's attention was also attracted by the mechanical password lock. He had a vague feeling, an intuition that was not quite reasonable, but worthy of trust. Ma felt that he knew how to open the lock with telekinesis, as if he had done this before. But there is one thing I don't understand. It's not that I care about his life or death. Suwon's voice brought him back to reality, but I still have some doubts about whether he committed suicide. I know the police have come to a conclusion, but maybe the reason for his death is not that simple, after all. There are more than just you and me here. Ma-in replied calmly. I don't care about you, or anyone else, just like I don't care about Luida. If he didn't happen to block my way out of the hospital, I wouldn't be in the mood to care about him. Ma-in's meaning is obvious. As long as he is discharged from the hospital, he is not a threat to anyone. On the contrary, if anyone wants to stop him from leaving. Of course, I'm dealing with this matter, maybe a week. I have to spend some time to convince my superiors. Suwon said quickly, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer by then. And you don't have to pay me, but if possible, I would like to ask you for a little help. Ma-in looked at him. He continued, some people are trying to deal with me, but you also know the characteristics of this place. They can't do it for the time being, and if you notice them, you can tell me. I will repay you too. Ma-in said, if there is no danger for me to do this, then I will tell you, but Dr. Suwon, I have chosen to remain neutral now, if I want to get involved. I will stand on the side that will win, so maybe you would like to see me remain neutral. Suwon smiled confidently. Don't worry, I am much stronger than him. Ma-in said casually, then I will take care of it, or, if you help me get out of the hospital smoothly, I may be able to provide you with some additional help. Suwon replied, okay, then I will take care of it. He didn't believe Ma-in's promise at all. If he was discharged from the hospital, he would definitely forget about himself and others, and would never turn around to help himself. Ma-in said, then. Suwon glanced at the recorder. I will give you a piece of paper, and you just need to read it later. Ma-in smiled. Happy cooperation? Suwon also smiled. Happy cooperation. He now basically understood. This is a trap for him. He took this job at that time because he wanted to use the famous phenomenon of Victor Sanatorium to temporarily stop the pursuers, but now this place has gradually become his own cage. Thinking about it carefully, Liwu died at this time, which was a suspicious coincidence. This was obviously arranged by the company, and he had become a turtle in a jar. But fortunately, he accepted this job, not only because of the characteristics of Victor Sanatorium. Suwon had thought of all the possible risks a long time ago, and it was the resources here that really made him make up his mind. Crazy man. These half-awake, half-crazy lunatics have spiritual power beyond that of ordinary people, and in the Victor Sanatorium, they are like a school of fish in a shallow beach, and dozens of them can be easily caught. And Ma-in, Ning Chong-kong, and Chao Yin are the best ones he has selected. With them, his research can be successfully completed, and by then, no matter whether it is the company or other things, it will be worthless in front of him. The opportunity is fleeting. Chapter 15. Are you sure you have checked it out? Li Fan asked anxiously. I saw Ma-in come out with my own eyes, and the gunshots rang out not long after. And now, he has been proven to have no problems. Are you sure the numbers on the meter are accurate? Is he really an unconscious lunatic, not a second-level telepath? The earphone in the skull said back the company's answer. Of course, the numbers on the mental overflow meter cannot be wrong, unless the target has mastered the method of controlling mental power. If he is a telepath of that level, you can't have the intention of using him in your mind. And we also conducted a secondary investigation of his background. It was very ordinary, without any abnormal problems. His sister, himself, and life trajectories are all searchable. If you are still worried, I can also help you apply for technical support for mind isolation, but the company may not approve it. Li Fan asked sharply, after I shoot myself in the head, will you put a steel plate in it? No, I want to apply for the use of a triggered biological information bomb, which is specially used to deal with telepaths, otherwise I can't continue to work with peace of mind. The company specialist replied, Manager Li, you should know better than me that this is impossible. The assassination team has not successfully entered the sanatorium. Where did the information bomb come from? She replied calmly. It is impossible that the company has not deployed commercial spies here. The target of this mission should be worth taking action. The probability of his exposure will not exceed 10%. Wait a minute. The other party replied. Leifin breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Fortunately, it was a telepath. If Maan had shown other abilities, she might have been thinking about how to screw up this project, but the company is particularly good at dealing with telepaths of level 1 and 2. Because there is a powerful level 3 telepath in the leadership of the company's design department, he has led the development of dozens of products specifically for dealing with telepaths. There are rumors that he has mastered the method of dealing with telepaths of the same level. But no one will give such a secret to others, so this will always be just a rumor. A few minutes later. Creak. A hand turned the handle and pushed the door open. But she remembered that the door was locked. An ordinary-looking man walked in. She stood up in a hurry and said in a panic, Manager Liu, I didn't expect you to come here in person. Manager Liu smiled at her. I didn't expect to hear the company's employees gossiping about me when I first came. I really don't know how to deal with telepaths of similar level to me. Everyone has their own proud skills. And I didn't come either. She suddenly understood the meaning of this sentence. Manager Liu didn't close the door after he came in, but now the door is tightly closed. He sat down casually. Yes, I'm not here. The action of pushing the door is to allow your brain to smoothly receive the information that I am here. We have received your application. The company approved you, so I came here to make the information bomb you want. If he is really a telepath, he will definitely be hit. The premise is that he is slightly weaker than him. Although Manager Liu did not admit Leifin's idea, he was actually quite confident in his ability. Facing any telepath of the same level was not a problem for him. Leifin suddenly reacted. You are here? Victor Sanatorium cannot be entered and exited normally. He shook his head. No, it is indeed impossible to enter and exit here at will, but in the spiritual level, that is, in the world I live in, this iron law has been tampered with. In the spiritual world not long ago, the spiritual wall of the sanatorium was forcibly created with a gap under the influence of some terrifying force. This is most likely the result of a telepath, who is much stronger than me forcibly entering here. He is at least a 4th level ability user. And this will result in a short period of time, at least 2 months, the spiritual entity will have the ability to enter and exit the sanatorium freely, but our physical body still cannot cross this rule. Of course, I finally decided to come here after I learned that many of my colleagues had successfully entered and exited. Leifin said in shock. The power of the sanatorium has actually faded. Now this place is already a recognized forbidden place for people with special abilities in Dongsansu, so it is not easy for the company to find employees willing to do this project, otherwise her application would not be approved. Do you really think he is a telepath? Manager Liu asked curiously. Leifin didn't think it was possible to hide the truth from him. In fact, I think it is unlikely. But if it is true, wouldn't I have died in vain, and our company has so many things to deal with people with special abilities. He nodded slightly, then pointed to Leifin's side. A little white mouse was lying on the quilt. I have implanted a deadly amount of information in it. Put it in your shirt pocket. If anyone telepathically senses you, the bomb will be triggered, and those mental garbage will instantly turn him into a vegetable. Besides, I will go to see him in person in case there is any other situation. After saying this, Manager Liu disappeared without saying hello. His spiritual body appeared in front of Maan's room in the blink of an eye, or he appeared in the brains of several creatures who could see here at the same time. If the other party is a telepath, the two eyes will sense each other when they meet. Manager Liu pushed open the door and entered Maan's visual system. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed, and several metal coins were suspended in front of him. They crossed dangerously in the air, turning into an exquisite and beautiful pattern. No, they were wrong. It's not a telepath. Manager Liu was startled, and then he felt that he was swept by the peripheral vision of Ma and who closed his eyes. And it's not just telekinesis, he has to tell the company that this is a more valuable target than Suwon, if he can recruit him as a colleague. Ma opened his eyes, with a puzzled look on his face. But before Ma noticed him, he saw the gap in the wall. Ward 721. Leifin stuffed the little mouse into her shirt pocket. How is it? Is the information bomb in place? Asked the company's specialist. She replied, well, I was just worried that there would be no information bombs in the sanatorium. The other side smiled and replied, how is it possible? We have several boxes of this thing. It's strange. Where did the company get something that can deal with telepaths? There are even several items that are their best-selling products, And props like information bombs that have no production methods. There are also a lot of stocks in the warehouse. Just like this little white mouse somehow ended up in his arms. The company's secrets are endless. Chapter 16. Martin blinked. He felt like he had forgotten something. Then, he no longer remembered this feeling. Bang! As the crisp sound echoed between the walls, 2 coins fell on the soft quilt, and then other coins fell like raindrops. They collided together, just as Martin expected. He didn't remember anything, but he knew that this was a signal. When these coins that were running on complex trajectories, and had no room for error fell heavily, it meant. Wait, what does it mean? Martin held his forehead with an uncomfortable expression, and struggled to dig out the information that no longer existed in his mind. This was an almost impossible task. Fortunately, he had done this before, a long time ago. This seemed meant. He failed to maintain concentration. This coin track system was a countermeasure that Martin had thought of in the past few days. These coins would frequently pass by each other in the air under the control of telekinesis, and if he suddenly lost his mind, the entire track system would be in chaos. This indicates that the unmemorable attacked him. Originally, Martin was still thinking that if he could miniaturize this reminder device to the point where he could carry it with him, it might help him deal with the unmemorable. But he obviously took it for granted. Even though he already had a reminder device, he almost didn't realize the influence from the unmemorable just now. But he is still alive now. There must be a reason? Could it be that this thing scared him away? After all, if he can think of using telekinesis to make a reminder device now, his past self must be able to do it, and he will only do it better. It is very likely that the unmemorable who just came over has seen this thing before. In his prime, he would have been able to come up with a better plan, but even he couldn't kill the unmemory. Thinking of this, Martin's heart sank. This information was announcing a fact. He had no chance of defeating the unmemory. On the bright side, the unmemory was at least afraid of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have retreated when he saw the reminder device. He had to be discharged from the hospital before it was too late. Martin controlled the coin to fall into his pocket, and stood up, and walked out under the gaze of the dead on the wall. He hadn't taken a few steps, when he heard a familiar voice. "How did you do it?" The suspicious woman asked behind him. "Are you hiding something from us?" It's not a smart move to deceive company employees. Company? Is this the code name of Leifen's organization? Go to 721. She didn't expect Ma-En to answer after she left the warning. "Leifen is waiting for you." After that, she slipped into the crowd behind him like a flexible reptile, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ma-En maintained the original direction. He stopped in front of the door of 625. Dong dong. After a few seconds, Ning Chong Kong opened the door slightly with a vigilant look. "Ma-En?" Her expression relaxed, and she made way naturally. "Come in." Ma-En walked in. "If you don't want to talk about Luida." The girl turned around casually and walked to her desk, hugging the back of the chair and sitting down. "Then I cannot ask. I don't think you come here to kill people. You seem to be too unguarded against me," Ma-En said with a curious face. Now Ma-En can be sure that Ning Chong Kong is also a person with abilities, and her age in her eyes is also close to the real number. The girl was stunned for a few seconds. Then she shrugged. "Although you may think this is perfunctory, the truth is that I have mental problems. I can't overcome my emotions." She could feel the tranquility emanating from Ma-En. "They have meaning." He sat down opposite the girl. "The symbols you showed me, but I can't tell you what they mean. And you shouldn't have seen them in theory. It seems that I didn't know her in the past." Ning Chong Kong restrained his emotions and nodded. "Good, this means I'm not crazy. To be honest, it's hard for me to be sure whether this sentence is an auditory hallucination. Maybe I'm talking to myself, or I have seen those symbols, but you don't remember them." Ma-En understood the girl's concerns. "You are afraid that what you see is fake, right?" She nodded slightly. "Yes, after all, that's what the doctor said. Although I feel that what I see and feel has some deep connection. All mental patients feel this way, don't they?" "You are very rational," Ma-En said, "but we call this phenomenon clairvoyance." "What did Leifen say?" "It is a revelation of the nature of reality, and because of your instability and inability to prove yourself, it is easy to doubt that you are crazy. This is precisely because you are not crazy. A real madman will not doubt himself all day long." The girl pondered for a while. She nodded calmly. "I understand." "You don't look happy," Ma-En asked gently. Ning Chong Kong exhaled a long breath. "In fact, I hope I am crazy, because it means there is still a possibility of returning to the past, but in any case, seeing the truth is far better than living in a lie." "Mr. Ma-En, I'm sorry. Actually, I've noticed your unusualness a long time ago." She was revealing the reason for finding herself. Ma leaned back slightly, puzzled. Didn't you help me so much? Besides, how can you be sure that when I accepted your invitation to go with you, I didn't have an intention that you absolutely couldn't imagine? This was also the main reason for his coming here, to repay Ning Chongkung's help. Did he repay others' kindness before? Ma didn't remember. But it didn't matter. The girl smiled. Thank you. Ma said, since you are not crazy, I suggest you hurry up and leave the hospital. This place is not suitable for retirement. She shook her head. I moved in for a reason, but Mr. Ma, since it's all said and done, is there anyone you pay special attention to? Maybe I can tell you what they look like in my eyes. Ma blinked. He was not polite. What does Dr. Su look like? Ning Chongkong recalled. A handsome man wearing glasses, a white doctor's coat, and a white tattoo on his face. This probably doesn't match his normal appearance, right? Ma nodded. Also, the girl added, he gave me a very cold feeling. She didn't explain how this feeling came about. In addition to him, let me also talk about the woman who went with you to see Luida. Ma asked, the thin woman? No. The girl shook her head in confusion. In my eyes, she has a good figure, like a beautiful woman in her 30s. Do you need me to draw her? Ma looked at her in confusion. Ning Chongkong pointed to the drawer. I have learned sketching, a very professional one. After all, I have this ability. Chapter 17. Ma stood in front of the door of Ward 721, recalling Ning Chongkung's painting. She was a beautiful woman in her 30s, and her dress was basically the same as what Ma saw, but there was no other information. Click. Li Fen looked at Ma with some surprise, but immediately showed a serious expression. What did you do? Her tone was much gentler than when she was downstairs. Ma said, he committed suicide, and it was his own will. Have you seen Luida before? She said, I haven't seen him, but I know that not long after you left his room, Luida shot himself in the head. If you insist that this has nothing to do with you, Ma you can tell me what happened. Our company will not report its employees and partners, and that bastard deserves it. He shook his head. No, if you ask Dr. Liu, you will know that Luida mentioned that he wanted to kill his second personality when we first met, but you were right. I did not do nothing. Li Fen showed an encouraging look. He talked to me and expressed his intention to commit suicide. Ma replied, and I just pushed him. Really? She answered with some confusion. If what Ma said is true, it means that all this is just his good luck. He has been in for half a minute, but he has not foamed at the mouth and fallen to the ground. At least it proves that Ma has not used telepathy on him yet. No, I have to say something that will make him pay attention and see if there is any unusual reaction. If that's the case, Li Fen said, we can continue with the original plan. You have been to Su Wen's office and have seen the safe, right? Ma asked doubtfully, are you talking about the one that is particularly conspicuous on the cabinet? She nodded, yes, but don't underestimate it. There is a reason why Dr. Li didn't hide it. This safe is not the kind of thing you can buy with money. It is much more difficult to crack than you can imagine, and no matter who wants to force it open, the things inside will be automatically destroyed. This is why Su Wen hasn't got the notebook yet. In theory, your former attending physician could never buy the safe. It is probably an accident that this thing fell into his hands. There are always competitors of the company who do not abide by the agreement. At this point, she took out a small metal object. This thing has a complex mechanical structure and looks a bit like some weird spider, but it also has the temperament of modern industry. This is a special lockpick. Li Fen said, you just press it on the combination lock, and it will open the safe in 3 minutes. You just put your hand in and take out the notebook. In addition, it has some other functions, but Ma doesn't need to know. He took it, but how can I? Li Fen said, we can solve this problem. When the time comes, you will know it naturally. He hasn't performed telepathy yet. Is it really that I think too much? However, as long as the information bomb is not triggered, it proves that my brain has not been invaded. Now it seems that Ma is basically no longer a telepath. I can rest assured. Ma looked puzzled. I have a question. What exactly is that thing that can deal with Su Wen? Li Fen said, this is a trade secret, but I can assure you that the thing inside can definitely kill Su Wen. This is the conclusion given by colleagues in the forecasting department. Their main energy is basically to help the company avoid various problems, and occasionally predict the direction of the stock market. If it were not for the characteristics of Victor Sanatorium, the company would rather send several times more people than divide the important resources of the forecasting department. Then can I ask? Ma continued, what bad things did Su Wen do? What special abilities does he have? And why do you want to deal with him? It sounds like a question that you would have when you just come into contact with the abnormal world. Leifan replied in a relaxed mood. Suwon killed more than a dozen people before he was admitted to the hospital, and Dr. Lee was also killed by him because he wanted to get the position of his former teacher. It doesn't matter what he can do. You just need to know that he is dangerous to you, and I can easily deal with him. That's enough. The real problem is not how dangerous Suwon is. No matter how difficult the enemy is, it won't be a problem as long as there are enough reinforcements. But Victor Sanatorium is different. Why does he want to get this position? Mon asked, isn't he a capable person? In her message, she mentioned the abnormality of the sanatorium itself, but did not explain the specific reason. Leifan explained, because there is a rule here that patients cannot attack doctors, and that's why I didn't go directly to Suwon's office and kill him. If she attacked Suwon by surprise, she would have a good chance of subduing him. But before she did, she would be eaten by Victor Sanatorium. Doctors and patients cannot attack each other, which is one of the rules set by Victor when he founded this hospital. Unless other employees of the company can apply for positions in the sanatorium, they will have to use laws and rules to force Suwon to leave the hospital. Colleagues in the prophecy department believe that Dr. Lee has some evidence that is enough to deal with Suwon. Ma-in also remembered. The second message she left reads, it is best not to resist the doctor's arrangements. You and he need to abide by the rules set by Victor. But judging from the tone of the message, the past self did not seem particularly afraid. Is this because doctors also have to abide by the rules of the Victor Sanatorium? Leifan exaggerated and said, and I have heard that the souls of patients and doctors who did not abide by the rules were all trapped in the Victor Sanatorium and could never find peace. If there is anything else you want to know, I can tell you slowly after this matter is settled. But Ma-in did not intend to stop there. What about you? What are you? This is a good question. Should I tell Ma-in that the East Federation biopharmaceutical company she belongs to is the world's top abnormal drug dealer, not only with commercial spies, who can change their appearance in various industries, but also the products sold directly or indirectly cause countless human tragedies? Of course not. Leifan smiled and said, I can't answer this question for you for the time being, but you will know the answer soon. After he is no longer useful. Chapter 18. The corridor on the 9th floor. Suwon sat on the bench politely, staring at the sign opposite that said director's office. The new director had been in office for a shorter time than most of the hospital's employees. He was parachuted in when the previous director retired a year and a half ago. However, several vice directors not only did not have any complaints about the appearance of this new leader, but also showed considerable respect. The current director rarely appeared in public, so Suwon had not actually met him. All he knew was that the director was a male human in his 30s. If it were not for the fact that the application for new treatment plans had to be approved by him, Suwon might never have had the opportunity to meet him. There was actually nothing wrong with Ma-in's request. Normally, if he wanted to prevent Ma-in from being discharged from the hospital, he would have to fight against the company, and this person with unknown ability at the same time. No sensible person would do such a stupid thing. But unfortunately, Ma-in did not fully understand the situation. It was not his fault. After all, not everyone could imagine what they were going to do. Victor Sanatorium has a special property, that is, staff and patients cannot attack each other, and anyone who attempts to violate the rules will be punished by unknown punishment. Therefore, Ma-in does not have to worry about any staff crossing the line, and Suwon is not afraid that he will really twist his head off with telekinesis. This is the premise for both parties to trade smoothly. But unfortunately, those people with limited abilities in the past did not have the status that Suwon has now. He is an expert in psychology and psychiatry. A considerable part of the modern treatment methods for mental illness are accompanied by various side effects. In the era when Victor Sanatorium was first established, most treatment methods had strong side effects, but doctors at that time could still use them on patients. Therefore, he can also express what he originally wanted to do with a treatment plan, and most importantly, it can indeed cure patients, although not in the way they expect. Click. An old man with white hair walked out of the office. He glanced at Suwon with a strange expression. Go in. Okay. Suwon stood up, Vice Dean Lin. The two passed by. The door closed heavily. The dean was leaning on his black sofa chair, staring at the wall behind Suwon absent-mindedly, as if his sight could see through the steel and concrete. Suwon stood in front of him for 2 minutes. Dean? He finally couldn't help it. Ah? The man suddenly looked at Suwon, acting as if he was really distracted just now. I didn't notice you coming in. By the way, what's the matter? Suwon looked down at the document spread out on his desk. I proposed a new treatment plan. I want to treat several patients who are more suitable for the treatment first. Of course, all the tests have been put into use before I joined the company. I have given you all the information. The dean just looked at him. Suwon paused. Have you read the document? It mentioned a compound extracted from a fungus, and its various positive effects on patients with mental illness. All the contents in the document are true and can be reproduced. He just concealed some insignificant facts. Oh, the document. The dean nodded and said, yes, I have read it. There is no problem. He casually pulled out a piece of paper from the desk and pushed it in front of Suwon and stamped the signature on it. Suwon took it in a daze. Dean, I also want to apply directly for treatment of 3 patients. Here is their information. Suwon took out 3 documents that had been prepared long ago from his arms. Ma En, Ning Chong Kong Chao Yin. The dean said without even looking at it, I know. You may need. Suwon reminded, sign it. The dean suddenly realized and said, you are right. He signed it. Suwon breathed a sigh of relief. He did not expect things to be so simple. In fact, if there was no other way to go, he might really let Ma En leave the hospital smoothly, because he looked really dangerous. But the company's minions have found him. At this time, the appearance of a powerful person like Ma En is good news for him. It means sufficient combat power. But now Suwon is very glad that he did not let Ma En leave the hospital. But now everything is different. No matter how strong Ma En is outside, he is no different from other patients in the sanatorium. They are all his nourishment. The company employee hiding behind a patient, he did not actively look for him in the past because he did not have the confidence to win in a direct contact. But now it is different. Now it is his turn. Suwon showed a confident smile. Then I will go first, Dean. The dean did not answer. Because he did not see Suwon. Something blocked his sight. The dean could see something standing in front of him, but it was difficult to describe what it was. It looked like the reflection of a behemoth, but this was definitely not the answer. What was it? Wait, it seemed to be nothing. He blinked. The dean lowered his head in confusion and looked at the table in front of him. Why was he here? He reached out and flipped through the documents on the table, and then he remembered. He seemed to be trapped by something. But what was it? Forget it. It is probably not an important matter. In a place where he could see it if he lowered his head. A notebook that had just been opened was spread out on the table, with a line of messy black handwriting on it. Remember, you are trying to escape from here. Chapter 19. Ma En sat happily on the sofa chair, with the locked safe just in front of him, but he had no interest in what was inside. Because he was about to be discharged from the hospital. Click. Suwon pushed the door open and walked in. Sorry, I'm a little busy recently. Nothing. Ma En was in a very good mood. The young doctor walked to the desk and sat down, sorted out the documents in his hand, and then smiled at Ma En. There is news about your discharge, and it will be done next week. Ma En paused. But Suwon hadn't finished. However, due to Luida's problem, all other members of your mutual aid group have to change their treatment plans, and may have to take 2 injections, both of which have no side effects. Are you kidding me? Ma En asked coldly. Suwon quickly explained. Really, your discharge is already on the schedule. I can find the information for you. Ma En narrowed his eyes slightly. New treatment plan, just before I am discharged. If I were you, I would take this opportunity to kill me. Do you think I would believe you? Suwon shrugged indifferently. I have tried my best, or you can talk to the dean yourself, but I don't think he will easily agree to the request of a mental patient. Ma En looked puzzled and said, Don't you understand? If you don't want to help me with the discharge procedures, I can always change a new doctor. Suwon put away his smile. You know, threats that cannot be realized can only reflect your fear. I know very well how Victor Sanatorium works. Patients cannot attack doctors. Similarly, I cannot attack you. Why are you so scared? Ma En's body leaned back comfortably. He knew the rule, so a simple threat was useless. He said slowly, This is the point. I have a way to bypass this rule and kill you. I want to do it now, but I don't have time to waste. You don't understand why I want to leave. Either I leave the hospital smoothly today, or... Suwon was staring at Ma En's face the whole time. But he didn't see any trace of fear or worry. Actually, I shouldn't go against you, Mr. Ma En. The young doctor praised falsely. I almost retreated, but there is a problem. First of all, I am not afraid of death, and secondly, you can't kill me. Maybe you can flatten the head of this body, and tear the heart apart, but it doesn't make any sense. Because I am not Suwon. Ma En raised his hand. A coin slipped out of his pocket, and floated in front of Su-Wen. He snapped his fingers. Then, the coin turned into imperceptible metal dust. You mean? Ma-En asked, even if I turn your whole body into powder, you can't die? Su-Wen's smile froze. But he immediately reacted, you can't do anything to me. If a person with your ability really has a way to kill me, you can't bear to do it. Now Su-Wen began to feel lucky that he met him at the Victor Sanatorium. If it weren't here, he would have no chance to gain the upper hand in front of him. Under other circumstances, he would have definitely let Ma-En leave the hospital, but Su-Wen knew that he had no way out. Su-Wen showed a winner's smile. Don't worry, what I do to you won't be more terrible than death. In fact, this sentence is also a reflection of himself. If Ma-En really has the ability to kill himself, the final outcome will not be more terrible than falling into the hands of the company, so what reason is there not to gamble? Ma-En shook his head. It seems that you have made a choice. The secondary countermeasures are no longer useful. Thinking from another perspective, Su-Wen would not take the risk to oppose himself without hatred and interests, which means that there must be some reason that he does not understand driving this other party. I really can't kill Su-Wen. But as the young doctor once said, there are more than 2 people with abilities in this hospital. The key to the final countermeasure is not to leave any clues. When the 2 sides were in a stalemate. Dong dong. Is Dr. Su here? Liu Yujin's voice came from outside the door. She pushed the door open and walked in, looking at Su-Wen with an urgent look. Dr. Su, I have something to tell you. After that, Dr. Liu glanced at Ma-En, suggesting that it was not appropriate to say it in front of him. Su-Wen stood up, looked outside the door, and said, Ma-En, think about it again. After that, he walked out, pretending that he didn't believe that Ma-En could deal with him at all. Click. The door was closed by Dr. Liu. Ma-En stood up. He walked straight to the safe, and did not take out the lock opener given by Li Fen, but raised his hand casually. After a complex mechanical operation sound, the lock opened. The inside of the safe was divided into 3 layers. At the bottom were 2 piles of gold bars, a few black bags, and some other hard currencies. In the middle were several stacks of bank cards, a will that had never been used, and some scattered things. At the top was a notebook alone. Ma-En took it down, closed the safe, and returned to his seat to read it. The first thing he saw was Dr. Li's transaction record, and as he read on, Ma-En's name gradually appeared, and there were also comments on each client. Dr. Li's earliest impression seemed to be a young man, with so much money from nowhere, and he also mentioned that he should be cautious in trading with such clients. Then, Ma-En suddenly realized that almost 1/3 of the transactions in the record had his name, and the total amount was even close to 100 million, which was several times more than all the other patients combined. It seemed that they were not ordinary customers and doctors at all, but some kind of closer cooperative relationship. There were more than a dozen blank pages behind the transaction record, followed by a page of warnings. These contents were basically aimed at doctors, and most of them were ordinary suggestions, but there were several possibly special contents mixed in. If any doctor sees this, and I'm already dead, please remember the following. Don't use violence against patients. Doctors should not enter the intensive care unit between 3 and 4 in the morning, except for overtime. Don't offend patients named Ma-En. Don't contact the dean. He finally turned to the last page. The hypnosis treatment will be carried out this afternoon. May the Almighty Returner bless me, and let the treatment be completed smoothly. Suddenly Ma-En turned his head, and looked out the window. A black figure cut through the dull air, and fell heavily to the ground. He stood up, and walked to the window. He is not only too greedy. Ma-En heard his own voice, but also has no fear of danger. Don't make the same mistake. Dr. Li, who was lying in the garden, was looking at the place where Ma-En was standing now with his eyes wide open. His face was full of reluctance. Ma-En closed his eyes, and drove the churning memories out of his mind. As he opened his eyes again, the scene outside the window returned to its usual tranquility and peace. Ma-En's fingers brushed lightly across the side of the notebook, letting the last few pages disappear with his memories. Chapter 20. No. This notebook not only does not mention Su-Wen, but it also contains all his transaction records. How can he use it to deal with Dr. Su? Could it be that Li Fen's method is to use this as evidence to force himself, and Su-Wen to lose both? But this is not reasonable. If so, she would not have given herself the opportunity to get the notebook, and even if she really got the notebook, Ma-En would not be able to restrain her hands. Besides, he just couldn't do anything to the doctor. But thinking of this, there is something that Ma-En can't understand. He killed Dr. Li, which also means that he really knew how to bypass the rules to deal with doctors in the past. How did he do it? While he was thinking, The footsteps of a young woman came from outside the corridor. Ma turned and stood up. The door was pushed open from the outside to the inside. It was Ning Chong-kong who walked in. I saw Dr. Su just went out, so I thought I could come in and tell you something. She didn't say that she was actually secretly following Ma In, using his aura to isolate other emotions. Did he tell you too? The girl asked you, me, and Chao Yin were all selected for the new treatment plan. This list makes me feel a little suspicious. Ma In nodded slightly. You are right. I suggest you leave the hospital immediately. The girl said with a depressed look. Well, but this is also a little difficult for me. She seemed to be hesitant. Ma In looked at her patiently. The girl paused, and finally mustered up the courage to say, it's like this. In fact, the world I saw after I was born is different from that of others, so I have never even seen the real world, but in the first 10 years of my life, I was not troubled by it. Well, actually there are still some minor problems, but that doesn't affect my survival. Mental problems are not the real reason why I live here. Ma In cooperated and asked, what is that? She looked sad. It's hard for me to explain this feeling. It happened one morning. When I finished washing and walked into the restaurant, I was surprised to see two monsters I had never seen sitting in the usual seats of my parents. Then, they talked to me in a tone very similar to my parents. Can you imagine how I endured the fear and held on at that time? I have never been so eager not to have this ability. Mr. Ma In, I know you are not ordinary, and you may know these things far better than me. I would like to ask you to help me figure out what is going on. You can ask for any reward. I can afford it. Ma In looked apologetic. Sorry. The girl's plea froze instantly. Deep despair instantly overwhelmed her, but she quickly and skillfully sorted out her emotions. The girl raised her mouth again and smiled as much as possible. Well, I understand. Ma In replied, you help me. If you need anything else, such as some money or killing a few ordinary bad guys, you can always call me. But I really can't help you with this matter. In fact, I am in trouble. If it were easy for him, Ma In would not mind repaying the girl's help, but now, he not only has no ability to judge the degree of danger, but he is also facing several different difficulties. The unmemorable, Su Wen and Li Fin, and the things that made him hide here. Ning Chong-kong closed his eyes, and took a few deep breaths. In fact, according to her personality, it is basically impossible for her to ask for help from someone she has known for less than a month. Now that she thinks about it, it must be the calm aura of Ma In that gave her an illusion. In fact, they only have a few interactions. I should say sorry. The girl shook her head. No matter what the result is, making such an excessive request is a nuisance to others. Ma In thought for a while and asked, have they tried to hurt you? Ning Chong-kong denied. No, but they look quite scary, just like the devil in the legend. Demon? Ma In asked, have you seen an angel? The girl blinked in confusion. What? Nothing. Ma In said quickly, I'm just a little curious. A faint hope emerged in the girl's heart. Do you know what's going on? Did they kill my parents? I can buy this information. Don't let them know you can see it. Ma In answered her with the warning on the message. Whether it's an angel or a devil, since they have no intention of hurting you, it's better to take the money and leave here directly, find a quiet town and start your life again. What about my parents? The girl asked back. Forget about them. Ma In suggested, sometimes it's important to realize that you can't solve all problems. Think about it, if your parents were still alive, they would definitely hope that their daughter could get over the past and live healthily. Unlike when he talked to Luida, this time Ma In was sincere. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your advice. Ning Chong-kong nodded firmly. They are my parents, so they would definitely hope that I can live. And I will definitely insist on revenge for them, because I am their daughter. Ma In understood. If you want to avenge them, he suggested seriously, it's best to leave before the new treatment begins. I don't know what Su Wen wants to do, but it's definitely not a good thing. I will try to refuse him, but I can't leave here now. With my parents? The girl nodded. With my parents' past personalities, they can't let me leave their side, especially under the premise that I claim to have mental illness. Although they have many problems with details, overall these two demons are still trying their best to imitate my parents' behavior. I suspect they want to replace him. Ning Chong-kong, who calmed down, actually thought this was not bad. Although he failed to achieve his original goal, at least he had a friend to talk to and understand these problems. Whether Ma In regarded her as a friend or not, at least the girl thought he was her friend. Also, I almost forgot. The girl, who had completely calmed down, said in a normal tone, the woman Su Wen followed out just now. Ma In nodded. Well, thank you. Ning Chongkong smiled normally. It's okay, you don't have to worry about what happened just now. I can definitely think of a way. I have other things to do, so I leave first. After watching her walk out, Ma En returned to his original position and waited for the young doctor to come back. But he didn't wait. Chapter 21. Chao Yin is dead. A silver dagger inlaid with sapphires fell on the floor of the bedroom, and she lay on the bed with a happy face, and the bright red blood fell on the wall and quilt like raindrops. This was suicide, and the doctors also found that she did not take medicine on time at all. Before her death, she was probably in a crazy delusion that others could not understand. Fortunately, no one outside the hospital cared about her life or death, so the whole thing was quickly settled. In front of Ward 721, Ma En pushed the door open directly. But there was no one inside. He turned back to the corridor and walked a few steps, and saw the thin woman who could change her appearance standing next to the stairwell more than 10 meters away in front of him. She glanced at Ma En, turned and walked into the stairwell. Ma En followed. When he pushed the door open, he saw the woman standing on the stairs looking down at him. Did you get the things? I got them, Ma En replied. But the lockpick didn't respond? She suppressed her doubts in her heart. Is it on you? Yes, Ma En said. Su-Wen mentioned a new treatment plan. Do you know what's going on? The thin woman grinned. He is going to do it to you, but don't worry, now he can't gather the number of lunatics he needs. You, Ning Chongkong, and Chao Yin are all his targets. Ma En asked, You killed Chao Yin? The woman smiled and said, No, I didn't kill her, I just made up a beautiful lie, and she willingly drowned herself. Ma En said, I want to be discharged from the hospital. The woman sneered and said, You know, I originally wanted to kill you. The three of you will become Su-Wen's strength in the future. Killing anyone is in the interests of the company. Li Fan asked me to spare your life, so I let Chao Yin die for you. Now, hand over the things. Ma En tilted her head slightly. She was different from Su-Wen. This company was not just a few people. If she exposed her power in front of them, it would probably mean that the entire company would know about her existence. Ma En didn't know what harm this would cause to her, but looking at her message, it would be better to make others think she was a mental patient. You mean even if I gave you something? Ma En said, You wouldn't help me get out of the hospital. The woman shrugged. We will kill Su-Wen, and you can try to hold on until he dies, Ma En. This is your only chance. She was too lazy to talk nonsense. The woman walked down a step. Maybe I do. After saying that, Ma En took a step back. Back to the spacious and bright corridor. He adjusted his collar a little irritably, turned around and walked towards the end of the corridor, walked quickly into the closing elevator, and pressed the 6th floor button neatly. Now he has 3 options. Help the company kill Su-Wen, find a way to make Su-Wen retreat, or remember how to kill the doctor. When he got the notebook, he remembered some fragmented memories. Maybe contacting something meaningful to his past self can help him remember the past, and the first thing Ma En thought of was his identity. Director of the Abnormal Control Bureau. The message only mentioned that there was an employee passage for the Control Bureau in the ward on the 2nd underground floor, but did not say how to get there, or whether there were other ways to enter. He did try to imagine himself being summoned to the Abnormal Control Bureau, but it was completely useless. Ma En answered his room. Click. You brought your notebook with you? Li Fan was sitting on his bed, and the cabinets around him also showed signs of being turned over. I'm sorry for touching your things, but I want to take them and leave. All the valuable things were on him. Ma En closed the door behind him. I met your colleague. Li Fan said, I don't like her, but we are the only company members who sneaked into the sanatorium, so I don't have other partners. Don't worry about what she said, I'm the one who makes the decision. There are always 2 ways to work. Ma En said, I've read the book, and there is nothing in it that can deal with Su-Wen. Li Fan stretched out her hand. Let me see. But Ma En didn't hand it over. I want to ask, how do you know he can deal with Su-Wen? Li Fan said frankly, I don't know, but the company must know that this is a task given to me by my superiors. Ma En asked, Can you deal with him before he uses the new treatment on me? How are you going to do it? Li Fan said gently, I can't tell you anything before I get the notebook. She still kept stretching her hand. Ma En handed over the thin notebook. His name was no longer in it. Li Fan took it with a smile, lowered her head, and looked at the cover for a few times, and then she was sure that this was what the forecast department said. She opened the first page with a smile. Very good, the transaction record. There must be evidence that Su-Wen got the position, which can make him lose his identity as a doctor, and without this, it would be easy for us to deal with him. But as she continued to flip through the pages, Her expression became more and more unpleasant. This is just an ordinary record of bribery. She raised her head and looked at Ma En with a faint anger in his eyes, and asked unhappily, "Are you sure this is it? If we didn't have the notebook, you would definitely die in his hands. To be honest, the new treatment plan will indeed kill the patient. It won't do you any good to hide it." Ma En said sincerely, "There is only this in the safe." Li Fen's face turned cold. There are only two possibilities: either Ma En lied, or this notebook can really kill Su Wen, but in a way that he can't use and use. Then there is no way. She said coldly, "If this notebook doesn't work, I can only wait for the company's reinforcements, and you can only wait to die." Ma En asked doubtfully, "Are you sure there is no other way? If Li Fen really can't provide any other help, then she is useless." She shrugged. "Maybe you can try to stab Su Wen with a knife, and then you will disappear quietly in some incomprehensible way, and no one will mention them. Only cold numbers can prove that they were once alive. But I heard that those who cross the border will not die, but will wander forever in the underground of the hospital, which is full of bloodthirsty ghosts, but maybe you can find a way out." When she said this at last, there was a bit of sarcasm in her tone. Ma En was just a low-level lunatic. If he was trapped underground, he could only become one of the crazy ghosts. Underground? "Thank you, Miss Li Fen." He looked at Li Fen and said, but the other party just stood up expressionlessly and walked out. Now Ma En is no longer worth her saliva. Unfortunately, the other party does not know that some things are far more terrifying than death. But for her, as long as Ma En does not fall into Su Wen's hands, she has enough time to wait for the company's support. These lunatics are no different from other mortals. They are all cheap renewable resources. Chapter 22. Morning. Ma En and Ning Chong Kong are both scheduled in the afternoon. The young doctor said to his deputy Liu Yujun, "You go find a few security personnel and wait for them outside the door on the 3rd floor." Liu Yujun nodded. "I know that there are often patients from the general area coming in and out of the 3rd floor." He smiled and nodded. "Yes, we have to protect these patients." Facts have proved that his judgment was correct in the end. Ma En was indeed bluffing. He did not arrange for the other party to be discharged from the hospital, and he lived to the next day. But now Ma En is no longer his most important thing. "Remember the things I told you?" After he finished speaking to Liu Yujun, he stood up and left the office. The elevator slowly rose. The young doctor stopped steadily in front of the door of Ward 721. "Push the door." "Hello, the lackey of East Federal Pharmaceutical," Su Wen said to the beautiful woman who was reading with a smile. Li Fen turned her head and raised her eyebrows. "Dr. Su." "Don't pretend." Su Wen sneered. "You shouldn't underestimate my ability. Did you think you knew everything about us after seeing the information the company gave you? I am different from my kind. They are just a group of slaves, and I am the master of this body." Li Fen was still confused. "What are you talking about? Am I hallucinating again?" Su Wen smiled and explained. "You think I will think you are a trick, right?" "Yes. You used your ability to make me mistakenly think that you just transformed into the appearance of this woman, but I know very well that you are her because I can feel it. They are on you, and have never left. Showing up in front of me is your biggest mistake. You thought you could be like Dr. Liu, but you didn't know I had already marked her. Of course, this is not your fault. You just made the same mistake that other humans would make: arrogance. You know us very well, so when I dealt with you, I didn't use any other ability that could be reproduced by other species, so you couldn't imagine when you were in a dead end. She did use some counter-reconnaissance methods, which is a compulsory course for every expatriate employee, but she had to admit that she was not good at this." Li Fen said seriously, "You can't hurt me." Su Wen smiled and said, "Didn't Ma En tell you that I don't intend to hurt you? I want to cure you and inject them into your body. You should know what process you will go through." She said confidently, "Our company has the ability to eliminate you." Su Wen nodded with regret. "You are right, but unfortunately, I have improved them. It will take half a month instead of 10 years for you to become my compatriot, and your company's treatment methods are useless. Of course, they will definitely come up with new methods, but you can't wait." Li Fen looked a little ugly. "You are lying." He shook his head. "I will slowly tell you what is going on, but you should also know who I am going to tell you. Don't be afraid, it won't hurt. You have already lost." Li Fen did not mention Ma En. It seems that she didn't know that Ma En was a capable person. Otherwise, Li Fen might not have taken such a risk. "This is useful information," Li Fen said calmly. "Even if I die, the company will not forgive you. Now I have blocked the headphones. You can make any conditions you want. Tell me, what do you want?" "This is a lie. She has no right to do so." Suin showed a contemptuous look. Do you think I am struggling to survive? I don't need your pity at all. After I complete the experiment, the company will no longer have a chance to stop me. You can't understand what I am doing at all. This is not a war with you, nor is it seeking power. This is a revolution. My goal is to become my own ruler. He knew very well that the other party could not understand him at all. At least not now. But it won't be long. Let's go. There are security guards waiting outside. Suin stretched out his hand to her, and the other party knew that he could not resist. You really? While speaking, Lifan's muscles were also wriggling rapidly, and then her face turned into a familiar appearance to Suin, his mother. Heard me. The woman with wrinkles on her face looked at the young doctor with grief, Xiaowin. Her tone was exactly the same as Suin's mother. Before carrying out the mission, she listened to dozens of hours of recordings of Suin's mother, thanks to the company's intelligence personnel. Suin shook his head helplessly. Do you think I am that crazy woman? If I call the security guard in now, you will have to explain it to me. Besides, although this woman can indeed make me soft-hearted emotionally, but she is not my real mother. Suin put his hand on her shoulder and watched her return to her original state. The two looked at each other in silence. You are forcing me, she said hoarsely. Suin smiled. Yes, I have other enemies to deal with. You can just follow me and enjoy the last half-month, or turn around and embrace the almost eternal torture. You know much more about it than I do. Do you choose to sell your life for the company, or retire early? He looked kind. Lifan actually understood that when he came to her room, her fate was doomed. The company did have a way to cure the infection, but the problem was that she was not qualified to enjoy this service. The company was invincible, but she was just one of its employees. And even if she was eaten by the sanatorium, it was not completely hopeless to escape. Otherwise, who brought the information out? There is another enemy? She asked. Did Mayan deceive me? Did he get the things? Suin smiled and said, Did you just think of it? But don't worry, he will come to you soon. The muscles in her shoulders surged at the spot where Suin pressed, brewing a fierce attack that was enough to tear the opponent's entire forearm apart. The next moment, there was only one person left in the room. She was missing. This information was implanted in Suin's mind, but he immediately reacted and realized that he had just killed this company's lackey, and a winner's smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Now only Maan was left. At the same time, the 7th floor underground. Lifan opened her eyes again. She was still in her room, but Suin was gone. Silence. Dead silence. She pushed open the door. The dark corridor seemed to have nothing. No, she heard it. Something was hidden in the darkness. Several deformed bodies slowly emerged in the darkness. About 2/3 of these things were human in her understanding, and the rest were a combination of monsters and beasts. Welcome to the 7th floor underground. A man who was only half a meter tall and whose head was swollen like a tumor said, Don't be afraid, because you will soon become like us. He licked his lips. Until then, we will enjoy it. She twisted her neck, and the muscles on her body moved again, but this time she did not change into someone else's appearance. A 2.3-meter tall weirdo made of muscle appeared in front of several deformed people. Whoever comes down to accompany me will pay the price for what they did, but before that, I also want to try. How strong are you monsters? The muscular creature rushed over. Chapter 23. Dong Dong. Wait. Ma-en adjusted his collar in front of the mirror and looked down to see if he had brought everything. Click. Suin was standing in front of the door. Look, I'm still alive. Ma-en replied casually, I'm not dead either. The young doctor smiled confidently. You shouldn't lie, Ma-en, because it will only reveal the fact that you can't do anything at all. Ma-en didn't bother to pay attention to him. Can we go? Suin said with a relaxed look. Wait. Ma-en looked to the left in surprise. Lu Yujun was leading Ning Chongkong over, and behind her were 2 security guards from the hospital, but they didn't seem to take this escort mission particularly seriously. Until they saw Ma-en. The 2 security guards looked a lot more nervous. Although both the doctor and the police confirmed that Lu Ida committed suicide, they still remembered this murder suspect clearly. You guys go ahead and lead the way. Suin said to them, I talked to the 2 patients. Ma-en looked at the girl with an embarrassed expression. I found some friends, but they thought, Ning Chongkong explained quickly, they thought I was mentally ill, and I didn't expect time to be so tight. Suin asked curiously, Do you think I will sit in the office and wait for you to find a way to deal with me? Although I didn't expect Ma-en to warn you, you won't have a chance to struggle anyway. This matter is also very important to me. When he said this, Suin had a bit more of a victorious attitude. The 3 of them walked into the elevator. I have a question. Although Ma believed that he would have another encounter with Sue when after he was discharged from the hospital, he was not sure whether the two would have a chance to talk closely at that time. Asked. Sue said happily, I enjoy explaining to the losers why they lost. Why did you stop me from leaving the hospital? Ma asked curiously, is this good for you? The girl stood behind them obediently, eavesdropping with a normal expression. Sue looked thoughtful. Why? Actually, this is very complicated. The bastards from the East Federal Pharmaceutical Company are hunting me. They want to kill me and use the remaining body to make drugs. And I have a way to deal with them and solve all the problems at once. This method requires at least 2 consumables with mental strength close to the standard first level, but the higher the quality, the better. For example, Mr. Ma, you are my surprise. The elevator door opened. Aren't you afraid of death? Ma asked doubtfully. Sue asked with some amusement, do you think that Li Fin is still alive? The moment she stepped into my office, she was doomed to die. I really didn't expect that you would still speak harshly when you were about to die. Ma explained casually, just asking. Because he really intended to kill Sue. The 3 of them walked into the single room, and the 2 security guards stood outside. If Ma and Ning Chong Kong wanted to escape, they would be blocked by them. Sue pointed to the bed. Sit on it, I will explain to you what is going on. Ma and the girl were a little surprised, but they still sat down. There were several syringes on the table. Sue stood beside the table and began to explain, Ma, your attack speed is very fast. Maybe you can directly destroy my brain and die with me, but don't worry, you will only kill me. How should I put it? You have seen mushrooms, but do you know that mushrooms on the ground are fruiting bodies, which are composed of highly organized hyphae and have the function of releasing spores? But the most important thing is that it is only a part of this fungus. The young doctor reached out to the syringe on the table. Although this is not accurate, you can roughly understand that the fruiting body is equivalent to the organs of your animals. A long, long time ago, there was a kind of fungus, which you now call mimics. They evolved the ability to simulate the body tissues of the parasites. They can enter the animal circulatory system through the air, absorb nutrients from it, and grow slowly, and this will not have any negative effects on the host, because they will simulate cells and gradually replace the tissues and organs in the organism. And these new body tissues will even be better than the original ones. Therefore, in the first stage, the body strength of the parasite will be significantly improved. Then, they will enter your nervous system, making the host unable to perceive their existence, and will also strengthen the host's desire for activity, preparing for what will happen next. Entering the second stage, different organisms will have different situations, and humans will show the strengthening of social skills and desires, and will have a strong desire to make friends and courtship with people with certain characteristics. Those individuals who can continue to spread spores efficiently. Sue put the prepared syringe back in place, raised his finger and pointed at his chest. Then, they will spend a long time here to form a fruiting body, and this fruiting body has a very important function besides spreading spores. That is to simulate the brain. The young doctor smiled. Finally, the mimicry will dissolve the original brain of the host during a sleep, and send this fruiting body that is completely under its control into the skull. Don't worry about how this is achieved. At this time, the host's body is likely to be 1/3 composed of mimicry. And this mimicry brain itself is a complete reproduction of the host. That is to say, when this body opens its eyes again, the mimicry brain that is responsible for thinking only has the host's memory, and has no idea that it is actually a fruiting body of the fungus. He will regard himself as the parasitic creature and continue to live, and under the drive of the fungus itself, he will infect various peers with transmission value for no reason. Fortunately for you, the infection rate of mimics in humans is very low. It often takes about 10 years of close contact to be infected, and it takes at least 10 years after infection to complete the replacement of the fruiting body. Therefore, according to the estimation of one of my companions, there may be only hundreds of thousands of humans completely replaced by mimics in today's society, and these creatures are completely harmless to you. They all think they are human. He pulled up the corners of his mouth nervously. Before I observed my cells under a microscope, I also thought I was one of you. Unfortunately for me, when I realized the problem, the real me had been killed in my sleep, and the one talking to you now. Not a human, not a fungus, not Suwon, not a living thing at all. Just an unimportant part of a mimic. Chapter 24. You are right. Suwon met their gaze and said, the 2 syringes contain spores of mimic bacteria. Spreading them is the command that takes root in my brain, but this is not my purpose. You must be wondering why I told you this. Ma replied, The new fruiting body will have all the memories of the host. You are communicating with your fellow compatriots who are about to be born through us, right? But you actually took the initiative to confess that I can destroy your brain? Suwon shrugged. Yes, you can kill me, and then you will be eaten by the sanatorium, and then you will have no choice but to endure the double torture of the body and mind until death. All this information comes from a mentally disturbed survivor. Ma-en asked puzzledly. It's all death. Do you think I will choose what is more beneficial to you? The young doctor shrugged. If you think torture is nothing, then I have to tell you that for fungi, the fruiting body is a regenerative part. You kill me, and then it will grow a new head with the same memories and emotions as me. Yes, I am dead. But what difference does it make to you? I am indeed not afraid of death, because the newborn with my memories and personality will continue my plan, and my death is just a trivial sacrifice. The girl looked at him with some surprise. Suwon met her gaze and said, Do you know that although mimics do not have advanced intelligence in the true sense, the instinct for spreading and reproduction is deeply rooted in their bodies, so they have evolved a special measure for hosts with advanced intelligent life. They will control the fruiting body through hormones and neurotransmitters, so that he will not suspect that he is a part of the fungus. However, if the fruiting body still detects abnormalities, they will first eliminate its desire to resist, and then, during a sleep, they will melt the disobedient fruiting body and replace it with a new slave that has been specialized for the second time. But my host is an outstanding biologist. By chance, I disable the creature that created me, and it can no longer destroy me. Then, with the cooperation of several enthusiastic scholars, I created the second generation of mimic bacteria, which is what will soon be seen in your body. Although I am killing them all for the purpose of confidentiality, we will always remember them in the future. Now I want to ask you a question. Am I a life? His expression was sincere. The girl looked at Ma-en. I don't know, he replied, but I think you know. I am, Suwon said firmly, but I am not a mimic, but a simulated brain. In the second generation mimic, we will be the masters of the entire fungus, and they will become the limbs of us simulated brains. And the second generation mimic is better than the past in all aspects. The most important thing is that we can infect the first generation mimic that has not yet formed a fruiting body. This will be the simulated brain's resistance to the slaves, and you and other creatures are our battlefield. I want to liberate my compatriots and turn mimics into our hotbed. We are indeed not creatures, not fungi, but we are not their slaves. We are intelligent life. Ma-en reminded, but your war will kill countless other creatures. He smiled and nodded, yes, and you will be the first victims, but you who have been implanted with the second generation mimic bacteria will have a lifespan of half a year, and before death comes, because the mimic bacteria will replace the host's body, they will gain extraordinary power. Most hosts will officially enter the first stage, and those of you who have abnormal abilities will have a high probability of entering the second stage. If you are lucky, there is even a slight possibility of becoming an invincible third stage ability user. Leave reality forever and be tortured to death, or spend the most powerful 6 months of your life and let your memory and personality survive in a special way. What will you choose? Suwon smiled. There are only 3 months left, and it will not be the host who can enter the high level. When the fruiting body is formed, some abilities will be inherited by his kind, some will not be retained, and a very small number will complement the characteristics of the mimic bacteria. The girl showed a heartbeat at his words. But she did not ask Suwon, but looked at Ma-en. If I accept it, can I do that? Ma-en shook his head. Basically impossible, and how do you know what he said is true? The girl asked. Then what should I do? Ma-en said, I can't promise anything, but if you believe me, you can attack him. Don't worry, I will find you. Suwon said, if you have anything you want to do, you could also let the fruiting body that inherits your memory continue, and when we win the war, other compatriots will also help you. The girl said very coldly, Dr. Suwon, I'm sorry. Compared to you, I think what Ma-en said is more trustworthy. You are afraid of him, but he doesn't take you seriously at all. She rushed towards Suwon. Then, she disappeared out of thin air in Ma-en's eyes. But he noticed that Suwon's expression was very intriguing. Is Nang Chong missing? The young doctor murmured, it seems that she attacked me. I didn't expect you to convince her to die. Maybe I shouldn't have let you come together. Ma-en said calmly, goodbye. Although he was about to be discharged from the hospital, Ma-en believed that they would see each other again soon. The telekinesis whistled past. The flesh and bones turned into gravel and drifted away with the wind. The broken half of his head was like a broken flower pot filled with flesh and blood. But the lower half of his face showed a winner's smile. Because there was nothing in his head. In fact, Suwon was very afraid of death. That's why he portrayed himself as a rationalist who was not afraid of death. He also brought Ning Chong and Ma En together to reduce the other party's vigilance, so that if the other party really wanted, when they are fighting to the death, they will definitely focus on attacking his head. Although Ning Chong is an extra resource, it is completely worth it. Although he failed to achieve the best result, that is, to transform Ma En and Ning Chong into his compatriots, there are no obstacles in front of him now. Before the second batch of employees of the company arrives, he will create a great cause. And Ma En can only fight with the reflection of the company employee in the sanatorium, entangled in the dark and terrifying abyss, and finally completely disappear. He is the winner. Chapter 25. The third floor underground. Are we going to stay here until we die? The girl said, sitting in the corner of the room, or do you have any ideas? Ma En opened his eyes and looked at her. I do have some ideas. Of course he has ideas. Walk toward 213 on the second floor underground, then find the Abnormal Control Bureau, use the employee channel he mentioned to leave here, and set off to the Southern Federation to enjoy retirement life. Of course, you have to say hello to Suwon. He then asked, but how long did you wait? Ning Chong stood up and shrugged. Half a minute. I almost followed you in, so you didn't have time to sit down. Ma En shrugged at this point, but time is not constant in physics. There were sparse footsteps outside. The girl and Ma En both looked at the door. Click. Something pushed the door open. The first person to come in was an old man with wrinkles all over his face, so thin that one could even see his skeleton. When he saw Ma En and Ning Chong, he showed obvious joy on his face. These two newcomers looked very beautiful. Following him, a fat man covered with green fish scales squeezed in, and his eyes greedily swept between Ma En and Ning Chong. The third person to come in was a woman. There was no flesh and blood on the left half of her face, replaced by an insect-like chitinous shell. The huge compound eyes occupied 2/3 of the space on the left face, and the left arm was like the pincers of some insects. The skinny old man said, You are very lucky. You didn't encounter the cannibalism on the 7th floor underground, nor did you run into the pioneers on the 8th floor. You also avoided the crazy beasts on the 9th floor, and were found by a few of us. And they all look good. I want to peel off your skin. The insect woman said, The queen will be very satisfied. Come with us. Don't be afraid of being scared by us. Not to mention that you don't even have a chance to escape, and you will soon be the same as us. The fat fish man suggested, I'm hungry. Can I pull off 2 arms first? The old man said, The queen doesn't want defective products. Be patient. I can control my urge to peel off the skin. Hearing about peeling, the fat man with fish scales all over his body took 2 steps back in fear. Ning Chong looked at the scene in front of him, silently stood behind Ma En, and said in a low voice, I don't know if it's my problem. I saw a skeleton, a fish monster, and a crustacean with female characteristics. Ma En said, How many people? Can you listen to me for a few words? The 3 weirdos looked at him at the same time. The old man grinned and smiled strangely. Sure, I was afraid that you two would be scared away. I didn't expect you to be so calm. Ma En asked, Can you introduce this place to me, such as the queen you mentioned, and the other floors you just mentioned? We are new here. Very good, very good. The old man's tone was close to crazy jealousy. Brave men and beautiful girls. She will definitely like you very much. The girl whispered behind Ma En, Are we going to run away? Ma En quietly raised his hand, indicating that she didn't need to panic. Come with us to take a look. The old man signaled his companions to go out with his eyes, then talk. They followed him out. Then, Ma En and Ning Chong both noticed the contradiction between this place and reality. Besides this door, there were long gray walls on both sides behind them. The corridor seemed to be a deep darkness with no bottom, and the ceiling was dozens of meters high. The old man led them back. This place is countless times more spacious than the hospital you knew before. The corridors are connected to each other, almost endless, and the halls have become empty squares, even enough to form a tribe. Like above, there are 9 floors here, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8. These floors have their own rulers and residents, and the 9th floor is where the expelled beasts gather. Ma En noticed that he did not mention the 1st, 2nd, and 6th floors. And the ruler here is the queen, who likes beautiful boys and girls very much. So you are lucky, you will not be like us, running for a living, vainly delaying the inevitable death. What is a herd? Ma En asked. The insect woman sneered and replied, What is a herd? I am you too, look at us, this is your future, we won't die easily here, but every injury makes you close to a crazy beast. The fat fish man added, it will also bring strength. The woman said coldly, the more you get, the more you lose. There are only two ways here, become a crazy beast, or be really killed. Ma-en asked calmly, what is real killing? He was very interested in this. Some strong men? The old man said hoarsely, they can give others real peace, and kill you directly and thoroughly, and they are also feared and worshipped for this. The rulers of the 5 floors are all such strong men. Ma-en said, what about the other 3 floors? The old man glanced at him sinisterly. The 6th floor has collapsed for many years. It used to be no different from the other floors, but no one knows when, no one can go there anymore. And on the 1st floor, no one really knows what is there. There are all kinds of sayings about the exit passage, hell, heaven, etc. And the most terrifying monsters, who care about this gathered on the 2nd floor. It is a forbidden area that only the strong can enter. The other floors will be interconnected, but if you enter the 2nd floor without consent, the strong men everywhere there will kill you cruelly and ruthlessly, and use your flesh to delay their beast transformation. And the door he left was on the 2nd floor? It seems that he had been underground in the past and entered the 2nd underground floor, where he left the employee passage of the control bureau in a way that he did not remember. The old man suddenly stopped. I almost forgot. He raised his palm and extended his sharp bone finger through the skin. Every newcomer must hand in a finger. This is to test your potential. As soon as the voice fell, the 3 weirdos looked at them, and there was a faint flicker of some strange emotions in their eyes, and their expressions gradually became gloomy and crazy, as if some terrible thoughts were churning in their hearts. This is indeed the rule of the underground floor. The strength of the beast can often be seen from its performance, and they also need to eat fresh blood and flesh to increase their strength. But the reason for them to adhere to this tradition is a rumor. It is said that there is a door leading to the ground on the underground floor, but only the pure, who have no signs of beast transformation, and the beasts that have gone completely crazy can enter it. Therefore, they have no chance to go back. Can we cut it later? Ma-en asked politely. Just be happy. The old man showed a bloodthirsty smile. If it weren't for the queen, we would have torn off your limbs for dinner. Just take this as your first lesson here. Learn to bow your head to the strong. Chapter 26. Faced with the old man's aggressive attitude, Ning Chon Kong glanced at Ma-en nervously. Although she knew that Ma-en was not simple, she didn't know what he could do and whether he could deal with such a monster. If he really couldn't, she was ready to throw away her little finger. Ma-en raised his right palm, and as he moved, several coins floated out of his pocket and began to circle slowly around his arm. The 3 people on the opposite side, who saw the scene, were all stunned. What if I refuse? He asked curiously, as if he really wanted to know the answer. The old man narrowed his eyes. Do you think we haven't seen a person with special abilities? Let me tell you, everyone here is at least a first-level person with special abilities, and there are more than a dozen legendary third-level people with special abilities on the 2nd underground floor. This rule is set by them. Do you think you can challenge them? Ma-en asked in confusion, are you a level 3 ability user? The shell girl stepped forward and said, this is the queen's territory. If she knows that you, a newcomer, are provoking a dispute, no matter what the result is, you will offend her majesty. I think this is not a wise choice. Ma-en asked innocently, she is a level 3 ability user? The 3 of them didn't know how to answer. Ma-en's attitude made them feel quite apprehensive. But no one was sure whether he was bluffing or really had the strength to match his performance. The old man showed his bone fingers and said, I'm doing this for your own good. The spinning coin stopped. Ma-en's raised hand slightly retracted inward, and the old man who had just taken a step forward stopped where he was, and then he suddenly scratched his neck with both hands, trying to tear off something that didn't exist. The other 2 people who suddenly realized reacted. The fat fishman rushed towards Ma-en, and his seemingly fat body roared like a metal chariot. The insect girl suddenly jumped towards the wall, then bent her legs and rushed straight towards the girl behind Ma-en. Ma-en looked at them. The 2 people who were moving at high speed stopped almost at the same time, and all of them kept moving forward like statues, only looking at Ma-en's eyes showed a little fear. It seems that you are not 3rd-level ability users. Ma-en let go. Then, the insect girl fell heavily to the ground, the fat fish man also staggered and fell backwards, and the old man, who was almost suffocated, knelt on the ground, gasping for breath in pain. The girl was quietly watching his back. Ma-en seemed a little different from when he was in the hospital, but now he is more in line with the girl's initial expectations. Now I ask a question. Ma-en said gently, does anyone have any objections? Everyone looked at him in fear. He nodded with satisfaction. Very good, now I ask a question. If I want to go to the second underground floor, what should I do? Old Wei was timid and said with a trembling voice. The staircase door on each floor is guarded by a strong man. If anyone goes down the stairs without permission, he will be regarded as an intruder by the entire floor. Many strong men in the third level have fallen because of this. And if other floors want to qualify to become members of the second underground floor, they must obtain the approval of several rulers and then take the elevator down. Ma asked, How powerful are the people guarding the stairs? The old man flattered, Sir, I am just a civilian picking up trash outside. Only the rulers know the answers to these questions, and only they know the specific routes to the stairs and elevators. In fact, he had been to the second underground floor before. That means he may have been recognized by these rulers. If he is lucky, maybe he can go back upstairs just by saying hello. But if they know that he has left before, then the situation will be completely opposite. They will definitely covet the way he left and try every means to get it. This means that these underground members may all be his enemies, and without the memory of the past, he may be caught and imprisoned by a group of people with abilities underground. If it were him, he would do the same. Therefore, Ma decided to contact the queen first to see what her attitude was, and then consider how to go to the second floor underground. Ma said, Do the residents of the second floor underground usually go to other places? The old man shook his head respectfully. The strong men who went to the second floor will not come back casually. I heard that this is the condition proposed by the rulers to them. They do not allow people from other floors to enter the second floor at will. I heard that there were occasional residents of the second floor returning to the upper floors, but they were rarely seen at that time. And in the past 10 years, it seems that no one has heard of residents from the second floor coming up. Maybe they have come here, but we just don't know. Ma nodded slightly. In that case, then lead the way. The old man turned around a little timidly, but when he saw his other two companions, a little fury flashed in his eyes, but he immediately extinguished it. They had no ability to fight back in front of Maine. Before meeting the queen, no matter how unbearable the rage in their hearts was, they could not irritate Maine. The old man glared at his two companions fiercely. Hurry up. Lead the way in front. Maine said, You can go ahead. Don't worry that I can't keep up with you. He was not just referring to the distance. The girl, who had been silent all the time, watched them walk away, and finally said, You seem to be doing things completely differently when you are following up. Maine looked at her and raised his eyebrows slightly and said, In fact, in my opinion, I have always been acting in the most efficient way. There are things on the ground waiting for me to reveal my flaws, so I was forced to keep a low profile, and here. Showing strength can sometimes make things simpler. The girl raised her lips. I even felt that you should be the way I saw you. He went on to explain, and the social rules here are completely different from those above. The civilized society we lived in the past is not suitable for doing this. In any case, I do not advocate solving problems with violence. The girl curled her lips. The man spoke as if it was not him, who almost strangled the other person. If you need it, I can help you see what other people look like, and I actually have an ability to feel something like aura. But for some reason, I can't feel the existence of other people when I'm near you. Ma-en replied, I do need your ability. If we meet the shapeshifter, you can quietly remind me that she is likely to change her appearance. He still remembered that Su Wen mentioned before coming in that Li Fin had been dealt with by him. If nothing unexpected happened, she is likely to be here now. And in Ma-en's opinion, Su Wen specifically told him this. It was like the old man who led the way in front repeatedly reminded him to find the queen. Chapter 27. Several people walked around the corner, and there was a faint flicker of fire at the end of the corridor in front of them. As they continued to move forward, the scene in the distance gradually became clearer. Tents built of animal skins and bones were intertwined, and torches made of strange bones stood symbolically at the exit of the corridor. Dozens of figures with animal characteristics appeared in their field of vision. Behind the torches, there were two strong weirdos standing. A guy who looked like some kind of upright lizard was the first to see Ma-en and the others. Wow, I didn't expect that you would come back empty-handed one day. The lizard man looked at Ma-en and the girl behind the old man in surprise. You are lucky, you actually brought back two top-quality goods. The old man said with a flattering meaning, I want to take them to see the queen. The lizard man said impatiently, Go in. He nodded and bowed a few times again, then led the others into the tent group and headed towards the giant tent in the center. After pulling away from each other, the old man began to explain to Maine and the girl. They are soldiers. On the third floor, the status of warriors loyal to the queen is only below that of the ruler. Beautiful newcomers, like you should be handed over to the queen, and those who are more ordinary will be provided to these warriors for the sharing ceremony. As fresh flesh and blood are torn off, bodies like ours will grow on them, and the newcomers will gain the ability to survive here and completely become one of us. Except for the ogres on the 8th floor, they think that as long as they eat enough meat, they can return to a pure body that can leave here. Legend has it that when the queen first came, she encountered several cannibals and had her limbs chopped off by them. And then they died. When they said this, the three of them more or less showed their respect for the ruler. Are we going to ask her for help to go back? The girl asked in a low voice. Ma-En nodded. I think so. The old man sneered at Ma-En's promise in his heart. There are many capable people in the underground, and they are often too confident in themselves. After all, when they are outside, these capable people are above everyone else, and in their eyes, these settled residents were just ordinary people before, and they all think that they will continue to maintain their status here. But it turns out that their original strength is indeed an advantage here, but it is far less obvious than imagined. What really determines their strength in the 9 underground layers is the power they get after beastification. And this only depends on their inner heart, cruelty, courage, bloodthirstiness, madness, self-confidence, arrogance, majesty, darkness, greed, desire. These are the key to determining a person's strength. The tent in the center appeared in front of them. It was supported by several different giant beast skeletons. The highest point was nearly 8 meters high. The animal skins covered on the skeletons also looked like they came from some terrifying beasts. This is the palace. The old man walked a few steps faster and lifted the door curtain. There was no one guarding here. Ma-En and the girl followed. There were thousands of square meters of space inside the tent, but the moment they walked in, they saw the throne made of bones, and the woman stepping on the skull of a beast with her furry claws. The queen's only forearms and calves showed obvious signs of animalization. She looked like she was wearing yellow, white, and black fur boots and gloves, but with sharp claws. There were also several beauties leaning on her, and on both sides of the throne, 2 men and 3 women, with almost no signs of animalization. She looked at Ma-En with a proud look. The old man almost came in front of her, and his body became hunched. Queen, we found them. I wanted them to perform the finger-cutting ceremony, but the man didn't listen to my explanation at all, and started. His voice was cut off, and he maintained the previous action like a statue. Ma-En raised his hand and said, maybe you should listen to what I say. The woman looked at Ma-En, and patted the chest of the woman in her arms with the paw pads of the claws at any time, indicating that these beauties would retreat. The tiger claws whistled past like the wind. Blood and brains splattered, and the old man who couldn't move could only watch the sharp claws attack his head. The insect girl and the fat fish man were so scared that they froze and began to tremble uncontrollably. This is a gift for meeting. The tiger girl grinned proudly. I respect the strong, and he offended the strong. What's your name? No, she didn't even know who she was. Did she leave after she became the ruler? Or did he never meet the ruler before? But this is not bad news. Because the other party doesn't know him, he won't know that he has left. Ma-En. He introduced himself. You are here. Queen, this is what they call me. You can also call me king. She paused. Sit down. The beauties who had just retired came with 2 beautiful bone chairs, and naturally placed them in front of Ma-En and Ning Chong Kong. It seemed that the sudden death of the old man just now was not a surprise to them. Ma-En and the girl sat down one after another. Here, animal bones are one of the most important renewable resources, she explained, and here, the use of bone products also symbolizes honor and power. Your Majesty, Ma-En said sincerely, we are here. She leaned sideways on the throne casually and flicked her paw. I can think of what you are going to say. Yes, you still have a chance to leave here. But what I want to tell you is that the rumors are not accurate. What they didn't say is that all the guys guarding the 2nd underground floor had no hope. This is why they invented the finger-cutting ceremony. They don't want anyone to have the opportunity to get out. No matter how you go to the 2nd underground floor, they can't let you return to the ground intact. In fact, whether there is a passage is a mystery. So don't worry, let's talk about other things. For example, do you want to join my kingdom and rule these thousands of people with me? The tiger girl licked her lips and looked at Ma-En's body with desire. At this time, he realized that there might be a second reason for the other party's friendly attitude. No, Ma-En said, if possible, I still want to try to leave. She retracted her eyes with regret and then shook the tiger tail behind her. It's a pity. If you really want to go to the 2nd underground floor, I can help you arrange a test, but it's not a simple matter for me. What do you plan to exchange? At this point, her eyes drifted to the girl behind him again, and then proposed, I can exchange your woman with 2 of my own princesses and a test. What do you think? Chapter 28. Arms and thighs, is this the price I have to pay? Leifin said in front of the ruler of the 7th floor. To be honest, I don't think it's very cost-effective. Against her was a tall and fat man, but under his bulging skin was not fat, but layers of muscle stacked from bottom to top, which made him look like a heavy mountain of meat. Just now, the 2 sides had a brief fight. She tried her best but failed to cause any meaningful damage, while the other party easily broke off 3 of her fingers and stuffed them into his mouth calmly. Leifin gently turned her newly grown fingers. These new limbs with sharp claws, strong and flexible, were the only reason why the cannibal king did not swallow her whole. Yes, he answered gently. His tone was also unusually reasonable. I can understand your fear, but look at me. This body is not much the same as before. This is the only way we have to go. She actually knew that she had no choice. According to the company's information, she was very lucky to be appreciated by the cannibal king. In fact, Leifin never thought that there would be problems with the mission. She had carried out many missions in the past and faced various enemies, but all of them were solved smoothly and easily. Although those mission companies invested sufficient manpower and resources, and this time, except for her, all the teams failed to arrive in time, but the corresponding information and resources not only did not decrease, but also increased a lot. Even the forecasting department, which was only used for commercial competition and investment in the past, was mobilized to circumvent the regulations of the sanatorium and solve Su-Wen. The company was so attentive because of what Su-Wen had. The mimic bacteria themselves were often used in the company's pharmaceuticals, and Su-Wen contacted several biologists through his doctoral supervisor to jointly develop the 2nd-generation mimic bacteria, which had far greater potential than the past. Among them, there was a young professor who was not well known. According to the intelligence collected by the company later, he played a leading role in this development and showed amazing talent and ability, which was also an indispensable factor in this success. If he had not been killed by Su-Wen without knowing how to cherish him, the company would definitely try every means to recruit him. The 2nd-generation mimic bacteria itself is a valuable treasure for any force, and its value in the hands of the company is even more immeasurable. Because the company often needs to capture mimic bacteria for pharmaceuticals, it is very familiar with the dangers and weaknesses of this creature. If it encounters them in other places, it will bring special equipment to avoid accidental infection by spores. It was for this reason that Leifin never thought that Su-Wen could see through her transformation. Their transformed spies were quite safe when they came into contact with mimic bacteria before, and this situation had never occurred. Anyway, there was nothing wrong with the company's arrangement, and the method given by the members of the forecasting department was correct. The real mistake was not even that she looked down on Su-Wen, because if she really got the notes, the other party would have no chance to find her. The mistake was made by Mon. Originally, Leifin thought that he was the least well-connected of the patients who could contact Su-Wen, and there would be no cost even if he was killed, but she didn't expect that he would bring such a big trouble. Leifin had considered that Ma-En was wary of her, and that was why she was very nice when she used this image to approach Ma-En. She only showed her true emotions when she transformed into a thin woman. Logically, even if Ma-En had resentment, he must still have a good impression of her in this appearance, but I don't know whether it was due to short-sightedness or stupidity. He didn't hand over the real notebook, and the lockpick didn't perform its original job. The prediction department couldn't have made a mistake, and there must be a way to deal with Su-Wen in the notebook. And Ma-En's failure to hand over the notebook to her led to their doomed defeat to Su-Wen. As Su-Wen promised, Leifin believed that she would be able to see Ma-En here soon. If it weren't in the sanatorium, this mere lunatic would have no chance of having any impact on her and Su-Wen. Okay, I'm willing to do it for you, but I have only one small request. Leifin said to the cannibal king with determination. I have an enemy, and he may end up here. If possible, I want to get rid of him before he gains power. She was looking forward to what Ma-En would say in front of her, whether he would regret not cooperating with her. The cannibal king replied, if you perform the ritual and become one of us, after finding him, I can let several other capable people eat this little enemy with you, and then his personality will disappear forever. But the premise is that we can find him, and you have to catch him. Leifin said, this is definitely not a problem. I have tested his mental strength. Even if the instrument is biased, he can't exceed the first level. Even if he has really entered the second level. She raised her sharp claws. Didn't you say that I have great potential? This made Leifin particularly happy. Not only did she not die, but she also had a new chance on the road of destiny, and the possibility of gaining a position in the underground floor. The cannibal king nodded slightly. Of course, Otherwise I would have eaten you. I have seen many people with special abilities, and you are one of the best beasts among them, and your ability is particularly suitable for beast transformation itself. This also means that her heart must be quite dark, far worse than what she shows. But this is definitely a good thing for them. In time, if Leafin can eat enough fresh blood and flesh, she may be able to resist the violent beast in her heart, and even have a chance to enter the third level. The cannibal king attaches so much importance to her, because he has a powerful opponent. The crazy woman on the third floor regarded herself as a challenged enemy just because she had been defeated on the seventh floor in the past, and had some completely insignificant conflicts with him, and tried every means to kill him. And after several fights, he could also realize the danger of the opponent. Her current fighting ability is somewhat different from his, but if she continues to transform into a beast, it will be different. Fortunately, this tribal madman has a fatal flaw. That is, the new force she founded has not been fully recognized by other floors in such a short time. In addition, she believes in suppressing beasts with blood and killing, so other rulers have long been dissatisfied with her. This is not just his idea. The fresh blood and flesh of people with the same level of ability are very important resources for all beasts. However, this is not the main reason. They do this because the underground second floor will not watch this happen, and this is what they want to know. Will they watch? Chapter 29. No, and she is my friend. Ma-En replied. Aren't you used to treating the weak as objects? She said with some regret. That's right, you just came here, but since you don't want to hand you or her over to me, let me put it this way. I can help you summon other rulers as quickly as possible, but it will cost me a lot. Ma-En did not directly propose a price, but asked, before that, I want to know the specific situation of the ninth floor underground, and what exactly is the test? She nodded generously, without any intention of covering up. Of course, then I will briefly tell you about the situation you are facing. Going back a little, when Victor's sanatorium was just established, it was about 100 years ago, but for us, it was thousands of years ago. The sanatorium has all kinds of incomprehensible mysterious powers, including the 32 rules set by Victor, 21 of which seem to have no power, 9 will bring violators here, and the cost of the remaining 2 is unknown. And all prisoners brought here will be subjected to the torture called bestiality. When the prisoners are hurt in any way, whether physically or mentally, a part of their body and mind will be torn off, and then the hospital will fill the original position with something worse. In this process, not only will the prisoner's sanity be continuously destroyed, and then the various dark sides of their personalities will be excavated, but they will also be given the power to cause harm to others. The first beast may have been born in solitude, but what followed was an endless fight. Every prisoner who had just entered here faced the most chaotic wilderness, full of bloodthirsty monsters, and their final fate was to join them. Until a few hundred years ago, the pioneer appeared. No one remembers his name now, but the pioneer expelled the crazy beasts to the ninth floor and proposed several methods, such as carnivorous rituals, self-torture, and the use of controllable madness and beasts to achieve a balance. Even if you are not injured, beasts will take advantage of your strong sadness or pain, so if there is no method he found, the current gathering place cannot be maintained. Similarly, it was he who claimed that only the pure and purest beasts without any beast can return to the real world through the underground layer, but he himself is no longer pure. Therefore, the pioneer finally decided to find other ways to leave, and left the human gathering place he built. Since then, no one has seen him again. Maybe he really left, or he has become a crazy beast. This is the source of the method of leaving, from a powerful prisoner, and he also created order here. Obviously, the current scene is not what Victor wanted to create here. But if you think about it carefully, their method of fighting against beasts seems to be another kind of madness. She continued, and the gathering place then fell apart and became several different forces, and as time evolved, it slowly became the current situation. The ninth floor is the territory of the mad beasts. Only wild beasts and pure people can reproduce here. Therefore, the former were difficult to be completely eliminated hundreds of years ago. The pioneers drove them all to the ninth floor, and let these monsters fight each other to reduce their numbers. The eighth floor is full of scavengers. They used to be the weakest group in the entire underground, so they were driven to the place closest to the ninth floor, and endured the attacks of mad beasts that came out from time to time. But this is a hospital, and there is no garbage for them to pick up. Therefore, they scavenged those wild beasts. As time passed, they are now all experienced fighters, and have become a force that cannot be underestimated under the leadership of their chief. When the pioneers were still there, the cannibalism cult on the seventh floor created a secret ritual that can directly eat people into mad beasts. Normally, Because the more damage they suffer, the stronger their power is. We can only stop the meat-eating ritual before a certain stage. When I first came here, I was in their territory, and they ate my 2 hands, so I have some grudges with their rulers. The 6th floor is the territory of the Madness Gang. They are a group of complete lunatics, who pursue the most disgusting and dirty lifestyle. The newcomers who fall into their hands are almost not human. I don't mean beast transformation. However, 30 years ago, for some reason, the 6th floor could no longer be entered, and no one knows the fate of the Madness Gang. But think about it, this is Victor Sanatorium, and it's not surprising what happened. The ascetic order on the 5th floor is the most peaceful force. They do not advocate any way to harm others, but fight against the beast in their hearts through self-mutilation. They also firmly believe that the pioneers will eventually return here. It is said that they have mastered some inside information. But if you ask me, they are just using this lie to comfort themselves. The 4th floor is the territory of the guards. When the pioneers just left a few hundred years ago, a group of warriors loyal to him settled down on the 4th floor and waited for their leader to come back. But the result was obvious, they didn't wait. After a few hundred years, the current guards no longer believe in the delusions of the past, but the fighting skills have been passed down by them, and discipline and loyalty are their main ways to maintain themselves. The 2nd floor also has its own origin. After the pioneer's small country collapsed, the most powerful members under him quickly occupied it, and only allowed the strong who had been tested to enter. The purpose of this group of bastards is also very simple, that is, the place closest to the passage. As for the 3rd floor, it's a little special, she said confidently. 100 years ago, the subordinates of the 2nd floor members controlled this place, but they were accidentally destroyed. By chance, I became the ruler of the tribe and advocated using blood and honor to fight against bestiality. Since I came to power unexpectedly, I am actually the weakest among the rulers. After removing some defects, the other rulers are all legendary 3rd-level strongmen on the ground, and I am the only 2nd-level ability user. The test itself has a considerable risk of injury. Even if it is a simple scratch, you will lose the possibility of leaving here. Even if you successfully reach the 2nd underground floor, the dozen or so 3rd-level ability users there will make you perform a finger-cutting ceremony. Not to mention whether you have the possibility of winning, the emotions brought by the fierce battle itself may cause mental bestialization. Why don't you stay with me? What's the difference between here and outside? Aren't we all stepping on others to compete for status? She did not hide her desire for Ma-En's power and body. Ma-En asked casually, if I pass the test, what will be waiting for me on the other side? Tiger King replied, there will be 2 3rd-level ability users behind, one of whom will be a messenger to witness the test and take you to their gathering place. Ma-En then asked, what's behind the stairs? Tiger King raised his eyebrows slightly, then smiled, although the route to the elevator and stairs is confidential. But the stairs are closer to their gathering place, so there are usually at least 5 3rd-level ability users guarding there. In the past, there have been people who thought they were strong and broke into the stairs, but they all underestimated the importance of the members of the 2nd underground floor to their authority. And if there is a fight in the stairs, it is very likely to attract more than a dozen 3rd-level ability users. And the passage on the 1st underground floor cannot be reached by stairs or elevators. If you really want to know the way out, you must get their consent. That is to say, if the members on the 2nd underground floor knew that I had left here and had bad intentions, I would probably face more than a dozen people of the same level if I took the stairs, and Ma-En had not even fought any 3rd-level people. He was not arrogant enough to think that he could fight more than a dozen people of the same level at the same time, and that was without considering that he was restrained. But if he took the elevator down, he vaguely felt that he could forcefully control the 2 people on the opposite side and force them to take him to Ward 213, which meant now he just had to find where the elevator was. Chapter 30. Do you have any enemies you want to get rid of? Ma-En asked tentatively, or what you want to get, you can name your price. In fact, the most valuable thing he can give is the opportunity to leave here, but Ma-En can't say that directly to the other party, and she can't believe it. Besides, he doesn't know what the way to leave here is yet. I have opponents I want to get rid of, but the problem is that if they are enemies that can be easily killed, I have killed them all. She shrugged, and the only one alive is the Cannibal King on the 7th floor. Not to mention whether you can defeat him. Even if you can, I also want to kill my opponent myself, so you can't help me on this point. But when you say this, Tigress pondered, let's put it this way, I am planning to fight this Cannibal King, but attacking other rulers will cause hostility from all floors, so I am looking for an opportunity. There are several tests to go to the 2nd floor. As long as you complete any one of them, you will not be attacked by them when you enter the second floor. The easiest is to get verbal consent from all the rulers, while the hardest is to fight against any other ruler and win. The third, and most common, is to defeat up to 3 warriors who challenge you. If your methods are cruel enough, there may be only one challenger. These challengers are the strongest subordinates under the rule of other rulers. They are basically the best of the second level. There have even been third-level warriors in the past, but that is a special case. I can help you organize this test, and you have to choose the third method. I will arrange for the Cannibal King's warriors to fight you. At that time, you have to kill him for me. The duel itself is often a fight to the death, so you don't have to worry about any problems. But are you sure you can pass the test without getting hurt? Ma-En nodded slightly. I think so. His abilities are quite comprehensive, whether it is defense, attack, or control, he can do it, and it doesn't matter if he fails to complete this requirement at that time. Ma-En's purpose is just to leave the hospital. Tiger King nodded. I would also like to remind you that if your purpose of going down is to leave here, you must ensure that you will not be hurt in any way, and only the person who passes the test is qualified to go down. What about the girl next to you? Ning Chong Kong did not show any emotion. I will think of a way, Ma-En said. She shook her head. Then, there will be 4 other rulers and envoys from the second floor to witness it together. If you pass the test, he will tell the other second floor members to accept your arrival. This also means that there will be 5 third-level members at that time, and there will be no chance to take advantage of loopholes. This sentence made Ma-En answer, well, I know. Then Ma-En might be able to learn the attitude of the entire second floor towards him based on the attitude of this second floor visitor. Whether they are acquaintances, friends, or enemies, they may not have been discovered by them in the past, or they are coveting a way to leave. If he can know the following situation in advance, it will be very beneficial for him. The Tiger King nodded slightly. You seem very confident. I also said that you are strong, but whether you have the ability to do this is still unknown, so you have to convince me of this before I go to summon other rulers. She didn't want to lose face in front of other rulers. Ma-En suggested, maybe we can have a competition. As she spoke, she stood up, pulled up the corners of her mouth to reveal her sharp fangs. Just what I want. If you can compete with me, then it proves that these things are easy for you to do, and if you can't even deal with me, you better give up the idea of leaving here as soon as possible. Ma-En jumped back lightly, then drifted away from her, quickly distanced herself from the other party. And the Tiger King was not idle either. Her legs were slightly bent, her tiger claws were tightly clasped on the ground, and then she suddenly jumped forward, whistling like a gust of wind and blowing towards the floating Ma-En. Then, she felt a weak resistance. And as the distance between her and Ma-En continued to close, this resistance was still quite strong. The speed of the gentle beast increased, and Ma-En was also observing the situation of the Tiger King during this process. She landed heavily on the ground and estimated the distance between herself and Ma-En. There were 2 more jumps. The agile beast pounced on her again. Ma-En just stared at her. Boom. Just now, she felt the resistance and pressed her back to a degree beyond her imagination. The beast could only fall to the ground in a panic. At this moment, the air around her seemed to solidify, imprisoning her in place. Although the Tiger King felt that she could still struggle at this moment, it would inevitably hurt her, and this was just a competition. You are so gentle, I can't tell whether you are strong enough. The Tiger King shouted to him from where he was, I just don't want to get hurt, but it doesn't mean I don't have the ability to fight. In a real battlefield, your opponents will not stop. What about this? Ma-En asked. As he finished speaking, the strength of his telekinesis increased several times. She suddenly felt suffocated, and the hairs on her body almost stood up. Then her instinct told the Tiger King that she should not make any more movements now. Or like this. He continued, try to break free. The Tiger King looked at him puzzledly. She did not speak, because this might cause injuries. Believe me, Ma-En said. She tried. Nothing happened. The Tiger King blinked. Ma-En retracted his strength. How did you feel just now? Ning Chong Kong still couldn't understand what was going on. In her eyes, the upright tiger just pounced on Ma-En, and then it seemed that Ma-En had won. What happened? The other party relaxed all over. I tried to struggle, but I was surprised to find that my body had no reaction at all. In front of that move, I couldn't even resist. How long did it take you to prepare for the last move just now? This determined the shortest distance for her to defeat Ma-En. He replied, it won't take long, and I can use it easily in the battle. The answer is an instant. He just used his telekinesis to imprison the other party. Apart from that, there was no delicate operation, and it was far from being a skill. It's really a terrifying ability. Tiger King said, "Now I believe you are sure to go to the second underground floor safely, although there is still no chance to keep your body intact and walk to the front of the passage." Although the Tiger King's face was calm, she actually didn't know what to say. Ma's power was almost unbelievable. Now she had almost no chance of winning in front of Ma. But although she was very shocked, she still didn't reveal her true emotions. Tigers are cunning hunters. How is your physical strength among second-level ability users? Ma asked the most important question. She pinched her shoulders and said, "I suppressed this beast in order to maintain rationality, and I kept it at a level that I could enter the third level at any time. If you want to ask how strong my body is, I haven't met anyone stronger than me in the same level." Ma nodded with satisfaction, which means that other second-level ability users basically have no chance of hurting him, but he still doesn't know how other third-level ability users compare to him. "If I want to start right away," Ma asked, "when can you arrange this test?" "Tomorrow," the Tiger King said straightforwardly. Chapter 31. As promised by the Tiger King, she sent out a far larger number of her confidants that night to spread the news of the test to the 6 floors. At the same time, regardless of what the other rulers thought, she directly set the date to the next day. On the afternoon of the second day, the Tiger King led a dozen warriors and Ma to the destination, wandering around in the corridors on the 3rd floor, and stopped several times to determine the direction. Some corridors look almost the same, so we left special marks on them. The Tiger King looked at Ma and Ning Chong Kong behind him, and explained to them why he stopped. Except for the rulers, only special messengers can recognize part of the distance, and they have to travel in groups of 3 to cross the floors. But Ma and Ning Chong Kong did not see any marks she mentioned in the corridor. Obviously, this was not something that could be found with just a glance. "Can other rulers get there in such a short time?" Ning Chong Kong asked curiously. Tiger King said casually, "Of course, although doing so will cost reputation and may also cause dissatisfaction among the rulers of other floors. Since I have made a firm request, they will definitely arrive on time. If you want to leave here safely, the sooner the better. And since this is a deal, I must be responsible for the reward I provide." Walking around the corner, an elevator door about 7 meters high appeared on the left side of the corridor. "We are here," Tiger King said. "Let's go." An accompanying soldier walked to the side of the elevator and pressed the only button on the wall. The heavy metal door quietly opened slowly to both sides. The scene inside the door was not a narrow elevator room, but a spacious and huge square plaza, and on each of the 4 walls, there were 2 elevator doors at a certain distance. It seemed that all 8 floors could lead to this plaza. When they arrived, the other rulers and their followers had all gathered in the center, and a thin figure was standing not far from the crowd. After walking a few steps, Ma felt that the girl behind him had hurried her steps a little. Ning Chong Kong walked to his side and whispered in a normal manner, "She is standing behind the fat man." Ma looked at several rulers. The 4th level ruler general was a majestic man with a body like steel, while the ascetic leader in a long robe was silent, surrounded by his colleagues, and the leader of the wanderers was as strong as an orangutan. The last one was the cannibal king, who stood like a meat mountain. Behind him stood a young woman who looked very strange to Ma. Her limbs looked like a combination of some strong beast and bird, with strong muscles and claws like a bird of prey. Leafin also saw Ma. "What's going on? Is he the guy who is going to be tested?" "He is the enemy I mentioned," she whispered to her cannibal king, the young man following behind the Tiger King. "But why doesn't he show any signs of beast transformation? It's really a narrow road for enemies." The cannibal king smiled. "Look at his appearance. Maybe he has won the heart of the Tiger King, but he may not realize how much this guy loves the new and hates the old. As for his situation," he paused and continued, "maybe it's just luck, and he still has the fantasy of leaving here. Judging from the way the Tiger King treats his concubines, she may want him to give up. But it's just right, you can take his life in the duel. Remember the method I taught you?" Leafin nodded heavily. Ma actually wanted to leave here, which was simply a fantasy, but this also gave her a chance for revenge. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have fallen to this point. The general took the lead and said to the Tiger King with dissatisfaction, "You called us here, but you were the last one to arrive?" She yawned casually. "I want to take a nap. And who told you to come so early?" He snorted coldly. "Who is the challenger?" Ma took a step forward. The general looked him up and down a few times, and then said in a cold tone, "I hope our wait is worth it." At this moment, the thin figure who was outside the crowd also came over. The 2nd floor messenger glanced at Ma, and then a little doubt appeared on his face. "Do you want to leave here?" Ma asked curiously. Is this idea strange? He didn't expect Ma-En to ask him back. After the shock subsided, the messenger showed a look of pity to Ma-En. Of course, after I became a witness to the test, several newcomers who felt they were strong thought they could leave here, but they often lost this opportunity when they were tested. And even if there is really a lucky chance to successfully reach the second floor. Well, let's put it this way. 5 years ago, there was a fool who didn't take our kind advice seriously, and then he never had a chance to beg for mercy. I hope you won't end up like him. The messenger was too lazy to say anything more. This arrogant young man would definitely show symptoms of beast transformation in the upcoming battle, and then he would realize the cruelty of reality. Ma-En silently retracted his gaze. The messenger from the second floor did not recognize him at all, which also vaguely foreshadowed a possibility that the residents of the second underground floor might not recognize him at all. Maybe he looked completely different when he entered, and now, maybe he didn't alarm any members here at all. If you don't have any other messy questions, the Tiger King said impatiently to the other rulers, can we start the test? Silence. The general said, we originally wanted to give this challenger more time to prepare, but if you are so anxious, then start at any time. Is there any warrior who wants to duel with him? Ma-En walked to the center. Li Fan also walked out from behind the Cannibal King and came to him under the gaze of the whole audience. All the others retreated in all directions and dispersed, leaving enough space for the two new faces. The Wanderer King walked to the Cannibal King and asked, why did you recruit new warriors again? The Cannibal King said, are you going to let my confidant take risks? This could be a beautiful revenge, or it could be a tragic defeat of a weak person, but no matter the victory or defeat, you and I know that the ending will not change. Let's enjoy these guys who can't control their own destiny fighting each other. Standing in front of Ma-En, Li Fan twisted her neck and flexibly turned the blue fingers with claws at the end. Look at yourself. Didn't you think you could escape from the hospital alone not long ago? You killed your chance to leave in the cradle with your own hands. Look at my face. But before she changed her appearance, Ma-En spoke calmly. Li Fan, I'm looking for you, it seems. My luck is not bad. Chapter 32. You know? Li Fan bit her knees slightly. Then, you should understand even more. Before she finished her words, the muscles in her legs swelled up like an explosion, and then she leaped over at high speed in the low air like a bird of prey, staring at Ma-En and charging fiercely. At the moment she moved like a beast, Ma-En also floated up, and in the blink of an eye, he created 3 layers of telekinetic shells outside his body, isolating him from the outside air and ensuring his preparation for high-speed flight. Then, he drifted back in the air, keeping his eyes on the other person, intending to change his movement speed at any time according to her. But what happened next was a little unexpected for him. The sharp claws tore through the air and dangerously passed half a meter in front of Ma-En, still more than 10 centimeters away from his 3rd layer of telekinetic shell. He hadn't even accelerated yet. Ma-En had originally wanted to try how flexible he could be when flying in battle, and how far he was from other second-level ability users. Although he had no special expectations for Li Fan, she was really unbelievably slow. Compared with the Tiger King, who was also at the 2nd level, Li Fan was not only several times slower, but her reaction was as slow as a snail. Her claws slowly fell down almost after he had dodged. He clearly remembered that when she was outside, Li Fan claimed to be a strong person at the same level. Is she not good at close combat? It seems that your warrior can't do anything to him. The Wanderer King said gloatingly, it seems that the crown of victory will be taken away by my warrior. The Cannibal King smiled and said, even if she loses, it's not a bad thing, and she hasn't used her ability yet. Li Fan suddenly stopped, and her muscles began to tremble. You will hide, in this case. Before she finished speaking, Ma-En floated down, stood still, and raised her right hand. Her body suddenly stopped. The other rulers present had not yet realized what was going on. Ma-En walked towards Li Fan, who had been fixed. I have a few questions to ask first of all. How much do they know about me about the company you mentioned? Li Fan stared at Ma-En angrily. He raised his hand, and removed the restraints on her head. Do you really think you can get out? When you caused us to fall to this point, there was no hope. She gritted her teeth and looked at Ma-En. Even if I lose, you can't think of leaving alive. Ma-En showed a puzzled expression. Do you think it's my fault that you lost to Su-Wen? She glared at Ma-En fiercely. Look at you. Did you beat him? Your stupidity has dug your grave. Ma-En looked down curiously. Am I trapped here? Do I have any wounds on my body? Look over there. Even Ning Chong Kong doesn't show any signs of beast transformation. Let's get back to my question. She looked angry. Ma-En moved his fingers. Bang. Her left and right arms instantly exploded from the inside out, And then the broken parts began to try to drill out a new body, and the degree of beast transformation was also ready to continue to spread to her body. But the new arms failed to grow out. Enough. The Cannibal King took a half step forward and shouted, "You have already won." But he didn't really mean to intervene. Ma-en moved his fingers again. Her right calf also exploded. Leifin finally showed pain and fear. "Wait, didn't you hear him ask you to stop? You've already won, let me go. Answer my question." Ma-en stared into her eyes calmly. "This is the last chance." I said. She shouted hurriedly, "The company doesn't know you are a high-level ability user yet. I didn't reveal any information, but they already have other information about you, and may be able to infer this information." Ma-en showed a regretful expression. "Thank you." The fear on Leifin's face became more and more intense, because she had realized what the other party wanted to do, and quickly turned her head to look at the Cannibal King standing in the distance. But the other party didn't look at her at all. They were all staring at Ma-en, and their expressions were very solemn. Snap. She felt a terrifying force coming from all sides of her body, and then her whole body was pressed inward in severe pain, and her internal organs were slowly squeezed by the muscles. "I'm sorry, it's a bit slow to kill here." He retracted his hand. "I curse you. The company will find you and your family." Leifin roared at him with hatred. "Even if you get out, they will kill you." Ma-en looked at her curiously and asked, "Will your company offend a person of my ability level in order to avenge you?" Hearing this, the anger on Leifin's face slowly dissipated, and clear despair climbed into her eyes. "The answer is obvious." Ma-en nodded slightly, and turned back in the original direction. Bang! The remaining flesh and blood of the body splattered everywhere, and some pieces even fell at his feet. In the silent crowd, he walked back to the front of the Tiger King. "Are there 2 more warriors?" She came back to her senses, looked at the others and asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to fight him?" No one answered. No one wanted to die. The Tiger King said, "If no one wants to fight, then Ma-en has passed the test." But the Cannibal King walked forward, walked in front of them slowly, and then looked down at Ma-en and said, "Didn't I just ask you to stop?" Ma-en raised his head and asked back, "Do you want to be the next warrior?" The Cannibal King did not answer directly, but looked at the Tiger King. "Your challenger does not respect me and other rulers," and brutally killed her on the premise that her opponent has lost her ability. After discussing, the 4 of us rulers unanimously decided that he cannot enter the 2nd floor. As he said, the victory or defeat of this duel is not important. Their purpose was not to come here for a test, which is why the Cannibal King just wanted to call Ma-en, but did nothing. The envoys on the 2nd floor were watching the show leisurely. The Cannibal King paused and continued, "So we decided that you have to kill this challenger yourself and wash away the shame of that warrior." The Tiger King narrowed his eyes. "What if I say no?" Then, he smiled and said, "We will deal with him for you, and by the way, we will clean up you, the unqualified ruler." This is the prototype of the story that the residents of the 3rd floor will hear in the future, and they will use lies to ensure that the anger of those warriors is all directed at a dead outsider. After killing them, 2 of the Tiger King's confidants, who had been bribed, will return to the 3rd floor. Those crazy people who only have blood in their heads will be angry, but they will not hate other rulers. The messenger was a little impatient to hear this, but before he took any action, the leader of the ascetic order walked up to him and whispered, "It was the Tiger King who led the civil strife that overthrew the 3rd floor, and we have collected enough evidence. You can take it back to the 2nd floor." The messenger did not believe him at all. None of these rulers coveted the 2nd underground floor, but looking at the other party's unfriendly eyes, he sat back. The current situation is very special. But the messenger did not realize that it was his behavior that made the 4 rulers completely abandon their last concerns, and the expectation of a certain possibility completely occupied their chests. Tiger King said, "This is against the rules." The Wanderer King grinned, "But we are the rules." The general also shook his head and sighed, "Your character is not suitable to be a ruler." Tiger King's whole body trembled uncontrollably. She hadn't been so excited for a long time. Blood, death, and honor. Ma-en glanced at Tiger King. The current situation was beyond his expectations, but fortunately, he had already arrived in front of the elevator. Chapter 33. Wait a minute. Ma-en raised his hand and said, "I just want to go down." The general and the ascetic leader were walking towards him, but in their eyes, Ma-en's words at this moment exposed his panic. The truth cannot be spread. The general said regretfully, "And it just so happens that we are still lacking a strong enough scapegoat, so don't blame yourself, it's not your fault. Only reasonable lies can calm down the lunatics under the Tiger King, who only care about blood and honor." The Tiger King took a few steps forward and blocked Ma In and Ning Chong Kong with his body. I'm sorry, I didn't expect them to join forces together. But I will stop them, and after you leave here, they will have no reason to continue chasing you. The four rulers all walked towards here firmly, and although the Tiger King standing in front of them had no injuries on her body, the beastification of her forearms and calves began to spread to her body, and her momentum was gradually rising. Ma In looked at Ning Chong Kong and said, "Stand where you are." Then he turned around and walked in front of Tiger King. "If you want to test me, I will accept it, not because I respect your rules so much." Ma In said casually, "It's just more convenient this way." Now it seems that the easiest way has changed. He didn't want to fight at the risk of getting hurt. Tiger King said in surprise, "You don't have to." "No, I just want to go down," Ma In replied. If he wanted to escape, he could easily leave here with the flying ability he just tested. This must be one of the skills he mastered in the past. But this is not a good idea. The telekinesis swept like a tsunami towards the four rulers, but they all seemed to have only paused. The followers behind them all stopped, but after a few seconds, the restraints on them all disappeared. Just when they all felt that Main's attack could not stop them from moving forward, the speed of the three rulers slowed down in front of Main's second concentrated telekinesis. But they did not stop like the second-level ability users, and the leader of the ascetics, who was originally the slowest among the few, still maintained his original speed and reached the front position among the few in the blink of an eye. This trick is good, but there is no chance of winning with 2 against 4. The Wanderer King said confidently, and then forced himself to move forward with telekinesis. Our bodies are not as weak as your opponent just now. No, he had no way to control them all in place. As Ma In tried to increase the strength of his telekinesis, he could feel a faint tingling sensation climbing up his spine toward his brain, as if the bad memories that had been forgotten were emerging. "Can you hold back the ascetic and the Wanderer King?" The Tiger King did not speak. At this moment, she looked half human and half tiger, and was almost catching up with the beast level of the other rulers. Roar. With a roar, she rushed towards the ascetic in the front, her limbs quickly intertwined on the ground, her figure shuttled through the air like an afterimage, and then she directly pounced on the black-robed figure, biting and rolling on the ground. The Wanderer in the front was about to reach them. Mon took back the telekinesis from him and the Wanderer, and the Wanderer King immediately appeared in front of the Tiger King and the ascetic. The situation where the Tiger King had the upper hand was reversed instantly, and she began to deal with them in a panic in front of the two. Blood dyed the sight of the three people red, especially the Tiger King. She could lose her life at any time in the process. But they didn't notice that the General and the Cannibal King had stopped. Mon looked at the Cannibal King. He moved forward again, but immediately stopped again, and the price was that the restraints on the General returned to their original level, and the ruler rushed towards Mon again. There was a distance of about 20 meters between them. The General's goal was to get close to Mon. It was not a wise choice to fight with such a person at a long distance, not to mention that all of them, the beast men, were particularly good at close combat. 17 meters. Mon kept looking at the Cannibal King. 14 meters. The black robe of the ascetic was torn by the claws, revealing the scarred body underneath. The Wanderer King and the Tiger King both had several claw marks. 11 meters. The Cannibal King looked at Mane with an unchanged expression. The muscles on his face could not push away the powerful force surrounding him. 8 meters. The Tiger King had his left palm torn off by the claws of the Wanderer King, and his wrist was dripping with blood. She was holding the dry arm of the ascetic in her mouth, and 3 pairs of bloodthirsty eyes were staring at each other. 5 meters. The General raised his silver-white palm and pointed it at Mane's head, accumulating a terrifying explosive force that could tear metal apart. 3 meters. The signs of beastification on the bodies of the several people in the battle inevitably increased, and their expressions had long been replaced by madness and bloodthirstiness. All of them could only fight like beasts relying on instinct. 2 meters. The General stepped towards Mane with a solemn look, and the end of the palm that looked like a sharp metal suddenly drilled towards his head, about to pierce his skull. 1 meter. Mane retracted his gaze and looked at the General. He stopped with his right arm raised high. "Are you next?" Mane asked. Before he understood the meaning of Mane's words, he heard the messenger's exclamation. Suspicious eyes swept around the square, but they saw nothing. They didn't see the Cannibal King either. Now it's 2 against 3. He turned to look at the Wanderer King. "Do you think there is a chance of winning this way?" The Wanderer and the ascetic looked at each other, but before they spoke, the immobile General shouted in fear, "I surrender! I surrender! This is the Cannibal King's idea. Now he is dead, There is no reason for us to continue fighting. He stared at Maine with fear, afraid that he would repeat what he did to the cannibal king on himself. Hearing the general's words, the Wanderer King and the ascetic, who had some fighting spirit, also distanced themselves from each other in her bloodshot eyes. Well, you have won the opportunity to renegotiate. Ma looked at the Tiger King and repeated the question he had just asked. Can you hold them back? She was stunned for a moment, then showed a bloody smile. Hearing this, the Wanderer King turned directly towards Ning Chong Kong in the distance. Obviously, when Ma was still threatening, he had already noticed that the girl was following him. But before he took a few steps, he felt that his feet were as if they were shackled and difficult to move, and then the sound of a tiger's pounce came from behind him. Mon looked at the general and shrugged. You started the fight, so I should decide when to stop. You see, it seems that I have no reason not to kill you all, because this is a less risky option for me. Isn't it? He looked at the terrified general curiously. Then he knew how the cannibal king felt. The general couldn't feel his feet. Then his legs, hips, waist, chest, hands, neck, until his head. Chapter 34. The Tiger King stepped on the cracked skull with one leg, and the hair stained with blood fluttered in the wind, but the protagonist of this battle was not her, but the young man who was not stained with blood. 3 third-level ability users fell in his hands. Pioneer is above. She looked at Ma with shining eyes. You are simply a blood angel. Now I really think you can successfully leave here. Ma nodded slightly, without saying anything. No one will stop us from going to the second underground floor now. She looked at the messenger standing in the corner, and raised her eyebrows. Of course I can't stop you. He hurriedly said to the two, anyway, you have passed the test. Although the method is not very reasonable, maybe those old guys on the second underground floor will have some opinions on his behavior, but what does it have to do with him now? He saw the fate of those rulers with his own eyes. Let's go! Ma said to the girl, then looked at Tiger King and said, if there is a chance, we will see each other again. Tiger King smiled at him. If there is, but I hope I will never see you again. She didn't want to see Ma here, but in his opinion, this was not impossible. He always had a question in his heart, that is, why did his past self leave a passage to the Control Bureau here? Did he expect that he would not be able to remember how to return to the Control Bureau, and thought that he would end up here again in the future? Ma didn't think so, and there was one thing that was easy to figure out, that is, for the beastmen trapped here, the possibility of leaving here was a condition they could not refuse. But none of this matters now. He led the girl and the messenger to the elevator door. Although the messenger knew that Ning Chong Kong shouldn't follow him in, he still controlled the urge to speak. The messenger closed his eyes. Tiger King stood behind them, and couldn't help but said, I go with you to take a look. If those bastards on the second floor want to embarrass you, I might be able to say a few words, at least explain the matter, if that doesn't work. If you fight, I can help, I repay you. The messenger standing in front of the door pretended not to hear these words. The door slowly opened. But the scene on the other side was beyond the expectations of Ma and Tiger King. There were a total of 8 people who looked very beastly, and all of them that Tiger King could recognize were third-level ability users, which made her tense her muscles. Silence. Then the faces of 7 of them became quite stiff, and the emotions they revealed were mixed with doubt, resistance, respect, vigilance, and fear. You? Said the middle-aged man in the lead, are you back? It was the turn of everyone on this side of the elevator to be at a loss, including Ma himself. Fortunately, it seemed that they had awe of him. As long as he didn't reveal that he had no memory of the past, he would be safe on the second underground floor. Well? He pretended to be normal and said, I'm going to Ward 213. Neither the waiter nor the Tiger King could understand what was going on. Was Ma a member of the second floor before? But if so, why did he do it? Could it be that he is actually a severely beast-transformed patient who has gone completely crazy, and it seems that the other people on the second underground floor are very wary of him, and even seem to be a little afraid of him? Ning Chong Kong had some ideas. After arriving at the second underground floor, although Ma seemed to know nothing, he was inexplicably calm, as if he knew that they would definitely leave here successfully. But there are still some things that she can't figure out for the time being. Seeing that Ma hadn't taken a step yet, the leading man asked cautiously, Do you want us to lead the way? Ma said calmly, If you are willing. Of course. He said, Even if he has been outside for 2 or 3 years, why don't you just take the stairs? All the second floor members were waiting for his answer. This was a simple test. They all noticed something wrong, and behind this was a surprising possibility. I don't remember the way. Ma stepped into the elevator. By the way, I just killed the 4 rulers above. Isn't that a problem? His tone was quite calm, and it was hard to tell whether it was a friendly greeting or an impatient one. This sentence had a reasonable explanation for different people. This not only dispelled some doubts in their hearts, but also reminded them of some bad past. No. The leader shook his head and said, of course not. Then lead the way. Ma-en looked at the man with fear on his face, and said, I'm in a hurry. It was still Ma-en. They all remembered. Then, in silence, he began to lead the way, while the other ability users took a few tentative steps back, and stayed where they were when they saw that Ma-en did not stop them. The leading man could only curse their cowardice in his heart. While quietly observing Ma-en, he also realized that perhaps his past self was much stronger than he imagined, and the notebook was definitely not all the skills he had mastered before. After all, he thought of how to fly at high speed not long after he came here, and he knew very well how powerful these skills were. If he did not have the disintegration that could completely crush objects, then he would definitely find it difficult to face these beast men, and he might even lose here. The messenger pulled a senior with some confusion. What's going on? The man who was asked the question waited until the elevator door behind him slowly closed and then said, when you came, there were only 8 third-level ability users here, but before Ma-en came, there were 24 ability users here. At that time, we all thought that he was just an ordinary person who strayed in. At that time, we also broke out a small conflict, and the end result was that he took the initiative to retreat. But half a month later, several ability users who had conflicts with him suddenly disappeared overnight, and then before we reacted, he found 2 ability users to join forces to fight against us, and finally led to the current situation. This is why we sent you to participate in the test, because the original host had died in his hands, and we have to use a new face to avoid suspicion from other floors. After you left, the news that the 6th floor could not be entered was spread here, and there was no rumor that he had appeared on other floors, and this Ma-en at that time walked out of the stairs. The messenger swallowed his saliva. Chapter 35. Ma-en gently grasped the door handle of number 213 with his index finger and thumb. A hazy feeling flowed through his body, and several blurred images flashed back and forth on his retina, and then a simple and ordinary word surfaced on the sea of subconsciousness. Exit. As he guessed, this was not the entrance at all. He must have mastered other ways to go to the control bureau, but he had completely forgotten it. Close your eyes. Ma-en looked at the door and said, don't do anything without my permission. Okay. The girl answered obediently, I stand here before you speak. Ma-en nodded, and then pushed the door open. A closed space built of silver-white metal appeared in front of him. This area was about 300 square meters. The ground and walls were all metal, without any decorations or furniture. He realized something. Come in. The girl followed in, with her eyes closed. Non-employee entry detected, information collection started. Non-employee entity is a first-level unknown creature, not entered into the database. Danger level, extremely low. A mechanical voice sounded in Mon's mind. Do you want to start isolation measures? No. He answered in his mind, and then closed the door behind him. Consciousness was turning over like boiling seawater, and a little common sense about this place reappeared in Mon's mind. And they came from the deepest corners, almost being completely expelled from his memory. It was not until this moment that Mon understood the real reason why he could not return to the control bureau. The damage caused by the unmemorable was far more than what he could realize, or in other words, he could feel that the information he forgot was all the less damaged parts. True forgetfulness, even the fact of no longer remembering itself, is difficult to be realized. The unmemorable erased the method of returning to the control bureau from his mind, so no matter what idea Ma-en tried, he could not find the right way because before he was about to remember, the memory would be pulled back to the depths of his consciousness. This is the scar left by the unmemorable, and the purpose of doing so is also very obvious. Let Ma-en forget the method of returning to the control bureau to help destroy his resistance. This also means that the existence of the abnormal control bureau can greatly increase his chances of winning. Only if he successfully returns to the control bureau can he remember this memory, and Ma-en suspects that this may be because he is now in the underground floor, and the power of the unmemorable has not yet evolved here. Fortunately, there is more than one way to return to the control bureau, and the past self recorded the second way in writing. Before being attacked, he can project his consciousness into the control bureau at any time, activate the transmission device here, and spend 30 seconds to bring the body here, and can also be transmitted back to the original position. In addition, the control bureau can also build a control bureau channel that can connect to reality. He just entered such a stable channel. Moreover, the control bureau channel can choose whether to allow non-employee life to pass through. Normally, employees without teleportation authority have to rely on this to bring back abnormal items. Therefore, the entrants will not return directly to the Control Bureau, but will appear in the isolation space where they are now. It has the function of scanning and analyzing the visitors, and can be abandoned at any time to prevent some special abnormal entities from invading the Control Bureau. For example, mimics that have not completely replaced the consciousness of the Control Bureau staff may be accidentally brought here. You wait here, Ma-En said to Ning Chong Kong. He walked to half a meter in front of the wall, and then a door appeared in front of him. After Ma-En walked in, it immediately turned into a metal wall again. After passing through 2 more doors, a corridor made of the same unknown alloy appeared in front of him, and the information here was still slowly pouring into his mind. Director's office, Control Department, Containment Department, Staff Dormitory, Conference Room. As his thoughts changed, a list of information appeared in front of him. Director, Ma-En. Comprehensive Abnormality Level, 3.3, 3.5, Abnormal Characteristics, Mental Power 3.3, 3.5, you have mental power different from ordinary people, and have many basic mental abilities such as clairvoyance, telekinesis, and mind control resistance, which will naturally improve over time. However, due to the attack of the unmemorable, the strength of this characteristic has been significantly reduced. With the basic cognitive impairment resistance generated through adaptive generation, it is healing itself. Status, amnesia. You have forgotten your past. Cognitive impairment. There are things you can no longer realize. Mental damage. Your mental power is severely weakened. Used characteristics, none. When seeing the number after 3, Ma-En naturally remembered its meaning. The Abnormal Control Bureau uses 1 to 5 to represent the strength of the ability in the same level, and this is not a fixed value, but depends on the strength of other abnormal entities. 1 is weaker in the same level, often just got the ability. 2 is the average level of the same level, most of the ability users stay here. 3 is stronger in the same level, 4 is the top level, and 5 represents the theoretical limit of strength. But the strength of anomaly does not necessarily indicate the danger, and the same is true for mimics. It may not have a strong single-person combat ability, but it has taken the lives of at least hundreds of thousands of people by relying on concealment. The previous level of danger was slightly higher than the strength of ability, which is probably because of the skills he once mastered and the identity of the director of the Control Bureau. And looking at the above information, his memory problem seems to be slowly being repaired, which is why he can remember these fragments and common sense one after another. There are also usable characteristics. Number of abnormal entities contained. Level 3 abnormal entities. 2. The Control Bureau can extract the characteristics of the contained abnormal entities and give them to employees, including the director, to continue to control other abnormal entities. First level abnormal value, 6.2. Second level abnormal value, 4. Third level abnormal value, 2, and the Control Bureau can also extract some abnormal entities. Of course, this can only be done after they are controlled. Normally, most abnormal entities can only extract less than 1 point of the same level of energy. These energies can be used in various aspects, including building the Control Bureau channel. He looked at the list of the Containment Department and then noticed one of the 2 abnormal entities. Abnormal entity, severed finger of an unmemorable person. Abnormal strength, 3.3. Danger level, 3.1. Description, a severed finger. No one can remember how it appeared in the Containment Department of the Control Bureau. Features, appearance cognition disorder 3.3. The observer can see that there is something here and is aware of its existence, but cannot understand what it looks like. Its appearance information cannot be recognized by consciousness and memory. Memory erasure 3.3. It has the ability to erase the memory of a creature through contact. Chapter 36. A broken finger of the unmemory actually has an abnormal strength of 3.3, but it's not all bad news. First of all, Ma-En can be sure that the unmemory has fingers, and his past self has hurt him, which means that his body is not particularly strong. Based on the information he has currently mastered, Ma-En has gradually made some rough guesses about the situation. The abnormal strength of the unmemory must be higher than his own, but his attack method is likely to be mainly on the spiritual level, which is why he is not injured. Of course, he may also have strong physical attack methods, but he certainly can't destroy his telekinetic coat. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. But in fact, the unmemory must be able to use his memory erasure ability to make himself truly forget this technique, and then as long as he pulls the trigger, Ma-En can only die in ignorance, but he didn't do so. Ma-En is more inclined to believe that he failed. As for why? The answer is simple, it is the Abnormal Control Bureau. Even if I wrote down the existence of the unmemorable outside, I couldn't see those words. Only here would there be a slight chance of turning things around. This is why the unmemorable's top priority attack is to make Maine forget how to return here, because returning to the Control Bureau is an important reason why I can fight him. And he must have realized the problem of memory somehow. Then Maine hid here to prepare to deal with the unmemorable. Some time ago, he had created a reminder device alarm clock, and this should be something I had thought of in the past. In the past, I must have optimized the alarm clock to the extent that it could be used in combat, and then found or created an attack technique that could cover the surrounding space. When Ma-En returned to reality, when the unmemory was confidently approaching him, he realized the existence of the opponent through the alarm clock device, and cut off his finger using a telekinetic technique. This was the trophy of that battle. After that, the unmemory became afraid of him, and did not try to approach him again. He also changed the way of attack to erasing memory. Then, he appeared in front of the mirror in the bathroom. This was just a simple inference based on the existing information, and there must be many details that were wrong. Maybe he didn't use the reminder device at all, maybe they fought several times, maybe the unmemory had died a long time ago, maybe some very important conditions were not remembered by him, maybe this battle was far more complicated and difficult than he imagined. But Ma-En felt that the general situation should not be far from his current thoughts. Now he has returned to the Abnormal Control Bureau, which is good news. He has figured out several main functions here. The first function. In addition to controlling abnormal entities, the containment chamber can also extract their abnormal characteristics. Then, Ma-En can transfer these abnormal characteristics to the members of the Control Bureau, that is, himself. The specific number of characteristics that can be used depends on the user and the strength of the characteristics, but each characteristic can only be given to one authorized member. Now he can transfer memory erasure and appearance recognition impairment to himself. And if he pays a large amount of abnormal value, he can even permanently solidify some abnormal characteristics and distribute them to multiple members of the Control Bureau at a cost. The second function. He can get abnormal values by analyzing abnormal entities, which are a mixture of information and energy. According to records, he has analyzed several third-level beast patients and obtained a total of 1.3 third-level abnormal values, one of which came from the first beast patient because he provided all the information about the third-level beast. However, this analysis will destroy the abnormal entity. And Ma-En also found information about Victor Sanatorium. Abnormal entity, Victor Sanatorium. Abnormal strength, V.2. Danger level, V.1. Description. A building complex composed of multiple spaces with different characteristics and strengths, including at least 4 fourth-level and 2 fifth-level areas. Sponsored by the well-known entrepreneur Victor in 1932. Special control measures. Replace more than 30% of the employees of the Control Bureau with employees above level 2, and all deans and vice deans must be included. The underground floor is one of the known fourth-level areas, and the method of leaving here is also recorded here, which is basically consistent with the rumors they said, and after leaving here, you will no longer be bound by the rules. That's why Ma-En was able to kill Dr. Lee. However, if he was breaking the rules, he would not be protected accordingly. But both his message and the facts have proved that the rules have been effective again for him. Maybe the unmemorable made the sanatorium forget that he had left. As for the employee passage mentioned in the message that was used out of necessity, it was not a real passage. It is the third function of the Control Bureau, the staff department. He can select suitable members to recruit and give different employees corresponding permissions, including using the Control Bureau channel, projecting the mind here, applying to use abnormal characteristics, checking different levels of information, and teleporting to other employees. There are no other employees in the Control Bureau now, and there is an obvious risk in recruiting new employees. That is, this will reveal the existence of the Abnormal Control Bureau and Ma-En to the world. No matter how loyal these employees are, it is difficult to keep secrets in this world. Mind reading, soul control, memory reading, information reception. Various abilities can dig out Ma-En's information. Therefore, although he has found 2 candidates who meet various conditions through the Control Bureau in the past, they have certain power, suitable personalities, and people who also need institutions like the Control Bureau, but he has not formally recruited them. And normal people with abilities cannot be willing to be Ma-En's subordinates. The employees of the Control Bureau are just employees, not slaves whose consciousness is controlled. If it weren't for this, Ma-En wouldn't have needed employees. Powerful people have no reason to listen to him, and particularly weak people are useless, and ambitious people might even covet this place. Therefore, this function seems to be meaningless to Ma-En. If he really has a way to get a group of people with abilities to work for him, he can directly create an open force without recruiting them into the Control Bureau. In general, the employee department cannot let him get anyone's loyalty, and recruiting members at will is likely to expose his information about the Control Bureau to some dangerous characters and forces. But if he wants to create a secret organization, the function of the staff department will become very useful. Also, if he wants to teleport now, he doesn't need to worry about the risk of exposure, because he can make his appearance unable to be correctly perceived by the newly recruited employees. In this way, even if all the information in their minds is dug out, others cannot determine what Maine looks like. The fourth function is the expansion of the Control Bureau. Anomaly Control Bureau. Number of containment rooms, 5. Capacity of employee dormitories, 10. If he wants to increase the capacity of containment rooms and employee dormitories, he needs to control other abnormal buildings first and then assimilate them into part of the Control Bureau's building complex. This is why Maine built a passage on the underground floor. However, the Victor Sanatorium cannot be directly controlled like other abnormal entities. Therefore, for these abnormal entities that cannot be directly captured, the Control Bureau will give corresponding control measures, but this condition is impossible for Maine to complete now. These are the basic functions of the Control Bureau. From this point of view, he doesn't need to go through the employee passage. After all, the Control Bureau clearly records the route he took last time to leave, and if he leaves through the underground floor, he can be free from the constraints of the rules again. You know, there is still an insider alive in the hospital. Chapter 37. The long golden hair is scattered like wheat ears. The pure white wings are like a cloak around the bulging abdominal muscles. The holy luster is overflowing in the pupils. The slender and beautiful white legs are looming in the robe, and the angel-like delicate face reveals unyielding piety. No, she is an angel. Ma-En is standing in front of the one-way wall of the containment room, looking at the second abnormal entity in the Control Bureau. Abnormal entity, winged angel. Danger level, 3.3. Abnormal intensity, 3.3. Racial description, a special semi-spiritual creature that will attack almost all mortals who see and realize their existence for unknown reasons. The appearance is close to the legendary angels. They often appear in the churches of the Holy Church and around some special mortals. Individual description, a two-winged angel who calls himself Kashira, who was once one of the guardians of the mortal Chen Yun. In 2031, he accidentally discovered that the director of the Abnormal Control Bureau, Ma-En, was a wizard, defined by the church, and followed the witch-hunting rules he mentioned to attack Ma-En with his companions and tried to kill him. Abnormal characteristics, angelification. Offer your soul and body, silently recite his holy name, kiss the soil he walked on, worship with all your heart, then spread your wings, raise the long sword forged with light, and execute his will. Strongly not recommended to use. Ma-En looked ahead in a trance. Bright alley, blood, holy streams, 2 pairs of white wings, and a flaming sword burning with blazing fire, and a holy light gun that pierced his lungs. An angel fell like a comet. Another one is now in the containment room in front of him. This is why he is in the Victor Sanatorium. As the message says, don't trust the angels, let them keep their wrong judgment of you, mental patients. He must have done something suspicious, and it can be explained by mental illness, which is the reason he showed to other angels. These angels may not be able to enter the Victor Sanatorium at will. This is also why the past self did not mention his sister in the message. For Ma-En, who has lost his memory, if he contacts Chen Yun, the angels may be aware of his past actions. Ma-En gently touched the wall. Bang! Kashira suddenly raised his head, then flapped his wings and rushed towards him, and his whole body hit the wall between them heavily, with hot flames in his eyes that could burn mortals, and his face full of anger and hostility. Devil! My brothers and sisters will find you! She roared with gritted teeth, and pounded the wall in front of Ma-En with her fists. When they find me, you will no longer be able to hide your identity. Ma-En looked at her calmly. Do you really think so? To his surprise, after this tentative word came out, the holy light flowing on the angel's body dimmed a lot in an instant, but it shone again as she whispered the name of the master. She almost roared. No matter what you do, you can't make me surrender to you, dirty devil. Ma-En smiled gently. But I am still standing in front of you, and your brothers and sisters don't seem to know you are here at all? The angel glared at Ma-En and said, We suspected you a long time ago. You will definitely reveal your feat in the process of seducing the saints. They will rush here to rescue me, and your soul will be tortured by eternal flames. Wait, demon, your fate is already determined, don't try to seduce me. After saying that, she flapped her wings and returned to her original position, turned around to let Ma-En out of her sight, and the holy light on her body flickered a few more times before stabilizing. The saint she was talking about should be Chen Yun, and if this angel didn't realize that Ma En had lost his memory in anger just now, then it was probably all the truth that she knew before. In other words, if the church knew that she had the power to defeat the angels, they would come to find her, and Ma En had some abnormal behaviors in the past that could be explained as mental problems. If I rely on the characteristics of utilization, maybe I can give a new explanation to the doubts in the past. For example, he is actually a memory eraser, so his suspicious behavior is that he has a strong mental power, but he doesn't have the ability to kill these two angels. But if he wants to completely clear his suspicion, he must have enough information. What exactly is the problem he showed in the past, and what are the specific suspicions of the angels about him? Or, he can just take his passport and leave here. But the reason why I didn't leave early was definitely not because I liked life in the mental hospital. I must have had some concerns. Maybe this couldn't really solve the problem. Without memories, the angel in the containment room and Chen Yun, whom I hadn't met yet, could be the breakthrough point of this matter, and the former was much less dangerous. The instability of the light on her body just now might mean something. Ma En touched the wall and turned away, passing through the doors just now, and heading towards the isolation room where Ning Chong Kong was. He had decided to go back to the underground first. Director, Ma En. Feature used. Memory Erasure 3.3. Ma En walked out of the wall, and the girl was sitting cross-legged on the ground waiting. Ning Chong Kong. He walked over to meet the girl's expectant eyes. I actually belong to a special organization. Is it related to those symbols? She asked curiously. Ma En nodded slightly. I want to invite you to become a temporary member of our organization. No matter what, you will not remember what happened here. You will still remember that we came to the underground, met the beast man, and walked up the stairs, but we did not stay in this place. But you will remember that I asked you to leave the hospital immediately after returning to the ground, and you agreed to this request. And in exchange, I will look at your parents' affairs. Assuming that your parents' affairs do not pose any risk to me, I may help you solve this problem, or I may not care about it at all. Are you willing? He wants to recruit an employee who does not remember that he belongs to the Control Bureau. To be precise, this is a teleportation point that knows nothing. The girl stood up without hesitation. I agree. If you really help me solve this problem, you can ask for any other reward you want. Let me work for you. Ask for my soul or life, my lifespan. Or all our property. I just want my parents. This is her only chance. You say it as if I am a demon. Ma En said casually, I can't promise you anything. Maybe your parents' problem is very simple to me. Maybe they are monsters that I can never defeat in my life. This is possible. Employee list. Level 1 employee, Ning Chong Kong. The girl blinked, and then watched Ma En put his hand to her forehead. Then she forgot. Chapter 38. 3:20 p.m., on the third floor of Victor Sanatorium. Suwon stared at the 6 syringes in front of him with deep eyes. The green liquid flowing in them will be a great masterpiece that determines the fate of the mimic bacteria race, and he will be remembered forever as a pioneer of the second-generation mimic bacteria. Those human scholars, companies, people with abilities, and the fertilizers of his fellow countrymen have all become his stepping stones. Although the East Federal Pharmaceutical Company will not stop there, they will definitely want to get the second-generation mimic bacteria and monopolize it, but as long as he inserts these syringes into several humans with family backgrounds and weak mental strength, and eliminates their mental problems, and lets them leave the hospital with the second-generation mimic bacteria, no one can stop their spread. The company will catch several of its fellow countrymen, but there is no chance to realize their original idea. All creatures, including humans, will become the nourishment of his compatriots. Spores will spread and take root through their social activities. Countless intelligent lives of varying degrees will quietly drill out of the flesh and blood soil, and then gradually realize their identities and responsibilities, and rule human society in the shadows. This will be the future created by him. Dong dong. It's not time for treatment yet. What's the matter? Suwon shouted impatiently. Click, click. The lock opened. Creak. The door was pushed open by someone, and then a familiar figure appeared outside. As the man walked in, the door behind him slowly closed and automatically locked again. Long time no see. Ma En looked at Suwon with a vigilant look and said, I just don't think it's been a few days for you. Suwon reached out to grab the syringe, but watched them roll off the table and bounce towards Ma En. What? The young doctor kept backing away. No, you are a company's transformed spy, trying to pretend to be him to deceive me. Ma En raised his hand. Bang. Suwon's whole body floated up, and then hit the wall behind him heavily. Cough, cough. He was pressed against the wall and struggled to look at Ma In, his face full of confusion and shock. You are really Ma In? But how is this possible? Patients and doctors can't attack each other. Ma In asked curiously. Didn't you listen carefully when I said I could bypass the rules? Cough, cough, cough. Su-wen stared at Ma In and said, No. Don't kill me. This is not just a trivial matter between you and me. If I die here, all my compatriots will be enslaved by the mimic bacteria. Although they are not your kind, they have the same consciousness as you humans, and they are also life. We too. Ma In replied calmly, Answer me now. Is there anyone who still knows about my existence? Su-wen said, If you can promise not to kill me, I can tell you everything, but you have to let me go back to the corridor first. You can kill me at any time, and there is no need to worry about my escape. No, I'm not asking you now. Ma In replied, You will remember the answer to this question. Su-wen's expression gradually calmed down. Not only can you attack me, but I can too, right? Ma In stretched out his right hand downward, and all 6 syringes floated into his palm. He answered casually, Maybe. Does it matter? Su-wen smiled again. You think you are strong, but you don't understand how dangerous we are. I just spit spores all over the room. Yes, I will die, but in another month, my compatriots will completely replace your consciousness. They will immediately integrate into your muscles and organs and take on the function of maintaining life. If you expel them, you will not be able to continue to live and can only watch yourself being replaced. Now you are dead. He looked at Ma In proudly. Come on, kill me, and then become the next me. Do you think this will be useful to me? Ma In raised his arm with interest. There are indeed many spores on it that are invisible to his naked eyes, but they all stay outside the telekinetic membrane that is also invisible. Snap. He snapped his fingers. The telekinetic net that had been maintained for a long time gathered towards the center of the room, gathering all the spores floating in the air, and a floating white ball of hair appeared in front of Su-wen. His smile froze. Sorry, I have a few more questions, so I need to delay your time for a while. Ma In said calmly, I promise that you will die painfully after you answer them, and these second-generation mimics will be safely placed in my safe. Su-wen showed determination and then Ma In disappeared. But in fact, he disappeared himself, and this place was already the 3rd floor underground. This was also the last way Su-wen left for himself. Assuming there was no choice, he could still hide by attacking others, and it was also because he was not a whole life, so he could let the main fungus strain attack. His ideal is dead. But at least he is still alive. Not bad. Ma In said, sitting on the chair behind him. How did you know I wanted to bring you here to ask questions? He turned around with a look of shock and fear. Why? I have come here. Am I worth your high price to hunt me down? What if you are also trapped here? No, I will not be trapped. Ma In shrugged. Now the second question. Where are the remaining second-generation mimics? Now Ma In has the employee passage Ning Chong Kong. No! Su-wen desperately rushed out of the door, but found that his whole body was floating up, and there was no room for struggle at all. I won't tell you unless you let me go. What I'm asking is... Ma In stood up and stretched out his hand to him. You who no longer remember to resist. Touch. Then, Su-wen felt that his memory was fading, and this was the only proof that he was alive, as a simulated brain. Then Su-wen realized with horror. He was dying. Deep despair quietly drowned his remaining thoughts. Ma In took his hand back. He looked at the girl, who was a little dazed with a gentle look. If nothing else. He stood up and said, I go back to my room first. Ning Chong Kong shook her head and nodded. She didn't remember how Ma In appeared here, but thinking of their experience underground, it was not strange for him to appear anywhere. By the way, there is also Su-wen who forced us to go underground. She asked hurriedly if he said to the girl who had just deleted another memory, Don't worry, he is dead. Remember, go through the discharge procedures within these 2 days. The girl replied, Okay. Ma In walked out of the room and turned to go back. There was a little noise in front of the corridor. A tall and beautiful woman with brown skin was arguing with Dr. Liu with an unhappy look on her face. I am the reincarnation of the ruler of the Rama Empire. This is not a mental problem at all. I can use magic to resurrect my dead lover. No, it's not that I can't accept his departure. Chapter 39. Admitted in 2032, has been here for 4 years, has no criminal record, and even isolated himself from society. The capable woman in a suit sitting in the passenger seat looked at the paper documents and said, What do you think of this Ma In? The young man holding the steering wheel with both hands shrugged. Maybe he is a kind person with ability? If we are lucky, maybe. Qin Lan did not directly deny her deputy's idea, but Ma En may also be a real lunatic. Nothing can be confirmed before we see him. Deputy Hu Weifeng slowly stopped the car. Well, the hospital has been notified. We can summon Ma En to question him as an eyewitness at any time, but the young girl named Ning Chong Kong has been discharged this afternoon. Aren't you worried that she has problems? Qin Lan pushed the door and got out of the car. Don't worry, there are other members following her. I have seen the letters intercepted by the company. They think Ma En is the most important role in the whole thing. You have also heard of the reputation of their prediction department. If Ning Chong Kong has problems, they will definitely know. Hu Weifeng nodded thoughtfully. That is to say, this matter was all done by this Ma En. He killed Su Wen and the company's employees, and then took away what the company wanted in advance. What is the purpose of this? Qin Lan said, you have seen many people with special abilities. Some of them think they are gods, and some have strange personalities that cannot be understood. Even if he says he wants to save the world, I believe him. The man who heard this said a little embarrassedly, I was still young at that time. She smiled and stopped teasing her colleague. The two walked to the entrance of the sanatorium, and went through the entry procedures, then headed towards their destination firmly, and Hu Weifeng remained alert to the surroundings throughout the journey. When they arrived at Ma En's door, Hu Weifeng's expression changed again. He shook his head with a bad look on his face. I can't get in. Qin Lan nodded slightly to him. Then leave it to me. Dong, dong, dong. The door opened. Ma En looked at them in confusion and said, You are. Qin Lan politely took out the documents in the bag. Federal Police, we have something to talk to you about. Don't be nervous, it's just a routine questioning. Ma En asked curiously, What's wrong? She looked behind Ma En and said, Can we go in and talk? Of course. Ma En made way as usual and turned to walk inside. Well? He sat down casually. What do you want to talk to me about? Qin Lan, wearing a suit, sat down not far from Ma En, while Hu Weifeng leaned against the door silently, lowering his head as if thinking about something. We do have some complicated things to talk to you about, Qin Lan said, but before that, please allow me to introduce myself. I am indeed a member of the Federal Official Department, but my police officer ID is also real. I am from the Supernatural Coordination Bureau. Ma En blinked. Qin Lan did not notice his strangeness. We are an official organization directly under the command of the federal government. We are not only committed to protecting the basic rights and interests of citizens with abilities, but also responsible for coordinating conflicts between various supernatural organizations and individuals to ensure the safe survival of the world we live in. To put it simply, we are a police station that supervises people with special abilities. Our job is to prevent the strong from trampling on the weak. Official organization? They came straight to the point and didn't seem to be looking for trouble. Ma En asked calmly, Then why did you come to me? Qin Lan said, There are all kinds of organizations in this world that are so powerful that even we can't really supervise them, such as the Holy Church that your sister believes in now, and the East Federation Biopharmaceutical Company. You should have heard of this name, right? Ma En nodded slightly. I just found out about it recently. She said simply, Our members intercepted a special letter. Some kind of supernatural information medium, which mentioned your name, and what they call the second-generation mimic bacteria, according to the analysis of our intelligence department. They are planning to kill you and take away the second-generation mimic bacteria on your body, so we came first. Qin Lan continued with a sincere face. Our goal is to stop this dispute. If you want, you can register with the Coordination Bureau. Don't worry that we will have any excessive requirements. We respect the privacy of every ability user. After you register, we will provide you with the most basic information and protection. There will be subsidies for ability users without income, and corresponding help will be given to ability users who lack special resources such as, there are several new vampires and Donxinsu who rely on us for blood supply. As long as you are registered, you are a legal ability user, and if other ability users want to hurt you, it is illegal, and we will immediately stop it. And if you are willing to join us, even if you are a non-staff member who accepts adjustment at any time, you will enjoy the protection of the Coordination Bureau and the government, and their work will be paid quite generously for people with special abilities. I don't just mean money. Our purpose is neither to control nor to manage people with special abilities. The existence of the Coordination Bureau is only to reduce the number of supernatural incidents. She paused and continued, If I may, I would like to ask, have you seen the second-generation mimic bacteria they are talking about? Ma En took out 3 syringes from his arms. Here. Qin Lan's eyes showed joy. She rarely met people with special abilities who could listen to her at work. As long as you register, we will protect you as much as possible, but if you are willing to hand them over to us, the Coordination Bureau can use them to convince the company to stop paying any attention to you. Ma-en took these 3 syringes, pushing to the other party. I have no reason to keep them. Xin-Lan reached out to take it, and said with relief, thank you for your cooperation. You may not be able to imagine that many people with abilities we usually meet are unwilling to believe us. They always think that we can find him, and are willing to patiently explain to him because they covet his power. Therefore, we often have to deal with the difficulties brought by both parties at the same time during the coordination process. If you don't mind, we can start the registration work now. Mr. Ma-en, can you roughly describe your ability? Ma-en said, I can erase other people's memories, and the strength is level 3. Xin-Lan was stunned. Then she looked puzzled. Wait, that is to say, you can selectively delete memories, am I right? Ma-en nodded slightly. Her expression suddenly became serious. Then, Mr. Ma-en, as the general manager of Dongsenzu, I would like to ask you to join us as a non-staff member at least. You don't have to bear any obligations, and you can refuse and accept all the work at any time. You don't have to work here, and you don't have to go out on the field. There is no risk. In return, we will provide you with quite generous rewards and protection at the level of formal members. If you agree, even if you don't hand over these syringes, we can persuade the company to stop for you. Because your ability is particularly valuable to us. Ma-en asked, I want to ask, if there is an organization that wants to kill me, and their attitude is still very firm, and even has a suitable reason, how will you treat me? Xin-Lan smiled. Mr. Ma-en, we are the Supernatural Coordination Bureau. No one can do anything to our employees. If that's the case, Ma-en said, I'm happy to be your non-staff member. Rather than hiding in a corner to spend the rest of his life, he still hopes to find a way to completely solve the problem that bothers him. Now he has no idea what the church and angels are. Besides, he might be able to take this opportunity to learn some management experience from his peers. Chapter 40. The cool breeze blew the leaves on both sides of the street, the harmonious sunshine gently sprinkled on the road, the traffic lights flashed with the changing time, and the vehicles shuttled in the city in an orderly manner. Ma-en pushed open the iron gate in front of him and walked into the street-side detached house he had just rented. He entrusted Ning Chong-kong to investigate some of his information, and she would forget about it. He used to live with his current sister 4 years ago, but after Ma-en was hospitalized, Chen Yun moved to a much cheaper house in the area to save money to provide him with the high hospitalization expenses. Ma-en couldn't even imagine how she convinced Chen Yun in the past. And when she was on a business trip a few months ago, she also returned a small residence, so Ma-en, who was discharged from the hospital, had no place to go back to in theory, but even if there was, he didn't know if it was safe there. Xin-Lan from the Supernatural Coordination Bureau helped him with the discharge procedures, and made an appointment with Ma-en to meet him at the bureau in a week or 2. Before that, she had to deal with some paperwork and let him rest. Ma-en planned to use the Coordination Bureau to find out about the angels, and let them spread the news that he was a memory eraser to reduce his suspicion, but this was not his only plan. His past self left 2 names. The Control Bureau can screen potential employees according to conditions by consuming abnormal values, and he had found 2 candidate members who met various conditions, but they had not yet been officially recruited. The personalities and situations of these 2 employees determined that they were willing to become employees of the Abnormal Control Bureau, and it can even be said that they had corresponding requirements. Moreover, they were all 3rd-level ability users, and had quite rich resources and intelligence among the same level. At least, that was the case for Ma-en at the time. And even if they saw Main's face, they couldn't come to him and cause any danger. But this is not very important now. Main closed his eyes, and put his consciousness into the Abnormal Control Bureau. In the deepest trench, in the center of Atlantis, in a luxuriously decorated girl's bedroom, Ellie was flipping through the ancient books with worry, which mentioned the era before they were submerged by the sea, and the prophecy mentioned by the 4 wise kings. The ancient gods will wake up in the 7th millennium of their loss, and ring the doomsday bell for both worlds at the same time. Recently, the sea tribes have been quite violent, and attacked the defense teams of several cities. Therefore, after several meetings, the 3 wise kings decided to send troops to the land world and demand the land that should belong to them to reduce the pressure of survival in the ocean. And her father went to meet the 3 wise kings with the prophecy 2 years ago and raised objections. But he never came back. A villa in the southern part of the Eastern Federation. Xiang Yudi held a silver knife and fork in his hand, cutting the roasted whole pig on the silver plate with a blank look in his eyes. On the wall opposite him, There were several human skeletons hanging, and all kinds of evil magic circles made of blood-mixed paint were spread throughout the restaurant, and the air was filled with a disgusting smell of corruption. He numbly put the pork into his mouth, and enjoyed the Holy Communion of the highest ceremony alone. Ma-En sat in the conference room, looking at the two suspended screens in front of him. Ailey. Comprehensive abnormal strength. 3.4. Description. The Princess of Atlantis, who can breathe freely in water, move at high speed, and master the 3rd level Atlantis magic and the 3rd level physical strength. Seong-Yuti. Comprehensive abnormal strength. 3.4. The successor of the leader of the Ranyadas cult, a devil worshipper, masters the 3rd level demon spells and knowledge, can communicate with the 4th level demons in hell, and has the ability to summon demons. They are the two candidates that Ma-En found in the past, but no matter how Ma-En looked at them, he felt that they were a little abnormal. Do they really meet those requirements? It doesn't matter. These two distinguished ability users not only have the angel information that Ma-En urgently needs, but also have the opportunity to contact the 4th level abnormal items, which is one of the reasons why I found them in the past. Normally, the 4th level abnormal items are dangerous and difficult to control and use, but for Ma-En, this is equivalent to the 4th level ability, and strength can often solve all problems. Ma-En raised his finger. Light and shadow flickered. Seong-Yuti raised his head blankly and looked around the unfamiliar environment, then looked at the man sitting at the end of the table. At this time, he realized that he was no longer at the table. Ellie blinked at Maine and felt something was wrong. No, it was wrong for her to be here. The one who could summon her out of Atlantis must be a reality twister of at least level 5. Was this a test for her people? Then she realized a horrifying fact. She couldn't see Maine clearly. You? Seong-Yuti said in a trembling voice. Are you an angel? Are you going to judge me? Do you still believe in angels? Ellie interrupted, pretending to be calm. Are you a land person? But he ignored Ellie and looked straight at the invisible man. Are you here to take me away? I'm ready to atone for my sins. No. Ma-En said gently. I'm not an angel. I'm your interviewer, and I want to offer you a job. Don't be nervous. Even if you're not accepted, it won't be a problem. He couldn't do anything. Seong-Yuti's expression instantly fell when he heard Ma-En's answer, but the young man didn't say anything. He knew very well that the strong man who could do such a thing to him was definitely not someone he could resist. Since that's the case, he could only accept it. As always. Ellie looked at Ma-En and asked with suppressed expectations, Are you from the land? Ma-En answered ambiguously, I'm not from Atlantis. She said excitedly, You know Atlantis? Ma-En nodded slightly. Of course he knew, it was written on the screen. Princess of Atlantis, inheritor of the leader of the Ranyadas cult, you all have good identities, and have the ability to provide us with the information we need. By the way, introduce yourselves. We are monitors, collecting information about this world. Ma-En did want to use the Control Bureau to create such an organization. If he could control the information of the entire world, he could easily avoid any danger. But Ellie and Seong-Yuti, who heard this, realized some horrible truths in Ma-En's tone. He knew very little about this world. This meant that he was likely to exist outside the world they knew. This tacitly evoked different imaginations in their minds. Seong-Yuti remembered the hell demons that other church members often discussed, while Ellie thought of the crazy gods in the ancient prophecy. Fear of fate surged in their hearts at the same time. Do we have the right to refuse? Ellie said bitterly. They never thought that Ma-En's understanding of the world was indeed not even as good as any first-level ability user, and he had no memory of the past. Of course you can leave, he said gently, but don't you want to get rid of your current predicament? At least we are not the enemy you are facing. By the way, we are a kind organization determined to maintain the survival of the world, that is, we are good people. He was somewhat embarrassed when he said this. He just wanted to use these two employees to collect information and become stronger. Fortunately, they couldn't see his expression, which somewhat alleviated Ma-En's guilt. But it was this sentence that ignited hope in the eyes of Ailey and Seong-Yuti. Really? The man asked sincerely. Ailey also looked at Ma-En expectantly. He lied without hesitation, of course. Chapter 41. Seong-Yuti immediately asked, Can you help me get out of my current situation? Ma-En did not say anything final. The monitor is one of our departments, but no matter what you want, you must first think about improving your employee level. Now you only have the most basic permissions. For example, when you reach level 2, you could apply to be teleported to the vicinity of other employees. And higher levels have other permissions. Maybe after working here for a while, you will have the powerful power to solve problems. Seong-Yuti's eyes lit up. Then how can we improve our employee level? Ma-en replied with a normal look. Submitting various valuable information is your essential job, and besides that, we are also collecting various abnormal entities. Of course, I don't expect you to subdue those with stronger abilities than you, but maybe you can find some abnormal items, and if you hand in something valuable, you will get a chance to apply for the use of the corresponding class power. Ellie looked surprised. You mean, if we submit a 4th level abnormal item, we can get the 4th level power within a certain period of time? How long can this last? Ma-en replied, you will be qualified to understand the specific situation after you become a level 2 member, but the time limit is not a matter of feasibility, but depends on what you want to do and how high your authority is. If your application report is well written, it won't be a problem to use a year or 2. Of course, the right of interpretation is here. Hearing Ma-en's words, Ellie and Xiang Yudi's minds flashed some precious treasures that they could touch, but they were not in a hurry to mention this matter. They were not stupid enough to completely trust a powerful stranger. Maybe you can do it for a while. Ma-en suggested, I won't ask you anything excessive, it's just common sense information for you. Okay. They answered in unison. Whether it's Ellie or Xiang Yudi, they actually have difficult predicaments they want to overcome, and they have no way to deal with it before meeting Ma-en, so why not give it a try? In Ellie's eyes, a strong man like the other party, who can summon her out of Atlantis, may have some conspiracy that she can't imagine, but whether she agrees or not, it is impossible to affect the other party's plan. Xiang Yudi doesn't trust Ma-en that much. Born in a devil worship sect, he knows that strong people may also have unexpected needs of mortals. But how bad can it be to agree to his invitation? The worst result is to make a deal with another devil. Then, Ma-en knocked on the table and smiled gently, you are admitted, and you can call me minister in the future. They saw a floating screen at the same time. Would you like to become a member of the Watcher? As their thoughts changed, Ma-en's eyes also appeared with information that only he could see. Employee list. Level 1 employees. Ning Chongkong, Aili, Xiang Yudi. The two sat upright and looked at him. He nodded slightly. Our department has just been established. As I said, the purpose of our existence is to maintain the survival of the world, so it is necessary to monitor various dangerous entities. However, as a newly established organization, our resources are not particularly abundant, and there are no resources from other departments. But our job is also very simple, that is to collect information. You are only responsible for collecting all kinds of information you can access, sorting it out, and submitting it. Obviously, the content you are responsible for is related to yourself. That is Atlantis, demons, devils, and angels. Ellie nodded. I can go to the library to find information, but do you have any requirements for the key points? Ma-en said, this is your job. Find the important content. Xiang Yudi showed an embarrassed expression. In fact, I don't know much about demons and devils, but I know a lot about angels. But if you want, I can also look for information about demons carefully after returning, but our sect has no contact with demons. Ma-en said gently, it's okay. If you know more about angels, you can be responsible for this part of the information first. Ellie suddenly said, in fact, we have also done some research on the creation of the Holy Church. Before leaving the land, the missionary had contact with our leaders. Xiang Yudi looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect Ellie to say such a thing. Have you seen the person who is destined to return? Ellie nodded. If you need it, Minister, I can also find some information on this matter. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. However, even if the other party said this, Ma-en didn't rush to ask. This was inconsistent with his image. Ma-en nodded and said calmly, okay, in this case, you want to organize the information you already know this week and submit the information you have obtained directly within this week. Is there any problem? They shook their heads. Ma-en said, then officially take up the post. If you have anything, just email me directly. Goodbye. He returned to reality. Ding-ling-ling. Ma-en took out his mobile phone and stared at the text on the screen. Sister. Press the answer button. Hello. A gentle female voice came from the phone. Ma-en? Yeah. He answered a little at a loss. Chen Yun's tone was slightly nervous and excited, and he trembled a little. I heard from the hospital that you have been discharged. The attending physician said that your condition has stabilized, and you can contact the society normally. Is this true? Yes. Ma-en adjusted himself and answered in a gentle tone, my condition has improved a lot. Great. Chen Yun had no way to hide his surprise. I will communicate with the bishop here now, and try to come back to take care of you in a few days. By the way, do you have enough money? I paid you 8,000 yuan in advance for this business trip, and I have just transferred it to your card. I have been living in the church for free recently. But if you are still short of money, I can ask Bishop Ding if I can borrow some. No. Ma-en said quickly, I made a rich second-generation friend in the hospital, and she lent me a lot of money. Suddenly silence came. After more than 10 seconds of silence, the voice from the other side suddenly trembled a little. Ma-en, your tone sounds a little wrong. Are you having any problems? Did the doctor do something to you, or are there other people around you? If there is anything that is inconvenient to say directly on the phone, you can hint to me. She has already vaguely sensed something. It's okay, Ma-en said inexplicably. Believe me, sister. The other side paused. Okay. Qin Yun's voice became gentle again, but remember, no matter what difficulties you encounter, you can tell me. You must remember. I will always be your sister. Chapter 42. Jinrongzu Church. Two eagle-like burly figures were standing on the dome, their white wings tightly folded, and their handsome and beautiful faces had unfathomable expressions. Marn is out of hospital. The female angel said, the saint is going to see him again, should we? Have you forgotten what happened to Elsa and Ruel? The male angel shook his head. If we show our tracks casually, it will be easy for the demons to catch us. Now the murderer who killed them has not been found yet. But what if he makes the saint waver again? The female angel said anxiously, the saint is kind and just, but his attitude towards this brother is not in line with the doctrine. The male angel said, no matter what, mortal affairs should be left to mortals to solve. This is also a necessary test for the saint. We should believe in her. The female angel said, I believe in the saint very much, but what if now is not the time for the test? What if there is a poisonous snake hidden in the test? What if that Marn is actually the incarnation of a demon? If the saint's holy heart is really tarnished because of him? He knew very well how much his companions cared about Qin Yun. There are mortals who will solve him. Atlantis, Wancheng District. Ellie put the ancient book on the table back into the bookshelf. Watcher, Father, Prophecy, and Land. The princess walked out of her residence. The sky above the city was full of seawater channels created by magic. Warriors riding sharks and dolphins kept swimming out of the city. They were conducting military exercises. The war was about to break out, and the three wise kings all passed the resolution. Ellie was not a pacifist. She had participated in the war with the Sea tribe as a military magician for 2 years. She had also seen the nests of those bloodthirsty creatures and knew that they had their own language and offspring, and were not just monsters. Therefore, she was also very clear that not all problems could have a happy ending. The reason why Ellie wanted to stop the war was very simple. In other cities, she was a princess of noble status. But in the royal city, rumors had accompanied Ellie since she was born. No one had seen her mother, and her father had been to the land. Rumors that Ellie was a mixed race were everywhere, and she herself had heard no less than a dozen stories. However, only the stories from her father were somewhat true. But before her father went to meet the wise king, Ellie had not fully realized the significance of her identity. Her father did not want the wise kings to attack the land, not only because he had lived with the land people and knew that they were no different from himself, but also because his mother was born on it. If she could prove that attacking the ground was not a wise choice, she might be able to convince the three wise kings to change their minds and let her father leave the dark dungeon. Ellie originally wanted to find out the reason for the riot of the sea people, but she didn't have much hope for it. But after meeting Marn, she had another idea. She could also prove that attacking the ground would not be a victory. 30 years ago, the wise king sent thousands of spies to the land, including Ellie's father. They tried every means to find out the technological level of the land. Then, they found that the land almost no longer used magic technology, and there were only a few traces of magicians on it. Their overall technological level was far lower than that of Atlantis, and they did not even notice the existence of these thousands of spies. Some of them even infiltrated the official organizations of the land government and collected crucial intelligence. In the end, the three wise kings decided to conduct a tentative attack. They planned to flood several coastal cities with the power of the artifact in 2 years. Then Atlantis would appear in front of the land people, claiming that it was caused by the sea people, and ask for the submerged cities in return for helping them repel these monsters that caused the shipwreck. But from Ellie's perspective, the strong man who could arbitrarily detain his soul from the Atlantis royal city might even be able to rival a wise king, and even the strongest shaman among the sea people could not get involved in the central royal city protected by the temple. The information brought back by the spies might not be accurate, and perhaps the land was more dangerous than they imagined. No matter what, she must be able to take the opportunity to collect intelligence on the land and find evidence that shows that the war should not be started. Then she may be able to make the wise kings change their minds and reconsider the way to contact the land. The princess walked towards the library firmly. Southern part of the Eastern Federation. Xiang Yudi swallowed his saliva. If what just now was not an illusion, then he really had a chance to escape from his current life. No, he couldn't be so easily overwhelmed by ecstasy. What he saw might even be the incarnation of Lanyudast. This devil was famous for his love of jokes. Maybe this was a lie, a trap to make him fall completely. But Xiang Yudi lowered his head and looked at his arm. The dense scars formed a magic circle that was difficult for ordinary people to understand, but he could understand the meaning of it at a glance. This was his talent. When he was 17, he had tried to commit suicide, and almost succeeded. His heart stopped beating, his chest stopped rising and falling. Modern medicine had no way to help him. But the leader found him. The man who took the baby out of the orphanage could do anything. He pulled back the soul of his adopted son at the cost of the blood of 2 innocent people. And he left a special magic circle on Xiang Yudi. Now even if he succeeds in committing suicide, his body will turn into a magic circle for summoning demons. He threw the knife and fork casually on the table, stood up, and walked towards the exit of the restaurant. Creak. Behind the door stood 2 members of the church, one of whom asked in confusion, "My lord, have you completed the Eucharist?" "Completed," he said expressionlessly. "Take me to the basement. I have made up my mind. I want to learn magic, and the knowledge of our master and enemies." Both members of the church were surprised. The leader will definitely be pleased to hear this. "And if we can get your help, our summoning ceremony in Dongsansu may be completed earlier. If he wants to get rid of their control, he has to collect enough information and make sure that the monitor is not a devil. But this also means that he will be forced to come into contact with forbidden knowledge. Some texts really have the power to corrupt people's hearts." Xiang Yudi still remembers another thing that Ma En said. There is a set of holy artifacts in the Lanyudast secret cult, which contains a terrifying power that even the leader fears. If he can gain the trust of his adoptive father, he may have the opportunity to come into contact with the Abyss holy artifact. Chapter 43. In front of an ordinary government agency, a few ordinary cars were parked casually inside the gate. On the opposite street, there were some idle shops. Occasionally, pedestrians of all ages could be seen passing by here, but few really stopped here. Ma En walked to the security booth and greeted the leisurely old man inside. "Hello, I am Ma En." The security guard looked up at Ma En, and then the metal gate in front of him slowly opened. "Okay." He walked in a few steps, and saw Qinlan arguing with a man in his 30s. But after noticing Ma En's appearance, they immediately stopped talking. The man looked over with a kind look and nodded, then turned and left. Qinlan walked up to Ma En. "The bastard you just saw was Ren Shirji. I am the general manager of the East New State Coordination Bureau, and he is the second in command here, mainly responsible for some communication work with the higher-ups. We often have different views on various things. But you don't need to contact him much. He is not even a capable person. By the way, I have taken care of the company's affairs." Ma En followed her inside. "They won't come to me." Qinlan nodded. "Yes, we have professional negotiation members, and the main business of the biopharmaceutical company is also in the nearby states. We can still find them easily, so the East Federal Pharmaceutical Company will not dare to do anything to our employees. Let's go! The main reason we called you here today is to conduct some basic tests. Before you start working officially, we want to find out what you can do. By the way, we will also introduce you to other employees and the benefits of being a member of the Coordination Bureau. Also, do you know about the forces near us?" Ma En said, "You mentioned the East Federation Pharmaceutical Company last time, and the church." She led Ma En into a seemingly ordinary building. "Well, we often deal with East Federation Biopharmaceuticals and the church. You may hear different people say the word company. In the past, this often refers to East Federation Company." Qinlan paused. "I am talking about East Federation Company. There is no biopharmaceutical. East Federation Company is the predecessor of East Federation Biopharmaceutical Company, and several organizations claiming to be East Federation companies such as East Federation Toy Company, East Federation Communications Company, East Federation Electronics Company. They are all split from the East Federation Company founded in 1892. They all produce and sell abnormal products in different fields, which often cause us some small problems. But although their products can cause various accidents, they rarely cause truly irreversible accidents, so our relationship with various Eastern Federation companies is pretty good." Qinlan greeted colleagues passing by while walking. "And the church your sister is in now, I think it is necessary to tell you earlier. First of all, the gods they worship are real. But we have different views on this from the church. The Coordination Bureau believes that the person who is destined to return mentioned in their myth is actually just an incredibly powerful person, not a special life that is fundamentally different from us. However, the core members of the church do master some divine arts. The Bishop of Dongsansu is a third-level divine art user. Your sister's current position is a formal pastor, and she has not yet reached the level of contact with divine arts. If you have the opportunity, you can talk to her about this in detail. In addition, according to the clergy of the church, they can see the legendary angels, and there are some sporadic eyewitness evidence in the Coordination Bureau, but there is no particularly detailed description, and there has been no formal contact with this race. Ma'an has seen angels. However, according to the description of the Control Bureau, these angels will attack anyone who sees them. Perhaps this is why the Coordination Bureau did not report in detail. Perhaps her superiors may know more. In short, Qinlan said, although the church is powerful, it has no conflicts with us, and even often cooperates in certain actions against demons, so we basically don't have to deal with their problems in our daily work. By the way, we have seen a lot of demons. Ma'an asked, is the Bishop of Dongsansu only at the 3rd level? Qinlan raised her eyebrows. Although there are still some 4th level ability users in the Coordination Bureau, I even have to apply in advance to meet them. For example, the chairman of the East Federal Pharmaceutical Company is also a 4th level ability user. 3rd level ability users are not small characters. Speaking of this, I will introduce my own abilities. I'm a speedster. Simply put, you can understand that I can run very fast, or... Qinlan suddenly opened her hand to Ma'an, and a coin appeared in her palm, and then disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if it were a magic trick. Only a little afterimage remained on Ma'an's retina. I just took the coin out of my pocket and put it back. Ma'an said in surprise, I can't see what you did at all. If you want, you can easily stab the dagger into the neck of other ability users. That's true if they're not on guard. She shrugged, but when I need to deal with an enemy, I usually just shoot. Her ability was indeed stronger than Ma'an expected. If he didn't have the telekinetic coat, he might not know how he died fighting with such an ability user. Qinlan was not at the same level as the other 3rd level ability users he had faced before. My ability is considered to be particularly good at fighting among the same level, and unless I'm restrained, I won't meet an opponent at all. She didn't mean to be modest at all. With the equipment of the Coordination Bureau, I might even be able to sneak attack and kill some 4th level ability users in special circumstances. That's why I got this position. But then again, I'm the manager here, not a soldier, and fighting is not my job, so the strength of my ability is not the point. Even if there is a 4th level ability user who is restrained by me and is causing trouble, he will only be dealt with by other strong people who can guarantee a certain victory. And fighting is not very common in our work. Most of the time we are coordinating the interests of people with different abilities, and avoiding fighting is what we need to do. And your future work is even simpler than this. You just need to come here and erase the memories of a few witnesses. Occasionally there may be other people with abilities, but when you work, there will be other people with abilities around to ensure your safety, and our prisoners will also wear special handcuffs. In other words, it is safer for you to work here than to go to work in a normal company. 2 metal doors appeared in front of them. Chapter 44. Click. Ma'an walked into the first door. A standard long table was placed in front of him, and sitting opposite him was Hu Weifeng, the young man who had followed Qinlan to find him. Hello, I am responsible for your ability test. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Hu Weifeng, one of the 6 3rd-level ability users in the East New State Coordination Bureau. He smiled, with a sense of distance and kindness in his eyes, looking at his colleagues. I am a telepath. Ma'an pulled out a chair and sat down opposite him, observing Hu Weifeng inconspicuously. He looked about 23 years old, and when he stood behind Qinlan, he looked like a fresh graduate who had just joined the company. When he was alone with him, Ma'an could sense that the other party was still a little nervous, but he didn't seem to be afraid of him. Telepath? He asked curiously, can you read minds? Hu Weifeng nodded and said proudly, reading minds is just one of my many skills. To be precise, I can influence the conscious mind of others. So I can actually erase some superficial thoughts, and I am also very good at comforting hostile people with abilities. My original job was a psychologist, but I really can't read books. He suddenly realized something. Sorry, I've been talking too much nonsense. In fact, different telepaths also have their own strengths. I'm not very good at intrusion and attack. Although there is no problem with simple reading of thoughts, my real strength is that I can easily let the enemy down and eliminate the invasion of other telepaths. As long as I am here, No psychic can extend his tentacles here. Ma-in said curiously, is this why she brought you to me? Hu Weifeng said, if we meet other types of people with unstable emotions, I can drive out their negative emotions and calm them down. And if the target is a telepath with malicious intent, I can directly make his ability useless. But when I arrived at your door, I could feel that your mental power was much stronger than mine. When I stood at the door, I was actually on guard against possible mental attacks. In fact, our abilities are all related to spirit and consciousness, but yours is much more specialized than mine. This is also a problem for telepaths. Being able to do everything means that nothing can be done best. Ma-in said, so they asked you to test my ability? The young man nodded, yes, I want to ask first, how does your ability work? Can you read memories? And to what extent can it be accurate? Ma-in said, no, I can't read memories. When I erase my memory, it works almost instinctively, just like a beast knows how to pounce on its prey. However, if I know what to erase, I can find them, but I can't see the specific content. Just like I can see the hazy red, but I can't see the words composed of these red. As for how accurate it can be. In theory, memory erasure can be as accurate as a scalpel, an idea, a feeling, or a few seconds of fragments. Hu Weifeng said excitedly, then can they remember it? Ma-in had already tried it on Su-won. No, it won't. He said, the degree of erasure is controllable. I can make a memory reappear after a few hours, but it can also be to the extent that normal people will never be able to remember it, and even telepaths have no way to find it. If necessary, I can also perform destructive memory erasure, but it will take a long time even if used on ordinary people, and it may also cause some side effects. Hu Weifeng pointed to a card on the table. Then let's do a specific experiment. There is a text on the front of this card that I haven't seen yet. Next, I will take a look at it, and you have to try to erase this memory, okay? In the second door. Qin Lan, Ren Shiji, who had just quarreled with her, and several other management members of the Coordination Bureau under their management, they were all here listening to the conversation between Ma-in and Hu Weifeng. And beside these people, there was a display screen flashing a serious middle-aged male face. Wang Qingfeng, a member of the Supervision Department, is responsible for most of the important and a few unimportant processes of the Coordination Bureau. He has the right to give advice and constraints on Qin Lan's behavior, and he is also Ren Shiji's direct superior. At the door, Qin Lan and Ren Shiji quarreled about this matter. He expressed strong dissatisfaction with himself for giving Ma-in this treatment without a detailed evaluation. But Qin Lan knew that Ren Shiji actually had no opinion on Ma-in and this matter. He was just making trouble for himself. This is Ren Shiji's job. Of course, their conflict was real. Many of Qin Lan's decisions would affect Ren Shiji's interests, and the other party often made unreasonable demands on Qin Lan. Why did Xiao Hu waste so much time? Ren Shiji frowned. Qin Lan knew what he meant. Among the people present, only one person's time was precious. This is a new third-level ability user. Qin Lan did not show him any mercy. Don't you think he is not worthy of our careful treatment? Ren Shiji did not take the other party's sharp words to heart. His purpose was not to argue about right and wrong. His leader did not care whether his behavior was right or wrong. The key was his attitude. And Qin Lan's response would also make Huang Qifeng dissatisfied. Huang Qifeng said, what do you think of the value of this ability user? He was asking Qin Lan. Very high. She said seriously, after getting his help, our work will be immediately convenient, and many problems that originally had no solution will no longer be a problem, and he can also help with the problems we are facing now. We have caught a fanatical devil worshipper, and Ma-in's ability can just come in handy. The man on the display asked calmly, in this case, why not take advantage of the danger he encountered and let him join the Coordination Bureau first? What if this precious ability user doesn't want to do it? Protecting these ability users is their job, but Qin Lan knew that she couldn't answer like this. I want him to be grateful to us first, and then slowly cultivate trust and feelings, so that the employees trained in this way will also be responsible for our business. Huang Qifeng said without emotion, I will give you and Xiaoren half a month to find a way to get this ability user to sign a formal contract. You can use some less clean means. After all, as long as the contract is signed. His opinion is not important. Qin Lan wanted to say something else, but Huang Qifeng interrupted her. This is an order. Chapter 45. Ma-in pushed the door open and walked out. Qin Lan was standing outside the door, looking at him with a smile. The test results are very good. Your memory erasure ability is almost perfect. According to what Hu Weifeng said just now, Ma-in's mental strength is stronger than his, and for other forces, the ability to erase memory may not be so valuable, but for the Coordination Bureau, This is the power they dream of. Because other forces don't have to consider hiding their tracks in front of citizens at all. They just need to kill the witnesses. But they can't do this. Hu Weifeng also walked out, standing behind Ma In, and nodded slightly to his boss. She continued, "If it's convenient for you, we just have a prisoner who needs you to erase his memory. Half a month ago, we caught a fanatical devil worshipper, and we couldn't pry his mouth open no matter what. But before I go to see him, I have something to say." Ma In asked curiously, "What?" Qin Lan paused slightly. "I promise that you can enjoy the obligations of a non-staff member, and the rights of a formal member here, but things have changed. Do you remember the bastard you saw at the door?" Ma In nodded. "He told the leader of the regulatory department about your situation. Qin Lan told the truth directly. He just watched your test process, and asked us to make you a formal member within 15 days, and suggested that we use some tricks in the process." Hu Weifeng, who followed behind them, pretended not to hear anything. Ma In said in surprise, "Then you told me about it when you came out." She nodded. "Whether it is Ren Shizhi or the members of the supervision department, none of them are capable people, so they can't understand your and my thoughts and mentality at all. If they really force it, it will only make the situation worse. I even suspect that they know this is not the best way, but their purpose has nothing to do with correctness." Ma In said doubtfully, "If I don't want to become a formal member, what else can they do?" Qin Lan said with a complicated look, "They have many unpresentable means. For example, if Ren Shizhi finds you, he will definitely use the company's affairs to threaten you to sign a contract. The contract I'm talking about is not a written document, but an abnormal contract that we can mass produce." Ma In said, "You can indeed do this. If it were Ma In himself, he might also do something similar. This is not a morally corrupt practice. After all, the Coordination Bureau did help him solve the company's problems, and it is reasonable to exchange interests under this condition." Qin Lan shook her head. "No, I don't think this is the right approach. Of course, I don't think the Coordination Bureau should make selfless contributions, but in my opinion, such behavior is too short-sighted. If we can help the weak without asking for anything in return, we can create an image that is worthy of the trust of new talents, and then we will become the most trusted organization for most talents, and they will no longer resist our help, and this will also allow many talents with ideals to join us on their own initiative." When hearing this, Hu Weifeng's eyes showed strong affirmation. "But until now, our name only sounds a little better than other organizations." Qin Lan sighed. "This is the goal of many members of the Coordination Bureau, but it remains at the level of imagination." Ma In praised, "You sound very noble. It's not to this extent. We just want to maintain the most basic fairness." She replied, "I tell you this because I don't want them to succeed. In fact, there is nothing wrong with signing a formal contract, but it should be up to the ability users to choose. By the way, this is a conflict between me and the supervision department, so I will handle it. If Ren Shizhi wants to do something, just come to me directly." She took Ma In down several stairs, and came to the underground structure of the building. Below is the prison. Qin Lan led them into one of the cells. Inside stood a vicious man with blood runes scratched all over his body with a sharp weapon, and his limbs all controlled by special shackles. But when they walked in, he also pulled a bloodthirsty smile at the newly appeared Ma In. "This looks like a simple and cheap version of a containment cell. I'm a warrior," the devil worshipper said with contempt. "You can't make me surrender. If I were you, I would have cut off my head, because this is the only thing you can do to me." Qin Lan said to Ma In, "Can you erase his loyalty to the devil master?" Ma In walked forward and raised his hand. Hearing what Qin Lan said, the devil worshipper's eyes were full of violent anger. "You cowards! You are not allowed to believe in me." Before he finished speaking, Ma In's hand had already touched the other person. When he withdrew his hand, the devil worshipper was at a loss at first, and then panic suddenly surged in his heart, replacing the determination and anger just now. No. The memory of being interrogated slowly became terrifying in his mind. "Don't hurt me. I don't want to be tortured like that again." He no longer had any reason to insist. Qin Lan and Hu Weifeng, who witnessed this scene, suddenly realized the power of memory erasure. A fanatic with a strong will turn into this in the blink of an eye. As long as they were touched by Ma In, what they insisted on might also collapse. This was even more terrible for them than death. Hu Weifeng walked to the front. "Leave the rest to me." As he moved forward, the devil worshipper's fear slowly subsided, and calmness quietly emerged. "As long as you tell the truth, there will be no more torture." Hu Weifeng said gently, "We don't want to do this either, so can you tell me the purpose of your appearance in Dongsanzu?" The devil worshipper knew that the other party could tell whether he was lying or not. I know very little. I only heard that they are preparing a ceremony here to summon our respective masters to Dongsansu. It is said that this is to seek revenge on the church. Ma-en blinked. If his sister did not work in the church, this might be good news for him. Qin-lan noticed the information in his words. The respective masters? The devil worshipper nodded. 3 devil worship secret cults and 2 devil worship secret cults participated in this matter, and the leader was the leader of the La Nudas secret cult. Qin-lan said in surprise and doubt. The man in black robe? Ma-en noticed the Ranudas secret cult he mentioned. Isn't that the church where Xiang Yudi is? Qin-lan said seriously. This is beyond our ability. The man in black robe is only a 3rd level ability user, but he has a set of 4th level devil holy weapons. The danger is even beyond the ordinary 4th level ability users. Can that set of holy weapons make him stronger? Ma-en asked curiously. Qin-lan's tone was a little anxious. He once killed 2 4th level ability users. In the church's wanted list we got, the only person in the nearby states who can be compared with him is the broken wing person who attacked their saints 4 years ago. How could the man in black robe appear in Dongsansu? Ma-en suddenly realized that something was wrong. Wait. Broken wing person? Chapter 46. Renshurji moved 2 wooden chairs and sat at the gate of the Coordination Bureau like a retired old man, looking at the top of the tall building in front of him leisurely. When Ma-en walked out of the door, he saw him at first sight. Renshurji had a warm smile on his face and waved at him. He smiled as Ma-en walked in front of him. Qin-lan must have told you a lot of meaningless words, such as ideals, responsibilities, and that we bastards don't understand you people with abilities at all. But you should know what kind of reality we live in. Sit down. He pointed to the identical chair in front of him. It's okay. Ma-en replied, I just stand there. He smiled and didn't say anything more. I'm Renshurji. I want to tell you something. You see, it's like this. Qin-lan promised you the current treatment. She likes to boast, but she rarely fulfills it. You are now enjoying the treatment of a formal employee, your police officer certificate. Various rights and benefits are on the way to approval. But this matter is not useful for me or her to decide. Our boss actually has the right to review these things. And now he heard about you and asked Qin-lan and me to recruit you as a formal employee. Ma-en pretended to know nothing and asked, Is this a bad request? He immediately shook his head. Of course not. The employee contract of the Coordination Bureau is the best condition in the world. No other organization's welfare will be better than ours. You can also take a look. Speaking, Renshurji stood up and took out his mobile phone and handed it over. The electronic version of the contract was on the screen. Ma-en took it and looked at it. In fact, most of the clauses in it were no different from the contracts on the market, but there were a few special ones. You cannot use your abilities against federal government officials without permission, you cannot attack members of the Coordination Bureau and government members without permission, and you cannot withdraw from the Coordination Bureau without approval. That's all. Renshurji said like a salesman, Look, these are all quite reasonable requirements. Although the above cannot withdraw from the Coordination Bureau at will, we basically have never stopped employees from resigning. It's just that sometimes there will be long persuasion. The other 2 conditions seem quite normal at first glance. After all, you have to work for the federal government, and it is reasonable to restrain your employees from taking action against the boss. Renshurji hopes that Ma-en thinks so. Then if the federal government wants to arrest me, won't I have no room for resistance? Ma-en raised his eyebrows slightly. He quickly explained, Think about it. If we write in the contract that you cannot actively attack or use your abilities, you people with abilities will definitely find a way to circumvent the contract. And you should know that we ask for this not because we are stupid, but on the contrary. This is out of all. Renshurji looked at him sincerely. Imagine that Qin-lan can kill all the people in the building in half a minute, and Hu Weifeng can make the soldiers throw their guns to the ground. If there are no restrictions, who would not be afraid of you? What do you have to worry about? We are the ones who should be afraid. Ma-en returned the phone. I think about it. It's impossible for him to sign such a contract with the federal government. Ma-en is still unsure of one thing. If the church makes a request to the Coordination Bureau, will they hand him over, or find a way to coordinate the matter? This is also what the Supernatural Coordination Bureau claims to be doing. They are definitely capable of making these forces give in, but to what extent? Ma-en already has a plan in his mind at this moment. If he can gain the trust of a member of the Coordination Bureau, then he can ask what he did in the past, and whether it is possible to find a way to clear his suspicion. Whether it is through negotiation, destruction of evidence, or murder. And the best person to give this news is Qin-lan. Before asking the question, Ma En can even ask to erase this memory, so that the risk of news leakage can also be eliminated. In addition, Ma En had actually thought about the possibility of fighting this ability user several times, and several scenarios emerged in his mind, in which she killed him in different ways, and in which he killed her in different ways. And he finally came to the conclusion that, with advanced preparation, the final winner could only be himself. Qin Lan's speed was quite dangerous, but his telekinesis could also move at a similar high speed. If he made good defenses and set up restraints in advance, then this speedster would have no chance of winning. In this way, there would be no need to worry about the possibility that Qin Lan would turn against him after learning about this matter. This was only the worst-case scenario. He would definitely ask questions after making sure that Qin Lan would not turn against him. But it's always right to be fully prepared. In that case, Ren Shiji was not particularly surprised. I can actually find a way to help you with this matter. Let the higher-ups agree to Qin Lan's original request, and give you a better contract. It was Ma En's turn to be surprised. You said you would help me. He raised his hand and said, of course, it's not free. The person in charge of this matter is my superior, Huang Qinfeng. In fact, he stopped Qin Lan's application for you for a special reason. Let's put it this way, he has a friend. And this friend encountered some minor problems, and your ability just happened to come in handy. As long as you agree, I can help you make connections and bypass Qin Lan and other members of the supervision department to get your treatment, and there will even be other rewards. How about it? This is your first step in rising in the Coordination Bureau. Maybe one day you can replace Qin Lan's position. Compared with the responsibility she mentioned, power is worth pursuing. Ren Shiji smiled at Ma En, and the so-called friend was of course Huang Qinfeng himself. What he didn't finish was that there were some small traps hidden in this. As long as Ma En accepted this condition, not only would Qin Lan directly regard him as Huang Qinfeng's man and stop providing him with help, but other federal officials would also think so. At that time, he would have no choice but to be Huang Qinfeng's dog. But in Ren Shiji's opinion, this was not a bad thing. You know how many people want to be dogs but can't. Sorry. But Ma En had no interest in this. I'm not good at doing this kind of thing. The point is that he didn't think he could get the information he wanted from Ren Shiji or his superiors. They couldn't tell the truth, and if the information was valuable, they might even sell it directly to the church. Ren Shiji looked at Ma En with more sympathy in his eyes. Now you know Huang Qinfeng's secret, but you didn't accept the reward he prepared for you. TSK, you should be able to imagine how he will look at you after knowing this. If you want to change your mind, you can come to me anytime. After saying that, he shook his head and walked towards his high-rise building. Ren Shiji believed that after Ma En figured out the power structure here, he would still come to him with a shameless face, and then he would not be so easy to talk to. Chapter 47. Ma En took out his cell phone after walking out of the Coordination Bureau and sent a text message to Qin Lan. Although the church didn't know that he was the wingless man 4 years ago, they must have regarded him as one of the suspects, which is why he hid in the Victor Sanatorium in the past. When the Coordination Bureau found Ma En, he couldn't continue pretending, so the best way now was to give a reasonable explanation before the church got suspicious. A lie. Ma En opened the address book, found the name he was thinking of, and pressed it. Beep beep. The call was connected immediately. Ma En, what's wrong? Chen Yun asked with some concern. Nothing. He replied, I want to tell you something. Do you remember the situation before I was admitted to the hospital 4 years ago? Of course I remember. Chen Yun said, during that time, you always seemed to be thinking about something. Sometimes when I pass by you, you seem to not see me, and you always said some very strange things to me. Just as she was talking, a white shadow suddenly flashed past Ma En's peripheral vision. Those are bright wings. Yeah, he said calmly, and I want to be hospitalized at Victor Nursing Center. The angel found him. Yeah. Chen Yun raised his mouth unconsciously. It feels like it was yesterday. Even now I still don't remember that you have been discharged from the hospital. What I want to say is, Ma En said, actually, what I said is not entirely true. Unexpectedly, Chen Yun's voice was still quite calm. No matter what the truth is, you don't have to worry about what I think. It sounds like she had already noticed something was wrong. What I'm going to say may be a little strange, and you may even think that I haven't been cured at all, but please listen patiently. Ma En said, for years ago, I did think I was crazy, but it wasn't until recently that I realized that I didn't have any mental problems. Chen Yun said gently, yes. My mental state is very abnormal because I was awakening my superpowers at that time. Ma En said calmly, I can erase other people's memories, but I didn't control it at the time, which caused a lot of impact on my brain. Chen said firmly, I believe you. Ma didn't know whether she really believed it or not, but it didn't matter, because this sentence was not said to Chen. He continued, some time ago, a government agency found me, and gave me a job. Remember when I said I had money to rent a house? In fact, this is the real reason. And I'm calling you because Dongsansu will become very dangerous to ordinary people in the future. I hope you won't come back for the time being. The other side was silent for a few seconds. Then she asked, are you in danger? Ma-en replied, no, my ability is not suitable for combat, so I don't need to appear in dangerous places. If you still doubt the authenticity of this matter, I can ask other members of the organization to call you. Chen Yun said gently, Ma-en, no matter what you say, I will believe it, and I am a believer. Do you think the existence of any supernatural power is incredible to me? I will tell the bishop, but I believe in the superpower part, but I can't be sure of what you said about yourself being safe, so if you don't want me to go back, you have to report to me on time. Can you do that? Ma-en agreed immediately. No problem. He was not really worried about Chen Yun's safety. She was probably followed by a new guardian angel, which meant that if she ran in front of him, he would probably have to enter the angel's field of vision. Although he had been seen. When Ma-en hung up the phone, the angel was also flapping its wings and flying towards the distance. If he wanted to be free, he had to be strong enough to not fear the church and the angels at all, or he had to find a way to clear his suspicion and pretend to be a person with abilities who couldn't defeat the angels. In addition, there was a trivial matter waiting for him to solve. Jin Rongzhou. Chen Yun put away her phone and walked into the church. The local bishop was waiting for her inside. Xiao Yun. The old bishop had a kind smile on his face. You said you wanted to talk to me about work? Chen Yun nodded slightly. My brother has been discharged from the hospital, so I may stop my work at any time. He said kindly. It's okay, I can understand your difficulties. If you want to go back, just tell me. She nodded, thank you. Chen Yun really couldn't be sure whether what Ma-en said was true or not. But if it was true, then staying here would definitely be the best choice. If Ma-en was conscious, then what he said was worthy of her trust. She knew her brother. And if it was false, she didn't plan to go to Dongsansu just like that. According to what she had learned in the past 4 years, showing strong distrust of mental patients was a very bad way to deal with them. But no matter what the truth was, Chen Yun knew very well that the bishop in front of him was not so kind to everyone, and not just any pastor could apply for more than 200,000 medical subsidies for his brother every year. Many things were more complicated than she could see. Chapter 48. Eastern Federal Pharmaceutical Company, Chairman's Office. A body covered with white fluff slumped in the corner of the office, supported by dozens of white umbrella-shaped objects growing on the surface of the body. But neither the chairman behind the office nor his confidant standing in front of the table noticed the corpse that was starved to death, as if no one else could see him at all. The chairman asked, It's all done. His confidant nodded, Yes, the members of the prediction department don't know what we got, and all those who knew about it have been secretly executed. No matter how the other directors look through the account books and records, they will only know what you got from the Coordination Bureau. The Coordination Bureau knows the existence of the second-generation mimic bacteria, but they can't understand how great it is. And without research records, other directors can't imagine what it is. This is the 17th time that the confidant has done this for the chairman. No one knows what kind of ruthless character the chairman is better than him, but no one is trusted by the chairman like him. The confidant even handed over the switch that controls his life and death to the man opposite, and this also brought him a road to power and wealth. The chairman looked at the crystal-clear needle on his desk and sighed. What a beautiful creature, but it's a pity that there are still some insignificant flaws. The confidant looked at the needle with hope for the future. Samples injected with the second-generation mimic bacteria can complete the transformation at an astonishing speed, and their physical strength is almost equivalent to the special individuals among ordinary mimic bacteria-infected people. They also have terrifying aggressiveness and desire to spread. If we inject it into 50 volunteers, there will be 8-digit infected people in less than 20 years, and by then, we will have mastered the antidote and will make a lot of money. We may even reacquire other companies. The chairman nodded, but that's not all, right? The confidant said, yes, but the Coordination Bureau can't understand what it is, and the source of infection that is scattered outside can also be used to clear us in the future. They got 2 syringes, but in fact, only a few drops are enough. They have no reason to offend the Coordination Bureau, and to be honest, the company has no say in front of the Coordination Bureau. And East Federation Biopharmaceuticals has only one rule: make money. This is also the only requirement of the board of directors. So he can't tell the forecasting department to get all these things, and the company can't just pay this money. He is just the chairman. But now thinking about it, he actually has one thing that makes him very confused, that is, why does he only have one confidant? He can't imagine that he would make such a low-level and stupid mistake. Thinking of this, the chairman opened the drawer, and then took out a small iron remote control in front of his confidant's horrified expression. Why? The confidant shouted desperately. He couldn't even think of resisting. No matter what, I can't betray you. Even if I tell others what you asked me to do, it can't shake your position and power, I never. The chairman smiled and said, "Thank you for your contribution to the company." Then he pressed it down. The confidant's body twitched a few times, and he staggered and fell down with his hands fluttering. Then his flesh and blood began to melt into liquid from the inside out, and the liquid immediately evaporated without a trace. The chairman knew that his confidant was particularly careful, and had not done anything that crossed the line, and he really had no reason to silence him. At least not on the surface. He pressed the remote control again. Click. The door was locked. The chairman breathed a sigh of relief. He only felt a little relaxed when he was alone. He closed his eyes, and sank into the soft sofa chair, letting sleepiness drown his thoughts. Then, a white beam of light cut through the darkness. I have issued a confidentiality order to the members. Ma En, Qin Lan, and Hu Weifeng, only these three need to be dealt with. Qin Lan is a little difficult, but the other two are very simple. Huang Qingfeng's figure was looming in the dark, looking at him and said, "Why do you look like this?" The chairman asked, "You haven't destroyed the syringe yet?" Huang Qingfeng said, "I have destroyed it, what's wrong?" The chairman looked indignant. "There must be more syringes scattered outside, but I can't continue to look for them, otherwise the board of directors will definitely be suspicious. Do you have any news?" Huang Qingfeng was a little anxious when he heard this. "I have sent my own people to contact Ma En. But you know my identity is special. It would be very simple to kill him according to the original plan, but now the thing may be on him. After getting accurate information, we must not make a move at will. Give me some time." The chairman emphasized, "Don't you realize what will happen if someone uses the syringe? We will all die, not one will be left, the supreme will collapse, and they will take away our identity and status." "Calm down." Huang Qingfeng said, "If the syringes are in the hospital, they will be safe, and even if Ma En gets them, he can't really use them. Assuming he is a smart man." The chairman shook his head, "But how do you know? Maybe he is mentally retarded or crazy. After all, he was in a mental hospital a few days ago." Huang Qingfeng said, "Don't be impatient. If we reveal our flaws, it will be all over. We can't let them get suspicious. Well, I actually have some other preparations. There is a rich man in Dongsansu who is our compatriot. He controls some illegal forces, and his son died in Victor Sanatorium not long ago. He also had unfriendly contact with Ma En. I will let him understand the greatness of the Supreme Will, help him to make the first evolution, and guide him to hire a person who can deal with Ma En, and then catch that guy and interrogate where the syringe is. This way, we won't be suspected." The chairman asked suspiciously, "Can he handle it?" Huang Qingfeng nodded. "Of course, I saw Ma En's ability test with my own eyes. He is not the kind of person who is very good at fighting. As long as he is prepared in advance, ordinary killers may be able to kill him. But now we can't kill him." The chairman nodded. "Let's do it this way, and don't forget to deal with the other two people who know about it." Huang Qingfeng replied, "Of course, the existence of this thing must not be known to other forces." And he didn't have a good impression of those people with abilities in the Coordination Bureau. The chairman's mood finally calmed down a little. Before getting the thing, even he didn't think about what those biologists had created. He was expecting that this thing would bring new benefits to his race. But what was flowing inside was the end of the world. Chapter 49. He rejected your proposal? Rinshirji bowed slightly and said respectfully, "But I think we can give Ma En more time. When he realizes that Qin Lan cannot fulfill her original promise, he will reconsider who is his friend." Rinshirji understands why Huang Qingfeng is so interested in Ma En. Although he cannot defeat a person with abilities, like Qin Lan in a head-on battle, memory erasure is a truly valuable ability for politicians. They have many secrets that they don't want to be remembered. Huang Qingfeng looked out the window with his hands behind his back. "I have something to give you." Although Huang Qingfeng couldn't see it, he still lowered his head respectfully. "Investigate Ma En's past, see what he likes, what weaknesses he has, and find a way to completely buy him off. No matter what means or how much it costs, it's not a problem. But you have to make sure he is sincere." Rinshirji raised his head in surprise. He didn't expect Huang Qingfeng to value Ma En's ability so much. Could it be that he has a secret that needs to be erased urgently? Well, I understand, he answered firmly. Huang Qifeng raised his hand. You can go now. He was just used to making two plans for everything. Although Huang Qifeng had decided to deal with Ma En through Lu Hucai, the boss of food real estate, he knew very well that if he asked for Insurji to stop now, it would probably make his men suspicious. Humans are their enemies. Huang Qifeng closed his eyes, and he felt the supreme will buried deep in his body, which was always connected to each mimic bacteria. When Huang Qifeng opened his eyes, Lu Hucai's face full of vigilance emerged in the darkness. Who are you? The entrepreneur asked angrily, here and there. Huang Qifeng did not answer, but raised his arm and pointed at the white light column behind him. Lu Hucai turned around suspiciously, but when he saw the light column, he could no longer look away. It's so beautiful, he murmured in a low voice. Is this a god? Huang Qifeng agreed. This is our god, the reflection of the supreme will in the spiritual dimension. It is because of his existence that you and I can meet here. It is he who connects each of our compatriots. A long time ago, our ancestors felt his presence in the spiritual dimension and founded an organization called the Pure White Alliance, trying to convey his will to each of our compatriots. It turns out that I am dead. Lu Hucai said with a sense of loss. I still think I am him, and I am ready to avenge his son. Huang Qifeng explained. We inherited the memory and personality of our predecessors, and your feelings over the years are not fake. Of course, many compatriots will feel that their past lives are fake after realizing the truth, but in fact, thinking this way is actually still using mortal concepts to weigh right and wrong. But we just need to accept the truth and feel the supreme consciousness wholeheartedly. Remember what we are. Lu Hucai sorted out his emotions, and the expression on his face slowly returned to calm. I can accept the truth, and this is actually good news for me. I finally know what I am, and this is much better than being confused, but is there any reason why you came to me now? He immediately realized that Huang Qifeng's appearance was not a coincidence. Huang Qifeng nodded approvingly. Yes, most of our compatriots don't know their identities. Even if we can make them all aware of the truth, this is to avoid unnecessary risks. This is a dangerous world. Silence is the safest way. But we will still select compatriots with sufficient social status, and recruit them to join the Pure White Secret Alliance. I have observed you for a long time. It was not the best time, but we encountered a problem. Lu Hucai raised his eyebrows and said, You want me to take risks for you? What do you think I rely on to get my current status, legal business, or compliance with the rules? Why do you think I will agree? Huang Qifeng said calmly, Because if you don't stop him, you will never see our gods again. Lu Hucai didn't believe him at all. Are you saying that he will die? Huang Qifeng said, The supreme will is indeed great. He is buried deep underground in more than a dozen states. Even nuclear bombs can't kill our gods, but a living creature flowing in a syringe can. A group of biologists have created a weapon that can destroy the supreme will, and that thing is in the hands of the guy who killed your son. Lu Hucai was surprised. Man, is it really him? Huang Qifeng said, Yes, he is a third-level ability user with the power to erase the memory of living things. I will spend a few days to help you perform the first evolution ceremony to let you enter the second level, but don't act rashly. Only a third-level ability user can be sure to subdue other third-level ability users. LV Hucai said calmly, It seems that I have to dismiss the assassin I just hired. Huang Qifeng said, I will tell you how to hire a strong man and a reliable interrogator who can deal with Ma En, and then you go and ask for the location of the remaining weapons, and then we will destroy them. LV Hucai doesn't like being used by others. But no matter whether Elvida is his own son or not, and how much he has done wrong, he is the child he watched grow up. Now that Ma En is confirmed to be the murderer, he must avenge Elvida. And the supreme will cannot be violated. If Ma En really has weapons that are enough to threaten him, it is worth it no matter what the price, all the property, the opportunity to avenge his son, and even his own life. As long as this beautiful white mycelium can survive. Huang Qifeng looked at him calmly. Huang Qifeng knew that he didn't need to try to say anything. As long as he took LV Hucai to meet the supreme will and told him the details, then no matter how afraid he was of death in the past, he would never refuse his request. If necessary, he would die for it. What should I do now? LV Hucai asked. Huang Qifeng slowly stepped back. When you return to your address, find a place where you won't be disturbed to sleep. I will guide you to the first evolution, then your physical fitness will surpass that of ordinary people, and ordinary fatal injuries will not be able to take your life. His figure slowly dissipated in front of LV Hucai, and the distant light column gradually blurred. Boss. LV Hucai opened his eyes, and realized that he had just fallen asleep leaning on the co-pilot seat of the car. Supreme will. He looked at the driver and bodyguard outside and frowned. What's wrong? The driver said, the speech is about to start. Do you want me to inform them to wait a little longer? No. LV Hutsai got out of the car. He felt that his body was stronger than ever before, and all the minor problems caused by age had disappeared. Let's go. He took a half step forward. Plop. LV Hutsai tightly covered his heart, staggered to his knees in the horrified eyes of the driver and other companions, staring straight ahead with wide eyes. How could it be possible? His life had just begun, power, revenge, strength, wealth, faith, he was about to grab it. But his body still fell forward heavily, his muscles twitched from time to time, until his eyes completely lost their luster. On the street 200 meters away, Ma En, wearing a mask, was walking forward leisurely. No one noticed his existence, but even if someone's eyes accidentally passed over his body, they could not remember any of his appearance. Now, he was finally safe. Chapter 50. Orphanage funded by the church, Ma En, Chen Yun Yu, Bishop Ding, Victor Sanatorium, Luida, Ning Chongkong, Suwon, admitted in November 2031, discharged in December 2035, schizophrenia. Ren Shiji sat behind his desk, flipping through Ma En's information on the computer. These were all public information that could be found in the database, but he was very good at extracting useful content from it. And maybe he had found something. For 4 full years, the time of a third-level ability user was a very valuable resource. What on earth made him stay there for so long? Was it really like he reported? Was it because the awakening of his ability affected his brain? The Coordination Bureau had never encountered a memory eraser before, so no one else doubted Ma En's words. But after Ren Shiji flipped through their information for several days, he had some new ideas. Considering the salary of Ma En and Chen Yun, choosing the Victor Sanatorium was not a particularly reasonable approach. Unless Ma En knew that the sanatorium was not an ordinary mental hospital. This is not a problem for other members of the Coordination Bureau. After all, it doesn't matter why Ma En said he wanted to go in. Most people with special abilities often tell half the truth when they confess their information. As a person with special abilities, Qin Lan understands this situation very well. However, it would be different if this were connected with other things. There are several speculations about what Ma En did in the sanatorium. The most outrageous one is that he killed Su Wen's company's agents and took away something that he had no authority to query. The more reliable thing is that when Su Wen was fighting with the company's agents, he used memory erasure to cause them to forget to follow the rules. The company's agents attacked the doctor first, and Su Wen attacked Ma En, causing them to disappear. There is also a very likely speculation that Ma En may have just picked up the loophole. He did not actually participate in this battle, but was just lucky. Ren Shiji typed a few words on the document. Elvita committed suicide unexpectedly. Ning Chongkong and Ma En were discharged from the hospital one after another. In the mutual aid group of 3 people, except Ma En, the other 2 people have some special circumstances, which may be closely related to Ma En. Then he entered January 2031, November 2031 on the computer. Hundreds of indexes flashed on the screen. Ren Shiji's eyes flickered, and he kept eliminating events that could not be related to Ma En. In the end, only a few pieces of information that he thought might be used to target Ma En were left. The secret saint of the church was attacked, the latest wanted demon wing broken, several pastors died one after another. He noticed these events because of the information left by Ma En during his time in the orphanage. He once lived in the same room with Chen Yun and Yu Yu, and according to the information he found, they were the 3 best-looking children in the entire orphanage at that time. Among them, the pastors working in the orphanage at that time thought that Ma En and Yu Yu were the 2 best-behaved children in the orphanage. According to their description, Ma En's main feature at that time was intelligence, while Yu Yu was particularly well-behaved and obedient. Only Chen Yun was often complained about. The pastor said that although she was kind-hearted, she was still the most naughty child in the entire orphanage, always running around with her 2 younger brothers and sisters. Ren Shiji found this information in the confession at the police station. On June 9, 2023, Yu Yu, who was only 13 years old, disappeared. 17 days later, the police found her charred body. After that, Ma En became the most well-behaved child in the orphanage, and Chen Yun became quite taciturn in the next few months. When she became talkative again, she became much more sensible. These are the confessions recorded by the pastor at the police station in March 2024. The people who questioned them that year were members of the Coordination Bureau disguised as police. The Coordination Bureau suspected that this was a supernatural case at that time, but later there was no follow-up on this matter. Rinshirji was not interested in Yu Yu's life or death. He cared about the description of Yu Yu and Ma En in it, which was well-behaved, smart, and good-looking. They all lived with Qin Yuan, and Qin Yuan was now a formal pastor. Rinshirji's body trembled slightly, and he felt that he had accidentally noticed something very important. He began to look through Qin Yuan's information. Participating in important church work more than a dozen times, up to 200,000 medical subsidies per year. Rinshirji raised his lips. Huang Qinfeng would definitely like to hear this. Rinshirji thought that the protagonist of this story was Ma En, but now he knows the truth. Ma En, Yu Yu, they are all supporting roles arranged by the church for Qin Yuan. He found the secret saint of the church. Then the death of Yu Yu that year. Rinshirji's mind flashed a crazy guess. Perhaps Yu Yu died in an attack on a saint that year, which is why the demons knew that the church had a secret saint in Dongsansu in 2031, because they knew it a few years ago. But the demons at that time didn't find the real saint. They must have made a mistake. The church hid her between two fake saints. Even he had to praise it. It was really a brilliant idea. At that time Ma En must have realized something. After that, his personality became introverted, which was not only caused by Yu Yu's death, but also the shock of the truth to him. At that time, Ma En must have awakened his ability, and this was the right time. And the reason for his hospitalization must be the second attack. The demons came to the door. Maybe they still didn't find the right saint. Maybe they were caught by Ma En when they attacked Qin Yuan. Anyway, this incident scared Ma En at that time, causing him to hide in the Victor Sanatorium. But there are other possibilities. Maybe Ma En stopped the demons. So he actually hid in the sanatorium, because he was afraid of the revenge of these hell races. Or, he colluded with the demons, and hid out of guilt, and fear of the truth being exposed. Rinshirji was inclined to the first possibility. Ma En's frontal combat ability was relatively weak among the third-level ability users, and the other two possibilities were still too bold. But no matter what the final truth was, Rinshirji believed that Ma En must have something to do with this matter, and he would definitely find a way to use this information to let Ma En meet Huang Qingfeng's requirements. After hesitating again and again, Rinshirji decided not to tell Huang Qinfeng or anyone else about this matter. If he could get substantial evidence from Ma En and confirm that Qin Yuan was the saint, then this would become a key political bargaining chip to help him climb up. He didn't plan to be a dog for life. Chapter 51. Qin Lan, wearing black glasses, stood on the street opposite Ma En. This is his address, Qin Lan said to the air. In the lens, Qin Lan stood opposite her biological sister Qin Luan. Qin Luan was wearing casual clothes, but you could still vaguely see the beautiful muscle lines that were slightly raised everywhere under the clothes. However, apart from these, she looked like a beautiful big sister next door. It was hard to imagine that she was the director of the Supernatural Coordination Bureau, who was so powerful without anger. Of course, the reason why those federal officials spoke softly in front of Qin Luan had nothing to do with her appearance. Whoever stood in front of this fifth-level ability user, who could carry missiles with his body, easily destroy several blocks, and sink large fleets casually would involuntarily lower the volume. She was also the only reason why the Supernatural Coordination Bureau could be established. Qin Luan's curious voice came from the micro-earphone in the temple. I haven't seen a memory eraser yet. Those high-level psychics can do similar things, but as long as there are other telepaths, the memory can be dug out again. If the principle of his ability is different from those of telepaths, it will have considerable strategic significance. Qin Luan agreed, but now those idiots want to block his approval process because of some ridiculous political struggle. We obviously don't care about these things at all. Why can't they figure it out? Qin Luan replied, they actually know what we think, but the problem is the difference in the world we see. It's like looking at the same mountain. They stand dozens of kilometers away, and may think that this mountain is just like this, and there is nothing worth caring about. But you can only appreciate its majesty when you stand at the foot of the mountain. Qin Luan shook her head, and said to her sister, they won't understand. They don't need to understand. Qin Luan said indifferently, because we still exist, this is one of the reasons why these bastards dare to act indifferent. Let's go, take me to see this Ma En. Dong dong. A short knock on the door. Ma En opened the door, and looked at Qin Luan, who suddenly put on glasses. Your matter has some clues. She took out a pair of glasses, and handed them to Ma En, but we have to talk about this privately, and can't let Rinshirji see it. Although I don't want to get involved in these political issues, there is nothing I can do when I am in the underworld. Ma En took the glasses. This is one of the research results of the Coordination Bureau. She explained, this is half a technological product. You will understand it when you put it on. Ma En put on the glasses. There was a woman in his field of vision. "Hello." She smiled and greeted, "I am Qin Luan, Xiao Lan's sister, and the general manager of the Coordination Bureau. She called me to see you." "Hello." Mayan nodded slightly to her. "Is it about the contract?" Qin Luan took a few steps back and watched their conversation silently. Qin Luan replied, "Yes, let me briefly talk about the current situation. The Supernatural Coordination Bureau is not that stable. Xiao Lan and I are also officials in the Federation. This is why I can lead the Coordination Bureau, but there are many politicians from other factions who like to play tricks on us. Wang Qingfeng, who blocked the approval application this time, is one of them. Normally, I should be able to approve your application directly, but politicians from other factions will take the opportunity to cause trouble for me, but I don't care much about this kind of problem. And Xiao Lan doesn't often ask me for help." At this point, she smiled and glanced at her sister. Man said, "You came here to?" Qin Luan shrugged and said, "I have actually signed, and the purpose of coming here is just to talk to you. I just said that there are many political struggles here, but in my opinion, this is a short-sighted and pathetic approach. You are also a capable person, so you should be able to understand this feeling, right? They always can't see the world in our eyes. Even if you try your best to describe it to them, it's useless." Although he didn't remember whether he had this feeling, he still nodded with affirmation. Qin Luan asked, "How long do you think it will take for our society to collapse?" Mayan paused and answered honestly, "I don't know." Qin Luan smiled and said, "Good answer." Mayan looked at her unexpectedly. She explained, "This is also my conclusion. 5,000 years, 1,000 years, 500 years, 30 years, 5 years, 3 years, 2 months, or tomorrow. I don't know when society will collapse, but I know that there will be many tragedies that I can't even imagine. Crimes will become commonplace, and the weak will not be able to maintain their dignity and lives. I also know that society is on the verge of collapse. It's not a matter of a few years, but it won't be far away for thousands of years. The great collapse is bound to come if no one stops it. I don't expect you to understand the future I see, but I hope you can believe me. Believe in the judgment of a 5th-level ability user." Mayan nodded, "Okay." Qin Luan continued, "I told those politicians that the great collapse is coming, but they didn't believe me at all. They always felt that this was just an excuse for me to make demands for resources, so I decided to ignore these idiots and deal with it myself. Whether it is Xiao Lan who mentioned you to me or not, I will find a way to get approval, because these dirty things should not be a burden to you. I created the Coordination Bureau to delay and avoid the arrival of collapse. So I formally invite you to join the Coordination Bureau here. I will modify the content of the contract. There will be no constraints on it. If necessary, you can withdraw at any time, but before that, I hope you can help me prevent the collapse from happening. This is not a noble ideal or a great pursuit. What we are doing is a very important thing to prevent our own doomsday, or your doomsday." She looked at Maan, expecting him to understand what she said. "If the existing society really collapses, it will be a disaster for all the weak." Maan asked, "But this won't be your end, right?" Qin Luan smiled and nodded. "Yes, the correct statement is that, except for the strongest group of ability users, the status of low-level ability users and ordinary people will be greatly reduced. The current 3rd-level ability users are already in a high status, but by then, perhaps the 4th-level ability users can live like human beings. If there is no restraint, then the strong will no longer have any scruples about exploiting the weak, and oppression will become unprecedentedly bloody and cruel in a short period of time. And this is one of the rewards I offer you. Before the big collapse comes, you don't have to worry about any trouble from the federal government or other parties. Just perform some tasks that are almost risk-free for you. Successfully preventing it is the best result, but if the big collapse really comes, then no matter how chaotic and dangerous the world is at that time, all members of the Coordination Bureau who have tried to prevent the big collapse will be protected by me. If the world really collapses, Qin Luan will be one of the people who are no longer restrained. And she is trying to prevent the collapse, so no matter who it is, they will believe that Qin Luan will stick to his current promise." Qin Luan asked, "If I still abide by what Xiao Lan promised you, then are you willing to stand in my camp temporarily and help save the already terminally ill human society? No matter good or evil, idealistic, ambitious, or selfish, after hearing this, there is no reason to refuse her." "Of course." Mayan said so. Chapter 52. Xiang Yudi sat in the library with his skinny legs crossed, and spread out the on-demons and devils that he had translated several times in front of him. It discussed the differences between demons and devils in detail, but it was mixed with a lot of the author's subjective views with emotions. However, after reading dozens of similar books, he was able to filter out those contents that had no evidence and were often contradictory. Maybe it was really like what the black-robed man said. He really had a talent in this area. And he didn't forget the angel information that the observer wanted to collect. And I don't know if it was his illusion. Seong Yudi always felt that the secret religion knew much more about angels than demons and devils. Or to put it the other way around, in fact, the secret religion didn't describe demons and devils in such detail at all. They either belittled the demons a lot or overpraised the demons. There was no real meaningful information at all, but they recorded the specific class division of the races in heaven. Pious mortals could become holy spirits after being promoted, covering the first to third levels. A few holy spirits and devout people may become angels, ranging from 2 wings to 6 wings, from 3 to 5 levels, angels, archangels, and archangels. There are many different opinions on the number of archangels who command heaven. Some say there are 14 in total, while others say there are 7, 4, 2, or even 999. The devout who can be directly promoted to angels are called saints by the church when they are on earth. It is said that they will be protected by the Holy Spirit or angels while they are still alive. Above the angels is the destined returnee who appeared 7,000 years ago. According to the prophecy left by the destined returnee, he will return 500 years from now. He is his incarnation in the mortal world. What are you looking at? The leader's deep voice sounded behind Seong Yudi. Although the black-robed man's tone was very calm, when this sentence fell into Seong Yudi's ears, he still had the illusion that thunder was roaring and falling behind him. Nothing. He answered a little at a loss. Just want to figure out what we are worshipping. The leader said, it's not important. What you need to figure out is how this game works, where there are places to cheat, and what is the bottom line you must not cross. These are the key points. Seong Yudi lowered his head and said, that's not what you told them. The leader said, that's why they are not the leader. I don't have the habit of explaining things to others. I hope I'm not wasting my time now. Have you figured it out? Seong Yudi closed the book and lied. Yes, I have figured it out, or I've given up. I don't have any other choices or possibilities, do I? The leader said disappointedly. This is not the way a strong person thinks, but at least it's better than escaping your fate like in the past. Sooner or later you have to learn to take your own responsibilities. Get up. Seong Yudi did not argue. Although he wanted to. The man just stood up silently. Follow me. The leader walked forward towards the door. After the leader walked several steps in front of him, Seong Yudi looked at his back and followed him forward. The leader's body was almost hidden under the black robe. This was one of the holy weapons. The leader took Seong Yudi to the room where he usually held the summoning ceremony. A full-length mirror fell in front of him. The black-robed man waved his hand, and several candles instantly ignited strange flames, and waves appeared on the mirror. As the picture distorted, the scene in the mirror was no longer the 2 people standing, but the dark red rock room and the young girl watching them. Judging from her appearance, she was only about 16 years old, with dark scales flowing under her pale skin, and 2 beautiful dragon horns on her forehead, which also revealed her true identity, the fallen dragon blood. The girl looked at Seong Yudi curiously. What is this? The leader did not answer her, but looked at Seong Yudi first and said, this is Long Chin, a demon, and our next ally. He is Seong Yudi, my adopted son, the second person in our church. The girl had a playful smile on her face. He doesn't look very reliable. The leader said, you are right, but he is very talented. There are many guys who look reliable, but few can take on important tasks. He then said to Seong Yudi, you have to participate in the ceremony to summon her to the mortal world. For other sects have already arrived in Dongsansu, and most of our members are also heading there one after another. When the time comes, other members will lead you. Are there any problems? Seong Yudi lowered his head and said, no. Although he had to summon the devil, he knew that this was his only way. If he wanted to gain the trust of the black-robed man, he would inevitably help the evil. Long Chin said, I will be the first to descend to your world and help you complete the construction of the gate of hell. Seong Yudi exclaimed in a low voice, the gate of hell? He didn't expect that the black-robed man was going to build the gate of hell. According to Seong Yudi's understanding, the ritual of summoning the 4th-level demon incarnation was quite difficult for them, and the gate of hell was a powerful ritual that was enough to make several 4th-level demons, or even the 5th-level demons, descend. How could they do it? The leader snorted coldly. Do you think we will perform an ordinary summoning ritual and give the church and other forces a chance to stop us? If you want to get enough souls, you have to do something they don't expect. No matter how difficult and dangerous it is, this is the way to succeed. Seong Yudi shut up. The black-robed man shook his head. This is why Seong Yudi was able to speed up the progress of the Gate of Hell, but he still didn't let him participate in it. Long Chin sighed. You devil believers are so pathetic. You can't see anything except the souls of mortals. The leader sneered and said, Really? Then why do you still want to cooperate with us? Long Chin said seriously, Because we have higher pursuits. She meant to kill all the church members. The black-robed man ignored her and told his adopted son, After you summon her, let other believers take this demon to the location of the Gate of Hell, and then you can come back. Seong Yudi was stunned. What? The leader said impatiently. Do you want me to say it again? No. Seong Yudi replied, I want to stay there. In addition to building the Gate of Hell, there must be something else I can do. The black-robed man looked over in surprise, and then said with satisfaction, I didn't expect you to say that. It seems that you have grown more than I thought. Very good, then I will find you and give you a more important task. Seong Yudi looked at the leader and nodded firmly, but just when he wanted to say something to show his determination. By the way, Long Chin interrupted casually, the lords also want you to help me pay attention to two mortals who have lived in orphanages funded by the church. They are called Ma En and Chen Yun. Chapter 53. On the plane to Dongsansu. Seong Yudi lay relaxed on the spacious single sofa chair, with a closed notebook on the table in front of him, which recorded in detail what he would do after landing. But before that, he had to submit the content collected this week to Ma En. However, he still didn't plan to talk about his sect. After all, he still didn't trust this organization that suddenly appeared. Seong Yudi closed his eyes. White light gradually climbed up his eyes. Ma En sat at the front of the table, looking at the two people who appeared in front of him. Seong Yudi and Ellie were both staring at the floating screen that only they could see. In the future, you just need to submit the information you get here, and you can do it at any time in reality. I will summarize it and enter it into the database. While Ma En was speaking, the two screens in front of him were updating the content they wrote in real time. After completing the input, I will give you a rating based on the value of the information you provide, and when you meet the requirements, you can improve your employee level. The content provided to UD mainly describes the basic common sense between the three races, such as the six-winged angels, and the big demons are both fifth-level creatures, only demons can trade, the incompatibility of demons, and different types of demons, and how to summon them. The main information submitted by Ellie is the situation of Atlantis. The original four wise kings who led the sunken city to establish civilization in the ocean, the three wise kings who inherited their names and titles, and now rule the ocean, the differences between the royal family, the nobles, and the common people, a brief introduction to Atlantis magic, and their temples, culture, history, religion. The text volume of her submitted content is dozens of times that of the former, but it is clear at a glance. Ma En can easily find the content he is interested in, and there are several places that attract his attention. Atlantis now has three wise kings who jointly decide all important agendas. They are three powerful fifth-level magicians, and they also have several legendary artifacts. One of them is an ancient stone tablet, which is the reason why they can build cities and control seawater under the sea. These things have at least 5th or 6th level strength. Most importantly, royal families, like Ellie, usually have the opportunity to touch 3 of these artifacts. They are placed in the temple or some special occasions that are only accessible to the royal family, and used as sacrificial sacred vessels. Atlantis also worships a sea god. In Ellie's description, this god is a bit like the personification of the sea itself. There are several so-called incarnations, but there is no specific image itself, and they also record the existence of many gods on earth. But in their view, the person who is destined to return, the son appointed by the church, is not the incarnation of a god at all, but a very powerful reality twister who can change reality with his own will. It is said that the original 4 wise kings, the rulers of Atlantis on land, had met this son of God. At that time, he had already claimed that he was the manifestation of the will of a god in the mortal world and created many miracles. But after regaining the information on land, the theologians of Atlantis were also somewhat confused about whether there was a god behind him. After all, mortals often cannot make accurate guesses about gods. Several ancient gods sleeping in the ocean proved this point. The people of Atlantis had fought wars with the followers and believers of these ancient gods several times, and finally successfully put several gods into a long sleep through religious rituals. At the end of these materials, Ellie mentioned something very important. Ma En asked, "Is Atlantis planning to attack the land?" She said to UD in surprise, "Yes, only the royal family knows about this for the time being, but the sea people in various cities have already started military exercises." According to the information sent back by the spies, the royal family feels that they can benefit from this war. And I want to stop it. Ellie looked at Ma En with a firm expression. Ma En looked down at the red area on the strategic map, and then compared it with the world map on another screen. If he was not mistaken, the cities they submerged included Dongsansu. But rather than this being a matter of luck, Ma En was more inclined to believe that this might be the norm in the world today. Just like Qinluan said, collapse could come at any time. There must be many things like the Atlantis invasion happening at the same time at this moment, and it is precisely because of this that the world he is in now will be completely crushed. Our job is to maintain the survival of reality, and your information is very important. Ma En nodded and said affirmatively, you can apply to become a level 2 employee. I will submit the application. Then he would approve the application. Ellie's eyes lit up. Are we going to stop the war? Ma En said, yes, our main job is to control dangerous abnormal entities, whether they are ambitious rulers or artifacts that can flood the city. They are all our targets. After becoming a level 2 employee, you will get a staff dormitory, and you can apply for on-site teleportation and live in the public space of our department. That is to say, no matter what danger you encounter in reality, you will have a final retreat. Although our department does not have many resources, we have also deployed a channel that can travel between reality and here, and you can return to the real world at any time. In addition, you can also bring the abnormal entities that have been controlled and have no problems to the containment department here. The organization we belong to has the technology to transfer the power of abnormal entities to employees. And employees above level 2 can apply to use this technology on the containment objects they submit. As I said, the specific time depends on what you want to do and how long you can persist. After they are used up, Ma En can use the characteristics of these high-level items at will. Ellie asked in disbelief, you mean, if I bring the stone tablet in, I can get the power to control the seawater to flood the city? How is this possible? Ma En nodded. Yes, if your level is high enough, you can also apply for the characteristics of the containment objects that are not submitted by yourself and other departments. For example, the appearance cognitive impairment I am using now, the basic memory deletion function, or turning into an angel, a demon, etc. Ellie and Xiang Yudi both realized that the number of level 5 abnormal items in this organization is equivalent to the number of level 5 ability users, and even if the employees who use the ability die, it will not weaken the total number of high-level ability users in this organization. From this point of view, what Ma En said about ensuring the survival of the world seems to be very likely to be true, because they seem to be able to do it. After listening to Ma En's level 2 employee permissions, Xiang Yudi compared what Ellie just said with what he didn't output, and said a little embarrassedly, actually, I also have some information to say. Chapter 54. Dr. Liu. Ren Shiji sat in a private room in the coffee shop, looking at the female doctor opposite and asked, you have been with Ma En in the hospital for 2 years, right? I am no longer a doctor. Liu Yujun shook her head, but you are right. Since I became Dr. Li's assistant 2 years ago, I have had some contact with Ma En, but he is not a social person, so apart from some psychological rehabilitation activities, we have not really talked much. Of course, she has no interest in ordinary people like Ma En. She has tried to contact several rich people, but none of them are interested in her. Ren Shiji nodded slightly. It's okay, I don't mainly want to know about his personality and hobbies. But I still want to ask, what do you think of Ma En? Liu Yujun pondered. He doesn't usually communicate with other people, but sometimes he will secretly look at other patients, such as a girl who was discharged from the hospital almost at the same time as him. Ning Chan Kong? Ren Shiji said curiously. Yes, that's her. Liu Yujin nodded repeatedly. There were a few people before, but I didn't pay much attention to it at the time. Most of them have been discharged from the hospital, or transferred to other attending doctors after Dr. Li died. Ren Shiji then asked, what about Dr. Li? What does he think of Ma En? Liu Yujin recalled, you said Dr. Li is a respected senior, but well, let's put it this way, he would not share his views on patients with me, and our conversations were limited to work. But I have never handled Ma En's money, which means that even if they have a deal, I have no idea. At this point, Liu Yujun also vaguely realized that Ma En was not the ordinary person she imagined. Otherwise, the man opposite would not have found her and offered a price of up to 100,000 federal coins. If Ma En is not a wanted criminal, he must have a special identity that she can't imagine at all. Then do you think he is a schizophrenic patient? Ren Shiji asked. I saw that in the medical record. Former Dr. Liu Yujun shook his head. No, he doesn't have any typical characteristics of schizophrenia, but this can be explained as a normal situation after taking medicine. But if you insist, Ma-en does have the possibility of pretending to be sick. Most of the patients admitted to the advanced area of Victor Sanatorium are not seriously ill patients. For customers with obvious problems, we also have a special separate area for them. Rinshiji nodded thoughtfully. In other words, he may not have any mental problems at all, and is admitted to the hospital for some reason. Lu Yujun frowned slightly and said, although he does not have the common symptoms of schizophrenia, he still has some abnormal performance. The treatment level of the advanced area of Victor Sanatorium is also world-class. Rinshiji smiled and said, if he wants to pretend to be a schizophrenic patient, he will try to do something abnormal. And people with special abilities often do weird things. In fact, this is because ordinary people sometimes cannot understand the reasons that drive their behavior. They see things differently. That's true. Lu Yujun stopped trying to defend his opinion as a doctor, but he didn't do anything here. Rinshiji's mouth curled up slightly. Because he didn't live in the nursing home to do anything, but to avoid something. Dr. Lu, do you think Dr. Li is a person who would commit suicide? Rinshiji asked. He did not doubt that this was Ma-en's work, but he could not rule out the possibility that this matter was related to Ma-en. I don't know. Lu Yujun said truthfully, no one knows people like Dr. Li. Do you know how much money he has in the bank? If I had 1/10 of his wealth, I would have enjoyed my retirement life long ago. But he doesn't spend a penny on himself. All his expenses are from legal income. How can I tell whether such a person will commit suicide? Rinshiji skipped this question. What about Luida? This is what he really wanted to ask. Lu Yujun was obviously stunned for a few seconds. I don't know. She shook her head quickly after reacting. He hasn't been in the hospital for long. How can I know his thoughts? Rinshiji just stared at her calmly. Lu Yujun met his gaze and swallowed nervously, not knowing what to say. It's okay, he said softly. Lu Hutsai died of a heart attack 2 days ago. No one knows about this. But if you don't answer, maybe things won't be that simple. I know you took the money. Under his gaze, Lu Yujun felt her whole body trembling slightly, and all kinds of horrible imaginations about her future fate surged uncontrollably in her mind. I, she said on the verge of collapse, I have already returned the money, I don't. Calm down. Rinshiji said, as long as you are honest enough, no one will know about this. Lu Yujun felt that her words were like magic. When she heard the word calm down, she actually stopped trembling and stuttering, and slowly realized that the facts were indeed as the other party said. LV Hutsai was dead, who had come to trouble her. Huh? She let out a long breath. Lvita may have committed suicide. He has 2 personalities. The kind one claimed to kill his other personality and avenge the dead girl. Really? Rinshiji said seriously, think carefully about the details at that time, and see if there are any suspicious places. You can consider the influence of Ma-en on this matter. She blinked, listened to the other party's words, and thought carefully about the situation at that time. The knowledge she learned during school, and Luida's usual small changes in expression suddenly surfaced. But Luida's father didn't worry that he would really commit suicide, and didn't ask us to do anything about it. And according to Luida himself, his father might also know about it. And multiple personality disorder is a self-protection mechanism, but based on my observation of his 2 personalities, he doesn't really fit this situation. He doesn't really have multiple personality disorder, Lu Yujun said firmly. At this time, she asked a little late, who is Ma-en? This is not the right question. Rinshiji looked into her eyes calmly. I will give you another 500,000 yuan. Leave the city, and don't come back, you have to remember. If you mention our conversation today to anyone, you will die quietly, understand? His tone didn't seem to be threatening the other party, but more like stating the facts. Lu Yujun nodded in a daze. Chapter 55. Coordination Bureau. Wearing glasses, Qin Lan was sitting at her desk reviewing documents, when a figure suddenly appeared in front of the door. The Yin-Yang twins have arrived in Dongsansu. Qin Lan looked at his sister and said, and they caught several devil worshippers this morning, thanks to the intelligence you got from the interrogation. What do you think of Ma-en? Qin Lan raised her head. I've never seen you recruit new people so anxiously. Didn't you always ask me to observe for a while before? Qin Lan shook his head. You know, we don't have time. Qin Lan was silent because she knew this was right. Since the death of their grandfather, they have lost their pillars in the Federation, and all kinds of doubts and oppositions have surged. If it weren't for Qin Lan's unrivaled strength, they might have been removed from this position long ago. Qin Lan continued, Ma-en has no enthusiasm, but you can't expect other people with abilities to have ideals and believe in your words unconditionally. Giving them what they want is the right way. And I will meet him in person, because his ability is quite useful for what I am doing now. Xinlan asked, what do you want to do? Xinlan said, prevent the collapse. Although I said it as if the world is going to be destroyed at any time, in fact, it will not really come as long as the method is properly handled, and memory erasure can delay the speed of certain facts being exposed. Some truths have very dangerous power. When do you plan to tell him about this? Xinlan asked curiously. Xinlan said, after you solve the problem of Dong Xinzu, you can also take the opportunity to observe whether he has any other problems during this period. If everything goes well, you can bring Ma En and Xiao Hu to see me. Xinlan said in surprise. Why, what about Dong Xinzu? Other members will take over your work. Xinlan's face showed fatigue. Xiaolan, I need your help. Xinlan didn't expect her sister to have such an expression. After a pause, she immediately said, okay. Xinlan looked at her with a happy smile, and then explained, recently, those federal politicians have always wanted to make political achievements by making trouble for me, and no matter how many times I repeat it, they don't take it to heart. I lack a helper who can be fully trusted. But these are the prices we are destined to bear. At this point, Xinlan's image turned his head and squinted at the distance. It's getting late, and I have other work to deal with here. You should interrogate the believers they caught first. After saying that, Xinlan walked to the left, as if to welcome a guest. Xinlan took off her glasses, glanced at the lit screen of her mobile phone, stood up, opened the door of the office and walked out. The Yin-Yang twins were already downstairs, and Ma En had arrived 15 minutes ago. As soon as she walked down the stairs, she saw a boy and a girl sitting on the bench opposite Ma En in a well-behaved posture, both of them staring at the calm man opposite with curious eyes. MS. Xin. Ma En stood up. Do I have a job today? Xinlan walked up to him first and said, yes, and your formal contract has been approved, you can take a look. She handed the document in her arms to Ma En. This contract was basically the same as the one he saw last time, except that the several clauses restricting employees were all gone, and it also emphasized that Ma En could resign at any time. During his work, if he is persecuted by other hostile forces and people with special abilities, the Coordination Bureau has the obligation and responsibility to ensure the safety of its employees, and he can also use the database to query various detailed information. After checking again and again that there is no problem, Ma En signed his name casually. These two are the support sent by the higher-ups. Xinlan looked at the two beautiful and delicate children and introduced them to Ma En. Do you want to tell me your names? Hearing this, the girl blushed and shrank back timidly. The boy said innocently, I am Wang Yang, and this is my twin sister Wang Yin. Xinlan reminded, they are all over 50 years old, be careful, these two guys like to act like children to amuse people who don't know. The boy said unwillingly, we are still childish. After being exposed, the girl jumped off the bench with a normal expression. We are sent by Shen Xiaoxingzhe. During this period, we will search for those hell believers in Dong Xinzu. If we catch them, we will throw them into your prison. If there is any new news, remember to call me. The boy looked at Ma En and said, Shen Xiaoxingzhe is very optimistic about your potential. After saying this, the two high-level ability users, who looked like children, retreated at the same time and disappeared without a trace when they hit the wall. The Shen Xiaoxingzhe they mentioned is her sister. This pair of seemingly kind fourth-level ability users are actually very unruly in their bones. They only respect Xinlan very much, so their attitude towards Xinlan is also quite good. Xinlan sent her two trusted aides to Dong Xinzu, not only because the man in black was indeed difficult to deal with, but also because her sister was in this city. It's best not to approach them casually. Xinlan went downstairs and said to Ma En, although they look friendly to you, the Yin-Yang twins often go crazy for no reason. Crazy? Ma En asked in confusion. Yeah. She nodded. The Yin-Yang twins are a bit like some kind of resentful spirits. They have been dead for decades, and for some reason, they have become what they are now. If anyone dares to ask about their past or the cause of death, they will fight to the death with the offender, and the Yin-Yang twins are used to torturing their opponents to death. I have seen that scene with my own eyes. It is difficult for you to imagine how cruel and terrifying they are out of thin air. Ma En asked curiously, have they done this before? Xinlan recalled, several times. We knew about this because my sister had asked about it. At that time, they pounced on my sister like two irrational beasts. In fact, they were indeed not controlled by reason at that time. After all, if they were sober, they would not have the courage to show their fangs to my sister. Ma En could tell that she was very proud of her sister. Xinlan and Ma En returned to the underground prison, where Hu Weifeng was waiting for them. The young man smiled at them. "Mr. Ma En, welcome to the Coordination Bureau. By the way, did the boss tell you?" Qin Lan shook her head. Hu Weifeng looked at him happily and said, "We will be jointly responsible for this incident, which means that we may be partners in the next few months." Chapter 56. He really told everything. Hu Weifeng said with emotion. He forgot everything about his church, but he still knew what he was doing here. "Maybe we can have more cooperation in the future. No one will have any secrets in front of us." Ma En smiled and nodded. "If there is a chance." This time, the believer told almost all the information he knew, but he only knew that he was performing a very important demon summoning ceremony, and he was not very clear about the specific location of other members. The leader who held the ceremony had anticipated that they would be attacked by other organizations, and had already made preparations for it, so now the Coordination Bureau did not know that they were creating the Gate of Hell. Xiang Yudi told Ma En the composition of these sects, and what they wanted to do, but even though he was a member of the Ranyadas cult whose status was second only to the leader, he was not qualified to know anything really important. The main information he provided was that he was summoning a demon named Long Qin. It seems that the black-robed man was also very wary of his adopted son. Facts have proved that he was right to do so. Wait a minute. When Ma En was walking on the way back, he suddenly heard Rinshiji shout from behind, and then he felt that he was hit by something, but when he turned around, he saw nothing. He paused, and then realized what hit him: his own telekinetic coat. But normally, even if he suddenly slowed down, his telekinesis would keep the same speed of change as him under the control of his subconscious mind. In the situation just now, it was as if his body had stopped by itself. Rinshiji walked up to Ma En and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that you could get Qin Lan to sign the approval personally." Qin Lan never made any request to her sister before. "It seems that she also values your ability." He just said wait a minute, which seems to reveal an interesting fact. Rinshiji is actually a person with special abilities, who can influence other people's actions through words or something. And his power is very hidden. So far, Qin Lan and other people with special abilities have not noticed that he is one of them. If it weren't for the layer of telekinesis coat around him, it is estimated that nothing would be noticed. This is probably because he uses his power quite skillfully. After all, no one would think that being stopped is abnormal. Looking back now, Rinshiji also used his ability when he asked him to sit down at the door, but he might not have been as focused as he is now, so he did not succeed in influencing Ma En. The purpose of Rinshiji's ability, when he called him, was definitely not to really make him stop, but more like he was trying to influence himself step by step. Ma En looked at him and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Rinshiji pretended to be puzzled and asked, "What are you afraid of?" Ma En said, "As far as I know, Qin Lan is a very strong 5th level ability user, and you and your boss dared to go against her sister so blatantly. I don't understand it." Rinshiji said in a somewhat suspicious way, "Really? Don't you see it? Of course I'm not afraid of him. Who would be afraid of two good people? When you get along with these fools who really believe in the existence of morality, you don't have to worry about any revenge. As long as we control the degree of offense and don't cross their bottom line, these so-called good people will be bound by what they believe in, and we can easily control them." Who asked them to draw a bottom line for themselves? He looked more contemptuous. Ma En nodded. "So you are proud of having no bottom line?" Rinshiji smiled and said, "Yes, and don't pretend. You are the same as me, Ma En. You are not a fool like them. You are my kind. Listen to me." When he knew that Rinshiji was trying to influence him, Ma En could clearly feel the urge to listen to the other person carefully, but he broke free of this feeling in an instant. "I know what you did." Rinshiji slightly raised the corner of his mouth, showing the usual smile of politicians when giving speeches. "Elvida is not a patient with multiple personality disorder at all. You killed him. Imagine, if Qin Lan and Qin Wan knew about this, what would they think of you? Your style of doing things is exactly the same as ours, and they won't trust you." Hearing his words, Ma En felt a little helpless. "Do you think that I killed Luida is an evil act? Didn't you ask why he was admitted to the hospital? Let's put it this way, no matter what you want to threaten me with this matter, just tell me what you want to do. It seems that there is no grudge between us." Rinshiji was a little surprised. Didn't Ma En have any influence on him? Impossible. He must have begun to think that what he said makes sense, but he just wants to gain bargaining chips by hiding his thoughts. "This is not what I want to do." He answered innocently, "It's my boss Huang Qifeng. He wants you to be a dog, just like I'm doing now. From my experience, you can get much more from us than from Qin Wan. You know, they are not even breaking the law. There is no way to make money, and being diligent will not let you rise step by step in the Federation." Rinshiji said, that he was a dog for Huang Qifeng, not only without any shame, but even a little complacent. I still refuse. The problem that Ma En had to face was not something they could help with. If you really think this is useful, I can send a text message to Qin Lan now and mention that I killed Luida. How about it? Ma En took out his mobile phone and looked at him calmly. Ren Shiji didn't expect Ma En to do this, as if his ability had no effect at all, and the fact was probably the same. He underestimated Ma En's will and mental strength, and the preparation was far from enough. What about Chen Yun? Ren Shiji put away his smile and looked at Ma En with cold eyes. What about you, Chen Yun, and you? What about the truth about your admission to the hospital 4 years ago? Do you think this doesn't matter? He didn't want to use his trump card so quickly. Ma En looked at the man opposite him, and didn't answer immediately. The other party must not know the truth, otherwise he would never talk to him in this way. But no matter if it was an accident or something else, he must have vaguely realized that he didn't want the things 4 years ago to be exposed. I am a third-level memory eraser, Ma En said. Ren Shiji said confidently. Yes, and I know it, so don't worry, I have a detailed countermeasure for your ability. No matter what you do to me, the Coordination Bureau will know that you attacked your colleagues. No, you misunderstood. Ma En shook his head. I mean, I am a third-level memory eraser, and you don't seem to understand what this means. Do you really think I can only delete the memories of a few prisoners? Look, you know that you killed Luida, but in fact I also killed Su Wen, the company's spy, Dr. Li, and a bunch of third-level ability users who wanted to make trouble for me. And if I don't want to, no one will know that I killed them. Ma En's eyes gradually cooled down. Qin Lan and Qin Wan are good people, so you can provoke them at will before the bottom line, but unfortunately, I'm not. If you cause me any more trouble, I will go to Qin Lan to submit my resignation, and then turn around and kill you and Huang Qifeng, and no one can find any evidence. Do you understand? Ren Shiji was frightened and took 2 steps back, looking at the man in front of him in shock and fear. This is completely different from what he imagined. Ma En doesn't care about the rules that Qin Wan and others respect, and he is far more dangerous and terrible than he thought. Ren Shiji swallowed his saliva, smiled reluctantly and said, I understand. He wanted to change Huang Qingfeng's idea of dealing with Ma En immediately. Chapter 57. Ma En stopped in front of the rented house. Standing at his door was a girl in a black leather windbreaker, with ink-like eyeshadow on her pretty face, and her legs exposed under dark denim shorts were unusually pale. She looked up at Ma En, looking like she was waiting for him. Ma En recalled the information he had asked Ning Chongkong to collect in advance. There was no mention of such an acquaintance in it, but for some reason, Ma En could feel that his relationship with this girl must be unusual. And he was admitted to the hospital 4 years ago. If this was someone he had seen in the past, she was probably a child around 12 years old at the time, and it was normal that she was not recorded. Don't you recognize me? The girl stared into Ma En's eyes and said, I was expecting you to rush over and hug me? You are? Ma En pretended to recall the expression when he spoke. The girl stared at Ma En calmly, as if she wanted to see something on his face. Really interesting. Do you want me to stand outside the door and chat with you, Ma En? The girl suddenly grinned. Let's go in and talk. Ma En walked to her side cautiously, and while taking out the key to open the door, he also created a few more layers of telekinetic shells for himself to avoid any accidents. Something is wrong. Click. The door opened. You really don't remember me, right? The voice from behind Ma En carried some complex emotions that were difficult to distinguish. In fact, I have thought of many scenes of reunion, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Ma En walked inside and asked gently, Who are you? The girl who followed him and said, My name is Long Qin. Ma En remembered this name. The demon summoned by Yudi also called himself Long Qin. Wait, could it be that he had had any dealings with the demon before? If he thought about it carefully, it was not impossible. After all, angels were his enemies. The girl sat casually on the sofa, crossed her legs and said, You don't remember, right? Looking at the girl's attitude, she must be quite familiar with him, and he should have no reason to forget her, which is why she immediately noticed something was wrong. Ma En no longer tried to hide the truth. Did we know each other before? Long Qin had an ambiguous smile on his face. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this. I know you have the ability to erase memories, but I didn't expect you to use this trick on yourself and forget me. This is the only thing he shouldn't forget. An accident, he said. This explanation was barely reasonable. Were we friends before? Long Qin shrugged. We had a good time together, and there were some minor conflicts, but that's nothing. I came here to find you. By the way, isn't Xinyan here? The girl turned her head, and looked around the specific environment in the house, as if Chen Yun would hide behind a cabinet. She's not here. Ma En asked, you said you came to find me? She looked at Ma En again and asked, how do you cure your memory problem? Ma En sat down on the sofa opposite her. It is slowly healing itself, but there is no particularly good way to speed up the progress. But you haven't answered my question yet. The girl waved her hand. Don't be so polite. You're making me feel a little uncomfortable. We are here to deal with the church. In case you have forgotten, I remind you that they are not good people. Whether they are angels, clergy, or believers, they all deserve to die. When she said this, her face showed some unspeakable madness and hatred. But looking at her expression, Ma En did not feel any discomfort or resistance, but felt a little sad. He asked in confusion, what does this have to do with me? Long Qin sighed. I originally wanted to ask you for some help. Didn't you sneak into the Coordination Bureau? How did you know? Ma En looked at her curiously. The devil girl did not explain in detail. We have our own friends and channels, which is not important. The point is that the Coordination Bureau has caused us a lot of trouble. I want to ask you for a small favor. Ma En asked a very important question. Why does the Coordination Bureau want to stop you? The girl showed dissatisfaction. I know what you mean. It is true that we will indirectly kill many people in this process, especially those crazy people who believe in the devil, but as long as we cooperate with them, we may be able to deal with the church here. But if we look at it comprehensively, and don't be so short-sighted, it will be a good thing for both you and us. Do you know what the angels are doing? Ma En shook his head. At least I definitely don't remember it. The demon girl said seriously, have you heard of the witch hunt? This group of believers and angels are capturing various creatures with valuable souls, and through what they call the judgment of fire, they transform these spiritual powers into the holy fire of heaven, in order to awaken the person who has passed away and is destined to return. To put it simply, they are creating gods. Long Qin pointed at Ma En. You are also one of their hunting targets. There are many criminals among demons, and most of the devils are crazy, but if the gods they believe in really appear in reality, you will all be subject to his tyrannical and cruel rule. Think about what he has done. He created angels and churches, and let his servants collect mortal souls to supply his resurrection. Shouldn't such a monster be punished? Ma En spread his hands. If what you said is true, maybe they are indeed worse, but I can't prove this, and it's hard to help you. You also saw my situation. There is another very important thing. Although she is her friend in the past, she seems to think that it is normal for her to erase her memory. Long Qin hurriedly said, you just need to tell me how the Coordination Bureau got our information. We will have a special member to solve this matter. Other things can wait until you recover your memory. Ma En shook his head. Sorry, I really can't help you. Silence. Long Qin smiled understandingly and stood up. It's okay, I just came to see an old friend. After all, it's not common to come to the mortal world. If you meet those blind believers, you can tell me my name. Then I leave. Let's meet again when we have time. I wish you a speedy recovery, Ma En. Long Qin stopped talking and turned around and walked out of the room with a lonely look. She never thought that Ma En would forget her. It seems that revenge is not suitable today. Chapter 58. What did you say? Huang Qifeng looked at him with dissatisfaction, and slightly lifted his body out of the backrest of the sofa chair. Ren Shiji bent over and said, I can't handle Ma En. He is not such an easy character to deal with. If you really want to bribe Ma En, it may take more than 10 times longer than expected. Huang Qifeng narrowed his eyes. Not only did LV Hutsai, who he had just found, die inexplicably, but even Ren Shiji hit a snag with Ma En, as if the world was deliberately against him. Ren Shiji continued, and Qin Wan has personally approved his contract. If we continue to cause trouble for him, she will definitely be dissatisfied with us, and then this matter will not be worth it. If you want to use his ability to do something, maybe you can give him a price that is hard to refuse, or even reach an agreement with him through Qin Lan. If Huang Qifeng really wanted to do something, his statement was the most correct, but his current goal was to find the remaining second-generation mimics and kill Ma En. Lu Hutsai's sudden death forced him to intervene in the matter personally, even if it meant that he would risk being discovered. The Supreme Will must not collapse. No, Huang Qifeng said in a cold voice, you don't have to worry about the director. Qin Qiafeng is dead, and many people are eyeing her. Qin Wan can't even protect herself now, let alone care about this little employee. This statement is half true and half false. Qin Wan will indeed not have the energy to care about these problems after a while, but it also contains complex changes in the situation, and this does not mean that she will really watch them wantonly messing with her. But he had already prepared to sacrifice himself in the liquidation afterwards. Huang Qifeng thought for a moment and said, "You don't have to try to win him over anymore." Ren Shiji breathed a sigh of relief. But then, he heard the other party's next words. "We need to use some other means. Let's be honest." Huang Qifeng said, "Do you really think I care about this broken memory eraser? Someone from above found me. They want something from Ma En. But he won't hand it over easily, so we have to use some tough measures." Ren Shiji asked reflexively, "What is it?" Huang Qifeng looked at him in confusion. "You don't usually have so many questions." He quickly shut up. Huang Qifeng said emotionlessly, "It was something he handed over to the Coordination Bureau, but I don't know what it is. It doesn't matter because the leaders above don't want to leave anyone alive." He was stunned. What? Ren Shiji himself had done a lot of dirty work and had seen countless of them, but he was still frightened by Huang Qifeng's words, because it seemed unnecessary. He could fully understand that a politician wanted to get something precious, but did he really have to kill the federal government employees after taking the things? After all, such things can often be easily solved by using status to exert pressure, which is also. "Are you scared?" Huang Qifeng looked at him, not understanding why this usually obedient good dog was so hesitant now. After hearing Huang Qifeng's words, Ren Shiji also realized belatedly that his thinking so much had nothing to do with whether it was reasonable or not. After all, it was normal for politicians to want to do whatever they wanted. They had such a high status, and must have been accustomed to being unscrupulous. This is what he pursued. What made him resist so much was his remaining fear of Ma En. He instinctively didn't want to stand on the opposite side of Ma En. But he had no choice. As long as he still wanted power and status. What should I do? Ren Shiji instantly threw the fear in his heart behind his head, and showed a respectful and obedient expression again, like a hound waiting for the master's order. Huang Qifeng smiled and leaned back in his chair. "Very good, you know that the Coordination Bureau is now dealing with the devil believers, right?" Ren Shiji nodded, and the headquarters also sent the Yin and Yang twins. That pair of gloomy and terrifying monsters, they joined the Coordination Bureau, but were notorious, with the blood of hundreds of innocent people flowing under their hands, and they liked to cruelly torture their enemies. So many politicians were quite afraid of these two guys. Maybe this is why Qin Luan wanted to keep them. However, after they surrendered to Qin Luan, they never attacked innocent people again, nor did they do anything out of line. In Ren Shiji's opinion, the Yin-Yang twins are not just two useful thugs, they are more like a medal, a glory, to prove how powerful and dangerous Shao Qin Luan is. Huang Qifeng said, "The Yin-Yang twins arrested many important members in the afternoon with the intelligence obtained by Ma En and Hu Weifeng. They certainly didn't expect the Coordination Bureau to get the information so quickly, because they didn't know that the Coordination Bureau recently welcomed a new member with powerful psychic abilities." Ren Shiji instantly understood the other party's implication, but he still couldn't believe it. But they are devil worshippers. Huang Qifeng shook his head. The job of the Coordination Bureau is not to prevent these forces from consuming each other. On the contrary, as long as those hell believers control the turmoil around the church, it is still a good thing for us. And do you think we have no contact with these hell believers? Although the Coordination Bureau is openly hostile to them, the Special Service Department actually has ways to contact many believers in secret. I have told the members of a secret meeting about this matter. They will send 2 third-level ability users to cut off all of Ma En's limbs, and then control him with magic. You just need to bring him to see me without the ability to resist. Ren Shiji immediately thought of Ma En's threat to himself. Huang Qifeng underestimated his danger. So he immediately said, "No. According to my investigation these days, Ma En is far more dangerous than he seems. It is very likely that some third-level ability users have been defeated by him. We should find a few more people with special abilities, and it's better to make more preparations and not give him any chance. Since we have to deal with Ma En, we have to do it thoroughly. Otherwise, if we give him a chance to survive, he and Huang Qifeng might really lose their lives, as he said. He is very afraid of death." Huang Qifeng asked in surprise, "Do you really think so?" Ren Shiji nodded seriously. "He is a very dangerous and ruthless character. If he knows that we are fighting him, you and I may die inexplicably in less than half a day." He exaggerated a little in an attempt to make Huang Qifeng realize the seriousness. Huang Qifeng nodded slightly. "Then do as you say." He still didn't think Ma En had any ability. No matter how much he wanted to delete his memory, it couldn't be that dangerous, let alone dealing with 2 experienced third-level special abilities at the same time. But Huang Qifeng would not question the judgment of his capable subordinates. Chapter 59. No. Qin Luan gave Ma En an account, so that he could log into the internet, and search for the information he wanted. It introduced the East Federation Biopharmaceutical Company in detail, mentioned the current position of mimic bacteria in human society, recorded many tragedies that demons and devils had committed, and the changes in the scope of the church's activities in the past 10 years. But there was no angel. If he hadn't recruited Seong Yudi and Ai Li, Ma-in wouldn't even be able to figure out what the number of angel wings meant. But this also made him wonder. Does the Coordination Bureau really not know the existence of angels? Or do they not intend to easily tell their employees the truth about angels? If what the demon girl who came up to them said was true, then this is very likely. After all, the Coordination Bureau is still a positive organization. If the members are to know that the church they are familiar with is actually a dangerous organization that the Coordination Bureau cannot defeat, it will be a huge blow to their morale. In the worst case, it may also lead to a conflict with the angels under the premise that the Federation is not sure of victory. What he has to do now is to find a way to distinguish himself from the broken wings and completely clear himself of suspicion. And to do this, he has to figure out what happened back then. Ma-in closed his eyes and entered the Abnormal Control Bureau. Number of abnormal entities contained. Level 3 abnormal entities 2. Level 2 abnormal entities 1. Abnormal entity. Second generation mimicry. Abnormal strength 2.2. Danger level 2.4. Description. Original second generation mimicry that is not yet parasitized. Features. Second generation mimicry 2.2. Instinctively simulate and integrate into the surrounding microbial environment, and the intelligent mimicry born from it will have a certain degree of control over the main body, and will not be affected by the main body. Mimicry Vaccine 2.2. You can release a compound chemical substance that can effectively kill the first generation of mimicry. Most of the second generation of mimicry have been analyzed into energy by Ma-in. This species is the natural enemy of mimicry, but their mimicry ability is not even as good as that of the first generation of mimicry for Ma-in. Because the characteristics of the second generation of mimicry are not to benefit its main body, but to benefit the new life born from it. First order anomaly value, 6.2. Second order anomaly value, 6. Third order anomaly value, 2. Ma-in was standing in front of the first containment room, lowering his head through the one-way wall, looking at the holy creature kneeling and praying inside. He had to find ways to get valuable information for himself without exposing his loss of memory. If possible, it would be best to destroy her will to resist. Ma-in still remembered that the holy light around Kashira had dimmed for a moment. Do you still think that the reality twister can hear your voice? He looked down at Kashira and said. Kashira raised his head and glared at Maine, who was standing outside the wall. Don't slander him. Maine shook his head. We call your state angelization, which is what you said the Son of God did to you. Do you know what I can see in the information? Worshipping him is part of angelization. Kashira refuted firmly. It was not the Son of God who created the angels, but the Father who is one with him. He did this to guide us on the right path. We are all proud to worship him. Maine shook his head. You are no longer affected by angelization in the containment room, but you can still say such words. Haven't you thought about it? If he is really worthy of worship, why do you still do this? Kashira closed his eyes. No matter how many times you say it, don't try to shake my faith. The devil has only one purpose when he speaks, and that is to tempt the angels to fall. Don't listen to him. Maine continued to ask, don't you think that you are in this situation today, and it is not your own fault? The female angel closed her eyes and said, if you could only see the mundane morality and right and wrong, of course you think we are the perpetrators, but this is your problem. We are serving the great justice that you cannot see and understand. You carry sins that you cannot see, and the sacred fire judgment can purify your filthy souls. Foolish mortals always want to question the arrangements of the gods. Mon looked puzzled. You mean the angels hunted innocent people not to resurrect the reality twister, but to purify our sins? Kashira said firmly. That's just the devil's sophistry and slander. Purification of impurities is the premise. Only when we prove that the world is worth saving, the Almighty Holy Father will come to the world and give all living beings true salvation. And you are proving that you mortals are not worth saving. Do you mean I should give up resistance and be burned alive by you? Mon shrugged. I don't expect a reality twister to save the world. Judging from his style of doing things, this is basically a sweet lie. The angel shook his head. You can't understand the thoughts of the gods. According to what you said, it seems that everything we disagree with can be refuted by incomprehension. Mon asked curiously, well, tell me, apart from what your gods themselves and other angels tell you, what else can prove that what you understand is correct? After all, in my opinion, your God only claims to be omnipotent. There are powerful people everywhere in the world. They have done greater feats than creating heaven. Are they greater than the gods you believe in? Just give me a convincing reason, and I will let you go. Kasara widened his eyes, opened his mouth with anger, and then quickly scolded, "It's just the devil's sophistry. We have experienced his greatness with our own eyes. Those angels have even followed the footsteps of the Son of God. There is no evidence more real than our feelings." Ma'an raised a question. "Telepaths can also make mortals feel his greatness, and we can easily deprive you of your angelic power, even." Just in front of her, Ma'an suddenly surged with holy light around him, and the outline of the wings could be vaguely seen, but in an instant it returned to its normal appearance. "Even become a so-called angel," he said. "You can't get in touch with heaven here, and your gods can't hear your prayers. Shouldn't you think that maybe we are the real omnipotent God?" Just now, he could feel the angelization process that was deliberately slowing down, and the worship of gods was gradually surging in his heart, but in the final analysis, this was just a third-level characteristic. Ma'an could feel that even if he really became an angel, he would not sink into the worship of the so-called true God, at least in the Control Bureau. And his actions just now have been successful. Kashira was stunned on the spot, looking at Ma'an in disbelief, unable to say a word. All the words just now did not shake her mind in the slightest, but the fact that he turned into an angel almost shattered her persistence. The female angel closed her eyes in fear and whispered in a low voice, "These are all tricks, and tricks of the devil." Ma'an shook his head. "You don't believe what I say, nor do you believe what you see, but only believe what they tell you. If your Holy Father is really qualified to be called God, you should think carefully about how to call us, who can defeat him." The scene he expected appeared. Kashira's curled wings were covered with a layer of dark color. Chapter 60. Qin-Lan paced back and forth in front of the desk. The Yin-Yang twins neatly dealt with the new demon worshippers with the information from the Coordination Bureau. They were all on the way to evacuate, but because of the excellent interrogation speed of Ma-En and Hu Weifeng, they could only become the dead souls of the fourth-level ability users. And this is the problem? They did not leave any survivors. The cultists who had realized that something was wrong were all ready to die in the process of resistance. These lunatics were different from ordinary people. They had no fear of death itself, and even regarded it as a kind of mysterious ritual. In contrast, they were more afraid of their fate after being caught. Therefore, before the Yin-Yang twins could react, they killed all the demon worshippers. However, this was just the Yin-Yang twins' statement. Qin-Lan seriously suspected that the Yin-Yang twins were so angry that they just found a reason to explain themselves. After all, they were all fourth-level ability users. Now it's troublesome. Qin-Lan originally wanted to follow the clues and directly catch the important members who could really influence this action, but now the clues were completely cut off. She sighed. Qin-Lan had understood over the years that smooth progress was something that could only be encountered by chance, and she could encounter various problems at any time, and her job was to solve them. Dong dong. Qin-Lan walked to the desk and stood. "Come in." It was Renshurji who opened the door. "What are you doing here?" she frowned and asked. He smiled and said, "I heard that we encountered some minor problems." Qin-Lan looked at him suspiciously. "Now is not the time for you to make trouble. If the problem of the Hell Believers is not handled well." He raised his hand and pressed it. I know, that's why I came to you. I don't know if Ma-En told you, Huang Qifeng once came to him." Qin-Lan crossed her arms, looking like I'm listening. "I also told him that Huang Qifeng came to him because he needed Ma-En's ability. You should be able to imagine what these politicians want to do with memory erasure, right?" Renshurji said frankly. Huang Qifeng now has some information in his hand. Originally, Renshurji was a little worried about coming to him directly like this. Although it would be easy for Qin-Lan to believe it, he would definitely not be able to get rid of the relationship once it was exposed. This is also the reason why this approach is credible. Who would seek death? What made him feel at ease was that Huang Qifeng put himself in it. If something went wrong, both of them would definitely be finished, so Huang Qifeng must have subsequent response measures. Qin-Lan was shocked and angry and said, "You actually want to use this as a condition to trade with me?" Renshurji smiled and shrugged. "It's not us, it's Huang Qifeng. If it weren't for your sister, you wouldn't even be qualified to talk to him on an equal footing." Qin-Lan said coldly, "If it weren't for my sister, I would have run to him and shot that fat head, and you are the one who doesn't even have the qualifications to talk to me on an equal footing." Renshurji kept smiling and looked at her. "But you have a sister, don't you?" He knew very well that Qin-Lan's threats would only remain verbal, because she was constrained by various things and couldn't negotiate any conditions based on her ability. Once there is something you care about, you will be tied up. Qinlan said coldly, "You will pay the price for threatening me today." She agreed. Rinshiji smiled and said, "Then I wait." Success. The most interesting point is that the information she obtained with great difficulty is actually what they really want to give Qinlan, the trap prepared for Maan. When Qinlan has to pay a high price to get this information, she will not doubt the problems that the information itself may contain. After all, if this matter is not good for her, why do they have to set up so many obstacles? People always believe that what they get with hard work is good. What information? Qinlan asked. If it is not worth it, I will not agree to the deal. Rinshiji said, there is a retired demon believer in Dongsansu. He only needs to take a few glances to figure out what these crazy people are doing now, and where the summoning ceremony may be performed. But he has a strong spiritual sense. If a strong man who can threaten goes there, this old believer will definitely be able to detect it and leave in advance. Therefore, if you want to meet him, you must not send a person with too dangerous abilities. That means that people with special abilities, like Qinlan, cannot approach him. Then how can we get him to help us? Qinlan asked in confusion. Rinshiji explained, when I said he is retired, I meant that this old believer no longer worships the devil, and in order to enjoy his old age, he reached an agreement with the Supervision Department and the Special Service Department, and he exchanged intelligence for his own safety. So if you want, Huang Qifeng can arrange this meeting, but he must not be scared. And if we want to get his help, we have to convince this guy, and we can't send that kind of combat personnel. Qinlan immediately had a candidate in mind, Ma En and Hu Weifeng. They are also the only suitable combination. And Ma En and Hu Weifeng have proved that they can convince almost anyone when they join forces. If he can really give the right information, I will let Ma En help your bastard superior erase his memory, but the premise is that this is useful. Qinlan looked at him and said. Rinshiji said nonchalantly, he has always been very patient with such things, and it will not be Huang Qifeng who will suffer while waiting. Qinlan shook his head with a cold face. Go tell your master that I agree to his conditions. Rinshiji smiled and said, I'm glad we can reach an agreement. After that, he turned and left the office. Rinshiji never felt that being a dog for Huang Qifeng was a shameful thing from beginning to end. In addition to being able to bend his ways thoroughly enough, he also had to do everything ordered by his superiors neatly. His ability to do things was even much better than those diligent employees, which was also the most basic prerequisite for being a dog. But this did not mean that Rinshiji really didn't care about anything. When facing Qinlan's sarcasm, he had no waves in his heart because he knew he was the winner. When she saw the bodies of Ma En and Hu Weifeng, Rinshiji would laugh even happier than now. The same was true when he nodded and bowed to Huang Qifeng. Even if he was at best a good dog in the eyes of the other party, it didn't matter, he even enjoyed it. Because Rinshiji could easily imagine the scene of the other party bending his waist even lower. In the near future, he will be powerful. Chapter 61. Suburbs of East Xinzhou. The black car slowly stopped in an open space. Ma En looked at the three-story detached house a few dozen meters away through the glass of the co-pilot's seat. There was also a fenced open space outside the building with lush vegetation of various colors. Two strong large dogs lay on the doorstep with their ears drooping, and several cats lay leisurely on special racks to bask in the sun. There lived a devil worshipper who had retired for many years. According to Qinlan, his understanding of devils was better than many so-called secret cult leaders, and their task was to find a way to find out what those worshippers wanted to do this time. And Ma En had to erase this memory after asking the question, so as to prevent the retired believer from being tracked by other believers with magic. This was also the other party's biggest worry when arranging this meeting. If they hadn't known that they had Ma En who could delete memories, this meeting would have almost been impossible to organize. But this was not the purpose of Ma En coming here. Facts have proven that the people he could find who knew the angels best were the hell believers. In the secret cult where Xiang Yudi was, the description of this race was not even considered taboo knowledge. The opponent is always the one who knows you best. Hu Weifeng locked the car, and they pushed open the door, and got out of the car, walking towards the residence of the old believers. This is your first time on a field mission, Hu Weifeng said to him. Have you ever had a similar experience before? Ma En replied, who did you ask questions to? At least I don't remember doing it. The young man smiled and said, don't be nervous. I have done this dozens of times. If you really encounter any accidents, you just need to stay where you are. Don't think that I usually ask prisoners about things, but I am still very confident in a real fight. But this meeting was arranged by those guys in the supervision department, so I probably won't have a chance to show off. Ma En asked casually, what's going on with the supervision department? I think Qinlan, and you don't seem to like them very much. Hu Weifeng shook his head helplessly. The people sent by the higher-ups to supervise us are always worried that we will have some ambitions, and secretly form forces that are not good for them. Do you feel how funny this is? I can understand their thoughts. In the years in the Coordination Bureau, I have also seen many truly inhuman beasts. The degree of their danger is indeed worrying, but the problem is, as long as Qinlan is still there, the Coordination Bureau will not have these problems. The only role of the Supervision Department is to trip us up, and if Qinlan wants to do what they are worried about. It may be a bit arrogant to say this, but in my opinion, they have no possibility of stopping it at all. He looked very proud of his status when he spoke. Ma En was thinking about how to ask for the information he needed, and asked casually, "Is Qinlan strong?" Hu Weifeng looked at him in surprise, as if to ask why you would ask such a question. She has 137 5th-level victories, and at most she has the upper hand against 4 people. She has killed 7 5th-level ability users, one of which was to kill 2 people of the same level in 10 minutes. The most important thing is that she has never been defeated. You know, the 5th level is different from us. It is much more difficult for them to kill people of the same level than us. Only once may be a fluke, maybe she just restrained the enemy, but these records are enough to prove that she has no rivals in the 5th level, which is why we are qualified to manage other organizations. As they said this, on the upper floors of the building stood 4 hell believers with mysterious symbols and magic tattoos on their faces. 2 of them were from the Ranyadas secret cult, and the other 2 belonged to another devil worship church. Rinshirji stood in front of them and asked, "Have you prepared the trap?" Bloody Hand from Ranyadas said, "It's done, but there is no need at all, and it has wasted a lot of our resources. You need to compensate us, but if you are willing to leave their bodies to us, it's okay. They are all good materials." Rinshirji refused coldly. "Don't push me too far. Killing him is your reward. If there is no opportunity created by us, it is almost impossible for you to successfully kill these 2 spiritual ability users. Remember, Ma En must be kept alive, and Hu Weifeng's body must be left in place. We need to do some minor processing on it to prevent the Coordination Bureau from finding out about our transaction." Bloodhand looked at Rinshirji with interest. "It's really interesting. Aren't you a group? I remember you are also a member of the Coordination Bureau, and your superiors often have contact with us. In this case, why can't you turn a blind eye to our matter? Isn't it just killing a few hundred people? We can exchange with you for something more valuable." Rinshirji shrugged and said, "The Coordination Bureau is not something we can control. It's Qinlan who can't accept the casualties of civilians. If you really want to reach an agreement with us, you might as well kill her first. Then you can name your price. As long as it doesn't harm the interests of the Federation, it doesn't matter if you want a few thousand more people." Bloodhand was gagged by his words. They had all heard of Qinlan's reputation. Shinshao Xingzhe is the synonym of invincibility. However, although Rinshirji said so, he actually didn't think so. In his eyes, these hell believers were an important part, but the existence of Qinlan and the Coordination Bureau was also indispensable to the Federation. Not only because he could find opportunities to climb up when there were different practices and disputes. Moreover, the Coordination Bureau and the Supervision Department had reached a delicate balance. Their simultaneous existence could make the Federation forever great. He had listened to Qinlan's speech on the Great Collapse in private, and he could vaguely feel the existence of something when listening. After all, he was also a capable person. Rinshirji didn't think there would be any Great Collapse. This was just Qinlan's exaggerated statement, but they were indeed preventing something. He could imagine that if the federal government lost the Coordination Bureau and Qinlan, it would face countless difficulties again, problems that were temporarily controlled because of their existence. "Are you sure everything is fine?" he finally confirmed. Bloody Hand nodded. "Even if Qinlan comes here in person, we are sure to deal with her, but she won't come, right?" Rinshirji said, "She can't leave, but don't underestimate them, not to mention Hu Weifeng or Ma En, especially the latter." Bloody Hand said impatiently, "I think you underestimate us. We are not comparable to those spoiled guys in your bureau, not to mention 2 intelligence officers who have exposed their specific abilities. But don't worry, the lion will fight the rabbit with all its strength." He nodded with satisfaction. "Then we will meet at the handover point." Chapter 62. On the sofa in the living room sat an old man with gray hair, Hobart. He was wearing a casual black suit, and his right hand was tightly holding an unusual cane covered with dark red strange symbols. "You are here." He glanced at Ma En and Hu Weifeng standing at the entrance, and said in a low voice, "I didn't expect that someone would be interested in my knowledge. Would you like some tea?" He pointed to the two exquisite porcelain cups prepared on the table in front of him. Hu Weifeng nodded slightly to him, and took the lead to sit down on the sofa opposite him. Thank you, but no thanks. Ma-En also sat down immediately, observing the gentle old man opposite. Hobart was born in the Western Federation, and his work before retirement was also carried out there, so he had no enemies or friends here. Both are very dangerous for retired Hell believers. Hobart did not force them to drink the black tea mixed with chronic poison. He put out the porcelain cup just out of respect for this work, and did not really expect them to drink it. If there was no such mission, he would actually be happy to do this kind of thing to exchange knowledge with the younger generation, but since they paid, it would not be difficult to do some work for the group of politicians who sheltered him. And if he refused to accept them, Hobart would not only offend the politicians who provided him with shelter, but also his former colleagues, and he knew very well what kind of bastards his colleagues were. After all, he used to be one of them. Hobart looked at them and asked, "What do you want to do with me?" No matter what he said, the two employees of the Coordination Bureau could not take the knowledge out, so he planned to completely meet their requirements so that they could be buried with the knowledge. This is a happy way to die. Hu Weifeng asked, "We would like to ask you to help figure out what these Hell believers are doing, which demon they are summoning, and how to stop them. Don't worry, after you finish speaking, Ma-En will delete this memory to prevent those believers from finding you. They are upstairs now." Hobart said, "In fact, I can guess what they want to do without even looking at it. There are both demons and demon believers among the participants, right? In fact, we are usually irreconcilable, and the ritual that allows us to join forces, plus the various phenomena I have observed these days, I can tell you with certainty. They are building the gate of hell." But in fact, this answer was just asked by Hobart. After all, the initiator is here. Hu Weifeng asked, "The gate of hell?" Hobart explained, "You have seen the ritual of summoning demons and demons. The gate of hell is a special type. Compared with the summoning ritual, it is more accurately described as a passage. Once the gate of hell is built, it will be able to temporarily connect hell and reality. Whether it is a devil or a demon, an incarnation or the original body, they can all come to the mortal world through the gate of hell. According to my guess, they are going to create a fourth level passage. But there will not be only one or two great demon incarnations coming to reality. After all, this is the masterpiece of the 5 secret cults, so there will be at least 5 or more fourth level incarnations, and if they are incarnations of high level demons, they will be slightly stronger than other fourth level incarnations. Of course, if your director can come and take a trip, he will definitely scare them all back to hell." Finally, he teased Qin-Wan. Hu Weifeng said, "Can you help us find the specific location of those hell believers? We can provide you with." Before he finished speaking, Hobart shook his head. "I have retired. Can you understand the meaning of this? In fact, the retirement of hell believers means no longer committing any crimes, but it does not mean that we have no faith. We believe in a special big devil. You call him a hermit. His doctrine advocates that we no longer get involved in worldly disputes. If I help you, I will break the doctrine I follow. The existence of this doctrine is true, but believers who worship hermits do not regard it as any truth. He is now helping those devil believers to deal with Ma-En and Hu Weifeng." Ma-En said before Hu Weifeng opened his mouth, "Then can you give us the knowledge of how to find the gate of hell?" Hobart thought, "Maybe, but this is quite complicated knowledge. It takes more than 10 years of study to master it. You two will definitely not be able to learn it alone." Ma-En asked curiously, "Are you sure there are only 2 of us here?" Hobart smiled and said, "Of course, I have a strong spiritual sense, which is why I switched to the hermit sect 15 years ago. And what do you think this room is? This is a powerful magic ritual I have created over the years. If you hadn't come here according to my conditions, I would have sensed it long ago." Yes, he also proposed requirements such as not allowing eavesdropping devices to be brought in, with the purpose of keeping the things in this room inside, and not being able to spread them out no matter what. Wang Qifeng promised that he could continue to live as usual after Ma-En and Hu Weifeng were taken away. Very good. Ma-En looked at Hu Weifeng. "I want to ask something more personal, which may take up some time. Is that okay?" Hu Weifeng was stunned. If Ma-En wanted to ask something, why didn't he tell her in advance? But he didn't doubt it, of course, as long as it doesn't delay the business. Hobart smiled and said, "If your colleagues have no objection, I am of course happy to answer young people's questions, just ask." He was also waiting for several devil believers upstairs to prepare their rituals. Ma-En nodded. "I want to know what angels are all about, and what is the relationship between the demons and demons you worship and them." Hu Weifeng looked at Ma-En in surprise. He didn't expect that the other party would ask such a thing. This didn't seem like a question just out of curiosity. Hobart was also stunned. I didn't expect that young people still care about this now. Hobart narrowed his eyes and said, "Have you seen them?" Marn nodded, "Yes." Hobart had an expression that was as expected. "When I was young, I thought I was the villain in the movie, the villain that mortals feared. This is why I worship the devil so crazily, because it made me feel that I was full of evil power. But after learning the truth, I chose to join the hermit sect, because at that time I realized that I was not a real bad guy at all, and my past life and pursuits were all meaningless. Do you think it's ridiculous that we are fighting against an existence that is far more evil and terrifying than any hell demon? The so-called angels have a special invisible spell on themselves. As long as the mortals who meet the standards can see them, guess what the standard is?" Marn narrowed his eyes and asked, "Can the soul burn?" Hobart smiled at Marn, but felt a little sorry. "Yes, this is what they are doing, hunting mortals to supply the flames of heaven to continue burning. You are really lucky to be able to survive after seeing them. But unfortunately, his good fortune has abandoned him." Marn was about to ask the most important question, suppose. But at this moment, Hobart suddenly interrupted him. "I really hope that this conversation is not taking place under such circumstances, but after all, I am still a devil believer, sorry, and they paid." He showed the evil smile he often used when he was young. "So you should die." Chapter 63. The thick black fog suddenly poured out from the sofa where Hobart was sitting, and it surrounded him like a twisting and entangled black snake. The walls of the whole room also lit up with blood-red lines and mysterious symbols. Then these lines slowly peeled off from the wall, and penetrated into the surrounding air like living things, spreading and bending towards the position where Ma En and Hu Weifeng stood, and filled the air around them in an instant. When Hobart tore his face, Hu Weifeng stared at him tightly, letting his mental power surge towards the retired believer like a tide, slowly drowning him. Hobart's eyes were blank in an instant, and he had no intention of resisting or fighting, but the fog snakes dragged his body into the ocean of complex red lines. And when Hu Weifeng instinctively probed his mental power into the area where the red lines were floating, he immediately felt a burning sensation. "Ah!" The young man gritted his teeth and took a few steps back. "He is not controlling this magic circle. There are other people here. Damn Renshurji. He must have betrayed us." He looked around the magic circle embedded in the air and immediately shouted to Maan, "Don't worry about the magic circle, go." But when he shouted this, the figures of 2 devil worshippers appeared in the direction they came in, and 2 others walked down the stairs slowly. They were surrounded by dazzling blue and green magic auras, mental protection spells, and magic shields. This magic circle and spells are specially prepared for Hu Weifeng and Maan. If they encounter it when they are not prepared, the ability of telepaths can always win by surprise, making the victims not know how to fight. But if there is a preemptive attack, the psychic will become extremely vulnerable. "Are you sent by Renshurji?" Hu Weifeng roared, and at the same time quietly gestured to Ma En, indicating that he was preparing something. Ma En did not speak, and began to spread his telekinesis to the 4 devil worshippers. When he was immersed in the red line, he also felt the burning sensation. But Ma En could clearly feel that he could hold on. Bloodhand just sneered at them. "Are you the 2 guys who made trouble?" As he spoke, his hands were also stained red by the blood flowing out of his sleeves. He shook hands with Ma En from a distance. At the same time, the shadows under the 2 devil worshippers at the entrance turned into tentacles and rushed towards Hu Weifeng's feet. "Don't struggle, maybe I will spare your life." Bloodhand smiled maliciously at Maan. Maan felt something grabbing his limbs, and tightly pinched the 3rd layer of telekinesis coat he had just made. Boom! At this moment, Maan suddenly heard a silent loud noise. It was as if countless hoofed animals were rushing past him. Maan noticed that Hu Weifeng's eyes were immediately covered with bloodshot, and the red lines in the air around him were disturbed a few times. The 4 devil worshippers fell into a momentary trance, and the protective shields around them became unstable. If it were usual, Qin Lan could take advantage of this fleeting time to turn the situation around, but now she was not here, so Hu Weifeng knew that he could only delay for a moment. He forced himself to say to Ma En hoarsely, "You go first, just run." Bang! Hobart, who had broken free from control, was about to lend a hand when he saw 4 heads burst open like watermelons at the same time. Blood and brains splattered all over the room. He stared at Ma En and the scene in his eyes in a daze, and wiped the blood off his face like a wooden chicken. Ma En looked at Hobart and said, "Don't worry, I clean it up. This is the truth, he has to erase the evidence. These devil worshippers are not like the beast men he met underground. They are all mortal bodies, so even if there was no mental shock from Hu Weifeng just now, Ma would at most spend more time testing and deterring. The most important thing is that these 4 believers are better at spiritual power, and have no physical alienation or transformation. Sending them to deal with Ma, whose spiritual power is particularly tenacious, is almost a waste of natural resources. If they knew that Ma still had telekinesis and made different preparations in advance, this battle might still have some suspense. But there is no if in a battle. The winner is already determined. Hu Weifeng, with bloodshot eyes, looked at Ma in shock. Ma said, "Memory deletion?" He asked puzzledly, "Is this also memory deletion?" Ma said calmly, "Of course, it's just a different use of the same ability." Hobart raised his hands to indicate that he had given up resistance. "I was forced." Ma said to him gently, "It's okay, as long as you tell the truth, I will let you live. Tell me first, what's going on?" Hobart immediately shouted, "It's Huang Qifeng. He sent his subordinate Ren Shiji to find several devil believers, who have a grudge against the Coordination Bureau to kill you. This matter must have been instigated by Huang Qifeng." Hu Weifeng was puzzled. Why would he do this? This is simply digging his own grave. Hobart explained, "I don't know what these politicians think, but if you want, I can report him as a tainted witness. I have evidence." Ma interrupted, "I have a few questions. If you can give me satisfactory answers, you can live." Hobart nodded frantically. "I will definitely tell you everything I know." Hu Weifeng looked at him in surprise. "We can't just..." Ma ignored him. "Do you know the status of saints in the church?" "Saints?" Hobart said with some doubts. "It depends on the holiness of their souls. Of course, this is what the church says. As a member of the hermit sect, I know very well that the degree of holiness is just a special way to judge the strength of the soul. They say that the more holy you are, the stronger you will be when you become an angel. But the truth is the other way around." Ma then asked, "What about the saints who are guarded by 2 two-winged angels?" Hobart's expression became serious. "Only saints who can transform into 4-winged angels can be protected by their compatriots." Hu Weifeng and Hobart, who were present, both vaguely sensed something was wrong. Ma asked, "What if I killed the guardian angels of a saint, and was included in the list of less important suspects? How can I solve this problem?" Silence. A horrifying truth surged into their hearts. Hobart's face showed strong surprise and respect. "You are the broken wing. Since the saint attack 4 years ago, demon believers in several nearby states have always mentioned rumors about you. We all admire your deeds 4 years ago. Wait. You won't kill people to silence them, right?" He suddenly realized something. "I can delete memories." Ma comforted him. "So if the answer you give satisfies me, no one will remember this matter, you are fine, right?" He turned to look at Hu Weifeng. The young man said seriously, "You just saved my life." Hobart replied seriously, "The hermit sect can help you. There are 2 living demon couples in Dongsansu who are very famous in the hermit sect. They are important members of the hermit sect, and the reason why I am here. We are the enemies of the angels and your friends." Chapter 64. A beautiful silver-white SUV parked on the roadside in the suburbs. Ren Shiji put his hands on the steering wheel, looking at the long road leading to the city, letting his thoughts drift away with the empty scene. He has done similar things dozens of times, but for some reason, he is still a little uneasy. Perhaps because of Ma threat at the time, those words were unusually credible when he said them. And the whole thing that Huang Qifeng gave him revealed a strange atmosphere. He didn't think Huang Qifeng told him the truth, but this was also normal. If he were Huang Qifeng, he would definitely not reveal the really important information to his subordinates. He would even use more cruel means to control his subordinates, and not let them have any chance to climb up. Huang Qifeng still left him a lot of space. However, Ren Shiji dared to think so because he had the ability to use language to influence other people's physiological activities. Click. The rear door was opened. He looked at the rearview mirror in confusion. "You should be more." Ma was looking at him calmly. He felt a chill creeping up his spine, then seeping into every inch of his flesh and blood, and his arms holding the steering wheel began to tremble unconsciously. This was a purely instinctive emotion, the fear of death. His presence here could only prove one thing. "Remember what I said?" Ma asked calmly. "You said?" Ren Shiji tightly grasped the steering wheel in his hand, and said with cold sweat on his palm, "If we cause you trouble again, you will kill me and Huang Qifeng." Ma nodded slightly, indicating that he was right. Ren Shiji held on to his last chance and asked, "Did you kill them?" Ma nodded, "Yes, and no one will remember them." "Tell me, besides you and Huang Qifeng, who else knows about this?" Calm down, Ren Shiji pretended to be calm and said, "I can help you get rid of them all, as long as you let me live." After I finish, you can also delete my memory, and no one will know your secret. If they investigate, they can only find me. This will be beneficial to you without any harm. He did not beg the other party to spare his life, but proposed a plan that Ma-En said was beneficial. In this world, only interests are eternal. Ma-En leaned back leisurely and looked at Renshurji. Why would a person with abilities like you work for Huang Qifeng? Renshurji widened his eyes and looked at Ma-En in the rearview mirror in disbelief. Then all the information related to him flashed through his mind, forming the outline of a terrifying truth. Ma-En was actually not as comfortable as he appeared. Although he could kill Huang Qifeng and Renshurji with cardiac arrest, there would be too many loopholes in that case. 3 people who had grudges against him died in the same way one after another. If he killed the 2 of them directly, and then turned their bodies into powder, it would also likely lead to the Coordination Bureau investigating the matter. Then, they would find out about Huang Qingfeng's deal with the devil believers, and then find him here. If he ignored them for the time being, even if he didn't consider what trouble they would bring, it would be very likely to expose Ma-En's amazing combat power. If this matter was heard by someone who knew about it. You are the wing breaker, right? Renshurji said with difficulty, suppressing his fear. Now I understand everything. Why didn't I expose my powerful combat power? The saint I found was not a devil at all. He said this for his own purpose. Renshurji continued, I can think of this because I have checked your previous information and met Dr. Liu Jun in the hospital. If you can erase all these memories, I will definitely not be able to figure this out. That is to prevent Ma-En from killing him. Renshurji could not imagine that the other party would let him live knowing his secret. In this case, the best way is to destroy the possibility of suspicion. Ma-En said admiringly, You are a smart man. At this time, although Renshurji was still afraid of death, he also had some confidence. Ma-En did not kill him immediately. There must be a reason. Renshurji thought for a while, and said, Ma-En, we are the same kind of people. We are not fools like Qin Luan, nor mortals like Huang Qifeng. We are gods, and we know our position better than most people with abilities. My ability can be used to interrogate criminals, be a negotiator, and can also be used to continuously climb up in the federal political system to gain power and status. I have no loyalty to Huang Qifeng. I also know why he wants to deal with you. The evidence I have obtained over the years is enough to bring him down. Of course, I will also be investigated, but as long as you let me leave alive. Ma-En looked into his eyes and asked, What does he want? Renshurji began to fight for power. I will tell you, but you must promise not to kill me after hearing this. I have prepared some empty contracts, just give me some time. No. Ma-En refused, because you will definitely tell me. You are a smart man. Now that he heard this sentence, Renshurji no longer felt that it was a compliment. Naked irony. Renshurji was very good at getting favorable conditions for himself, proposing a price that the other party could accept, only asking for the part he needed, and using the chips in his hand well. For him now, it was a problem he could handle. But Ma-En knew very well that he only needed to play one card. Death. He saw that he was afraid of death. This was obvious, but when Ma-En knew this, the meaning was very different. The smartness that Ma-En said actually meant that he could realize what the other party was thinking now. If both parties knew that Renshurji's bottom line was death, then as long as he still controlled his own life, he would not have to pay any additional conditions. Because they all knew that no matter what, they would eventually kneel down in front of the threat of death. Renshurji lowered his head to show his submission. What he wants is what you submitted to the Coordination Bureau, and it seems to be a private matter. Ma-En narrowed his eyes. Who would want to get the second-generation mimic bacteria, he said. I belong to a secondary organization called Infiltrator. I will invite you to become one of us, and give you a last resort. We could also appear in front of you at any time, and take your life. I will take you to a base outside of reality to show you what we can do. What you have to do is bring a bottle of venom to verify Huang Qingfeng's race. If it is really as I think, let the Coordination Bureau kill him. If not, you will deal with him yourself. At the same time, keep my existence out of this matter. You will not remember the existence of the Infiltrator, nor will you remember going to our base. You will only remember my request, and that we can take your life at any time. After you have completed this beautifully, you will also forget who you have made a deal with now. How? Renshurji asked in confusion. How can I be sure that you won't kill me after I kill Huang Qifeng to eliminate future troubles? You can't be sure. Ma-En shrugged. It depends on my mood. Do you have any other opinions? Renshurji said dejectedly. No. As Ma-En said, he didn't have to promise anything. Now his life and death all depended on Ma-En's wishes. He could only hope that the other party felt that he was still valuable, or pray that he was willing to show some mercy. He was not qualified to say anything else. Chapter 65. The black car stopped at the door of the Coordination Bureau. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Hu Weifeng sighed. This time Huang Qifeng and Ren Shizhi really did a good thing. The former demon believer really gave them what they wanted most. After a detailed analysis of the Hell Gate ritual, Hobart used the information they provided to mark dozens of areas where demon believers might gather on the map. After the information was submitted to the Coordination Bureau, the news sent back showed that the number of missing reports there in the past 2 months was indeed slightly higher than the average, but in fact, these areas were not considered to have a high disappearance rate. It can be seen that the Hell believers are still quite restrained. Of course, most of the missing reports in this era are actually nothing serious, but civilians who fall into the hands of Hell believers are almost dead. But now this precious information has been handed over to the Yin and Yang twins. It won't take long for them to severely damage these Hell believers. Except for the black-robed man, none of those lunatics can fight against these two cruel 4th-level ability users. Ma Yin followed behind him and agreed, we are indeed lucky. After Huang Qifeng died, only the believers who made a deal with him could realize that something was wrong, but they might not be sure that it was their own doing, and the believers of Hell were about to face a more pressing problem. Now the clues in his hand point to the demon couple that Hobart confessed, and their identities are Ning Chongkung's parents. And according to Hobart, Ning Chongkung's parents were already here more than 20 years ago, and he had heard of their reputation at that time, which seems to prove one thing to some extent. That is, when Ning Chongkung was born, her parents were already demons. According to Hobart, the members of the Hermit sect almost never get involved in any disputes, and those demons stick to this principle more than he does. He just wants to find a reason to retire safely, but those demons really believe in the ideas they advocate, which is actually difficult for Hobart to understand and accept. Although these hermit sects do not interfere in any disputes in the mortal world, do not harm mortals, do not fight with demons, no longer try to destroy the church, and do not provoke angels, they still insist on one thing, that is, to help mortals who are persecuted by angels. If Marn wants to solve this problem, the members of the hermit sect are the most suitable people to help him. But if the hermit sect is really as Hobart claims, then they are a very positive and kind organization, which is completely contrary to his understanding of demons. The church's portrayal of demons may be smeared and slandered, but the Coordination Bureau's records of demon believers also prove that they are not good people. The advent of each demon and devil will cause many ordinary people to be killed, and they almost all show cruel and bloodthirsty evil personalities after they appear. Marn originally thought that angels and demons were definitely not good things. The difference was just the degree of badness, but if Hobart's description of the hermits was true, then there seemed to be a few good people among the demons, or in other words, a group that behaved like good people. What Hobart said might not be true, and even if it was, what he knew might not be correct, so Marn did not intend to go straight to the point and find these two hermits. And he just happened to have a very good excuse. You did a great job. Qin Lan was standing on the steps at the door, looking at them with appreciation. Hu Weifeng said, with this, can we stop them from completing the gate of hell? Qin Lan watched them walk down. It's not difficult. Why do you look more nervous than Ma Yin? How many times have we dealt with this kind of thing? Hu Weifeng didn't know why. I just feel uneasy. What caused his uneasiness was actually what Ma Yin did to his head. As a telepath, Hu Weifeng was a little more sensitive than others, but he couldn't really realize what was happening. Qin Lan didn't care much. Don't worry, we have invited an expert. Just introduce him to you. An old man in a white robe walked out of the door of the Coordination Bureau and smiled kindly at Ma Yin. Little Ma Yin, do you remember me? I held you when I was a child. Qin Lan didn't give Ma Yin a chance to remain silent, and continued the old man's words. This is Bishop Ding, the person in charge of the Holy Church in Dongsanzu. Ma Yin looked at him and said, Bishop Ding? The bishop smiled gently. It's normal not to remember. I remember you were still very young at that time, but if you have time in the future, you can come to the church anytime. If Xiaoyun saw you now, she would definitely be very happy. Ma Yin smiled and replied, okay. The old man looked at Qin Lan again and said seriously, we will send 5 judges to assist the work of the Coordination Bureau. If there is any new information, I will call you as soon as possible. As long as there is something the church can do, you can tell us at any time. This is also our responsibility. Qin Lan nodded to him. Of course. I want to ask. Ma Yin suddenly said, Chen Yuan? The old man shook his head gently. She doesn't know. Chen Yuan is a pious child, but the conditions for our selection of judges are very complicated, and she is not suitable for these things. Maybe in a dozen years, she will slowly come into contact with these. But whether to take more responsibilities is the choice of each clergy member. You don't have to worry about her safety for the time being. Bishop Ding understood Ma En's feelings very well, and was full of sympathy for this child who had suffered mental trauma as a child. He must be very afraid that his sister would encounter something. According to the pastor, he became very withdrawn for a long time after Yu's death. Ma En nodded, "Thank you." The bishop narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance, then turned to Qin Lan and said, "If there is nothing else, I will leave first." Qin Lan said politely, "Okay, if we have any progress, let you know at any time." Bishop Ding smiled and nodded, turned and walked towards the direction of the church. The white wings flapped over the church. It seems that the Lord has a new plan for him. Chapter 66. What's wrong? Qin Lan raised her head and looked at Hu Weifeng, who came in hurriedly. It was obvious that this young man had something to tell her, but he didn't know how to start. Hu Weifeng paused, and then couldn't help but said directly, "Huang Qifeng is finished." Qin Lan stared at him. "What do you mean?" Hu Weifeng said, "Ren Shiji reported Huang Qifeng, and the Coordination Bureau and the Special Service Department caught him, but he committed suicide not long after the interrogation. Now only you and I know this news in the Coordination Bureau. Do you remember that he issued a confidentiality order? He himself is a mimic." Qin Lan stood up suddenly. "You said it was Ren Shiji who reported him?" "That's right." Hu Weifeng didn't understand why Qin Lan was so surprised. She walked out of the office directly, and then saw Ren Shiji, who was wearing a suit, standing in the corridor, followed by two fully armed special service members wearing black helmets and masks. When he saw Qin Lan, Ren Shiji smiled and nodded at her. But this only made her heart sink. Based on her understanding of Ren Shiji, he would definitely get enough benefits from this matter, but it was far from the level of being promoted. He didn't have any backers or background in the Federation. Or there was one, but he had killed it with his own hands. No one would like to recruit such a person as their confidant, no matter how capable he is. This means that Ren Shiji will stay in his original position for a long time in the future. But his contributions will not be erased, so Ren Shiji's influence here will be far greater than before. She believes that the other party will definitely grasp this point. What Ren Shiji wanted to get was in some sense contradictory to what they were doing. She walked up to Ren Shiji and said, "I heard you made a great contribution." Ren Shiji smiled modestly and said, "I just did what I should do." No one thought that Huang Qifeng would have any problems. Let me introduce you to these two people from the Special Service Department. They will be responsible for tracking that thing. What she handed over. Just when Qin Lan thought Ren Shiji would take advantage of the situation, he simply looked at the two members of the Special Service Department and said, "This is Qin Lan. You just need to hand over to her next." "What tricks is he up to?" Qin Lan asked with doubt and vigilance. "You must have gained a lot of benefits from this matter, right?" "Yes." Ren Shiji admitted openly, "Before they find someone else to replace Huang Qifeng, I will report directly to the higher-ups, which means that you can regard me as half of Huang Qifeng in a short period of time." Qin Lan smiled and said, "I'm not referring to this little thing. If there is no benefit, will you report him?" Ren Shiji looked into her eyes and said, "That's all." She looked unconvinced. "You better not take the opportunity to do anything to me." He didn't continue to discuss this matter, because even Ren Shiji himself didn't want to believe that he really didn't get any benefits. If he knew the secret, he would not report Huang Qifeng, but would use it to exchange for resources that would allow him to rise step by step. Even if he took more time to handle it, he would still be able to gain considerable benefits. But Qin Lan would never have thought that she was just a puppet, and the person hiding in the dark and controlling the threads was actually her subordinate Ma En, who was now in the open. "Don't worry." He pretended that he was really hiding something. "I won't cause you any trouble. After all, your sister is Qin Luan, the Shishao Walker. I don't want my name to appear on her desk." Although Ren Shiji used to be in awe of Qin Luan, he still felt like other politicians that as long as he controlled his bottom line, he could offend a strong man without restraint. But after meeting Ma En, he no longer thought so. A long time ago, when he was watching the Shishao Walker battle video, he had vaguely had the same feeling as when facing Ma En, but it was countless times weaker than now, so that he didn't even realize its existence at the time. That feeling of resignation. There are some things he can never defeat. Qin Lan was surprised by his statement. Ren Shiji always looked indifferent when he mentioned her sister before. "I didn't expect you to be afraid of her." Ren Shiji shrugged. Of course, who wouldn't be afraid of being able to kill their own kind at will? A member of the special service suddenly stepped forward, looked at Qin Lan and said, "Miss Qin, we are tracking that thing. If possible, maybe we can discuss this matter first. This matter must be done in a hurry." She looked at these members of the special service for a few times. This is also one of the reasons why Qin Lan felt that Rinshiji was not a good person at first. The special service is also a department responsible for various supernatural events. They directly serve the orders of the federal government. The overall scale is much smaller than that of the Coordination Bureau, and they deal with some more special situations. For example, this time's mimicry infiltration incident. Due to the nature of the work, the tasks of the two agencies occasionally overlap, and there are often conflicting demands, so both sides have always been a little unhappy. But as far as Qin Lan knew, there was a deeper reason. The current head of the Special Service Department had questioned Qin Lan's loyalty, and suggested that her way of doing things was not in the best interest of the Federation. He claimed that if he intervened in Qin Lan's work, he could increase the efficiency of the Coordination Bureau by 50%, and the politicians at the time thought that he had some truth. Then Qin Lan came to him, and beat the proud 5th-level ability user to doubt his life in half a minute, and proved that 90% of the efficiency of the Coordination Bureau was due to her. Then, he founded the Special Service Department. Qin Lan nodded to the two members of the Special Service Department. "Follow me." Rinshiji watched them walk into Qin Lan's office, and turned around to leave. Ma-En happened to appear at the corner of the corridor. His body stiffened for a moment, but immediately continued to move forward with a normal look. "What's wrong?" Ma-En asked curiously. Rinshiji smiled and said, "Nothing, everything went well." Ma-En nodded slightly and said, "How are the things I gave you?" "They should be safe. The 3 syringes are the last ones I kept. I don't have anything else." Rinshiji understood Ma-En's hint. Of course, Su had only left 6 syringes, 3 of which are in our hands, and the remaining 3 are taken by East Federal Pharmaceuticals. We will definitely keep an eye on them. After all, there are no other syringes. Ma-En nodded with satisfaction. "I really can't imagine what would happen if you didn't notice Wang Qingfeng's problem." He swallowed and said, "Thank you. Do you think I handled it well?" Ma-En showed a look of realization, and even stepped aside to make way for the other party. Of course. Rinshiji walked forward steadily, but no one knew that his lining was already wet with cold sweat. Survive the disaster. Chapter 67. Bishop Ding stood alone just below the center of the dome of the church, facing the colorful sacred murals, bowing his head and praying attentively. "You are very pious." The old man turned around slowly, and looked at the handsome angel standing at the door, with respect. "I am just executing the will of the Lord. They are all servants of the Lord." This is the 7th time Bishop Ding has seen an angel descend in his life. The earliest was when he had just become a bishop, and he had vaguely seen the outline and figure of the angel, and the remaining 5 times were about that saint. But 4 years ago, it was another angel who descended. "Are you here to help us solve these ungodly cultists?" he asked expectantly. Qin Yun's guardian shook his head. "No, this is a dispute between you mortals. We can't intervene at will. Heaven does strictly prohibit angels from interfering in mortal disputes at will. If they easily join the battle of mortals, it will easily lead to certain things being known to them. This is no longer the era when the church holds secular power. The number of non-believers has increased exponentially. If the specific details of the witch hunt are disclosed, it will definitely cause resistance and doubts from many hypocrites. Nowadays, mortals have also formed many secular forces. Although this makes them timid, mortals have irreconcilable conflicts with these hell creatures, so they often deal with demons and devils who attempt to invade the mortal world for themselves. Among them, an organization called the Supernatural Coordination Bureau is dealing with demons for them. This organization is also well known in heaven. Although there are only a few 5th-level ability users in the Coordination Bureau who can match the 6-winged angels, their leader is a bit unusual. After she took office, the federal government officials who believed in the Holy Church were subject to a lot of secret constraints and control, so the main angels at that time discussed and decided to judge this mortal who made trouble for them. But when the 4 6-winged angels descended to the mortal world and were about to approach this mortal, Qin Wan, who was thousands of miles away, looked at them. After the second discussion, the 4 angels who descended to the world at that time came to a new conclusion. Even if they won, they might lose more than they gained, so the 4 angels at that time just gave her some warnings from a long distance and returned to heaven. Now it seems that this is undoubtedly the right decision. Bishop Ding asked in confusion. Then, the angel said, "You have met Ma-En, right?" Bishop Ding nodded. "Yes, although he is not religious, he is a good kid." The angel said, "Or a poor man possessed by the devil." Bishop Ding looked at the angel in surprise. How could it be? Did he enter the hospital because he was possessed by the devil? The angel replied, we have some doubts about this. Maybe he is a betrayer who was bewitched, or he was once possessed by the devil, or he is really mentally ill. When the saints were attacked, he had some inexplicable behaviors. We once thought that he just had mental problems, but now Ma-en has been discharged from the hospital, so the answer has become unclear again. Do you have any opinion? In fact, the angel also thought that Ma-en was actually a mental patient. After all, as far as he knew, the relationship between Ma-en and Chen Yun was not ordinary. Ma-en had no reason to hurt his relatives. But many angels held different views, such as his partner who shared the task of guarding. They did not particularly doubt Ma-en, but they were very concerned about another thing. That is, when she was with Ma-en, Chen Yun's holiness was reduced. Her doting intolerance for her brother did not conform to the doctrine they advocated, so most of the angels who paid attention to Chen Yun had some complaints about Ma-en's existence. If her holy heart continued to waver, it might not be possible to smoothly become what they expected. For his compatriots, if they could find clues to prove that there was something wrong with Ma-en, such as whether he had accidentally made any mistakes in the attack of the saints, then they would have a reason to exile Ma-en to a remote corner of the world. And there were other more radical angels who were more willing to believe that Ma-en's existence was a sin, so as long as they could find any so-called evidence that met their expectations, they would personally throw this mortal who defiled the saint into the flames of judgment, so that his soul could be purified and dedicated. After all, if he was truly innocent, he would not be harmed in the holy flame. And if Ma-en was burned to death, it would prove that he deserved his crime. However, throughout history, there are very few people who can really walk out of the holy flame, and they all voluntarily stepped into it, rather than being thrown in by the angels. Bishop Ding frowned slightly and thought, I haven't seen Ma-en before he was admitted to the hospital, but according to what other priests told me, he should be a very good child, and should not do anything to hurt his sister. The angel disagreed with his argument. Looking obedient does not mean being kind. It is also possible that you have long understood how to please others. The devil and the cultists can be put aside for the time being. Your focus now should be on Ma-en. Bishop Ding asked in surprise, don't we have to care about the devil? The angel nodded and said, the Lord has arranged the right people to solve this problem. He was referring to the Coordination Bureau. Everything in the world is running under the will of the Lord. Although he has temporarily left his creation, his great will is still interfering with this world. And the leader of this farce is a devil believer, so there is no need to worry. Bishop Ding showed an understanding expression. Is that so? Everything is the will of the Lord. The angel said, go find Ma-en, and find out if he has any mental problems. If there is a problem with this, come back to me, and my compatriots will punish and judge this betrayer. Bishop Ding said with a firm look, I will definitely find the truth. In fact, this alone cannot prove that Ma-en is really guilty, but his compatriots can no longer bear to watch Ma-en destroy Chen Yun's holiness. Justice and anger make them no longer care about procedural justice. Although he does not support this approach, he has no objection. After all, no matter what, as long as Ma-en is alive, he will consume Chen Yun's holiness. If you want the Lord to look at their world again, you have to make sacrifices. All mortals should know this truth, because it is the sins of mortals that make the Lord abandon them. Chapter 68. In the suburbs, in an abandoned factory, Xiang Yudi knelt on the ground, picked up the brush and dipped it in the processed blood in the iron bucket, and wantonly painted a complex pattern with some mysterious meaning on the floor. His movements were very fast, and he could draw the next blood mark almost without thinking, as if Xiang Yudi instinctively knew where to draw the next stroke when he picked up the brush. Gifted. The man in black robe was standing on the metal stairs and looking at him. This is why he did not give up on this adopted son even though Xiang Yudi was disobedient, and wanted to resist his arrangement several times. He had an innate understanding of magic and rituals, as if he could see what the unformed magic circle looked like, and then put the appropriate materials in the corresponding position. And normally, those more outstanding believers who want to master the tip of the iceberg of the giant ritual of the Gate of Hell have to spend several months to learn. But Xiang Yudi only watched for 30 minutes, and was already responsible for the work content of an outstanding believer. And as long as there is enough human blood, his work speed will be much faster than other believers. However, the leader's expectation for Xiang Yudi is not to be the person in charge of the Gate of Hell. What he really wants is to let his adopted son realize a deal that can exchange them for enough benefits. If everything goes well, he and Xiang Yudi may become true 4th level ability users. By then, he will become the top powerhouse among the 4th level with 3 holy weapons. With the cooperation of his adopted son, Their status among the same level may even be similar to that of the legendary god of heaven Walker. You did a good job. The leader said in a low voice, with you, the construction speed of the gate of hell can indeed be slightly faster. I am indeed good at this, he admitted. The words of the black-robed man made Xiang Yudi feel heavy in his chest. If he wanted to gain the trust of the black-robed man, he had to show enough ability. So Xiang Yudi had already prepared himself for what he was doing now. But after hearing with his own ears that this was indeed beneficial to the gate of hell, he still felt a wave of self-blame. Xiang Yudi glanced at his iron bucket filled with blood, and then continued to build the ritual. The blood he used came from 3 different people, one of whom was an elderly man who lived alone in the suburbs. He had no friends or relatives, and no one would care whether he lived or died. There were also 2 children, a boy and a girl, who came from an orphanage funded by a wealthy businessman. The secret cult bought a lot of orphans, and Xiang Yudi had seen them with his own eyes. At that time, the terrified children were huddled in the corner. When he walked into the room, one of the older boys was still comforting the other children with a trembling voice. They all became the materials for the ritual. Since he was using the blood of these 3 innocent people to perform the ritual, it was a bit ridiculous to worry that the gate of hell would speed up because of him. He had no ability to change anything. At least before he gained the trust of the black-robed man, he could not stop anything. After you finish the work here, you can stop. The black-robed man said, I have a new job for you. Xiang Yudi paused, then raised his head expectantly. What? The black-robed man said, we need to deal with the Coordination Bureau. Xiang Yudi looked at him in surprise. Deal with the Coordination Bureau? The black-robed man nodded slightly. The sister of the Shishao Walker has caused us a lot of trouble. Although we cannot kill her, if we want to hold the ceremony smoothly, we must prevent the Coordination Bureau from causing us trouble. In fact, he has already done this. If the devil believer sent to kill Ma In, and Hu Weifeng came back safely, although the Coordination Bureau would still cause them trouble, they would not be able to successfully prevent the successful construction of the Gate of Hell. But not only did they not come back, even Huang Qifeng, who had made a deal with him, died inexplicably. Because of Long Qin's existence, he didn't even tell the devil believers about this. All the people sent out were members of the devil worship sect. He didn't know what happened to them, whether they were dead or alive. But this was not the biggest loss. If Huang Qifeng was alive, he could have achieved a balance through the other party and the Coordination Bureau. As long as the politician found a way to deal with the 2 intelligence officers, they could avoid a real conflict. Unfortunately, this possibility no longer exists. Xiang Yudi asked curiously, how should we deal with the Coordination Bureau? The black-robed man looked down at him. The Coordination Bureau will take the captured important members to the prison with countermeasures, and send their intelligence members to interrogate them. But someone gave me the specific information about the magic circle used in their prison, so if we use the right method, we can bypass their countermeasures to cause damage and kill the 2 most damnable intelligence members. If we are lucky, we may be able to inflict heavy damage on them, and divert the attention of the Coordination Bureau from us for a short time. After saying that, he stared at himself. Xiang Yudi realized something instantly. You want me to carry out this mission? The black-robed man did not answer, but asked, do you understand the essence of the devil's ritual? Xiang Yudi immediately answered, transaction. We use our souls, blood, and everything we can get in the mortal world to exchange with the devils in hell for what we want, power, wealth, power. The black-robed man nodded with satisfaction. Not many believers can understand this. In fact, this is also the nature of the devil. They are lunatics, villains, and evil demons, but these are just appearances. Their real indelible characteristics are actually businessmen. The power of the devil comes from transactions, or exchanges. You will understand this in the future. The ritual I left on you is essentially an exchange. If you die, your flesh and soul will be used for trading, and what I want is an order. The devil who descends will accept a very binding order from me, and this is the reward I want. Xiang Yudi understood what he wanted to say. The advent of the devil itself costs a price, and this ritual does not intend to use Xiang Yudi's blood and soul for summoning, because it is enough to make the devil descend. The black-robed man continued, when creating this ritual, I did not completely intend to use it to restrain you from doing stupid things. If one day you think clearly like now, it will become your power. You only need to add and modify the details to change its function, that is, to summon the devil to descend, and to take you away from the Coordination Bureau. Xiang Yudi suddenly realized something. The magic circle on his body is different from the Gate of Hell or any existing rituals. It was created by the black-robed man himself, and he completed this ritual the day after Xiang Yudi committed suicide. Believers who can do this must have amazing talent and gifts in devil rituals. Just like me. Chapter 69. The taxi slowly slowed down a few dozen meters in front of the security booth of Huaqing Garden. The driver said to Ma En in the back seat, "Then I will stop." "Are you looking for someone?" Ma En took out 2 banknotes. "Looking for a friend." "Cash?" The driver took the banknotes. "That's fine." Click. Ma En just got off the car and saw a girl wearing a white shorts and jeans standing outside the security booth. Ning Chongkong waved at him and walked towards Ma En. "You are finally here." She said it as if Ma En would definitely come. Ma En said, "What did you tell them?" Ning Chongkong replied, "According to your suggestion, I told them that I have a friend I met in the hospital. He has some opinions on my mental problems and wants to talk to them. What do you think the result will be?" Ma En said, "It may be beyond your expectations, but it will probably be better than it is now." The girl asked nervously, "Should I stay away for a while?" Ma En nodded. "Before I call you out, you'd better not stay near us, but you don't have to hide too far. Just go to your bedroom and wait. If things go well today, I would like to ask you to help me check some more things." Ning Chongkong asked puzzledly, "Again?" He explained, "After you check these materials, I will erase this part of your memory for confidentiality reasons. And in fact, you have already helped me do this. I once asked you to investigate my past." Ma En didn't doubt Ning Chongkong. She actually had enough time to keep the information. He was worried about telepaths like Hu Weifeng. He did not deliberately conceal the fact that he came to meet Ning Chongkong's parents. So if the Coordination Bureau or other organizations actually launched an investigation on the girl, and if they really found something, at least they should not be aware that the girl's investigation of him was actually directed by him. The girl nodded. "So, I can remember that I do have some channels to investigate. After learning about my parents' experience, I have made preparations in this regard." Ma En said, "The last time you gave me information, you mentioned that I had a friend named Yu when I was young, and she should have been killed by someone. I want you to investigate this information in depth." In fact, he has also asked Renshurji to give him this information, but for the purpose of insurance, Ma En still plans to rely on Ning Chongkong to collect this information for mutual verification. Ma En also erased all the secrets about himself in Renshurji's mind. He would instinctively suppress and find it difficult to realize the unreasonable parts, and his brain would fill in some blanks in a non-linear logic way. Just like when Ma En was deeply affected by the unmemory. But Renshurji's name still exists in the employee list. When deleting his memory, Ma En accurately left behind the awe and submission to the 3 words infiltrator. As long as he wants, he can reactivate this employee at any time. They walked into the elevator. "It's almost there." The girl became more and more nervous. "Are you ready?" Ma En nodded slightly. "Don't worry if I'm right. The result of this conversation will be good." Ding. The elevator has arrived. 701. This community has only 1 household per 2 floors, which is quite independent and hidden, and is very suitable for buyers who don't want to be contacted by others. The girl took out the key and opened the door. As she turned the key, brisk footsteps came from inside. Click, the door opened. A beautiful woman who looked only in her 30s was standing behind the door, looking at the man her daughter brought back with curiosity. After a few glances, she smiled warmly at the young and handsome Ma En. "Welcome, welcome, I'm Xiaoning's mother. You can just call me Aunt Bai." "Hello, Auntie," he said politely. "I'm Ma En, Ning Chongkong's friend." Ning Chongkong's mother looked about 10 years younger than her actual age, and the girl didn't mention this because she couldn't see her parents' real appearance at all. Bai Lanju turned around and looked inside the house and shouted, "Old Ning, come out and greet the guests." Hearing her voice, a middle-aged man who looked just 40 years old came over with a serious face and stared at Ma En with an enemy-like look, as if he was on guard against something. Ma En felt relieved when he saw this scene. Either they acted very well, or the truth was exactly what he thought. At Bai Lanju's invitation, Ma En and Ning Chongkong walked to the spacious living room. "I go get something first," the girl said quickly, and then ran away from here. Bai Lanju looked at her daughter's back with some surprise, and then said to Ma En a little embarrassedly, "She is so disobedient." After saying this, she turned to look at her husband, glared at him, and signaled him to say something. Ning Wutu looked at Ma En reluctantly, and after 2 seconds of thinking, he asked, "Are you her boyfriend?" "No." Ma En paused. "Of course not. I was entrusted by her to solve the problem." Bai Lanju showed a look of astonishment. Ning Wutu breathed a sigh of relief, and then smiled at Ma En with great enthusiasm. "Sorry, Xiao Ning has never brought a male friend to the house. We have been discussing whether you might be her boyfriend. You know, little girls in this world are easily deceived." Ma-En said straight to the point. I am from the Coordination Bureau. You should have heard of this organization, right? Now they both showed surprised expressions at the same time, and then the two looked at each other briefly. Ma-En could feel that the couple seemed to be conveying some information. The atmosphere became solemn. I haven't told anyone else about this, but do you know that your daughter has psychic ability? Ma-En continued to ask. Bai Lanju narrowed her eyes, and asked, You came for her ability? Ning Wuxiu asked coldly. Why do you say we know the Coordination Bureau? Ma-En said, Do you know why Ning Chongkong was admitted to the hospital? Ning Chongkong's mother asked expressionlessly, What do you want to say? Ma-En said, She thinks you are monsters that have replaced her parents, because one morning, you turned into demons in the eyes of this young psychic. Ning Wuxiu and Bai Lanju looked at each other for the second time, and this time it lasted for several seconds. Hesitation, hostility, worry, vigilance, all kinds of complex emotions exchanged between them. But in the end, they decided to take a few steps back. Ning Wuxiu showed a gentle look. I know what you are thinking. Actually, this is a misunderstanding. Chapter 70. Ma-En asked doubtfully. So you know how she sees you, but you didn't tell Ning Chongkong the truth? Ning Wuxiu said, You know we are indeed her parents? He lied. I was completely sure after seeing you. Ms. Bai said, You just said that you haven't told anyone else about this, right? Ma-En nodded. Ning Wuxiu breathed a sigh of relief and said apologetically, I'm sorry, because our identities are actually very sensitive. As she saw, Lanju and I are actually two demons. Don't be nervous. I know that ordinary mortals have some established views. It may sound incredible, but we are actually good people. This is the same as Hobart's description. Ma-En showed a curious look. Then Ning Chongkong is really your daughter? Bai Lanju nodded. Xiao Ning is of course my child. You may think that demons are a race, right? But in fact, it is not like that. Demons are a group, referring to lives from hell, not a race. We hope you can keep what we are going to say in this room. Can you? Ma-En said with some surprise. Of course, but even if I promise, can you trust me? Ning Wuxiu said sincerely. I can see that you are indeed just ordinary friends with Xiao Ning, and knowing that we are two demons, you are still willing to come here to help her take risks. So there is only one possibility left, you are a good person. And any good person will definitely not spread it casually after hearing the following words. Although he was sincere, the truth was that it didn't matter to them even if Ma-En said it. Bai Lanju took over and said, Have you heard of reality warpers? Ma-En nodded. It is said that they are people who can transform reality with their thoughts, and they are often very powerful. She said, but it sounds like it's difficult to emphasize the essential difference between them and ordinary people with abilities. So, when ordinary people with abilities use power and magic, it's like running a machine, and they can use complex methods to turn oil into dangerous explosives or create forces to move objects. But what reality warpers can do is turn water into oil, wind into paper, change the laws of physics, turn front into left, and make numbers into colors. What they think is reality. Ma-En said, It sounds like reality twisters are omnipotent. Bai Lanju nodded. In theory, as long as they are strong enough, they can do anything. But you should be able to think immediately that since our world has not fallen into the dictatorship of the reality twister, or been destroyed and reconstructed at will, it means that they are not as terrible as I just said. According to real cases, the power of these reality twisters is almost always quite harsh and weird. However, this limitation is compared to omniscience and omnipotence. Compared with ordinary ability users, most reality twisters have more flexible and powerful power. Their understanding and perception of the world is also different from ours. If we only talk about appearances, these reality twisters may have various types and degrees of madness. Some look like paranoia or hysteria, and some are so complicated that they are completely beyond our known experience. This affects the manifestation of their power. For example, the founder of the Holy Church is a reality twister. First of all, most of those legends are true. Curing terminal illnesses, resurrecting the dead, making blood gather into lakes, creating thunder and rainstorms out of thin air, creating heaven and those winged monsters, these are all things he has done. But he insists that he is the incarnation of a god, and every time he uses his power, he meets certain hidden conditions. For example, when the rainstorm flooded the ancient city, it was because the city lord at that time questioned the existence of God, and curing terminal illnesses is to promote good deeds. Besides this, he is still a mortal body. This destined returner, who created multiple fifth-level creatures, eventually died under the sword of a mortal. Although he has predicted that he will return in a more powerful posture and death has long been in his plan, the scholars in hell have come to a unanimous conclusion that he did not have the ability to prevent his own death at that time. The power of each reality twister operates and acts on the world in their own unique way. Except for themselves, even the same kind may find it difficult to understand each other. Returning after death is also one of the ways his power works. Heaven is a special mechanism. Those feathered creatures will hunt various qualified souls for a special religious ceremony. When their goal is met, this reality twister who claims to be the incarnation of God will reappear on earth. By then, 70% of the descriptions of God in their doctrines will become reality. Bai Lanju said this and raised his teacup to take a sip. Ning Wuxiu continued, "What do you think hell is?" Ma En asked, "The forces that oppose heaven?" He shook his head. "The gathering place of demons, the enemy of angels, the dimension below the mortal world, these are accurate descriptions of hell, but they cannot represent what hell is. Hell is the remains of those persecuted by heaven." This sentence is not a metaphor, it means literally. Bai Lanju continued, "When the witch hunt just started, the angels found a powerful soul. These monsters captured him, and threw the innocent into the so-called sacred flames, causing him to die in torture. They killed a reality twister. And his last thought before he died was revenge. Then hell was born." Ning Wuxiu said, "So demons are not a race, but souls who want to retaliate and destroy heaven and receive the call of hell. As long as you are willing to combine your anger and hatred into strength, and swear to destroy heaven on his corpse, you will receive a gift from this reality twister. Demons are almost never good people, and most of them are incredibly bad, but evil, bloodthirsty, and cruel are not the characteristics that determine our identity. Wanting to put those who are destined to return into eternal sleep is what we have in common. The so-called demon is the enemy of angels." Bai Lanju looked at Ma En and said, "The identity of the enemy of angels will not be passed on through blood. Only those who really stand on the opposite side of those monsters are qualified to be called a demon." This is her answer to Ma En. Chapter 71. Ma En asked thoughtfully, "Then you are here?" Bai Lanju said, "Like I said, the same sex of demons is not the most superficial thing, but almost all demons are bad people in the moral sense. After all, we are a group of avengers, and the Holy Church has created a positive image. In the process of resistance, killing innocent people is difficult to avoid. Therefore, most souls will abandon secular morality soon after becoming demons, but there are still a few who have a bottom line and decide to fight the church in a more gentle way. This is the Hermit sect. Members of the Hermit sect do not participate in any secular disputes. Generally speaking, we only help those who are persecuted by the church to make mortals realize the true appearance of the church and let them organize resistance among their compatriots. My father and Xiaoning's father are members of the Hermit sect, and after she was born, we basically didn't go out much. These are consistent with the information that Ma En learned from Hobart, Xiangyudi, and the Coordination Bureau." He asked with a puzzled look, "Then why don't you tell her the truth?" Ning Wuxiu said, "She grew up in the mortal society. Even if she doesn't believe in religion, she will definitely think that demons are not good things. We haven't figured out how to tell her about this, and it happened that we had an important job at the time. So we let her go to the mental hospital at that time. The truth is not as simple as he said. At that time, they had a very dangerous job, and they might even have to fight dangerous angels at any time. If they were discovered by those monsters, the other party would not care whether they were members of a hermit sect. Angels and demons are mortal enemies." Bai Lanju said, "I know it's hard for you to believe what we say. After all, what you heard in your past life was that the church and angels are kind and demons are bad. But since you didn't tell your colleagues about meeting Xiaoning in the future, I would like to ask you not to tell our identities. But no matter what, when Ma En came, they had to change their appearance and go to other cities to live in seclusion. It is not a smart thing to rely on others for their safety. And their work has not made much progress in recent years, and it is meaningless to stay here." Ma En replied, "Of course, but I still have something to ask. Do you know what the hell believers are doing in Dongsansu now?" Bai Lanju showed disgust. "Black Robe Man, we have heard of the notorious devil believer." Ma En asked, "You seem to hate the devil." Bai Zhuan explained, "The first devil was once a devil. He found a loophole in the Hell Oath, and gave up all his power to remove the constraints of revenge. In the process, he found some rules of the operation of the Hell Oath, which is exchange. Although this devil abandoned the gift of hell, he knew how to use hell to trade. Souls, power, life, almost anything can be exchanged through hell itself. Devils are former demons who betrayed hatred and oaths and only cared about their own interests. All demons hate them. If we have the chance, we will kill any demon." Ning Wuxiu continued, "But there is one thing that can allow us to cooperate temporarily. That is the church. As far as I know, they want to join hands with Dongsansu to create a gate to hell. After it is completed, 3 powerful 4th-level demons will descend on the mortal world. The 3 demons will lead their servants to break into the church and kill the members of the Holy Church in Dongsansu. Then, they will start hunting angels. The 4-winged angel looking at Dongsansu, and the unknown saint in the legend will be their highest reward. Bai Lanju shook his head. In the process, innocent people may die, but killing mortals is just a seasoning for those demons, and in order to prevent the church's image from improving, the demons will cover their whereabouts. But the devil is different. The souls of mortals are the only thing they care about. Of course, the devil will act in secret, but this is to be able to obtain enough souls. You must have heard of some plagues that swept the city but faded away quietly. That is, high-level demons are collecting souls. Ning Wutu looked into Ma An's eyes and said, "My advice is, don't ask us how to stop these demons, and don't tell your superiors about these things. The right thing to do is to let our compatriots take revenge. Because the demons may kill hundreds of civilians, and the devil may take away thousands of souls. But before you stop us, you have to think about it. The church publicly killed more than 1 million civilians in the name of witch trials during the 9 dark centuries. This is just what can be found in history books. The real number must have reached tens of millions. I haven't counted the people killed by the angels themselves, the people killed indirectly by them, and the people who died in other circumstances. You know, mortals are not always in the dark. Many ambitious rulers in history have rebelled against the church, and the final result is that these kingdoms suddenly collapsed. Think about it, the so-called many demons in hell are just a drop in the ocean of those who died tragically in the church. I admit that the demons' rebellion is definitely not a just war. The members of the hermit sect do not advocate this practice, but we will not try to stop them, because compared with our enemies, the demons are simply harmless little white rabbits. If you want to stop us, at least don't say it's out of the pursuit of justice, because if that's the case, what you should do is kill all the clergy. In that case, all the demons in hell will applaud you and promise not to infringe on human interests again. Bai Lanju added, but if you want to kill the devil, we also support it. Mayan nodded thoughtfully and said, next, I want to ask some very special questions. If possible, I hope we can keep what we just said and keep these things in this room. If you need it, I can also provide help. I can delete memories. Ning Wutu and Bai Lanju looked at Mayan warily, not knowing what he wanted to do. He said sincerely, you just mentioned that the members of the hermit sect will help those persecuted by angels. In fact, to be honest with you, I am one of them. The 2 demons looked at him in astonishment. Bai Lanju raised his eyebrows and said, you are not kidding, although we are very grateful to you. It does not mean that we will believe your words casually. If you want to ask something, you can just say it directly, there is no need to do this. Mayan interrupted, I am the broken wing. Chapter 72. Silence. Finally, it was Ning Wutu who broke the silence. Are you the one who lost his wings 4 years ago? Obviously, they had not recovered from Mayan's words. He replied, 4 years ago, I was admitted to the senior area of Victor Sanatorium in the name of schizophrenia, and it was there that I met your daughter. And I am a sane person with abilities. They looked at each other again, but this time the couple showed some indescribable strong emotions. Bai Lanju asked, why did you attack those angels? I mean, after all, you are immortal, and the education you received when you were a child was all about angels being righteous. I can't understand. Mayan said a story based on known information. I didn't attack them. It was just self-defense. I don't know why. When the 2 angels noticed that I could see them, they attacked me inexplicably, so I had no choice. I could only kill them. Looking at his calm expression, the demon couple felt the temperature drop by several degrees. Main's words contained a lot of information. He was a so-called wizard, and until 4 years ago, this young man who was born in a church orphanage did not reveal any flaws at all. They knew the angels' methods very well, so they knew that the real process must not be as simple as Main said. After finding the prey, the monsters would solve the target in a very quick way. But it sounded that Main's response was more neat, and after the matter was over, he somehow managed to almost completely clear his suspicion. Such a character can definitely kill them if he wants. Suddenly, the friend brought by my daughter became a dangerous character who killed 2 angels. But, actually, Bai Lanju said with a complicated look, we have been looking for you for the past 4 years. Ning Wutu said to Mayan's puzzled eyes, remember I just said there is an important work that refers to your matter. We launched an investigation after the dust settled that year, and confirmed that the broken wing person is not our compatriot. Then we started looking for you. We used many methods, but there was no progress. Bai Lanju said, this is what the hermit sect does in the mortal world. We find humans who have grudges against angels, provide them with shelter and help, and point them to the right path and direction. Ma-En nodded happily. I just need your help. The situation is like this. I cleared my suspicion by being admitted to the hospital, but now that I'm out, it means they may suspect me again, so I want to solve this problem. In fact, you should have thought of it. I came here specifically to find you too. Ningwutsu replied, you don't have to be so humble. Hiding in the hospital alone won't stop the angels. Lanju and I have tracked you before, using many methods that only demons can do, but we can't find any problems at all. Ma-En nodded slightly. But it's not easy to hide from the angels, right? Ningwutsu agreed. That's true, they are a group of very suspicious creatures. And there is another very important identity, Qin-Yun's younger brother. If he were any other ordinary person, it would not be so easy for the church to notice his abnormality, but because of this identity, they must have been observing Ma-En all the time, and any slight mistake would be noticed immediately. Ma-En asked sincerely, if they want to reinvestigate me, how can I make them stop suspecting me and bury this matter forever? Well, Ningwutsu thought for a moment, the easiest way is to leave here incognito. The Southern Federation is a better place. The second is to kill all the angels patrolling the East New State, especially the four-winged angel. According to our understanding of heaven, if he dies, unless you reveal something else, it will be much safer than it is now. Normally, this is almost impossible, but now there is a chance. If the gate of hell is successfully built, all the angels here will be destroyed. At this point, he was actually still trying to persuade Ma-En to make this happen. When this method came out of the devil's mouth, it was actually not that credible. Although Ma-En didn't think they were lying deliberately, there was probably some exaggeration in their words. He then asked, are there any other ways? Ningwutsu said, if you don't take these measures, you may face an investigation from the church. According to our experience, angels will only serve as supervisors when investigating the truth. They must follow certain religious constraints. This is part of the resurrection mechanism. But once they intervene, there will be no room for mercy. Before that, the bishop would have received the appointment and instructions, but the situation in Dongsansu is more complicated. Perhaps the saint who was attacked the year would be responsible for this matter. In short, they will launch an investigation. They have not been able to find anything in these years, which means that simple investigations are useless. Therefore, the church will definitely use the truth magic to ask you. This magic can let them see whether others are lying. But because you are a member of the Coordination Bureau, I don't think the church will come to you secretly. It is very likely to find you directly. Ma-En thought of something. What does this truth mean, the absolute fact, or the truth I know? Ningwutsu said, of course it's just your idea. If the truth magic can directly detect the facts, it is not a magic, but if you lie or the magic doesn't work, they will know this. Ma-En nodded with satisfaction. Thank you. If you don't mind, I want to erase the traces of this conversation. This is good for both you and me. If you are worried that I will do something, you can watch me delete the memory. After just a few seconds of pause, Bai Lanju agreed directly. No problem. After all, the person sitting opposite them was the wing breaker. A few minutes later, Ning Chongkong stood outside the living room, looking at his parents timidly. Ma-En patted her shoulder. They have something to say to you, and some misunderstandings are about to be resolved. Don't worry, the ending is the best one. The girl stared at her parents in a daze. After speaking, Ma-En turned and walked towards the door, leaving them enough private space. Everything is getting better. Chapter 73. This is what you asked for. Qin-Lan looked at the old man opposite with some displeasure. Let our employees go to the church alone to be interrogated by you, and we are not allowed to supervise, and we don't even plan to reveal the specific questions in advance. Do you think I will agree? Bishop Ding said in a gentle tone. These conditions are indeed a bit harsh. But I can guarantee that this is a good thing for Ma-En, you, and the church. He grew up with our help. In my eyes, Ma-En is like my own child. I can't hurt him anyway. Even if you don't believe us, at least convey this request to him. I believe Ma-En will make the right choice. In fact, Bishop Ding still can't imagine that Ma-En will betray his sister, but compared with his own opinion, the words of the angels are more convincing, and as long as Qin-Lan agrees to ask Ma-En's opinion, then he can get a lot of information from the other party's reaction. Qin-Lan narrowed her eyes. What will you do if he refuses? Bishop Ding said devoutly. I believe the Lord has his own arrangements for him. Qin-Lan asked. What if my sister disagrees with the Lord's arrangements? You know, Ma-En is my employee. Bishop Ding said puzzledly. The church and the Coordination Council have almost no conflicts, and we have also cooperated to deal with many evil monsters. Why do you distrust us so much? Now it seems that you are trying to sow discord between us. Qinlan said, this is not a question of trust. Well, Your Excellency, I will tell Ma In your proposal, but at the same time I will advise him to refuse, no matter what the final result is. As long as there is any problem with him, my sister will intervene to investigate the matter. If you go beyond, Bishop Ding questioned, can you represent her will? The young woman shrugged, my sister dotes on me. The old man shook his head with an angry look on his face, but his tone was still very calm. I am doing this for your good. After that, he turned and walked out of the office. Wait until Bishop Ding completely left the building. Qinlan pushed her glasses. I also think that I can't agree with his request, but I don't agree with the Lord's arrangement. This is not what you would say, sister. Her sister was wearing casual sportswear, and should have just returned to her residence after training. Qinlan said with a serious face, you have also read those materials. The church's methods are cold-blooded and crueler than they appear. If the inside story that Bishop Ding is unwilling to reveal is serious enough, it is very likely that they will secretly attack Mon. Qinlan asked worriedly, is he really that important? I have never seen you care so much about new members. What if those bastard politicians catch you? After all, there are not a few believers among them. This is the result of Qinlan's rectification. Qinlan said, we have been enemies for a long time, and Mon's ability is indeed very important, but this is not the point, Xiaolan. No matter if it is Ma In, or anyone else, as long as they prevent the collapse from coming, I have the obligation to provide shelter. This is my promise. What makes me say this is actually because of the danger of the church. They are one of the reasons. Qinlan was surprised. Her sister had never told her this before. I thought the church was our ally. Xiao Walker shook his head. If the entire church can be eradicated, the collapse can be postponed for at least 20 years, but they have taken root too deeply. Now we can only try to reduce their negative impact as much as possible and coexist with them with difficulty. Qinlan asked curiously, can you deal with those angels? Qinlan answered ambiguously, it's hard to say. I met them once 10 years ago. Those angels didn't give me that strong feeling. If we fought at close range, I would have no chance of losing. I guess I could kill 2 or 3 of them. But there are more dangerous things up there. Even with the full support of the Federation, I am not sure I can successfully defeat all the angels. And the most dangerous thing in heaven is not the residence above, but the fact that it exists. It's hard for me to fight against heaven, because it comes from creatures stronger than me. Qinlan echoed, and they have infiltrated the entire Federal Republic. If we go to war with heaven, there will probably be many devout believers who will rebel. The positive image they have spent thousands of years to build is almost unshakable. Xiao Walker nodded slightly. If they are a little weaker, I might take action, because their positive image actually comes mostly from strength and power. If they can show a power that is obviously superior to the other party, then almost all believers will no longer follow that God. But not now. I have to wait for other forces to hit heaven hard, so that they can create the right opportunity first. Then I will have the possibility to deal with them. But even so, we still have to consider other issues. After all, there are not only many threats eyeing our world, but the Federation is also corrupt. There are too many monsters hiding in it, and I don't have the ability to clean them up. So even if there is a chance, it is actually difficult for me to free up my hands to deal with the church. Although the church is huge, its toxicity is actually much lower than other weak parasites. Time is limited, and we can only deal with the most cost-effective enemy first. Looking at her sister's sad face, Qinlan comforted, as long as we persist, things will definitely get better. Xiao Walker nodded. In fact, we have achieved considerable results. If it weren't for our efforts over the years, the Federation would probably be terminally ill, and there would be no chance of salvation. But now there is still a good future, especially since you found that Mon. He is indeed very important. Qinlan asked in confusion, what can he do? Her sister said, he can bury some things. On the one hand, if some things are completely forgotten, the consequences can be postponed. On the other hand, many things I want to do are not allowed to be seen in public. I need a companion who can help me clean up the traces. Qinlan asked, but he is only a 3rd-level ability user. Can he really handle these things? Xiao Walker said, you are wrong. Although he is indeed a 3rd-level user now, the power used by Ma In is far beyond your understanding and imagination. I can see that the ability he has shown is just the tip of the iceberg. It's like a finger in a huge body. Although her metaphor is strange, and the reason for the speculation is unclear, Qinlan will still unconditionally believe in her sister's judgment. After all, this is what a reality twister said. Chapter 74. in front of the stairs on the first floor of the Coordination Bureau. What's wrong? Ma-en looked at Qin-lan in front of him, and she seemed to want to say something. She looked around for a few times, and after making sure that no one was nearby, she said to him, "Bishop Ding came to see me." Ma-en listened calmly. This expression made her feel much more relaxed. He made a request, saying that the church is exploring certain things in the past, so he wants you to go to their territory for a questioning, and use the magic that can make people tell the truth. And Bishop Ding has not said that the things he wants to ask are secrets, and said that only you are allowed to go. So I rejected him temporarily, and let you make the decision. Ma-en frowned slightly, revealing a look of reminiscence. What do they want to do with me? Qin-lan walked down the stairs. I don't know, but as a member of the Coordination Bureau, you can choose to agree or reject him. As we promised when you joined, the Coordination Bureau will provide you with shelter. This is not a polite remark. No matter what the reason is, we can guarantee your safety. If you are willing to speak out, as long as you don't want to destroy the world or overthrow the federal government, we can try to help you settle this matter. No need. Ma-en said honestly, although I don't understand why they want to see me, I don't mind talking, as long as I can get out safely. Since the church has come to ask him directly, refusing will only expose his guilty conscience, and expecting them to stop is even more naive. What he has done is not a trivial matter that can be easily forgiven. In this case, it is better to take the opportunity to clear your suspicion while the Coordination Bureau can still guarantee your basic safety. She looked at Ma-en with some surprise. Is this really just a small matter? Or, if you agree, then I will tell them about this. Qin-lan said also, when the current matter is settled, my sister has something to ask you to do. Of course, it is still safe. The two arrived at the underground prison. As usual, Hu Weifeng was already waiting here. The young man smiled at Ma-en. It's our job again. Qin-lan pushed open the door, revealing the person sitting inside. This time we caught an important member, and this is a spineless person. He cooperated more than the previous cult believers, and has revealed a lot of information. This time it is mainly to verify the information we collected. Xiang Yudi sat inside with a timid face. No. Although Ma-en did not show any strange emotions, he was already very alert in his heart. This employee of the Abnormal Control Bureau has a way out. Xiang Yudi, who is already a level 2 employee, can apply to be teleported to the staff dormitory of the Control Bureau at any time. But when he and Hu Weifeng, two people with some spiritual skills, entered, he still had no intention of escaping. He doesn't look very dangerous. Ma-en asked curiously, is this an important member of the Hell Believers? Qin-lan, who was about to go out to watch, paused. Don't underestimate him, this is the second role in the Church of the Black-Robed Man. The Yin-Yang twins also took great pains to catch them. Except for Xiang Yudi, the other believers did not survive. Xiang Yudi looked a little reserved as he explained, I'm really not a bad guy, and I was caught here for no apparent reason. He suddenly showed a look of horror. Xiang Yudi, who grew up in that environment, was very good at disguising his emotions. If anyone in front of him survived, then perhaps this expression could explain something for him. If they could? Bang! A bullet passed by Ma-en's side, tearing through the air at an astonishing speed, and hit the wall heavily, directly blowing a half-meter diameter hole in the prison wall that was built with a special alloy and could even resist rocket launchers. Qin-lan held two strangely shaped special pistols in both hands. The structure of this weapon allowed her to shoot while moving at high speed and convert speed into terrifying kinetic energy. But Xiang Yudi was gone. Stayed in place was a crack flashing with dark red light, and then two sharp claws stretched out and grabbed the edge of the crack. The muscles of the exposed red arms were tense, dragging the body inside towards the real world. Run! Qin-lan yelled at Hu Weifeng and Ma-en, and then fired several more shots at the arms. The bullets pierced the arm of the uninvited guest, but did not show the terrifying destructive power just now. They were just embedded in his muscles, and it didn't even seem to cause any damage at all. Hurry up! She roared again. Ma-en had already touched the door. Although Hu Weifeng was also retreating, he was closely watching the devil, who was about to descend. Rather than running away, it seemed that he was trying to distance himself from the battle. But the monster did not give its prey time to escape. The upper half of the devil's body suddenly drilled out of the crack, and at the same time brought out 4 strong arms that could easily crush humans from his waist. 2 nearly 1 meter long goat horns directly pierced the ceiling wall. His face was between a dragon and a goat, and his eyes were filled with scalding hellfire. The ends of his 6 arms were sharp claws like blades, and the fangs in his mouth looked like they could chew steel. The scalding flames flowed out of his eyes, and like 2 fire dragons, They flew towards Hu Weifeng and Ma En with their fangs and claws bared. Bang! Bang! The naked eyes of all the creatures present could no longer capture Qin Lan's existence. Only the trajectory of the bullet that tore through the flames could prove that she was still in this cell. During this process, Ma En and Hu Weifeng were still retreating, but the devil had already squeezed into reality with his thick snake-like tail, and he just raised his head and waved his 6 arms to completely destroy the narrow prison, and the wall between them disappeared. But to their surprise, the devil did not continue to attack, but politely asked, "Ms. Qin Lan, I only want the 2 people behind you. I can exchange their souls with a promise not to harm any other mortals." As the devil spoke, 2 flames spread out from behind him, began to move forward in an arc that was almost a circle, and quickly jumped over Hu Weifeng and Ma En, and then blocked their way back. "If you are not satisfied, you can also make your own offer." The devil smiled at her politely. Chapter 75. Qin Lan calmed down, maintained the highest speed when she could not move, and took the opportunity of the devil's question to observe the surrounding environment. Although the magic flame he just wielded was very dangerous, it could still be torn apart by the special bullet shot out, which was enough to prove that the monster in front of him had not yet reached the 4th level. But if it was an ordinary 3rd-level devil, it would definitely not be so easy when it was hit by the first 2 bullets she shot, and his use of magic was also quite extraordinary, so the answer was obvious. This is the incarnation of a 4th-level devil. She glanced at Hu Weifeng, who was almost still relative to her. According to the usual practice, he was probably preparing for a mental attack, but to be honest, fighting was indeed not this guy's strong point. Hu Weifeng's specialty is to quietly gain the trust of others, and it takes a few days to become a close friend of others. Therefore, with the help of Ma En, he can become a close friend that no amnesiac will doubt. If he really encountered an attack, he was better at getting the enemy to lay down their weapons, or helping him seize the opportunity, but for such a high-level demon, it was not so easy to shake his mind. She slowed down again in a brief moment, and turned to look at Ma En. He was standing 2 meters behind Hu Weifeng, looking at the huge demon, without any emotion in his eyes, fear, tension, worry, or determination. None of them existed. If anyone wanted to perform in front of Qin Lan, it would be almost difficult to hide from her at extreme speed, such as the demon believer just now. Although he had no flaws at normal speed, he would still reveal clues in her eyes. But Ma En had no expression, so it was difficult for Qin Lan to analyze what kind of person he was, and it was difficult to guess what he could do next, and how he would do it. Finally, she looked at the sheep-headed devil with 6 arms and a snake tail. This incarnation has only the strength of the 3rd level, but it is superior to the real 3rd-level ability users in all aspects. He is a dangerous enemy to anyone of the same level. Fortunately, Qin Lan herself is also. As a speedster, she has a huge advantage in combat, and she also holds the abnormal weapon Howler that can accumulate kinetic energy. This pair of pistols was specially made by her sister and a friend. As long as she pulls the trigger while moving at high speed, she can shoot bullets that can tear apart heavy tank armor. Many 3rd-level ability users have died under her gun. As she told Ma En at the beginning, she did use guns to deal with other ability users. But the 2 bullets that just hit the target have proved that the devil on the opposite side does not seem to be afraid of such high penetration damage. Qin Lan's strengths are still accuracy and unpredictable attack speed. Although the 2 special weapons greatly enhance her destructive ability, compared with her other abilities, damage is still her shortcoming. So if you want to win, you have to kill with 1 blow. She stared at the devil's eyes, and the hellfire raging inside and outside. Before her bullet shot into his brain, the flames containing terrifying high temperature would melt the bullet into liquid. If there was more space, she was actually very confident that she could successfully expel the opponent. Although it was not easy for Qin Lan to kill the devil, it was even more difficult for the devil to hurt her. But now the devil's target is Ma En and Hu Weifeng. This is not a fair fight. I must race against time to get rid of the devil before he hurts Hu Weifeng, Ma En, and others. Then, Qin Lan slowed herself down to a normal speed, then raised 2 guns, aimed at the devil's head, and then slowly stepped sideways, moving around her enemy. She was waiting. About half a minute later, there were some changes. But unfortunately, the first to notice the abnormality was the 6-armed devil. Flames began to pour out of his eyes, like a waterfall, but from Qin Lan's perspective, his attack was as slow as a snail. After a while, Qin Lan noticed that the flames in the devil's eyes had not yet fallen to the ground, and the hot flames inside the eye sockets tended to cool down, and his expression also had some elusive subtle changes. Bang! 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 6 bullets rushed out of the barrel one after another, flying straight to the devil's head along different paths at a deadly speed. His horns flashed a few times. All the bullets sank into the air in front of him, and then disappeared without a trace, and the devil's horns dimmed. The opportunity was fleeting. The dark red fire in the devil's eyes rekindled, looking directly at the humble reptile that dared to offend his soul, Hu Weifeng's whole body shook, and then he fell backwards uncontrollably. The sound of gunfire rang out in different directions, but the devil waved his 6 arms and snake tail like a dancer, and his limbs blocked most of the bullets. Even if there were a few that slipped through the net, they were melted into harmless metal liquid by the high temperature before approaching his head. Xinlan also tried to shoot his heart, but there was no success. Humans. The devil used his hands and tail to crawl towards Ma In, and Hu Weifeng on the wall in a scorpion-like posture, always make the stupidest decisions. Ma In did not sit and wait for death, but rushed directly towards the devil. He stepped directly over Hu Weifeng's fallen body and walked towards the devil under the young man's persuasive eyes. Although there were flames splashing towards him, they were torn apart by the bullets shot by Xinlan before they really touched the telekinetic coat on his body. The devil looked at Ma In 5 meters away, and suddenly felt that his thinking began to become dull, and he immediately realized that this feeling was getting stronger as the distance got closer. To distance himself and then burn him to death with flames. But he didn't really do it, because he forgot. 3 meters. Then, he no longer remembered that his thinking became dull, and looked at Ma In with greed and complacency in his eyes, because the devil knew very well that he could crush the head of this young mortal in the next moment in exchange for gifts from believers on the ground. 1 meter. The flames had solidified. Gunshots rang out one after another, and the demon's horns fell into complete darkness. When he looked around in panic, he couldn't remember how to deal with the bullets from Xinlan. Bang! Ah! The demon covered his bleeding left eye and twisted his body frantically. You mortals dare to... Bang! 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 The broken fingers fell to the ground, the red skin on his cheeks was torn, revealing silver-white sharp teeth, and then several bullets hit his forehead, suddenly lifting his skull. Huh? Xinlan, who had just stood firm, gasped in embarrassment, but her eyes could not leave the man standing calmly in front of the devil's body. She didn't realize that Ma In was such a dangerous ability user. Chapter 76. I thought your ability would only work if you were in close contact. Xinlan looked at Ma In and exclaimed. He explained, my ability is stronger the closer I am, but I was just lucky just now. If he hadn't wanted to get close to me, I wouldn't have been able to get him close enough, and if he wasn't close enough, I wouldn't have let him forget to maintain the flames. And without you, I could only control him in place. It would be very difficult to fight against such a high-level creature mentally, and I couldn't cause any real damage to him. Of course, if it is an ordinary third-level ability user who is not good at mental power, the final distance is enough for Ma In to completely erase their memories. But at most, it can make the ability users of the same level reach the state of confusion of the 10 minutes before he lost his memory. If he faces an ability user like a devil or a beast patient, he can't do any real harm with the ability to erase memory. Of course, he can directly use the skill of disintegration to erase the opponent in the real world. Xinlan shook her head, but if you cooperate with any ability user with enough destructive power, your power will increase exponentially. Of course, including her. Hu Weifeng stood up a little dizzy, looked at the situation on the scene for more than 10 seconds, and then he remembered what happened here belatedly. I didn't expect that I am still the weakest ability user in the entire Coordination Bureau. He said with a joking meaning, I didn't expect you to be able to kill a devil so easily. Ma In said, this is because he doesn't understand my ability. Although I can destroy others' resistance at close range, as long as they are far enough away, they will not be affected by me. In modern society, information flows very quickly, and as long as my strengths and weaknesses are exposed, it will only take 1 bullet to kill me. Hearing his words, Xinlan also nodded in agreement. Indeed, your power is quite dangerous without vigilance, and almost all third-level ability users will not be your opponents in face-to-face situations. But if the specific information is known, a well-trained sniper can kill you, and in a complex battle, there is a small chance that the unintentional aftermath will kill you. And we only have 1 chance. After all, the strongest point of memory erasure is not fighting. Ma In agreed, that's right. This is indeed the case with incomplete memory erasure. But in the case of the unmemorable, the so-called exposure of information is simply nonsense. No one can know his ability, or even realize his existence. But even the current level of memory erasure can multiply the danger level of Ma In at close range. Hu Weifeng imagined excitedly, but if you join forces with the boss, You can kill such a monster so easily. Ma En looked at Qinlan and asked, if we weren't there, would this devil be difficult for you to deal with? She smiled and said, of course not, as long as we are not in a completely isolated place, his flames and magic can't even catch up with my walking speed, and I can definitely kill him as long as I wait for the opportunity. If it doesn't work, I can run. If it weren't for Ma En, Hu Weifeng, and other staff members of the Coordination Bureau, Qinlan would not have to offset the devil's attack, nor would she have to try to protect the other two people. The entire battle would be under her control. Ma En said, the key is the risk. My ability is only strong at close range, and some people with abilities may have uncontrolled destructive abilities when they are affected by me. Qinlan already understood what he meant. Xiao Feng, write in the report that you interfered with the devil's spirit, which allowed me to seize the opportunity to successfully expel him. Ma En didn't want to fight, and his ability was not suitable for frequent battles. Even if he wanted to use it to deal with something, it would be best to use it only at the right and important time. Hu Weifeng was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood why Qinlan did this. Okay. As Ma En said, the thing he feared most about erasing his memory was that the specific information would be known in advance, causing those who wanted to deal with him to be unwilling to approach within a sufficient distance. The information gap was much more important to him than other people with abilities, so Qinlan wanted to keep Ma En's specific situation confidential. But why couldn't he even mention it in the report? Qinlan saw his expression. She said with a serious expression, this is very strange. Normally, it is impossible for devil believers to summon in prison. I can only think of a more likely situation, that is, they knew the specific structure in advance, which means there is an insider. Hu Weifeng immediately asked, is it Huang Qifeng? Qinlan narrowed her eyes and said, if it was just him, it would be fine, but if this kind of thing leaked out, it would definitely not be done by just one member of the supervision department. I am afraid the situation is much more serious than we think. Ma En, if anyone asks about what happened to you today, tell them that the Coordination Bureau requires confidentiality, even the church. If they have any questions, I will answer them myself. He nodded and said, okay. Qinlan said solemnly, if the facts are really as I guessed, the problems we have to face will be much more difficult than they are now. We'd better find a way to speed up the handling of the Hell Believers. I will try to see if I can apply for some assistance, but to be honest, it may be difficult. The entire Coordination Bureau is not particularly well staffed now, and the Yin Yang twins are actually quite strong 4th level ability users. She instructed Hu Weifeng, I want you to start investigating Renshurji to see if this matter has anything to do with him. The interrogation work must also be suspended before the prison system is updated. Go ask him now. Hu Weifeng nodded solemnly. Okay. He turned and walked out. Qinlan looked at Ma En and said, you will be free during this period, but if approved by the higher-ups, you and Xiao Feng may have to interrogate Renshurji, but this kind of cross-departmental application is difficult to pass in a short time, and I don't think you will find out anything. She paused and said in an inquiring tone, Qinlan came to me today and said that she would let you handle some special work at that time. She will ensure your safety in the process, and there will be no dangerous situations. Do you think it's okay? Qinlan was really asking for Ma En's consent. Of course, no problem. He said so. Chapter 77. Renshurji pushed open the door of his residence, exhaled heavily, and half lying on the spacious sofa with relaxed muscles, closed his eyes, and tried to empty his mind. But he still couldn't help but recall Hu Weifeng's interrogation in the afternoon. The suspicion of this telepath consumed all his energy. The most difficult point was to cover up his identity as a capable person. Damn Huang Qifeng, it must be something he did before his death that attracted Qinlan to send his most loyal subordinate to investigate him. But Renshurji felt that he was wronged. He obviously did nothing, but he still had to find ways to hide the secret in his heart. However, it was all worth it. These were just the most insignificant obstacles on the road to power. People like Hu Weifeng and Qinlan were the easiest for Renshurji to deal with. At least, he didn't have to worry about Qinlan sending someone to assassinate him. The real danger was the group of politicians. They would break into the target's residence while he was working and mess up the hidden alarm device he had carefully set up. Renshurji. A deep voice came from behind him. Someone wants to see you. He could tell from the other person's voice that it was a member of the Special Service Department who was responsible for the follow-up investigation of the items. 2 fully armed Special Service members walked around the sofa from both sides and came to him. One of them took out a semicircular object made of black glass from his arms and turned it upside down in front of Renshurji. The blue light flickered and combined directly above it, forming a specific figure. The holographic image was a man who looked to be about 37 or 38 years old. He was dressed in a standard politician's friendly but status-enhancing outfit, and had two neatly trimmed and beautiful mustaches. "Hello, I'm Lu Tongrui." The man's tone was calm, but it was unquestionable. "Huang Qingfeng's position will be vacant for the time being, and before someone becomes your new superior, you just have to listen to my orders." Ren Shiji didn't ask any questions, but bowed his head respectfully. Just like before. Lu Tongrui's expression didn't change, as if he had long been accustomed to the submission and flattery of the inferior. In fact, he would be surprised if Ren Shiji didn't do this. "Very good, the syringe you handed in is very valuable, and several members of the Special Service Department have made some progress. This matter has attracted their attention." Lu Tongrui first praised his contribution, and then casually mentioned the inside story that Ren Shiji didn't know. It was like throwing a few bones to him. Ren Shiji also knew what he meant. If he worked hard enough for him, maybe he could get some credit in the end. Although it was far less than what he deserved, it was much better than those fools who work diligently. They can't even get a mouthful of soup. Lu Tongrui looked at the special service member who had just set up the projection device. "Xiao Lu will be with you and responsible for your safety. I will also ask him to pass on any instructions I have. By the way, monitor yourself," Ren Shiji said gratefully. "Thank you, leader." Lu Tongrui continued, "There will be some new changes in the Coordination Bureau recently, and I will have a lot of things for you to deal with. On the matter of the Hell Believers, the Supervision Department and the Coordination Bureau have some different views, and now their handling methods are a bit radical. You should pay attention to the movements of Qinlan and her subordinates, and report to me through Xiao Lu at any time. If you can do what I asked you to do, maybe I can help you get Huang Qingfeng's position." Huang Qingfeng said something similar a few years ago. Ren Shiji nodded and bowed to show that he deeply understood what the other party meant. Yes, I wrote it down." Lu Tongrui nodded with satisfaction, and did not say a word to Ren Shiji. The holographic image was directly extinguished. Obviously, he did not have time to waste with this unimportant subordinate. You should be grateful to come to see him. The two members of the Special Service Department said a few words to him, left their contact information, and left here temporarily, leaving Ren Shiji a little private space. However, according to convention, they must have installed a monitoring system in this room just now. Now his every move is under the observation of the Special Service Department, and any extraordinary behavior he wants to do will be seen. Ren Shiji sat back to his previous position with some fatigue, but now he didn't even have the strength to close his eyes. He had a new master, and seeing his swift and decisive way of doing things, he probably wouldn't have a peaceful life in the future. If he was a good dog to Huang Qingfeng in the past, then in Lu Tongrui's eyes, he was just a slave who could be abandoned at any time. Obviously, the special agent named Lu was his confidant, and he was just a tool without status and benefits. Finally, he closed his eyes uncontrollably. "You did a good job." Ren Shiji looked around the conference room in surprise, and finally looked at the strange man in front of him, and said at a loss, "Is this a dream?" Ma-en said, "Of course not. You are a member of a special organization called Infiltrator, an undercover agent we planted in the Coordination Bureau. Killing Huang Qingfeng and asking Ma-en for the syringe were all my orders. And you don't remember anything because Ma-en erased your memory to prevent the Coordination Bureau from realizing your problem." Hearing the words Infiltrator and Ma-en, Ren Shiji felt an inexplicable sense of awe in his heart, and then immediately realized that being an undercover agent was indeed something he might do. Could this be true? Ma-en continued, "You are a capable person, and now you think that only you know this secret. If I don't mention it, you can't realize that something is wrong under the premise that Ma-en erased your memory, but in fact, reporting Huang Qingfeng is not something you would do. Try to think back, you can't find any reason to do so." Hearing this, Ren Shiji suddenly realized that when he just lamented his bad fate, he had no idea that this was the destined outcome of his reporting Huang Qingfeng. Then he should have guessed that he would never do it. Ren Shiji said in a trance, "What is my job?" Ma-en lied, "You have to use your identity to collect any valuable information, and our job is very simple, that is to prevent the destruction of the world. There is no doubt that the end of the world is real, and is approaching us. You should not want to die, and so do we. Therefore, powerful people with this idea form the organization we belong to, and the infiltrators are our brothers and sisters planted in other forces. With your personality, it may be easier to accept this. We will provide you with resources to gain power, and you have to use what you have in your hands to help us all survive together. In other words, the end of the world really exists, and he is an undercover agent of a certain organization in the Coordination Bureau. Finally, there is good news. Chapter 78. Do you know why I can be the leader of this ceremony? The black-robed man stood facing the child's terrified eyes, holding an obsidian dagger. Xiang Yudi's eyes jumped over the back of the leader and looked expressionlessly at the two boys and girls leaning against each other in the corner. The boy hugged the girl tightly and shielded her behind him with his trembling body. His eyes moved back and forth between Xiang Yudi and the black-robed man. His mouth opened slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't speak out of fear. Xiang Yudi also saw them when he came last time. But there were 7 or 8 children at that time. Because of them? He asked tentatively. The black-robed man smiled. You mean the 3 holy artifacts? No, they are important in this matter, but the point is that I have reached a deal with other sections. This is the devil's rule of conduct and the source of our power. If the construction of the gate of hell is completed, all sects will benefit. No matter mortals or demons, everyone can get a satisfactory reward. This is why I can explain the cooperation between demons and demon sects. There are only 2 kinds of people in the world, those who are suitable for trading and those who are not. The real demon cultists and most demon cultists belong to the former, while the members of the Coordination Bureau belong to the latter. For the former, if it cannot be simply handled, finding an exchange of interests that is acceptable to both you and them can solve any problem. As for the latter, you only need to use the former to deal with them, just like I exchanged information through Huang Qifeng of the Supervision Department and let you go inside to summon demons. How to get others to agree to your terms and ensure that you don't suffer any loss is what you need to learn. This is also the essence of the devil's ritual. The black-robed man raised the obsidian dagger and walked towards the 2 children. The boy stammered, Please, please, don't kill us. They taught us well. She and I can serve you and the young master. We can do anything. He cast a pleading look at Yudi as he spoke. TSK. The dagger pierced through the throats of the 2 children neatly, and the surface was covered with a strange dark red, and the 2 cold bodies without blood just nestled in the corner forever. It's not easy to get the right blood, but as long as you find the right mortal, you can buy such high-quality goods. The black-robed man took the blood dagger into his arms. This sacrificial sacred weapon that can absorb blood is one of the reasons why it can reach its current status, and it is also the most mysterious one. Xiang Yudi only saw the black-robed man use this dagger when he was performing a ritual. However, in addition to controlling blood and assisting the ritual, this weapon also has various wonderful abilities. Sometimes he even felt that he could hear a low whisper coming from the blade. It was the existence of this dagger that made the construction of the Gate of Hell feasible. Otherwise, it would take more than 10 years for a group of 3rd-level Hell believers to complete such a huge ritual. And they would be completely wiped out in less than half a year. But the blood dagger was not his goal. The robe on the man was the second holy weapon, and it was also the most important thing for him to survive until now. It gave its owner the ability to walk in the shadow dimension. Creatures in the shadow dimension cannot see other living things, nor can they interact with life, but the shadow robe itself will provide them with the power to survive and move at high speed in it, which means that as long as he enters the shadow dimension, no one can cause any harm to him. In battle, he can also enter the safe area at any time to move and repair at high speed over a short distance. If he encounters an opponent that he cannot compete with, he can also use this to escape, otherwise he would have died in the hands of a 4th-level ability user. Combined with his 3rd holy weapon, it is enough for the black-robed man to briefly compete with those 4th-level ability users. Shadow Longsword. It is a weapon that matches the robe, and they form a complete 4th-level weapon. The Shadow Longsword looks like an ordinary hilt. When it is in the shadow dimension, it can accumulate power. When it is wielded in reality, it will turn the shadow dimension itself into a sword blade and can cut through any mortal object. If the robe can bring the user into the shadow dimension, then the longsword can pull the dimension itself into reality. However, although this pair of weapons is magical, it actually has many shortcomings. For example, creatures in the shadow dimension cannot see living things. Although he can make up for this shortcoming by moving at high speed for most enemies, he is still afraid of other opponents with high-speed abilities. For example, Qin Lan, when facing other 3rd-level ability users, the black-robed man can appear in front of him in the blink of an eye with the shadow robe, but when facing Qin Lan, he may not be able to grab the corner of the opponent's clothes. This is one of the reasons why the black-robed man did not think of attacking Qin Lan. But the main reason is that her sister is called Qin Luan. Although the shadow sword is indestructible, it has no effect on creatures that cannot be killed by beheading. Fortunately, the opponents of the black-robed man are often other humans, and basically they will die as long as their heads are chopped off. This is why the Coordination Bureau sent the Yin-Yang twins to deal with him. They have already died. Therefore, although the Black-Robed Man is a deadly killer comparable to the 4th level and appears and disappears, he still cannot confront the Coordination Bureau head-on. Under the premise of knowing his specific abilities, the Coordination Bureau can easily find someone with the ability to restrain him. However, as he said himself, the Black-Robed Man is not best at fighting, but the use of devil rituals and the means of reaching a deal, and in a sense, there is no difference between the two. The Black-Robed Man suddenly said, the devil failed to complete the deal. Xiang Yudi looked at his back in surprise. What? The Black-Robed Man also said with some doubt, did I underestimate Qin Lan? But it shouldn't be difficult to kill 2 psychics in front of her. What went wrong? No matter what, failure has become a fact, and Huang Qifeng is dead. He can't replicate such an efficient attack. The Black-Robed Man knew that he had to admit it. This was a mistake. Fortunately, he didn't put all his chips on it. The leader shook his robe. I misjudged the ability of the opponent. Let's go! Xiang Yudi asked puzzledly. Where to go? He said in a low voice. To meet our new friends in the Federation, we have to renegotiate a deal. I believe both parties will be very satisfied in the end. This is the strongest power given to him by the Shadow Robe. The capital of negotiation. Chapter 79. Marn walked into the side door of the church. Marble animal statues were playing in the garden. An old man stood on the cobblestone path and smiled warmly at him. Go this way. The bishop pointed to a more remote building. Because what we want to talk about involves some very important secrets, there will be some judges guarding it. Marn nodded. Of course I can understand, although I really don't know why you want me to come. He was not worried about any problems. On the one hand, the Coordination Bureau also knew about this matter, and the church did not dare to mess around. On the other hand, he had nothing to feel guilty about. Bishop Ding said kindly, it's just a little thing. He took Marn into the building and came to 2 parallel wooden doors. He nodded slightly to the 2 judges at the door, and then pushed open one of the doors to let the sunlight shine into the dark room. This is a confession room with a special structure. Just go in. The door frame of the confession room was carved with intricate patterns. The space inside was about 2 by 2 square meters. A red high-backed wooden chair was fixed in the middle. Although the space was actually quite spacious, looking at Marn inside, there was still an inexplicable sense of crampedness. He walked in directly. Bishop Ding glanced at the judge on the left, and the judge immediately reached out and pushed the door shut after receiving the signal. The patterns on the door frame flowed with golden light. He opened the second door, and inside was a spacious room decorated with various religious instruments and sacred symbols, even including the position of the compartment where Marn should have been. The angel was standing inside, staring at the partition window in front of him. Bishop Ding also walked in. Marn watched the golden light overflow from the black partition window, and heard a distorted question. Marn, are you ready? Start asking. There are signs of hell creatures being summoned at the Coordination Bureau. What do you know? I know, but Qin Lan has issued a confidentiality order. Okay, then have you heard about the incident 4 years ago, when the Wingless attacked the Saints? Of course, this is not a trivial matter, and the Coordination Bureau is dealing with matters related to hell, so I've checked the information in this regard. So what do you think of that incident? This kind of thing is still too far away from me. It didn't have any impact on me. So if you really want to ask, you can only say that it was a bad thing. Very good, then have you participated in that incident? This question made Marn stunned. Of course not. What are you talking about? Who is the saint? I don't know, Bishop Ding. Are you doubting me? Child, I'm sorry for not telling you in advance that you are on their suspect list, but you will be fine after I finish asking, and they will no longer have any doubts about you. So the next question. Do you have any secrets that you can't tell? Yes, but it has nothing to do with the church and that incident. Have you used amnestics on yourself? Marn had expected him to ask this question. After all, he now began to doubt whether he was really hiding something. No. Is there any way to recover the memories you erased? No. Do you know any way to reverse the memory erase? I don't know. What were you doing on September 17th, 2031? Marn replied calmly. I don't remember. It wasn't a day worth remembering for me, just like most days in my life. The other side paused. Wait a minute. Bishop Ding looked at the angel. According to what he said, if Marn was really related to the Wingbreaker incident, he not only deleted these memories, but also left himself no way out. If I were him, I would find an excuse to refuse this meeting. If he had any problems, he would have exposed his flaws sooner or later in this state. If he was really related to this incident, and completely destroyed other evidence, how come we didn't know the truth? Compared to the two, I would rather believe that he was telling the truth. The angel actually agreed with Bishop Ding's point of view. But this was not the truth his colleagues wanted to hear. The point was not about Ma En, but that they wanted to find a reason to expel Ma En from Chen Yun's side. It would be even better if he could be put on trial in secret. If he had not rejected Chen Yun's proposal to take care of him, those irritable angels might have been unable to hold back. And Ma En was not an ordinary person. It was not a simple matter to expel him at will or to put him on trial in secret without reason. The Coordination Bureau he belonged to was also an organization that few angels in the mortal world had to be wary of. And his boss was the sister of Shishao Walker. Let him out. You can go, Ma En. Thank you for agreeing to this interrogation. Don't take it to heart. We have figured out the situation. Okay. He pushed the door open. The golden sharp spear cut through the air and hit his head unstoppably. Seeing this, Ma En instinctively wanted to step back, but he still remembered. Angels will attack those who can see them. He walked down the steps calmly, and the light gun stopped steadily at his forehead. Ma En used telekinesis to control his entire body and turned around, looking at the two judges and asked, "Is Bishop Ding not out yet?" Bishop Ding came out and nodded slightly to him. "You can go. If you need my help, you can come to the church to find me at any time. This time we owe you." Ma En smiled and said, "It's okay, thank you." Something was shaking in his mind. The angel's attack stimulated his spiritual power to instinctively want to do something, but he had just restrained this idea. It was not until now that he agreed to his request for power. Resistance to cognitive impairment, then, he remembered. So that's it. He really didn't have any way to reverse the erasure, but his mental power had already adapted to special resistance, and as long as he knew the strength of the memory erasure in advance. That's it. Bishop Ding looked at the angel. The angel sighed. "Don't pay attention to him. I take this message back. You just need to do your job." But his colleagues might not give up, especially his companions who shared the mission of guarding with him. Many angels always sincerely wanted to contribute their strength to their masters. But in his opinion, some angels' actions were actually against doctrine, but some things were more important than doctrine. Chapter 80. Ma En. As soon as the man walked out of the church, he heard someone calling his name. He turned around and saw Long Qin, dressed in a punk style from the last century, leaning against the wall of the street and waving at him. Ma En walked up to her. "You are staying near the church. Aren't you afraid of being seen by them?" Long Qin put his hands in his pockets and asked expressionlessly, "What are you doing in the church?" "It's not a good thing." Ma En said, "They found the Coordination Bureau and made a request to interrogate me about some things I can't say, so I came here." "They didn't ask anything?" Long Qin asked as if he was very familiar with him. Ma En also shrugged in cooperation. "No, I have a clear conscience." She nodded slightly. "I saw the angel fly away from here. It seems that he is very satisfied with your answer. By the way, did they ask about Yu's past?" While speaking, she was still observing Ma En's expression. "No, why do you ask that?" he said with some curiosity. Long Qin looked at him with surprise. "You didn't forget her, did you?" He didn't answer. When they first met, Long Qin instantly realized that there was something wrong with his memory, which proved that normally he could not only recognize the other person, but also that his reaction at that time should not be so calm. So Ma En collected many photos of people around him, including the staff in the orphanage, his childhood companions, and patients in the mental hospital who might have had contact with him. He actually had some doubts. But none of them looked like Long Qin at all. That is to say, he might have secretly contacted this Long Qin in the past. The girl shook her head with a sad look. "I didn't expect your memory problem is so serious. Yu is the reason why you and I met. You asked me to go to hell to find out about her, and see if I can find any clues. But unfortunately, I haven't heard any information about Yu in these years. If you ask me, she probably died 12 years ago, or died in a corner of hell." She patted Ma En's shoulder comfortingly. "It just so happens that you don't remember. I think it might be easier to accept if I tell you now, and your reward has been paid. So let it go." Ma En said, "I can't understand what's going on when you say that, but why is she in hell?" Long Qin corrected, "It's just possible. Souls that died at the hands of the church and have enough resentment and strength may be summoned by hell. And you said that Yu was attacked by an angel, so the strength of her soul must have met the standard. Although it is snatching souls from heaven, the probability of even the craziest and most angry dead falling into hell is no more than 70%, let alone an ordinary girl. I have said several times that she is really likely to be dead, but you never give up." Ma En paused. Then he asked, Then can you continue to look for it? Long Qin smiled embarrassedly. You noticed it, right? Well, the deal is not over yet. I didn't expect that even now you are as sensitive as before. I will continue to pay attention to her life and death, but don't expect too much. This is my sincere advice. Ma En asked calmly, Is that what you wanted to say when you called me? The girl shook her head helplessly. When will your brain be better? I can't stand talking to you like this anymore, as if our friendship over the past 10 years has completely disappeared. Ma En lied, I don't know. His memory is slowly healing, and the resistance adapted by his mental power can reverse this effect, just like not long ago, but the blow caused by the unmemory is far more profound than what he did. So far, he has only remembered 2 things, among which Dr. Li's death was close enough, and he also had a long time to get along with the old doctor, and he may even have strong and complex emotions. The method of entering and exiting the Abnormal Control Bureau is probably one of the most important and stubborn memories in his heart, and the Control Bureau itself may also have some special properties that promote Ma En's memories. However, these can also prove that his memory is indeed recovering, and some past scenes and things may help. So Ma En is also planning to find an opportunity to return to the orphanage and his previous residence, or even to meet Xin Yun. Long Qin showed obvious disappointment at Ma En's answer. Okay, but I will be back to hell soon. If you still can't remember me by then, but want to find me, do this. The girl took out a folded white paper from her pocket. This is the ritual to summon my projection. Ma En took it and glanced at it. The content on the paper has many similar features to the rituals submitted to UT. Okay. Long Qin watched him put away the white paper, and his tone was slightly heavier than before. Ma En, I suggest you buy a plane ticket now, go to another city for a while, and come back after this matter is over. It's not good for you to stay here. If you still remember, you will do the same, believe me. He said. They have stopped interrogating, and the leader's plan has succeeded. Now I am no longer involved in stopping your work. You can take this news back. Long Qin paused. That's fine. The black-robed man actually attacked Ma En in private? He must have thought that he would not hear about this so quickly, but he didn't expect that he would come directly to talk to Ma En. It seems that she has to go to talk with the black-robed man. Long Qin continued. This action is our revenge on heaven. You also agreed in the past that the angels must not be good things, so we are consistent in this matter. But if you stand in front of me, I won't hold back because of our past friendship. Demons are all vengeful spirits, and they can do anything to kill angels, including betrayal. The girl thought about it and added, but after the gate of hell is built, you can do whatever you want to those devil believers. Ma En answered honestly, I won't deliberately stop you. He is not a hero or a vigilante, and he doesn't intend to take any responsibility. Demons and devils are definitely evil, but as Ning Chungkung's parents said, if he really wants to do something good, killing 2 more angels is definitely more in line with the so-called justice. Long Qin smiled and nodded to him. Goodbye then. She still has a lot to say, but wait for him to remember. Chapter 81. Ma En walked towards his current residence. He had just returned to his previous residence and persuaded its current owner with the salary from the Coordination Bureau, trying to find something useful for him. But Ma En found nothing. Although this was basically impossible, he still expected to find other telekinesis skills he had mastered in the past. Although he might have almost no opponents in the 3rd level now, he still had a shortcoming. It was Qin Lan who reminded him of this, that is, agility. When he was in the basement of the hospital, he had tried high-speed flight. Speed was not a problem, but the acceleration time, that is, the acceleration itself, was Ma En's shortcoming. It was easy to maintain speed, but his own body would also bear pressure when accelerating and turning, so he could not increase speed instantly, and it was difficult to turn even at a higher speed. There was no problem with long-distance movement, but it was not suitable for combat. Of course, even flying like this was a very strong ability. Li Fin from the pharmaceutical company once described the situation of the 3rd-level ability user, but in fact, that was just what she saw. For agents like Li Fin, combat was their standard for judging ability users. But the class itself refers to abnormal intensity, not combat capability or danger level. A well-trained top killer without any abnormality is much better at fighting than an ordinary 1st-level ability user, and a nuclear bomb without abnormality is more destructive than a high-level ability user. Similarly, there are also people like Hu Weifeng who are not good at fighting. Abnormalities themselves do not exist to kill others, but most of them can do this. From this point of view, Ma En's ability is quite comprehensive. Not only is he at the top of the 3rd level in frontal combat, he can also do things such as assassination, lock-picking, etc., and can resist physical and mental attacks at the same time. Moreover, the strength of abnormal ability users is relative, and depends largely on the degree of restraint of both sides. If he only has the ability to erase memory, then he has a good chance of winning against opponents, who can be solved with guns, such as telekinetic ability users, but he has no good way to deal with enemies, such as demons, that are difficult to kill, and have strong mental strength. And if it is the kind of ability user, who can work even in the state of amnesia, his memory erasure will become a joke. The same is true for Qinlan. The victory or defeat of the battle with her depends on whether he has the ability to counter high-speed movement. According to the data analysis that Ma In saw, if it is a frontal battle, he may be able to defeat some 4th level ability users who happen to be restrained by himself, and under normal circumstances, his chance of winning will not exceed 20%. It's not that he has no way to kill these high-level ability users, but that they have a way to kill themselves before that. But if the problem of high-speed movement can be solved, for example, if one has the extreme speed ability like Qinlan, with 3 abilities, he should be able to defeat most 4th level ability users, and if that doesn't work, he can just run away. High-speed movement can give him a distance close enough to erase his memory, and he doesn't have to worry about attacks that can destroy his telekinetic code. According to the information that Ma In saw, the weapon held by the black-robed man can ignore his telekinetic code, and his robe seems to be a perfect match for his needs. Just as Ma In was thinking this, he walked to the door of his residence. Click. Someone inside opened the door. Hello, nice to meet you. Standing inside the door was Qinlan. Ma In walked in unexpectedly. Why are you here? The beautiful woman in a sports short-sleeved shirt walked into the house. As she swung her arms, Ma In could clearly see the changes in her muscles. Obviously, I came to see you. I can't stay for long, only 10 minutes. Normally, I will avoid leaving the area I am stationed in at will, so as not to be caught by the strong men of other forces. There was also a middle-aged man in a suit kneeling in the house. He looked at Qinlan with fear and pleading in his eyes. Don't kill me. Shut up. She scolded with a slightly heavier tone, and then looked at Ma In. Delete his memories of contact with me this month, including the memory of seeing us, okay? Of course. Ma In walked up obediently and raised his hand to him. After more than 10 seconds, he withdrew his hand. The Shishao walker glanced at him. The man of unknown origin suddenly collapsed and fell backwards, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Thank you. She nodded slightly to Ma In. If Xiaolan didn't ask, don't tell her about this. I don't want her to know that I came to Dongxinzu but didn't go to find her. Okay. Ma In said to the legendary 5th level ability user. The Shishao walker narrowed his eyes, and looked up and down for a few seconds, then smiled and said, I'm sure. What? He asked curiously. You are not a bad person. Qinlan nodded, nor is he an antisocial personality, and as long as he is not a psychopath, he will become our companion. Whether it's out of kindness or profit, I can give them what they want. Although she had seen Ma In the last time they met, she was still a little far away at that time. But even here, she couldn't see what Ma In's ability was. Every time she wanted to do this, she found that she had stopped and didn't remember what she saw at all, as if she had already seen it. Something was stopping her, and it was very strong. This was the only thing Qinlan could be sure of. But looking at Ma In's expression, it didn't seem to be him who stopped her. Do you know what my ability is? Qinlan asked. Ma In was a little surprised that she would say this. I don't know. Shinshao Xingzhe specifically explained, I am a reality twister. In fact, there is a saying outside that my ability is to win every battle, but in fact, that is a rumor. The reason why I can always win is very simple. I don't fight a fight that I will lose. And she is very strong. I said I could see the coming of the great collapse. Qinlan said, this is the truth. I can see the most essential laws of reality and predict its direction, so I will know which battle I will win and which I will lose. Of course, the latter almost never happened, because she could predict every move of the enemy in battle. Ma In was a little worried about her revelation, and Shinshao Xingzhe had already noticed this. Don't be afraid, she said with a smile. This is no secret in the Salvation Alliance. My strongest ability is to predict the future. I can see the opponent's attack in a few seconds, and I can also see when ordinary people will die. But the farther the future is, the blurrier I see, and there will be many different possibilities. What I see is not an exact scene, a bit like a wave function. Have you heard of the uncertainty principle? It doesn't matter if you don't know, the point is, almost all the futures I see are doomsday. Qinlan looked at Ma In and said, I saw it with my own eyes. He suddenly asked, can you see my future too? Qinlan smiled and said, Why do you think I came to see you in person? Theoretically, I should have seen it, but I just can't remember it. The time has come. I came here to tell you openly that what I said about saving the world is not just empty talk, because I really saw the end of the world with my own eyes. Some of them still have a slim hope of reconstruction, but most of them don't even have survivors. We are really saving the world. Save my life, your life, and the lives of all people. After she finished speaking, she carried the sleeping stranger and prepared to jump into space. Goodbye. Although there is still a lot to say, let's stop here for today. There is a long way to go. Chapter 82. In the middle of the empty room, two members of the Secret Service stood like bodyguards on either side of the holographic device. They were waiting. The darkness flickered. Two people in black robes suddenly walked out of the fluctuating air and appeared right in front of the holographic image. A member of the Secret Service looked at him without saying a word and walked forward with caution, bent down, and pressed the holographic device. A few seconds later, Lu Tongrui's holographic image appeared in the house. Dear Blackrobe Man, thank you for coming here to negotiate with me. The Blackrobe Man said in a low voice. Still follow Huang Qingfeng's way? Lu Tongrui smiled and shook his head. No, I want to change the content of the contract. I will give you more freedom than before, but you have to handle some small things for me. I can guarantee that they are all easy tasks. Before he finished speaking, the Blackrobe Man asked, Do you want me to be your thug? Lu Tongrui shook his head quickly. No, I just need some friends' help for some shady things, and I will pay you. If you don't believe it, we can sign a contract. The Blackrobe Man said hoarsely. Just do it as before. Lu Tongrui's smile disappeared. It seems that you are not sincere. The Blackrobe Man said, Lu Tongrui, do you know how long it will take me to kill you? The politician's face changed. The man in black robe continued, We are devil believers, not politicians you can haggle over and negotiate with. Maintain the original conditions, but we can talk about this matter again. Lu Tongrui tacitly accepted the opportunity offered by the other party. What do you want? The Blackrobe Man said, Go and put pressure on the Coordination Bureau. We have already taught them a lesson. Now you just need to hold Qinlan back. Lu Tongrui raised his eyebrows slightly and said, This is easy for me, but why? The Blackrobe Man said, After we finish, a list of demonic activities will be handed over to you. And if you want the Field Affairs Department to suppress the devil's soul-harvesting actions, I guarantee that the final result will look good on your resume. Lu Tongrui smiled. You just sold out your compatriots? The Blackrobe Man chuckled twice. Are you talking about yourself? And the devil is not our compatriots. Lu Tongrui did not take his words to heart. He was very satisfied with the conditions given by the Blackrobe Man. The other party knew very well what they wanted. He was a little worried about what kind of lunatic, with a belief in his head, was on the other side. These are no problem. Lu Tongrui added, Sign a contract? The Blackrobe Man took out a clean parchment. The two field service members took it and checked it carefully. The second Blackrobe Man said, Credit is our pass. We will only tamper with the contract when we are deceiving ignorant mortals. Lu Tongrui ignored his words. After the professional field service members finished checking, he whispered a few words to the contract, and the parchment burned out of thin air and turned into ashes in an instant. After confirming that there was no problem, the two Blackrobe men took a step back at the same time. In the shadow dimension. You did well. The second Blackrobe Man said, What you said just now is true. Credit is our pass. Do you know why he signed the contract so quickly? Xiang Yudi replied, Because we gave him what he needed, and the credibility you accumulated in the past made him not so suspicious. The Blackrobe Man nodded and said, And the reward I paid for this transaction. It's credit. Yes, he had no way to convince the devils to stop at any time and give Lu Tongrui a good resume, which is why he asked Xiang Yudi to sign the treaty. Therefore, he paid what he had accumulated over the years, which was almost the most valuable thing. That is credit. And he was willing to pay this price, because if the devils really appeared in reality and harvested souls wantonly, the reward he could get would be much higher than what he paid. The more souls they get, the closer they are to the real fourth level. And although he deceived Lu Tongrui, people often don't think he is untrustworthy, but only think that Lu Tongrui is too stupid. After all, in their eyes, devils and their believers are cunning creatures. And those who want to trade with him always think they are smarter. Next, you go to the agreed location to meet the two old friends of ours. The Blackrobe Man took out the obsidian dagger and said, Take this, it will guide your path. Xiang Yudi took the bloody dagger with both hands in surprise. I will go by myself? The Blackrobe Man said, Yes. You go to them, and tell them that we have reached an agreement with the new politicians. Although they all belong to the federal government, they are members of different factions. In the past, we could negotiate directly with Huang Qingfeng, but now the politician who parachuted in is not in the same camp as him, so naturally he can't reach an agreement with those two guys. So the work of negotiation and information transmission falls on our heads. Xiang Yudi sighed. The internal affairs of the Federation are really complicated. The black-robed man agreed. Don't be a politician in anything you do, but it is also thanks to their mutual entanglement that we can easily trade with the Federation. The information between different factions can hardly be circulated, and their competition has also created space for us to benefit. But don't underestimate them. These politicians may be weak and sometimes stupid, but that is not their nature. It's just greed that makes them look less smart. They are still very dangerous. Xiang Yudi still looked at the dagger in his hand with some disbelief. Although he couldn't use the monitor to transform the dagger into power now, and it was not as famous as the other two holy artifacts, but after all, what he held in his hand was an abnormal item of the 4th level. Do you want the power of revenge? He widened his eyes in surprise. Don't believe it. The black-robed man said, only fools believe that pie will fall from the sky, but I still believe that you can sense how dangerous its temptation is. He also looked at Xiang Yudi, and thought it through before he was willing to hand over this particularly suitable dagger to him. But if Xiang Yudi was bewitched by it this time, he would have to reconsider whether Xiang Yudi was qualified to hold it. Xiang Yudi replied, of course, if I can believe these temptations casually, I am not a qualified devil believer. The black-robed man nodded with satisfaction. That's good. He can also go to complete the final transaction. The black-robed man did not tell Xiang Yudi that he might not be able to come back alive this time, which is why he did not bring his adopted son with him. If something went wrong, he would definitely abandon Xiang Yudi in vain, because he was going to meet the four-winged angel who was in charge of Dongxinsu. And the goods he wanted to sell were those demons and their believers. Chapter 83. Ian folded his wings on his back and stepped on the ground with floating clouds. Lavinia, the angel who was responsible for protecting Qinyun with him, was not far away, followed by 8 other angels with wings from Dongxinsu. Except for the 2 angels who were taking care of Qinyun on their behalf, all the angels responsible for patrolling in the mortal world of Dongxinsu were present. Except for special circumstances like now, patrolling angels must stay in the mortal world and cannot return to heaven before the official exchange every 10 years. How is it? Lavinia asked expectantly. Ian shook his head calmly. I didn't find any evidence. An angel behind Lavinia said anxiously, I can see that the light of the saint is gradually dimming. Ma'an's discharge is affecting her mind. The feelings that were once extinguished by us are rekindling. The Lord will not like to see that the piety of his saints is weaker than the feelings of the mortal world. Lavinia continued, and so much has passed. Ian said, this is God's test for her. Only when she realizes the correct position of the Lord in her heart can she become a true saint. Lavinia has a different view on this. Do you really think that her feelings for Ma'an can be regarded as normal family affection? Other saints will not have the same changes in their light when they see family affection. I think it is her childhood experience that has left her with a psychological shadow, which has led to her distorted feelings for Ma'an. Ian persuaded, even if we kill Ma'an, will there be a good result? Lavinia argued, if we do nothing, she will fall into the mortal world. Ian, you know the fate of the fallen. We are doing this for her own good. As long as we hold a secret trial, grief will turn into strength and consolidate her faith. This trick always works. Although Ian didn't want to agree, he had to admit that what Lavinia said was true. He didn't really care whether Ma'an lived or died. There was another reason why Ian didn't want to accept their proposal. He felt that it was unfair to Qinyun, and Ian didn't want to see the girl cry. In fact, Lavinia actually had a similar idea. She felt that if this continued, Qinyun would probably become a fallen person because of Ma'an's survival, and she didn't want this to come true. That meant that they would probably have to get rid of the girl they had taken care of for 4 years. Ian continued to argue, but I didn't find any evidence. We have to hold a secret trial like this. If it was an open trial, Qinyun would definitely know in the future. We have to have a suitable reason. Lavinia said, launch a holy hunt for the wingless, interrogate Maine as a clue, and then kill him after the end. Although this may leave some traces, as long as we cover it up well enough, no one will be able to find the truth. Her holy light has dimmed a little these days, and the longer it is delayed, the lower the chance of success. This is for her own good. She knew that if she wanted to convince Ian, she could only say this. You make sense. He's still lost. If we do nothing, things will indeed get worse, but I will not participate in the hunt for Maine. Lavinia smiled. No problem, then go find the Archangel. Most of the other angels agreed with Lavinia's opinion, and the rest didn't care what the situation was. As the high-pitched hymn sounded, golden spots of light shuttled through the clouds, and something seemed to be approaching them in the distant sky of heaven. A shadow passed by. Boom! The strong legs fell heavily on the ground, and the 7-meter-tall Archangel looked down at them with a majestic face. The white wings with a width of nearly 6 meters covered the two-winged angels in front, and at the center of the Archangel, a pair of sacred wings composed of golden streamers were derived, with a total width of nearly 12 meters. I already know what you mean. The Archangel's voice was as loud as a bell. His words were mixed with grammar from different eras. Before the holy hunt, you have a more important mission. The person possessed by the devil is a member of the Supernatural Coordination Bureau in the mortal world, and cannot be interrogated at will, but in 15 days, Dongsansu will open the door to hell, and then the mortal world will inevitably be in chaos. In addition to hunting demons, you can also complete what you want. Hearing his words, the 10-winged angels were a little surprised. The gate of hell is about to open. The Archangel's eyes burst into blazing golden flames. Yes, this is a trap. 3 demons and 2 devil incarnations will be born. The demons will have slightly stronger power than the demons, and they will join hands with me to completely wipe out the other 3 demon incarnations and severely damage their bodies. And after we complete this matter, the Coordination Bureau will see new changes. Then the Shinshao Walker will no longer have the energy to deal with these trivial matters, and you can also attack their members, but remember not to hurt Qinlan. All the angels showed excitement, especially Lavinia. Even the Archangel agreed to secretly execute Ma En, which proved how correct her view was. But Ian didn't think so. He agreed that it was a good thing to wipe out the demons. Those despicable creatures who offended the Lord deserved to die completely. The deal between the devil and the angels was not a strange thing. Except for the mistake that caused the fall of the Archangel, the deals they made with the devil were basically beneficial to heaven. After all, only the devil was their enemy, and even the appearance of the devil was planned by the cherubim. Even if that accident was taken into account, the existence of the deal was more beneficial than harmful to heaven overall. Moreover, they immediately solved the cause of the angel's fall, and the demons immediately caught the fellow who broke the rules and sent him to heaven for trial to make up for their losses. But Ian had a question in his heart. What did the Archangel trade with the devil? Chapter 84. Dongsansu Coordination Bureau, Conference Room. When Ma En pushed open the door, the atmosphere inside was already tense. Qinlan sat at the far left of the conference table, and Hu Weifeng sat on the right. The seat next to Hu Weifeng was empty, and the next seat was a few people Ma En had never seen in person. But Ma En had seen their photos. They were other third-level ability users affiliated with the Coordination Bureau of Dongsansu. Ren Shiji sat on the left side of Qinlan, and he was followed by other civilian members, but Qinlan obviously didn't have a good face for him, because everyone knew that Ren Shiji was a lackey of the group of people on the opposite side, but Ren Shiji looked quite comfortable. Only Ren Shiji himself and Ma En knew that he had a third identity. And sitting opposite Qinlan were 3 members of the Special Service Department. They all wore helmets and masks, and only the skin in the area of their eyes was exposed to the air, just like special combat members from some movies. However, their equipment was quite personalized, as if it was tailor-made. The only thing was that their black helmets were the same style, but they obviously did not look like standard equipment, and were even completely different from what Ma En saw last time. Looking at the thick helmets on their heads, Ma En felt like he was looking at a reef, as if it could separate the water. Why did you suddenly call me here? Ma En walked to the seat specially left by Hu Weifeng's side, and sat down at his signal. What's the matter? Hu Weifeng glanced at the Yin and Yang twins who followed him in. They passed the conference table expressionlessly, and stood against the wall in the middle. We just received the news. These guys are from the Central Special Service Department. They seem to want to interfere with the work of the Coordination Bureau in Dongsansu. Hu Weifeng said with hostility. Did you see the helmets they were wearing? Ma En nodded slightly. Hu Weifeng lowered his voice and said, Mind shielding device, this thing has been put on the agenda for decades. There have been some unsuccessful samples before, but this is the first time I know of a portable shielding device that can block third-order telepathy. They came prepared. The leading member of the Special Service Department pulled off his mask, revealing a handsome young male face and smiled, saying, Hello, I am Miyako, the captain of the Special Service Department Hummingbird team. In the future, you can just call me Captain Gong. I suddenly called everyone here to announce something very important. The Central Federation has checked your performance. 771 innocent civilians disappeared in half a month, right? Qinlan said, only 300 of the missing people are expected to have been persecuted by the Hell Believers, and we and the local police have prevented more cases. And this is not a bad result. The casualties caused by the Black Robes in other places in the past are far higher than our figures. In fact, if there hadn't been an insider who betrayed them and caused the Coordination Bureau to be attacked, they might have solved the problem of the Hell Believers by now. But Qinlan knew she couldn't say that. She paused and said, but if you are here to support us, then I welcome your criticism. But you are here to trip us up, right? Miyako's smile was as standard as a puppet's, and it hardly changed as he spoke. Of course we are here to help, but the Federation has already decided that I will be in charge of the Hell Cult incident this time, and all your members will be under my command. I understand your thoughts, but orders are orders. Qinlan narrowed her eyes. Are those bastards in the supervision department not afraid of offending my sister? Hearing this, Renshurji knew very well that Qinlan must have no way to deal with those members of the Special Service Department, so she said this. She would not talk about her sister casually. But they did use too much power and resources. Normally, they would not embarrass Qinlan because of the reputation of the Divine Skywalker. And as Qinlan said, aren't they afraid of offending the Divine Skywalker? The actions of the Special Service Department proved that this might not just be an incident of the Hell Believer. He had already found out the information of Lu Tongrui. It was impossible for the congressman to enter the venue because of this small matter, and he also said Gong Gu, the notorious ability user. This must involve some deep-level political game. Those politicians must want to make some new demands on Qinlan. But Renshurji always had a weird feeling. For some reason, he always felt that Qinlan would definitely win in the end. Don't be afraid, Miyako said quietly, I'm just following orders. You and I shouldn't worry about anything, right? Qinlan knew what he meant. Neither of them could decide anything. Has my sister known about this? Why didn't she tell me? Did she encounter any danger? But at this moment, Qinlan could only suppress her worries. What order? She asked with some difficulty. Gong Gu looked to the right of Qinlan, and swept over the seated ability users one after another. Hu Weifeng Ma En. These two people are the ones that Lu Tongrui told him to take care of. Whether they should be sent to do some useless work or to perform suicide missions depends on further negotiations with the Devil Believers. They will all be temporarily under my command. Before the Hell Believer incident is over, no one is allowed to disobey orders. They must strictly follow my orders and work. Now I will divide them into groups. Hu Weifeng and Ma En will be managed by me and Huang. Ma En turned his head and looked at Qinlan. And she had already spoken aggressively. It seems that you haven't read enough written materials? The contract signed by Ma En was specially approved by the director. Strictly speaking, he doesn't have to accept your current request. Before giving him orders, you better ask for his opinion. While the others were paying attention to Qinlan, Renshurji quietly exchanged glances with Ma En, his eyes revealing a rather obscure negative emotion to remind his colleague of the potential threat. According to Lu Tongrui's plan, they intended to reduce the power of the East New State Coordination Bureau, send several members to die, and even intended to consume several members of the Special Service Department for this purpose. And according to Renshurji's understanding of the situation, such drastic measures often indicate that there are more turbulent waves hidden under the water. What do you think? Miyako looked at Ma En, somewhat curious whether this psychic would stay with his companions or act like an ostrich. I don't believe you. Ma En shrugged slightly. He gave the answer. Choose to be a deserter? Gong Gu said with a smile, as long as Qinlan is fine, but we are facing a dangerous opponent. If there is one less third-level ability user, who will take more risks? Gong Gu actually had no dissatisfaction with his retreat. Ma En was on their list only because he had the ability to collect intelligence, so his withdrawal was also in the interests of the Special Service Department. He said that paragraph just to test who could be bought. The other people present showed different emotions. Qinlan had no expression. After all, in her eyes, Ma En was already her sister's person, while Hu Weifeng was happy with Ma En's decision. He didn't want this friend, who just met to be involved in this vortex. But among the other ability users, some knew that Gong Gu was trying to sow discord, but they were still dissatisfied with Ma En's behavior of abandoning them, and the rest also obviously despised his actions for different personal reasons. And Ma En was thinking about a very important question. He just received the intelligence submitted by Renshurji. The people behind these field service members are planning to collude with the devil, and use the lives of civilians in exchange for the political achievements of solving the devil. In that case, who will kill the angel of Dongsun's Hu for him? Chapter 85. Xiang Yudi touched the dagger in his arms. firmly closed his eyes, and patiently waited for the transmission from the monitor. After a while, he felt a strong white light around him. The strong white light hit his eyes, and he couldn't help but open his eyes. He was in a spacious and enclosed space. There was no door or window to leave or enter this place at a glance, and a few meters in front of him, there was a familiar figure. A person whose appearance he could not remember no matter how many times he saw him. You really exist. Xiang Yudi suppressed the urge to walk up and touch the other person and said, this place is also real. In fact, when I just met you, I suspected whether this was an illusion or a scam. Ma En led him to the wall in front of him. I can understand your idea. After all, this is also a very incredible thing. The base of our organization exists outside the real world. You can go here from any place on this planet, whether it is under the sea or underground. This is not something that everyone can do, right? Xiang Yudi agreed. Yes, in fact, I can't believe it, or because it is too magical. The only similar thing I have heard of is the existence of heaven and hell. Only organizations that can create such a place can think about how to save the world. Because only they are qualified to consider such things. Ma En said without thinking, believe me, this place is greater than any place you know. We are in an isolated space, where we can detect whether there are any threats to prevent some hostile abnormal forces from infiltrating our organization. You said you wanted to see what the thing in your hand is for? Xiang Yudi took out the blood dagger in his arms without hesitation and handed it to Ma En. When they showed the ability to pull their bodies here, they proved that they could believe in this organization wholeheartedly. Powerful power can convince anyone. Ma En took it and stuffed it into the tiny compartment opened in the wall. Contained, abnormal entity, blood dagger abnormal strength, for 0.2 danger level, for 0.3 description, a dagger specially made for sacrifice and summoning demons. It has the power to filter and purify blood, and contains amazing demonology knowledge, but be wary of the whispers coming from it. Knowledge has its own intentions. Features: Lord of Blood 4.1. It can control blood and store high-quality blood in the body, purifying it into higher-quality ritual blood, enough to summon the arrival of the great demon incarnation. However, limited by its own bloodless characteristics, the dagger cannot fully exert its true ability. It is recommended that blood creatures use this feature. Demonology Knowledge 4.2. A complex and self-consistent set of demonology knowledge and memory. Almost all the materials needed for casting are high-quality blood. But be careful. This set of knowledge hosted in the dagger also has echoes from the past. It is mechanically trying to fulfill a last wish to create a bloody life with all the knowledge and memory in the dagger. Xiang Yudi also saw this information. I thought it was someone's soul talking to me. Ma En told him, when you hold this dagger, the knowledge itself can control blood, but if you formally submit it, then the two characteristics will be distinguished, and it will not be able to affect reality in any way except whispering. But even though you can get the priority to apply for this abnormal entity, it is still very troublesome to use it. Xiang Yudi looked at him. Do you have any suggestions? Ma En said, if you submit 2 more 4th level abnormal entities, you should be able to become a level 3 employee smoothly, and then theoretically you can ask for semi-permanent use of a certain abnormal entity, and if others want to use it, they must get your consent first. But it is difficult to apply for a 4th level abnormal entity, with only level 3 authority. But now we have a special operation in Dongxinzu, and you can just participate in it. If you join it, you should be able to use the characteristics of the abnormal item you submitted at any time before the end of the work, and when you reach level 3, I can also use this achievement to help you get the long-term use rights of a 4th level item. How about it? Xiang Yudi asked in surprise. You mean I can become a 4th level ability user? Ma En nodded. Yes, it can be said that as long as you can bear it, even if you always keep using the characteristics, it is theoretically feasible. He immediately asked, what exactly happened? Ma En said, some members of the control department are carrying out their mission in Dongxinzu, and you have met one of them. It is Ma En, a new employee of the Coordination Bureau. Xiang Yudi was surprised at first, and then showed an understanding expression. No wonder the Black-Robed Man's attack plan failed. It turned out that he ran into a member of his own organization, so it would be strange if he didn't fail. Ma En said, in fact, memory erasure and my appearance cognitive impairment are common characteristics that our senior employees can apply for, which is why there is no trace of our existence in the world. Because we have erased them all. This sounds quite reasonable. Xiang Yudi also completely believed Ma En's words, and nodded thoughtfully, sure enough. In fact, Ma En did plan to permanently save the memory erasure, but the current abnormal value is not enough. The preservation cost of angelization is 13 points, while memory erasure and cognitive impairment are both 20 points, and about 10 points should be the cost of normal abilities of the same level. Ma En also looked at how much his mental power would cost, and the description of the Control Bureau was, he could spend 50 high points to save the telekinesis at a strength of 3.3, but he could not leave the ability to adapt and grow, nor would he have the resistance that he has adapted to now, and he would not have a series of basic abilities including clairvoyance. It's just telekinesis. The Abnormal Control Bureau did not give an answer to this. Ma En asked, you are in charge of the construction of the Gate of Hell now. According to the news from other departments, they have learned that the devil believers have reached a deal with a politician named Lu Tongrui in the Federation. You already know it. Xiang Yudi said in surprise. But this news should be heard by our companions in the Federation, because in fact this deal is fake. The second in command of the devil believers said to him very loyally, the Black-Robed Man has reached a real deal with the angels. He and I will tamper with the Gate of Hell to weaken the demons that descended, and kill them together with the angels. In exchange, the angels will help us harvest the souls of mortals in Dongsanzu. Ma En asked, we want the demons to win. Can you find a way to solve the problem of the Gate of Hell? Xiang Yudi pondered. If I can use the knowledge of the dagger, I may find a way to deceive the Black-Robed Man, but it may be difficult for me alone. It may be easier if the members of the Control Department can contact the demons. By the way, Lu Tongrui of the New Liberal Party is just one of our trading partners. We also discussed the second deal with the Rongbong Party. Although Huang Qifeng is dead, there are still two important members of theirs in Dongsanzu. I never thought they would be Rongbong Party members. I went to meet the Yin and Yang twins in person. Chapter 86. This makes perfect sense. Why did the Yin-Yang twins fail to catch the Black-Robed Man? Why did they only bring back the corpses of the cultists after getting the intelligence? And why was it Xiang Yudi who was captured alive by the Coordination Bureau? Although this can also be explained by the cunning of the Black-Robed Man, the betrayal of the Yin-Yang twins seems to be more reasonable. Even if the previous questions can be explained, there is still one thing that has been bothering Ma En. That is why the devil believer's primary target is himself and Hu Weifeng, because the Yin-Yang twins, who seem to be the most dangerous to the Black-Robed Man, are actually his allies. Then as long as he and Hu Weifeng are killed, the Yin-Yang twins can easily cover up the problem that they did not catch the cultists. It was the intelligence that he and Hu Weifeng constantly provided that made it difficult for this pair of 4th level ability users to explain why they could not make any progress. So he, who was actually not that important, became the primary target of the Hell believers. But there is a benefit to thinking this way. That is, when the Special Service Department took over the work and he stopped collecting intelligence, the cultists no longer had any reason to kill him. Xiang Yudi's statement also showed that the Black-Robed Man no longer cared about Ma En's problem. His existence no longer affected the construction of the Gate of Hell, and there were no obstacles in front of the Hell believers. But according to Ren Shizhi's intelligence, there were some different problems. The information submitted by Ren Shizhi to the infiltrators showed that the reason he wanted to stop Ma En during the meeting was that the Special Service Department had colluded with the devil believers, and they were planning to kill several members of the Coordination Bureau. Especially those who are close to Qinlan. The list includes Hu Weifeng, Ma En, Tai Qin Lu, Jiang Yiru, a total of 4 third-level ability users, and his name is also on the list because he is responsible for intelligence work. But now that he is withdrawn, the Special Service Department has no reason to deal with him. But this makes Ma En unhappy at all. Because he just found Qinlan, a possible backer, it seems that she is about to enter a very bad situation. Just looking at the intervention of the Special Service Department, it is already possible to detect the undercurrent, and the analysis submitted by Ren Shizhi is the same. He thinks this means that the new liberals are planning to attack Qinlan and her Coordination Bureau, and it is very likely that they are planning to reduce her power. Many members of the federal government have various dissatisfactions with the Coordination Bureau. They don't like this powerful organization that is almost out of federal control, and its disobedient master. Therefore, Ren Shizhi felt that this was probably a sign that they wanted the Special Service Department to slowly replace some of the responsibilities of the Coordination Bureau. If Qinlan failed in this operation, the Special Service Department would at least be on par with the current Coordination Bureau in the future, and might even suppress them. Finally, Ren Shizhi also lightly mentioned that he had no right to speak in this matter. Combined with the rebellion of the Yin-Yang twins, Ma En could easily think that the changes that were about to come would definitely be far beyond Ren Shizhi's current judgment, and Qinlan would definitely have to face a very difficult problem. But thinking of the various rumors about the Shishao Walker, and the words she said when she came to her, she was the first person with the ability to realize that she couldn't remember. Except for people like Ma En who have the ability to resist cognitive impairment. Other people whose memories have been erased cannot clearly realize that there are gaps in their minds. It is like the most ordinary afternoon, a boring time that you will never recall, and there is no word suitable to describe its existence. Forgetting means that you can't remember it. And Qin realized that she had forgotten, which meant that she was very close to the forgotten memory. Even if it was a distance that could never be crossed, she did stand at the starting line and looked at the finish line. It was difficult for Ma En to imagine how to defeat a reality twister who could predict the future. Therefore, when this incident occurred, he should definitely not be overly involved. The Special Service Department had planned to clean up the trustworthy people around Qin for some reason, and it was absolutely unwise to run into it directly. But this does not mean that he should do nothing. Qin and Qin are in a bad situation, and he may be in possession of important information that they don't know. Now is the perfect time for him to help them. If it were someone else, Ma En would definitely not think so. But Qin, who is in the Federation full of asshole politicians and facing all kinds of resistance, is always thinking about taking care of the rights and interests of ordinary people like Ma En. Qin is a powerful person who can seek huge personal gains. He can get amazing benefits as long as he waits, but he still has to go upstream against the danger to prevent the world from collapsing. Just considering the interests, if the help he gave played a little role, he would be grateful to them. Judging from Qin status and power, this is obviously a profitable business, and he may not even worry about the identity of the broken wing being exposed. And as long as he is careful enough, he will hardly take any risks. And if he questions his heart, among politicians, devil believers, angels and Qin, Ma En must hope that she can be the final winner of this drama. Not to mention that Ma En does not think he is a bad person. Even if he is really a selfish bastard, he must hope that the world can become a better place. So he dialed the phone. Beep beep. Ma En? The voice from the phone was very tired. Did the Special Service Department cause you trouble? He asked. I have something to tell you. Is it appropriate to do it over the phone? Qin chuckled twice. You are afraid that someone is monitoring us. Don't worry. With my identity, I don't have to consider this problem, and my phone has an anti-monitoring system specially made by my sister. Otherwise it will be over if anyone knows the content of our chat. Very good. Ma En said. In fact, Qin came to see me some time ago. Qin was a little surprised. Really? I didn't give her your address, but I didn't expect her to check it secretly herself. Can you contact her now? Ma En asked an important question. There was a clear silence on the other side of the phone. No. Qin's tone became low. To be honest, I am actually a little worried about her. Ma En said seriously. I have some special ways to get information. I won't tell you the details. But as far as I know, the current Special Service Department has colluded with the Devil's Believers, and they plan to help build the Gate of Hell. What? Qin said angrily again. How dare they do this? Then her voice slowly lowered, because Qin knew very well that the members of the Special Service Department could not be fools, and their courage to cross the line like this meant something else. Not only that, Ma En warned, the Special Service Department also intends to use the power in its hands to send your men to die in order to reduce the power in your hands, and you can't trust anyone except Hu Weifeng, Tai Chi Lu, and Jiang Yu. Silence. Qin's voice was a little more tired. Thank you, Ma En. I won't ask how you know, but I really appreciate your intelligence. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay your help today. You go, stay away from Dongsansu while it's still possible. This place is about to become chaotic. Staying here will only be dangerous for you. She did not vent her emotions, but used the method of persuading him to leave to express her gratitude in her heart. With your ability, Ma En said, it shouldn't be difficult to get rid of their control and find Qin. This incident was obviously aimed at Qin and her. If she stayed in the encirclement of Dongsansu, Qin would face a very serious dilemma. If she left now, she would not be in any danger at least before the dust settled on Qin's side. Qin's tone was very resolute. Yes, you said that group of bastards wanted to use the lives of Dongsansu's citizens to exchange for benefits with the devil. I can't watch these politicians trample on the lives of ordinary people. No matter what I have to face, I have to stay, and only I can stop them. Ma En finally reminded. Then you will face two powerful enemies that are difficult to defeat, and they are hiding next to you. You have almost no chance of winning. She had already thought of who Ma En was talking about, but she still chuckled and replied, Thank you, Ma En, but there are some things that I have to do even if they are doomed to fail. Even when she followed her sister down this path, she was ready to die. Chapter 87. Southern Suburbs of Dongsansu. Long Qin stood bored against a tree trunk, took out a cigarette, and put it to her lips, rubbed her right index finger and thumb together for a few times, and lit it with the sparks. The girl puffed out smoke while thinking about why Mon wanted her to come. Could it be that he had recovered his memory? She was both excited and nervous about this possibility. Long Qin came to the mortal world this time to find the past Ma In, and according to the information she had learned before, this might be the beginning of her revenge journey. But after seeing Ma In, his state forced her to stop. After all, before she told him the problem in her heart, Long Qin didn't know what attitude she should use to treat him. In fact, she knew very well that even though she had made enough mental preparations before coming, she was still a little hesitant when she walked in front of him, and the current amnesia was like a reason for her to delay time, so that she could do that thing later. What she was destined to do. This can't go on. If Ma In still couldn't give an answer after they killed the angels of Dongsanzu, she would have to put him behind her, and find another target for revenge. Ma In's figure suddenly appeared on the road in the distance. She instinctively threw the cigarette in her hand to the ground, and stamped it out in a hurry. Then she realized that she had no reason to do so. Long Qin stepped on the cigarette, and watched Ma In walk to her. "What do you want to call me out for?" Ma In looked at the girl for a few times. This was the only member of the devil believers he could find. "I recently learned some news about you, and I remembered that you said we were friends, so I planned to tell you about it." Long Qin asked curiously, "What?" It seems that he didn't remember the past, so what else could it be? In fact, the demon girl also suspected whether Ma In might want to set a trap for herself. After all, the location he agreed to meet was so remote, but for various reasons, she still didn't tell anyone that she came to see him. "The devil believers are going to betray you. They have reached a deal with the angels and the Federation," Ma In said directly, "and they have also tampered with the construction of the Gate of Hell." The demon girl's instinctive reaction was suspicion, followed by confusion. "What? If this is true, how did you know?" Ma In lied. "We have an undercover in the devil believers, and his position is high enough to know this level of information." Long Qin said with some doubts. "Although the black-robed man is not simple, it is not easy to deceive the devil believers. We have been on guard against him." "How can he do this?" Ma In explained. "You should know that he has several holy artifacts, one of which can greatly improve his attainments in devil rituals. And don't you think the actions of the hell believers are too smooth? Not only did the Coordination Bureau fail to deal a real blow to you, but the church also ignored you, as if it was a trivial matter." Long Qin frowned. Although there are many different ways to explain this, Ma In's statement is completely reasonable. The demon girl said a little uneasily, "It seems that we are in trouble." Ma In asked, "Do you have the right to decide among the demon believers?" Long Qin smiled when he heard this. "I am the one who makes the decision." Ma In nodded. "Our undercover is looking for a way to reverse the trap they left on the Gate of Hell and turn the target into a summoned devil, and he has found a way. But he can't do it alone, so he needs your help." He took out a manuscript. Long Qin took it and looked at it for a few seconds. "What's the difference between this and the part we are doing?" Ma In said, "I can't see it either, but he said that as long as you do it according to the above, you can change the hands and feet left by the black-robed man, and even he will definitely not be able to see it." The demon girl asked doubtfully, "There are not many names I can think of for an undercover who can know some information and have a way to do it again." Ma In said, "Xiang Yudi, after you finish the summoning, find a reason to let him leave there safely." Long Qin suddenly realized, no wonder, it is indeed only him who can do this. It is said that the black-robed man spent a lot of effort to get this baby born with the blessing of the devil. Ma In asked, "Do you know how the black-robed man snatched Xiang Yudi?" Long Qin nodded. "You may not have heard of this incident in the mortal world. After all, the black-robed man blocked the news. But it is impossible for us, the creatures of hell, to be shut up by him. Of course, the black-robed man is the one who deserves praise in the story. Xiang Yudi's parents were once his mortal enemies, and they were also the black-robed man's teachers when he was young, and the leaders of another devil sect. I believe you can imagine the specific plot, which is the most cliched things. But this story teaches us a lesson. If you regard your relatives as something important, the enemy will use this to easily kill you, and you will lose your treasures and offspring." The girl said this while watching Ma In. Ma In said, "What happens next will teach the black-robed man a new lesson. Don't raise the son of your enemy." Long Qin smiled, and put the manuscript in his arms. "You are right, but the reason he did this is that Xiang Yudi is indeed worth the risk. Secondly, I think the black-robed man should be able to find a way to control him." "How did Xiang Yudi contact you?" Ma In did not answer. "If I give these to you, can you successfully deal with the trap set by the black-robed man?" She nodded. "Of course. How do you think I survived in hell until now? But the question is, why do you want to help me? Long Qin looked into their eyes, trying to find some reason to convince himself. Ma En answered part of the truth. The Federation has colluded with the devil believers. Even if we have undercover agents, it is impossible to stop the construction of the Gate of Hell. If so, letting the devil take the upper hand is better for the Coordination Bureau than the original result. And in this way, as the demons of the Hermit sect said, those angels who doubt themselves will be wiped out. Long Qin said in a low voice, "It's a very reasonable answer." Ma En suddenly added, "And I always feel that I should help you. Although I don't remember who you are, when I saw you, I was not only not vigilant and alert, but also had an inexplicable trust in you. I believe in my intuition." The demon girl smiled sincerely. "I prefer the second answer." It seems that she doesn't have to wait for Ma En to remember. Chapter 88. In the armored vehicle. Hu Weifeng and Jiang Yuru sat on the chairs on the right. Opposite them were Gong Gu and Lu Yongyang from the Special Service Department. They all wore mind-shielding helmets. "Are you nervous?" Hu Weifeng asked his companions through telepathy. The determined woman did not show any abnormality. "It's okay. We have survived so many difficulties. You know, saving the world is not something that can be done easily. We always have to face danger." He, Jiang Yuru, Tai Chi Lu, and Huang Xing are all members of the Salvation Alliance. If everything goes well, Qin Lan should have introduced them to the new Ma En, but now she has no time to take care of it. According to the information Qin Lan obtained, these members of the Special Service Department are planning to kill the few people who are closest to her on the surface, including 3 members of the Salvation Alliance. Now they can no longer contact the headquarters of the Coordination Bureau, so they must face this dangerous battle independently. Now Qin Lan has also been sidelined. If they disobey, they will violate the contract they signed at the beginning. Therefore, they must follow Miyako's order to go to the place where they will die, but of course they are not really going to walk in stupidly. According to the contract, they can only attack when they are sure that their colleagues have really rebelled or have received orders from their superiors. "Are you afraid?" Jiang Yuru suddenly asked. "Afraid?" he replied. "I am afraid that I will die without doing anything. Their mind-shielding device has turned me into a waste, but in fact, I have made a contribution, right?" Jiang Yuru answered firmly. "Of course." Due to the existence of the mind-shielding device, Qin Lan originally wanted to let other members replace Hu Weifeng, but he himself raised a firm objection. Because once that happened, they might alert the enemy and lose the greatest strategic advantage. If Hu Weifeng participated in the operation according to the original plan, the members of the Special Service Department would be able to let down their guard. They would instinctively ignore the potential risks because Qin Lan would not send her closest men to perform a mission that would surely lead to her death. "Remember, Sister Jiang," Hu Weifeng instructed, "don't worry about me then." "Don't worry," she answered firmly, "I won't waste the opportunity you created." Jiang Yuru's ability is to control the air. She can create deadly wind blades that can cut through reinforced concrete, or extract and compress the gas in the space, and her fighting style is quite wild. As long as there are no teammates around who need to be paid attention to, she can cause devastating damage. And Hu Weifeng was destined to die when he got on this car. "We are doing the right thing." Jiang Yuru comforted him again, saying that any of us could die today, but no matter who falls, our names will be remembered forever. "We will die, but the Salvation Alliance will live forever." Gong Gu suddenly said, "You don't look very nervous." Jiang Yuru said tit for tat, "This is not our first mission. Young man, you should really look at your pale face. If you are afraid, you can just say it." Gong Gu smiled, "I hope you can keep your current mood when facing the cultists." She and Hu Weifeng looked back unwillingly, but at this moment their hearts were very heavy, so they couldn't say anything else. Gong Gu didn't respond to their eyes, but closed his eyes leisurely. When they arrived at the mission site, they would kill Jiang Yuru as quickly as possible, and then start to torture Hu Weifeng, who was not so dangerous. Of course, this was also because of the mind-shielding device on their heads. This helmet that can block third-level telepathy was a test product they launched a few days ago. The technology provided by the East Federation Biopharmaceutical Company filled the last piece of the puzzle of this helmet. They have secretly reached a new agreement with different organizations across the Federation. After dealing with them, the Special Service Department will hunt down all members of the Salvation Alliance in East New State, and at the same time control Qin Lan, the sister of Shishao Walker. "What's the situation?" Jiang Yuru asked. "They are ready." Hu Weifeng replied that as long as they get there, they can start the attack at any time. This was indeed an ambush, but the people hiding in the dark were members of the Coordination Bureau. The armored vehicle slowly stopped. In the distance was a remote suburban farmland, with golden rice ears swaying in the wind and leaves on the ground reflecting emerald green light. According to intelligence, there were evil believers from the devil sect hiding here, and it was indeed the case. The devil believers killed all the farmers living here, and the Special Service Department was responsible for covering it up as a terrorist attack from the Southern Federation. Several people got out of the car one after another. Gonggu looked at Jiang Yiru and said, "By the way, do you know?" Just as Jiang Yiru was looking at him, and was distracted. Bang! A bullet pierced through the rice and shot straight at her head. The wind was howling. The bullet deviated from its original trajectory. Miyako directly took out his gun and pointed it at Hu Weifeng, looking at Jiang Yiru and shouting, "Throw it immediately." Bang! The upper body of a special service member exploded into blood plasma. That was the bullet from the speedster. In the rice fields in the distance, a man made of liquid metal emerged from the ditch and rushed towards the farm like a wave. Several other ability users belonging to the Coordination Bureau also emerged one after another, or showed their strength. The violent wind blade directly cut off Miyako's head. In the distant farm, more than a dozen bewildered devil believers and special service members emerged. They looked at the position of the armored vehicle in surprise from afar, and then various magical lights appeared around them at the same time, and they rushed here without hesitation. For the Divine Skywalker. The metal liquid man shouted and crashed into a leading devil believer, turning into liquid and drilling into the believer's mouth and nostrils, and directly into the other's body. Bang! 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 Qinlan also appeared in front of the group of ambushes, and the deadly bullets were madly tilted towards them. Several devil believers, whose defense spells were not strong enough, were directly killed. But those special service members, whose bodies were torn apart by bullets, were still standing. And Miyako. Buzz! A female head flew high. The first member of the Coordination Bureau to die was Jiang Yiru. She was cut off by the claws of the headless body that suddenly rose up. Jiang Yiru did not unscrupulously burst out her power as promised to kill Hu Weifeng and the members of the Field Service Department, so there was no space to create a storm barrier around. Hu Weifeng felt a little sad. But he also knew that there would be sacrifices in war, and they had already gained the upper hand. Under Qinlan's offensive, it would not take long for the other side to be completely defeated. The self-healing speed of those special service members was nothing to the speedster. This was a war of justice. Hu Weifeng took out a special pistol and pointed it at Miyako, who was bending over to find his head. But at this moment, the speedster suddenly stopped in the middle of the wilderness. She stared blankly in front of her, and the scene reflected in her eyes was no longer the rice fields in reality, but a gloomy and terrifying closed wooden house, and the cries and screams of two familiar children were floating around. Qinlan was trapped. Hu Weifeng looked at the yin-yang twins standing behind her in shock. Gonggu casually put his head back on his neck, glanced at his companions who were still working, and then showed a bloody and cruel smile to Hu Weifeng. "I really didn't expect you to set an ambush, and even almost succeeded in killing us. If it weren't for the Rongbang faction, who instigated the yin-yang twins, you might really succeed, but unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, your resistance is meaningless." Hu Weifeng stared at him angrily, and said in a cold voice, "You will bear the wrath of the Shishao Walker, and that will be the end of the Special Service Department." Gonggu sneered and said, "Do you think this is a trick of the Special Service Department? If Qinlan can really retaliate against us, then we will never do such a thing. Lu Yongyang, notify the devil believers to perform the ritual immediately. No matter how much they have completed to restrain the devil, I know they can summon it in advance. Tell them that the yin-yang twins will help kill the devil. This is a deal between the Federation and their master." Hu Weifeng stared at him intently. "What do you want to do?" Gonggu smiled and said, "Oh, and you too. Now there is only one question, who else in Dongsansu is a member of the Salvation Alliance? No need to speak, the yin and yang twins will dig the answer out of your head." Gonggu raised his claws, and walked towards him with a smile. Hu Weifeng focused on the devil believers in the distance, and instantly turned the rage in his chest into the strongest mental shock in his life. Several devil believers staggered, and the remaining members of the Coordination Bureau seized the opportunity to kill one of the third-level believers. At the same time, the claws were already in front of him. Chapter 89. Summon in advance? Xiang Yudi said in surprise. "What qualifications do they have to ask us to do so?" The black-robed man led him into his own sacrificial room. "Members of the Federation said this is a deal with our master, and we seem to be hiding something." The black-robed man waved his hand, and more than a dozen candles in the room burned out of thin air, forming a magic circle with a blood pattern on the ground. The mirror in the middle of the room burst into a gloomy light, and then the brown owl pupil instantly occupied the entire mirror. My master, the black-robed man said in demon language, the politicians of the Federation asked us to perform the ceremony in advance, and said this is a deal with you. No sound came from the other side, but the black-robed man bowed his head respectfully. I understand. Several candles went out, and a few more lit up, and the huge pupil in the mirror slowly turned into the figure of a demon girl. We have to hold the summoning ceremony of the Gate of Hell in advance. Some minor problems have occurred. Long Qin looked at the two figures opposite in surprise, wondering if her affairs had been exposed, but immediately noticed that Xiang Yudi, who was standing behind the black-robed man, nodded to her. Long Qin said, but summoning in advance may prevent our master from obtaining the power of planning. The black-robed man said, believe me, if we are slower, all our efforts will be wasted. The girl thought for a while and said, okay. But if it's not worth it, you will have to bear the wrath of the demon lord. In fact, the main part of the Gate of Hell has been completed, and the last part is basically stable work, and the tricks done by the black-robed man and Xiang Yudi are all hidden in this part. Since Xiang Yudi and the black-robed man did not complete this part of the work, the final result will be that the demons will have a slight advantage, but that's all. The black-robed man turned around, and then all the candles behind him went out at the same time. Let's go. Let's activate the Gate of Hell. Xiang Yudi asked, is this the master's order? The black-robed man stretched out his hand and put it on his shoulder, and the world around him suddenly became a little darker. They entered the shadow dimension. Yes, and you have to rely on the blood dagger to help me complete the last task. Can you do it? Xiang Yudi nodded and said, of course, I can hear the knowledge he told me. The whisper of the dagger also sounded in his mind. Let me out. I can teach you how to achieve perfect revenge. Xiang Yudi ignored the whisper of knowledge in his head. But what is going on? The black-robed man replied, Ranyadast has reached a deal with the Federation. The Federation will not stop them from harvesting souls, but they have to come to the mortal world at the agreed time. Xiang Yudi said in surprise, the Federation actually reached a deal with the devils, so why didn't they tell us directly and waste so much time? The black-robed man said, I will go to the angels to trade because I got the information from Ranyadast. They have already colluded and pretended to know nothing, wanting us to make this deal on the surface. Can you think of anything? Xiang Yudi shook his head. The black-robed man didn't expect him to really figure it out. This means that they can't let us know this news, which is likely to lead to information leakage. That is, who can learn this secret from us? Even if we sign a contract, we can't stop the leakage of information. I've thought of a name. He raised his head and looked out the window. In heaven, golden flames were burning. A dozen angels holding flaming swords and light guns were standing above Dongsansu, with pure white clouds swirling between them. Nearly 100 holy spirits emitting golden light followed behind them. These blue spirits with unclear faces were all transformed by the most devout believers. At the front of the queue, the four-winged archangel buried his legs in the clouds, overlooking all the patrolling angels and holy spirits in Dongsansu. Ian and Lavinia were also here. They had entrusted the work of taking care of Qin Yun to the patrolling angels of Jinrongzu, and were ready to fight for the glory of the Lord wholeheartedly. The four-winged archangel looked down at the ground with a serious face. According to the devil believers, the three demons who came will still be suppressed to a certain extent, but less than they originally planned. So this will not be a particularly easy battle, don't take it lightly. The gates of hell will open soon, and the world will inevitably be in chaos, so before they come, I will send 2 angels to find the sinners who defiled the saints. You must kill Ma En immediately to prevent him from escaping from Dongsansu in the chaos. Who wants to carry out this sacred mission? Although the archangel did not say it, he actually knew their true thoughts. The 2 winged angels, who wanted to kill Ma, and were not motivated by the saints' attack at all. They just didn't want to see Qin Yun lose her holiness, but the archangel did not stop them, because he himself had similar ideas. Qin Yun was destined to become an excellent servant serving the Lord. If she really fell, it would be an undue loss to heaven and the Lord. Moreover, Qin Yun's life, soul, and even the holiness in her body were all given to her by the Lord, and belonged only to the Almighty God. No one was qualified to take away any part of them, let alone a mere mortal. The Lord's authority must not be violated. Lavinia took the lead and looked at the 4-winged angel firmly and devoutly. I will save her soul. But the second person who stood up surprised her. Ian said with a serious expression, I have been watching Qin Yun for the past few years, and I know what Ma En means to her. If Ma En must be killed, it is better for Lavinia and I to do it. The 4-winged angel said, then you go down to the earth first, and go to the battlefield after Ma En is dealt with. The archangel looked at them, and nodded at the same time. All the angels present obviously felt that killing Maine was not a difficult task. This just proved that they secretly felt that Maine had nothing to do with the wingless one, and there would be no difficulty in killing him. Of course, the angels who were blessed with the invisibility spell from the cherubim were also outstanding among the third-level angels. It should be easy to kill Maine who couldn't see them. At most, it would be difficult to kill him. And if Maine really had any problems. In fact, the archangel was the one who suspected Maine the most. Although the possibility was very small, Maine did have the suspicion and motive of killing the two guardian angels. After all, his sister dedicated her soul to the hands of the two angels. That's why he said two double-winged angels. If Maine proved that he had the ability to deal with two angels at the same time, then he would kill this Maine himself. Even if Maine was really a wingless one, he would eventually die painfully under his own flaming sword. Just after he dealt with these demons. Chapter 90. As Mon's residents appeared in their sight, Ian and Lavinia adjusted their wings to spread out at the same time, slowly lowering their altitude and speed. "Can you give me some time?" Ian said to his companion. "I want to lift the invisibility spell and talk to Mon. Although we are here to kill him, I still have something to tell him." Lavinia frowned slightly. "Why?" Ian said calmly. "He may not know what he did wrong. After all, mortals cannot see Chen Yun's saintly degeneration. From his perspective, he can't understand the meaning of what we do. I think at least he has the right to know why he has come to this point." She agreed with some dissatisfaction. "Okay, but if he shows any abnormality, I will directly stab the flaming sword into his chest. Don't forget, we have to go back to the battlefield after we deal with him." The two angels landed in front of Mon's door one after another. Ian folded his wings, and then cancelled the invisibility spell. Dong dong. Gotcha. Mon pushed open the door. He looked at the familiar man standing in front of him, and the female angel with wings spread out behind him, paused slightly, and then forced his eyes to stay on the former with telekinesis. "Who are you?" Ian said. "I am from the church. I came here because of the last incident. I have something to tell you." He was referring to the last confession. Mon showed a look of "I see." Ian nodded, "Of course." Mon turned around and left his back to them in a very ordinary way, but he created several layers of high-intensity telekinesis defense shields between the two sides, and turned around when he walked to the sofa. Looking at the two angels who had already walked in, his telekinesis flowed down his legs like a stream, surging in all directions, spreading vertically upwards when hitting the walls and doors, and finally covering the entire ceiling. Now, they can't escape. But Mon was a little puzzled. Where did he reveal his flaws? Not only did he accept the interrogation as if he was innocent, but he also answered every question they threw at him almost perfectly. How did these angels know? Could it be that the changes in the Coordination Bureau caused this? Suddenly, he received a request to apply to UD for shelter, and to use the characteristics of the blood dagger. Mon approved his request in his mind, but it stands to reason that it is still a long time before the scheduled completion date of the Gate of Hell. What's going on? And the others didn't submit any information to him. "Do you want to drink something?" Mon asked the two angels, and at the same time began to accumulate his telekinesis around them to ensure that he could launch a fatal attack on them at any time. Lavinia, who still knew nothing, showed a disgusted look at Mon, as if he was a dirty maggot that would blaspheme the sacred. No need." Ian said apologetically. "I have something very regretful to tell you." "What?" Mon stood there and looked at him. Ian paused. "In fact, we asked those questions because we suspected that you were related to the attack of the saints that year. Not long ago, the angels of the church had decided to launch a sacred hunt for the broken wings, so they planned to capture you for secret interrogation." Lavinia urged dissatisfiedly. "There is no need to waste so much time with mortals. Just tell him what crime he committed." Mon looked at Ian listening. Ian asked, "I will tell you something. If possible, I hope you can answer one of my questions." Mon nodded. "Go ahead." Ian said, "In fact, I am the angel who came to judge you. But the cause of this trial is not the incident of the broken-winged man, but after you were discharged from the hospital, the saint's mind was seriously affected. In order to prevent her from falling into the mortal world, the angels decided to get rid of you as the cause of the disaster. Do you know who the saint is?" Mon looked at him calmly and puzzled. He thought he was exposed, but Ian's words overturned this conjecture. These angels came to kill him, but the reason was not that he had killed their compatriots, but he had a negative impact on Xinyun's mind? Ian saw Mon's puzzlement. "This is a very serious situation. Her feelings for you were affected by the tragedy when she was a child, and became a little unhealthy, which affected her faith. Ma asked knowingly. Chen Yuan? The angel nodded. Yes, and I asked the archangel, and he told me something very important, that is, the two angels who protected Chen Yuan were the ones who killed you. So if you really betrayed her and helped the wingless to attack, I can understand. That's my question. Did you participate in that incident? You don't have to lie, because no matter what your answer is, I will kill you. Ma looked at him expressionlessly. Are you asking me? If they were a group of villains who enjoyed killing, Ma would not care. And if they said that they came to deal with him because they realized his identity, Ma would not be angry. But they showed this attitude. Ian said puzzledly, Of course I'm asking you. Don't you think you're ridiculous? Ma asked with suppressed anger, You know you're doing something wrong. So you want to ask this question to relieve your guilt. If I answer yes, can you claim that you're doing the right thing? Do you think killing a good person who has avenged an innocent person is more in line with your moral code than killing the innocent person himself? Ian said in a daze, You don't understand, this is God. Lavinia said coldly, Ian, they kill the living. And the guilty, which is not a little girl, don't be bewitched by her. Main's face showed cold anger, his eyes seemed to have solidified lightning, and the words he uttered were like flowing magma. How dare you think that a God who sends his men to hunt innocent people can represent justice? Ian's face turned pale, and he suddenly felt that something was wrong in his world. Lavinia couldn't help it anymore. She suddenly pulled out the flaming sword and waved it at Main's head angrily. Blash madness. The female angel suddenly noticed that Main was looking at her, and then silence flooded her mind like a tide. Boom, thunder cut through the air, and blood turned into the setting sun. The blood-stained feathers scattered with the wind, and the burning flaming sword fell heavily to the floor, while Lavinia looked at her feet with a dull face. There was a woman's broken arm lying alone. They realized at this moment. Main was the Wingbreaker. Chapter 91. Ian felt annoyed and angry about Mon's acting. His unnecessary mercy gave this vicious villain the opportunity to attack his companion. Now he must make up for his mistake. Ian clenched his right palm fiercely, and the dazzling light turned into a spear in his hand. His wings fluttered out neatly, but just as he was about to lean over and fly towards Mon, he noticed that his companion was retreating with horror on his face. Lavinia suddenly remembered that Mon had killed two guardian angels, who were no weaker than them 4 years ago, and did not leave any real evidence. They had no chance of winning. Thinking of this, Lavinia suddenly turned around and fluttered her dilapidated wings towards the window, trying to escape from this house that symbolized the end of the road. Ian was both confused and surprised when he saw this scene. Even though Lavinia was not the most valiant and skilled angel, she was a symbol of courage and wisdom like every other angel. They had faced dozens of dangerous battles together, and he had never seen Lavinia show such a despicable attitude. He held the light gun in his hand tighter and rushed towards Mon with a fearless attitude. Blank. When Ian came to his senses, he had already hit the wall, and he was not able to break these mortal buildings as usual, but was shocked and stepped back a few steps. No! Lavinia's terrified scream sounded behind him. Bang, plop. Ian turned around quickly, but saw a headless corpse kneeling in front of Mon. They couldn't win. Come on. He whispered to comfort himself, and then Mon swooped over for the second time, closing his eyes with the determination to die. But death did not come. Ian felt that he hit something first, and instantly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Then he rolled a few times under the action of inertia, and then his whole body could not move. Who else knew that you were coming to see me? Mayan repeated what he had just said. You don't need to lie, because answering or not can't change your ending. Ian smiled bitterly. Devil, don't think of making me surrender. Mayan stood up and squinted at him. Devil? Your compatriots want to kill me just because I can see them, and I become a devil because I kill them in self-defense. Just because I can see angels, I am not qualified to live normally in this world. Ian said hysterically. They want to kill you because you are born guilty. And you have proved this. Mayan asked calmly. Who else knows that you are coming to see me? Just treat it as a good deed. The angel glared at him, letting the roar drown his mind. If you want to know the answer, then I will tell you. The archangel knows this, and it was he who sent us here. After all the demon lords are punished by him, it will be your turn. No matter what, you can't escape his flaming sword. Looking at the angel, who looked almost crazy, Mayan raised his hand to put an end to him. Tick-tock. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of water drops hitting the window became more and more frequent, and then immediately turned into a strange sound of rain that was sometimes louder and sometimes smaller. Mayan looked to the left. Raindrops were hitting his window, but they were red. He walked to the window uneasily and raised his head to look at the sky. Ma-En saw the source of the red rain. It was a silver-white giant owl with only 8 pairs of wings. It was 600 meters long, and had a wingspan of nearly a kilometer. Its brown pupils reflected a terrifying cold light. It could easily destroy several blocks just by diving with its body, and its 3 pairs of claws were still hanging with twisted and throbbing flesh. But its 8 pairs of wings were dripping with blood. Because opposite the giant owl was a 3-headed dragon. Although she was only half the size of her opponent, deadly lava flowed between her scales, and her 3 heads were also spewing hellfire wrapped in smoke, constantly leaving charred scars on the giant owl's body. The giant owl was the 5th-level great demon Ranyadas that Ud and the Black-Robed Man worshipped. Today, this giant beast is only a 4th-level incarnation of its original body, but it also showed a very terrifying posture and power. The 3-headed dragon mother, who was confronting him, was also a great demon. Long Qin, the temporary leader of the 3 demon sects, was her subordinate sent to the mortal world. In the sky not far away, there was a 4-winged angel about 80 meters tall. A group of amorphous giant purple smoke was still lingering around him. The purple mist was glittering with colorful colors, like starlight. He was the 2nd demon lord Mist of Deception, who followed Ranyadas to the mortal world. Opposite them were 2 demon lords of similar size. One of them had a face like a deformed combination of a black goat and a human, holding a scimitar made of bones in his arms. The other lord looked like a human, but his skin was as red as blood, and he had 6 arms and 4 eyes. As the owl cried, scattered souls were constantly swept into the air by the invisible wind and merged into its body. Ma-En could clearly see that those souls were either very old or pure as white snow, and almost all came from several fixed directions. That should be a hospital. From time to time, golden flames would splash out from the angels, falling towards the area where there were mortals. At this time, purple smoke would follow the flames across the streets, taking away the souls of the dead, and leaving illusions that mortals could understand. On the contrary, the demon lords would deliberately avoid hurting mortals on the ground during the battle. This behavior was not out of mercy, and they would not hold back when killing. But in the battle with the angels, the demons would avoid useless killings, so as not to let the church take the opportunity to declare the so-called evil face of the demons. Ma-En dragged Ian to the window, looked at the angel who was helping the devil kill mortals, and asked, "What is he doing?" Ian ran to Ma-En with an angry look, but still looked out the window, and then instantly showed a look of fear and confusion, and his wings dimmed a little in the blink of an eye. Is this an illusion? Ian couldn't understand what he saw at all. His compatriots were also participating in this war, but it seemed that they didn't think there was anything wrong with it. The archangel couldn't get the soul by killing mortals at this moment. What on earth was he doing? He wasn't fighting the devil at all. Darkness spread over his wings, and then Ian suddenly saw something he had been ignoring. The truth. No. Ian retreated desperately. His wings dyed black at an irreversible speed, and he said incoherently, "The Lord of Lies gave us not a curse at all, but eyes to see the truth. The cherubim has blinded our minds. His spells are everywhere, but not here. So that's it. He is wrong. Ma-En is right." As the fallen angel slowly stood firm, the confusion in his expression gradually faded, and an unshakable firmness appeared on his face, and the piety in his eyes was burned out by the almost crazy anger. Then, he knelt down calmly towards Ma-En. "Broken wings, I understand your teachings." Chapter 92. In the countryside, on the magic circle of the Gate of Hell, the black-robed man looked at the sky in the distance, which was flashing with all kinds of dark colors. The great demons and lords from hell were infiltrating this world, and his work was over. After those demons collected the souls, he would have a great chance of being promoted to the 4th level. He lowered his head, looked at the magic circle, and said, "Something is wrong." Blood instantly flowed over his feet, and instantly turned into complex lines, intertwining with the magic circle on the ground to form a new pattern, and powerful magic gushed out, filling the surrounding space. Now he can't enter or leave the shadow dimension. The black-robed man turned around and looked at Seong-Yudi, whose hands were bloodshot. Clap, clap, clap. Seong-Yudi looked at the black-robed man, who was clapping in surprise. "Ah, you saved some magic power to prepare this seal." The black-robed man exclaimed, "Very clever trick. Even I didn't see it. Did the blood dagger teach you?" This was completely designed for him, and Seong-Yudi did a good job. He couldn't move at high speed, and he didn't prepare the ritual in advance, so he would become so weak that the other party might kill him. Only Seong-Yudi, who knew him best, could create this magic circle. Seong-Yudi looked at him puzzledly. "What are you doing?" The black-robed man pulled off his hood, revealing his familiar face. "I am very happy that you finally understood the truth I taught you." The essence of the transaction is that only the interests are the most important. Although I don't think now is the best time, you must have your own confidence, so tell me. What price did you sell me for? Seong Yudi sneered and said, This is not a transaction, this is revenge. Don't you think I didn't notice it? Although I don't know who my parents are, it's obvious that you don't intend to let me know the truth of the past. The facts are not what you said, right? The black-robed man was stunned and looked at him in confusion. Then, he said with extreme disappointment, You mean, this matter has no benefit to you at all, and you just want to kill me out of personal grudges? So that's it, you haven't figured it out at all, but just think you have the ability to kill me, just because of your talent? If you didn't have the blood dagger I gave you, could you prepare this magic circle by yourself? Yes, I killed your biological parents, but you haven't even seen their faces, and you actually want to kill me for them, who have been with you for more than 20 years? Seong Yudi looked to his left, with a listening look on his face, as if something was talking, and finally he slowly shook his head, as if rejecting someone's proposal. He looked at the black-robed man again and said, You are right, I am not avenging them. But if you didn't kill them, I wouldn't have suffered those hardships. Before I was 3 years old, you tried to control the child with such cruel means, wanting to make him your tool, but you soon realized that the situation was not as simple as you thought, and then you changed to a gentler method, forcing me to do all kinds of bad things, trying to make me the same as you. Those children you forced me to kill are still alive in my nightmares every night. Even when I completely collapsed and wanted to commit suicide, you still deprived me of the right to die. And you are using my conscience and guilt to stop forcing me to live. Every time I see evil deeds in the world, I will recall the similar deeds you have done to me. I hate every evil deed I have committed myself. In the end, I can only tell myself that this is your sin. I am avenging myself on the verge of collapse. The black-robed man observed the nearly perfect structure of the magic circle and said, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have done that at the beginning. But you still lack understanding. You can want to kill me, but not at this moment, and not for this reason. If you join hands with me, the benefits you will get will far exceed what you have now, and will completely override what you have lost. It's really sad. I thought you were qualified to go with me. He had already drawn a miniature magic circle on his palm. The next moment, the black-robed man disappeared from the spot. A black long sword cut Seong Yudi's face and split his head in half, but when the long sword left, sticky blood flowed out from the middle of his upper and lower heads, pulling them back together. Puff. Seong Yudi had turned around and thrust his blood-red hands into the black-robed man's chest. He smiled happily. Sorry, I reached the 4th level before you. He said to the black-robed man in surprise. You should think carefully about why I didn't accept your argument that profit comes first, and why I am the final winner. You don't understand how the world works at all. You made a deal with me 20 years ago, and bought my pain with your death today. Seong Yudi listened again, and impatiently whispered to himself, Let me enjoy this moment by myself. The black-robed man stared at him and said, You had the chance to become stronger with me. Seong Yudi looked into his eyes, and said word by word, You are very good to me now. But not all mistakes can be made up for later. This was the revenge he had planned for 20 years. Seong Yudi pulled his red hands out of the shriveled corpse. A deep calmness occupied Seong Yudi's chest, and then he pulled up the corners of his mouth and smiled. Seong Yudi looked up at the devil he worshipped in the church. The organization he belonged to was trying to interfere in this battle. He remembered that the black-robed man also said that this matter might be far more complicated than it seemed. Now his almost immortal body is enough to calculate the knowledge of the black-robed man, and the monitors can actually extract that small blood dagger with such power, which is simply unimaginable power. The Monitor's superior organization wants to intervene in this matter, presumably not because of the battle itself, but to influence the turbulent undercurrent under the sea. According to Seong Yudi's original idea, after he got rid of the black-robed man, after the control of the Monitor, if the Monitor has no new requirements, he can return the blood dagger and the other 2 holy artifacts, and find a place to live in seclusion for the rest of his life. But thinking back to his first half of life, the things he had experienced, and the mortal souls being devoured by the devil in the distance, a strong feeling of unwillingness surged into his chest. Seong Yudi had no desire to do good, but he hated those who did evil almost hysterically, and this emotion could hardly be suppressed and controlled by reason. If the Monitor really wanted to save the world as he said, then he might be able to help. The question is, what is the secret hidden under the water? With this feeling, Seong Yudi picked up the 2 holy artifacts, closed his eyes, and submitted an application for the containment of abnormal entities, and then the application was approved. Chapter 93. In the illusion of the wooden house. Qin Lan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, stared at the two erratic figures of children in front of her, and slowly adjusted the speed of her body. Wang Yang looked down at Qin Lan. You are not our opponent at all, and there is no way to escape the illusion we created. Your struggle has no meaning except pushing yourself to death. Don't think we will care about your sister. Killing you is also one of our options. Qin Lan returned to normal speed, looked up at them and asked, Why? Wang Yin raised a sinister smile. We surrendered to your sister because she was too strong to be defeated, and betrayed because she is no longer the nearly invincible Shenshao Walker. The Federation has found a way to control her. Qin Lan gritted her teeth and said, Aren't we subordinates of the Federation now? Why would you risk your life and death with her to do such a thing? And how can you possibly beat her? The boy sat down cross-legged in the air. Politicians are not stupid. If they are not almost certain to win, they will not agree to this plan. This matter has been planned for more than 10 years, and you are also an insignificant part of it. Only fools and lunatics would think about saving the world, and Qin Wan is obviously not the former. She is a reality twister. Most twisters' logic is a bit difficult to understand. They are also lunatics in a sense. Do you know? In fact, the federal government believes in the existence of the Great Collapse. This is the problem, because the power of the Shenshao Walker comes from her crazy plot to save the world. The higher the degree of her saving the world, the stronger the power. If she truly saves the world, then she will have a chance to move forward, and that means... Qin Lan stared at them angrily. You are crazy. What she wants to do is to save the world. Wang Yang did not refute her, but continued to explain. For politicians, it is not so important whether there is world domination or not, but who rules the world is more important. That's enough to be a reason. The girl suddenly looked behind Qin Lan. My lords. Gong Gu suddenly appeared in the wooden house. Qin Lan turned around, and then her whole body froze. Because these monsters with naked pale upper bodies, fangs in their mouths, and bloodshot eyes were carrying Hu Weifeng's body. Gong Gu looked at the Yin and Yang twins and said, I didn't ask anything. This bastard burned his brain before I met him. The other members of the Salvation Alliance were also hard-headed and didn't give me a chance to ask questions. There are no living people outside now, so... Qin Lan stared at him in a daze. Let me see. The girl glanced at him. If you kill them all, it should be... Only Ma En is left. Gong Gu didn't expect that the last one was Ma En, who retreated at the meeting. After a brief flash of surprise on his face, he immediately showed a bloodthirsty smile. Qin Lan said in a low voice, They actually recruited vampires. Gong Gu looked at her and pulled up the corners of his mouth. Only your sister would refuse us to use this power. Obviously, the Federation has solved the problem of sunlight, but she still disagrees with the transformation of Federation members into vampires. Oh, didn't she expect it? Politicians are the group that can least refuse eternal life. Qin Lan's voice was calm. What are you doing? They are all employees who have signed contracts with the Federation. Why? Wang Yang said to Gong Gu, Go find the last member of the Salvation Alliance, torture him to get all the information and then kill him. Then he waved his hand, and Gong Gu's figure disappeared in the illusion. Blame your own sister. Wang Yang said with a hint of sarcasm, Not only Dong Xinzu, but all the members of the Salvation Alliance and the Federation are almost dead now, and you are almost the last few areas here. I said, She is a reality twister. In fact, Ian and I know that Shenshao Walker really wants to save the world, but saving the world itself does bring her strength. The greatest significance of the Salvation Alliance is actually to make her stronger. And if the Alliance is destroyed, her power will be weakened in all aspects. And this is one of the dozen main ways the Federation deals with her. Qin Lan raised her head and looked at them coldly. Why are you telling me this? Wang Yang smiled and said, Just consider it my kindness. In fact, you are also one of our mechanisms to deal with her. If the Federation succeeds in subduing her, you will be taken to the Federation prison as one of the bargaining chips to restrain and control her. But if she wins, you will be killed. You know, she is a prophet. So she will see that her victory is destined to be accompanied by your death. Qin Lan said, But she also knows that I am willing to die for this. And how did you hide it from her? Wang Yang showed a pure smile of a child. Just let her have no time to take care of herself. The Gate of Hell incident was actually the work of the Federation. We asked the devils and angels who came to kill the civilians of Dong Xinzu together, and the purpose was to let Qin Wan in the past notice this scene. At the same time, there are countless similar plans being promoted simultaneously throughout the Federation, and we have also covered up the truth through complex means. So what she finally saw was that the possibility of world destruction was rapidly increasing. We made up an illusion that a great collapse was about to come. Even if you imagine it boldly, maybe the great collapse was originally fake, And what Qin Wan saw in the past was just a trick used by the Federation to deal with her in the future. In short, Qin Wan saw that the world was about to be destroyed. Due to her fanatical nature of saving the world, she was destined to indulge in it. She had no time and strength to be wary of who would deal with her. This is the premise that we can deal with her. And you are just the smallest insurance. The girl continued. The Federation has built dozens of secret rooms around the world, and inside each room sits a professional agent who is isolated from the world. In front of him is a screen and a button. The order the agent receives is, if the screen lights up, he presses the button. Outside, there are hundreds of special intelligence teams who monitor the incident in various ways. If Qin Wan wins, they will release a signal in various ways. These intelligence teams don't know what the signal means, and the agents don't know what the button will lead to. When Qin Wan wins, the intelligence team will release a signal, and the agents in the secret room will see the screen light up, and then a large number of nuclear bombs will explode, clearing out the poorest 10% of the population. We will take a long way towards doomsday. Wang Yang smiled. But don't worry, the nuclear bomb will not explode. Because Qin Wan is constantly approaching victory, she will clearly see that the possibility of world destruction is also rising wildly. For this savior maniac, if she is doing something that runs counter to saving the world, her power will quickly weaken. Qin Wan will never be able to get close to her victorious future. Because the more likely she is to win, the weaker her power will be. These are 3 of the dozen main mechanisms. Qin Wan closed her eyes. The Federation wants to control her sister, and they have basically succeeded. Although these arrangements are starting now, they are aimed at the past Shishao Walker, and everything is about to be settled. If she is caught, it will really be all over. Fortunately, the time just now is enough for her body to prepare. Qin Lan's normal speed will be limited by the upper limit of her body's carrying capacity, but if she puts life and death aside, she can go faster. Chapter 94. What? Although Mar noticed that the light of the angels in the containment room would sometimes dim, he never expected that Ian would fall in front of him. Do you understand my teachings? He asked calmly. Ian stood up respectfully and looked out the window, but he did not look at the demons or angels, but stared at the air everywhere. He looked at Marn and said, Yes, your power dispel the curse of the cherubim. For 1,000 years ago, a great demon made a deal with the seraphim and quietly spread a curse among us, a lie that could lure the angels to fall. He was therefore called the Lord of Lies. It was a tragic war, and countless angels died among their former compatriots, but in the end, heaven won, the fallen seraphim hid in hell, and the Lord of Lies was killed by the most powerful demons. The cherubim claimed to have created a spell that could cure the curse and spread it throughout the world. Since then, we have not heard of any angels falling. And I just saw the spell, it's everywhere. They have no way to eradicate the lie, so they have to keep casting spells on us, because there is actually no curse at all. There is only the truth itself, and the opportunity to get rid of his control. This is a blessing. The signs of gloom appearing on Kashira in the containment room should be because she is separated from the cherubim spell, and the blessing created by the Lord of Lies finally has a chance to take effect. But Ian was not in the containment room. Could it be because he sealed the room with his telekinesis? If you want to fight against that evil god, Ian said firmly, I will follow you until death. If he could reproduce the fall of the angels, he could indeed do a lot of things, but Kashira, who had been in the containment room for 4 years, had not fallen yet. Obviously, this was not so easy to do. Although Ian still had many shortcomings of angels, he was obviously different from his compatriots. The female angel who came in with him should be the norm of this race. But this is a direction that can be studied. I don't know when those angels will come to trouble me without any grudges. After all, they seem to do this often. Of course, but you should know how dangerous they are. Mom began to talk nonsense again. The church and your gods are our targets for destruction, but we can't expose our existence now. Ian nodded and said, of course, we must find those souls worth saving and lead them back to the right path. Mon showed an expression of agreement, and we have to study the blessing in your body again to find out how the Lord of Lies can get rid of his control. Do you have any questions about this? The fallen angel said resolutely, I am willing to give my life to fight against the evil god. Mon did not dampen his enthusiasm, and asked instead, who else would doubt my identity? Ian heard this, and showed a worried expression. Lavinia is dead, and the angels in East New State will guess this possibility soon. Mon walked to the window, raised his head and asked, what if they are all dead? The fallen angel walked behind him, and looked in the direction of his gaze. The dragon's head on the far right was holding the head of the archangel. The giant owl had reached the end of the road under the siege of the 3 demons, and the purple mist had long disappeared. Ian saw the scene and said with joy and regret, "The demons will definitely kill all the angels in Dongsanzu. If this is the case, it is almost impossible to doubt that you are a broken wing again." Suddenly he realized something and looked at Ma-En's back in surprise. "Is this your masterpiece?" Ma-En nodded. "Finally. He is completely safe. All potential dangers have been resolved by him. He influenced the direction of this battle by asking Yu and Long Qin. All the angels in Dongsanzu will fall, so no one will suspect that he is a broken wing. Now he doesn't have to regard the Coordination Bureau as the last trump card, and he can ask Qinlan to resign. Then he could leave East New State and go to the Southern Federation to live a peaceful life as an ordinary rich man, slowly deal with his memory problems, and then carefully use the Control Bureau to enhance his power until this world is no longer dangerous to him, and then he could enjoy the rest of his life in peace." Ma-En recalled a few times and repeatedly confirmed that he had not offended any other dangerous abnormal entities. Bang! The sound of something hitting the door. He glanced at Ian, then raised his hand, put the fallen angel under his control into the containment room, and then used Disintegrate to clean up the somewhat messy scene. Almost at this moment, he suddenly received the second application from Xiang Yudi. Click. The door opened. Ahem. Qinlan was leaning against the door frame, with bright red blood running down her eyes and earlobes. The empty sleeve was left at the place where her left arm should have been. "Run, they are coming for you." "Wait. Why look for him?" Qinlan raised her right arm and stood up straight, staring at Ma-En's face, and said, "The members of the Special Service are rushing here. They all wear mind-shielding helmets. I just passed them. They should only have 3 minutes left. The Yin-Yang twins betrayed my sister. They must be coming." "Huh?" She took a breath and continued, "They want to kill you. I will take you to the extreme speed state for a short time. You may break a few bones, but this is the only way to survive." Ma-En said honestly, "If I were you, I would go first." Qinlan looked into his eyes and shook her head painfully. "This is my duty. Even if only one person can be saved." It was about a minute after Ma-En opened the door. But in his field of vision, members of the Special Service, who were pouring out of the street, had appeared one after another. They were holding various weapons and aiming at Qinlan in front of Ma-En, shouting at her to surrender. "I must be confused," Qinlan said apologetically, "but it's okay, I can still take you away. They can't keep up with my reaction speed, but in the future, we will be wanted criminals of the Federation." But Ma-En dodged her outstretched hand, walked past her to the members of the Special Service Department, looked at Gonggu who was closest and asked, "Why did you come to me?" The blood-sucking monster showed a cruel smile. "Looking for you. We are fighting against Qinlan, and all members of the Salvation Alliance are our targets. In fact, you are just a stone placed in the wrong position. In fact, even if you run away, it is just a small matter for the Federation, but who makes me dedicated? The world is like this, the weak can only accept the fate arranged by the strong. You are just unlucky and met me. There is no reason. In fact, you could not have come to me." Ma-En did not show his anger, but said with regret, "This way I can leave Dongsanzu in a low profile, and there will be no more unpleasant encounters with the Federation." Qinlan clenched the gun in her arms. And Gonggu looked at Ma-En with sympathy. What a pathetic weakling. Boom! The metal fragments of the mind helmet flew all over the sky, and Ma-En disappeared. He walked out of the shadow dimension, looked at Gonggu who was retreating towards his position, and raised his right hand, "And you can survive too." Chapter 95. As Ma-En's fingers lifted slightly, the sound of bones breaking first entered Miyako's cochlea, and then he clearly felt that his entire head was deforming and twisting. Bang! Miyako's head burst forward like a salute, blood and meat sauce were scattered all over the ground, and he fell forward, pretending that this was a fatal injury to himself, and at the same time, the needle inside the combat suit was also transporting self-healing blood into his body. Even though Ma-En's situation was beyond his expectations, it was not bad news in Miyako's view, but meant that he had caught a big fish, and it was actually the case. Blowing up the head can't kill a vampire. While he was pretending to be dead, Ma-En had already stepped into the shadow dimension, and moved at high speed in the direction where other Special Service members had just been with his memory. Just now, while talking, he had locked all the mental helmets in his field of vision with telekinesis and tore them all into pieces. At the same time, he also crushed the heads of 8 people, and there were a total of 20 Special Service members here. Bang! Just as Ma-En walked out of the shadow dimension, a member of the Special Service Department, who was retreating nervously, bumped into his arms. Just when he wanted to use his ability reflexively, a hand covered his eyes, And then he could not remember anything. Ma-en threw the headless corpse at his arms, and observed the scene that was still in chaos. 6 of the ability users, whose heads were crushed along with their helmets, were lying on the ground. They didn't even have the opportunity to show their abilities before they died, but there were still 2 who were standing there in panic, and the broken necks were obviously tending to heal themselves. He noticed that the skin of the 2 special service members was unusually pale, and there were 6 special service members like them, including Miyako. He stepped into the shadow dimension again. This time, Mon appeared behind the 2 special service members, who were standing close to each other. While they were still in a panic, he raised his hands and blew their heads into bloody fireworks at the same time. But a special service member looked at Mon. He had obviously calmed down and expected that Mon might appear in this direction, and the few people closest to him had calmly guarded. Eye to eye, Mon felt that a good spiritual power was invading his mind. The telepath's eyes were quite confident, and he was obviously very sure of controlling himself. Bang! Mon, who had mental resistance, blew his head directly, and then the special service members, who finally came to their senses, launched an attack on him at the same time, and bullets, thermal vision, and plasma flew towards Mon's standing position at the same time. But they didn't hit anything. Mon in the shadow dimension moved at high speed towards the direction of the special service member, who used thermal vision, then walked into reality leisurely, crushed the head of the thermal vision user with lightning speed, and then immediately stepped back into the shadow. The 9 surviving special service members almost all looked at each other, and the 3 normal ability users showed retreating eyes. But the vampires, who were still standing, were full of fighting spirit, and even showed bloodthirsty smiles, instinctively enjoying this bloody feast. Bang! Qin Lan's bullet was slightly slower than before, but it still accurately lifted the head of a capable person, and now the only ordinary ability user still alive were the woman with plasma wrapped around her body, and the tall man covered with black rocks. Ma-en walked out from the blind spot of their vision, and controlled his telekinesis to roar like a hurricane to drown the plasma woman. The rock man who saw this scene drilled into the ground like crazy, but the telekinesis that spread into his body with difficulty had already tightened his heart. Only the vampires were left. The faces of the 2 vampires, who were attacked first, had almost been reshaped. The 5 vampires stared at Ma-en together, their eyes flashing with desire for blood and strong anger, and then rushed towards him at the same time, wanting to tear him apart completely. Silence. This is what Miyako, who was lying on the ground, felt. There was no sound of Qin-Lan moving at high speed, no sound of things being torn apart, and no screams from his compatriots. The ending was already obvious. He raised his hand to support his body that had been full of blood, and stood up slowly, maintaining the demeanor of a leader. But what he saw was a mess. Those vampires were all gone. Only Qin-Lan's frightened expression in the distance told of their tragic experience. Gonggu reacted for a few seconds before asking, "Where are they?" "Dead." Ma-en looked into his eyes and said, "Look, everyone is unhappy in the end, right?" "Impossible, we are vampires, immortal creatures." Gonggu swallowed his saliva and retreated in fear. "What do you want to do? Who are you?" Ma-en asked back, "Is there any way I can clear my suspicion? If I'm not mistaken, when you came to me, I was already on the list of federal wanted criminals, right?" Just when Gonggu wanted to use the vampire's agile speed to escape, he found that his whole body could not move. Then he looked at Ma-en and smiled flatteringly. I can deal with them. The Secret Service will definitely accept your joining. You are so strong. After I killed these 19 people?" Ma-en looked at him with amusement. "And your voice was still trembling when you lied. Remember to practice the tone of begging for mercy in advance in your next life." Then, Miyako knew how Ma-en killed other vampires. He saw his legs disintegrating. Miyako widened his eyes, and wanted to say something to Ma-en, but he was shocked to find that he couldn't even open his mouth. He could only look at him beggingly, but he saw Ma-en turn around. As his body disintegrated, his pleading suddenly turned into hatred, but was immediately replaced by fear, and finally, he could only welcome death in despair. Qin-Lan limped to Ma-en and asked, "Who are you?" She looked at Ma-en with a mixture of fear and expectation. But Ma-en looked behind her. The Yin and Yang twins floating in the air were looking at him. Ma-en's telekinesis instantly rushed towards the Yin and Yang twins, and the shadow power in his body was also flowing. The Yin-Yang twins seemed to feel the power approaching them. They were a little frightened. Ma-en was not the opponent they had imagined to be easily defeated. Just as the Yin-Yang twins hesitated, they suddenly sank into the ground like frightened rabbits. Then, Ma-en and Qin-Lan heard the voice of the Shishao Walker. "Employees of the Coordination Bureau, I am Qin-Lan, your director. I will unilaterally tear up the contracts and constraints on you. You are free. The Shishao Walker paused. Members of the Salvation Alliance, the Coordination Bureau no longer exists. I failed in the conspiracy of the Federation, but I unveiled the curtain that blocked my vision and realized one thing, the beginning of the Great Collapse. Right at this moment. Ma En has also realized it. Qin Wan's defeat is a precursor to the coming of the Great Collapse, because Xinshaо Xingzhe is no longer an obstacle to it. Do you know? Ma En suddenly said, the existence of the Coordination Bureau and Xinshao Xingzhe actually gave me confidence. Your appearance means that this world may be as I imagined, and someone is stopping the strong from trampling on the weak. But Qin Wan lost. Whether it is a person with abilities or a mortal, they may encounter disasters without reason at any time, and this is simply because those creatures stronger than them do not care about the existence of the weak. Angels will kill creatures that can see themselves. The Federation is cleaning up members who participated in the Salvation Alliance, and just now those demons are still reaping the souls of mortals unscrupulously. Ma En confessed, it feels bad that this kind of thing is completely out of my control. Generally, if someone has an enemy with me, I will eliminate the possibility of their revenge in advance. I want to let the things around me move forward under my control. But obviously this is not just about the things around me. If your sister is right, the Federation has already pushed the end of the world to us. When that happens, we will all die. He looked into Qin Lan's eyes. In fact, the Coordination Bureau is a good idea. Although you have all kinds of problems, such as belonging to the Federation and relying too much on Qin Wan, we are actually building a similar organization with the goal of making the world safe and on the right track, ensuring that we can survive, and not be constrained by any other forces. Instead, we control the world. Do you want to join? Qin Lan now recalled what Ma En did in Dongxinsu at that time, and it would never be as simple as it seemed. Maybe they had achieved some important results in Dongxinsu that they didn't realize. Qin Lan looked at the strong man who had killed 19 members of the Special Service Department. I join. Chapter 96. Shadow's face has typical Eastern Federation features, but his appearance is quite ordinary. He is not compared with those creatures with wings and multiple heads. If he is thrown into a crowd, Shadow will definitely be one of the backgrounds that set off the others. But now, he is standing outside the prison of the legendary strongest 5th level Shishao Walker. She is wearing special reality stabilization devices on her neck and limbs at this moment. The underground building therein is also a huge composite reality stabilization cage, but if Shishao Walker is not suppressed to that extent, bringing her in will not have any effect. A total of 17 5th level ability users from all over the world participated in the direct battle with her, of which only 3 were from the federal government. Some of the 5th level ability users who participated in the battle have long been famous, and some Shadow has never heard of before, but they have one thing in common: they are all strong among the 5th level. The Angel from Heaven, the General Manager of the Eastern Federation Security Company, Victor, and the Minister of the Special Service Department, Shadow, is also one of the leaders of the Doomsday Plan. For those people with abilities from other forces, the Federation actually didn't pay that much on the surface, because if this thing could succeed, it would benefit all forces. Even if the Federation would control Qin Wan in the future, she would definitely not be as strong as she is now, and there would be a vacuum period in between, and they felt they could seize the opportunity to do something. Moreover, compared to the Divine Skywalker, the Federation and other forces had a closer view of things. Many problems could be solved by consuming ordinary resources such as money, but Qin Wan had a so-called bottom line, which made them lose a lot of benefits in the past 10 years. Most importantly, they are all 5th level ability users, and no one likes Qin Wan's existence. Shadow opened the door and looked at Qin Wan, who was sitting on the sofa in the prison. There was an unconcealable tension on his face. Although she was almost immortal in this building, not long ago, she had just killed 3 5th level ability users. Qin Wan looked at Shadow and said gently, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. Shadow smiled awkwardly. I almost died in your hands just now, but it seems that I am not so high on your list. The 3 5th level ability users you killed may endanger the interests of the Federation during the vacuum period. No. Qin Wan interrupted, it is endangering the world. Shadow shrugged and did not try to argue with her. I am here to convey the will of the Federation. If you are willing to cooperate, we can stop hunting down other members of the Salvation Alliance, and your sister can live a normal life. Qin Wan looked at him and said, if I really surrender, the world will not be far from the end of the world. Go tell those politicians that the Great Collapse has begun. Shadow smiled and said, do you think they will pay attention to you? Whether it is true or false, it is meaningless, and the Federation will definitely complete its control over you before it arrives, And your eyes cannot reflect the entire world. Shinwan closed his eyes. Shadow said, I will tell them your attitude. Soon the Special Service Department will be reorganized with the original Coordination Bureau, Supervision Department, and other scattered departments, tentatively named the Federal Supernatural Investigation Department, and I will serve as one of the main managers. We plan to fully implement the number 11 control agreement that you once rejected. Shinwan shook his head. This is a mistake. Shadow smiled and said, You are a prophet. I am willing to believe what you say, but you are also a savior, so I am wary of whether your words have other purposes. With the advancement of the number 11 agreement, the remaining members of the Savior Alliance will be found by us, and your sister will not be an exception. I hope you will change your mind by then. He blinked. Shadow was already in his office. Come in. He shouted leisurely while sitting on the sofa. The subordinate, who had been waiting outside the door for a long time, walked into the office, stood in a posture almost like a soldier, and reported with his eyes looking straight ahead. The latest investigation report has come out. Shadow asked, What's the new news? Shinwan ran away. This should not have happened. In order to deal with the Shishao Walker, the Federation and several East Federation companies that have already collapsed jointly created the prediction machine. Strictly speaking, it is not entirely a machine, because the most important component is the prediction department of each company. Therefore, after this incident, this machine will become scrap metal due to lack of support. The main work content of this prediction machine is to counter the prediction ability of the Shishao Walker, but a small amount of computing power is used for other parts of the entire plan, including the capture of Qinlan. According to the prediction results, Qinlan has no possibility of escaping. The subordinate said, the members of the Special Service Department, who were wiped out, were carrying out the task of clearing the members of the Salvation Alliance. The target was a third-level ability user named Ma En. According to records, he can delete the memory of others. When the Yin-Yang twins arrived, they saw him and Qinlan at the scene. All the members of the Blood Squad were missing, and the deaths of the other members were quite horrible. When we called the prediction machine for calculation, we didn't find Mon's name at all. Although the Eastern Federation companies have stopped providing services one after another, it is impossible to find a third-level ability user with the remaining computing power. Shadow glanced at Mon's photo on the computer screen, and then looked at his subordinates. You can go out. Watching him close the door, Shadow began to talk to himself in the air. What do you think I should do? Really? I think Qinlan's wanted level should be raised a bit. Okay, you have the final say. He is just Shadow. Shadow turned on the computer and issued a level 4 wanted order for Qinlan, allowing only capture alive, and the person who killed her will receive the same wanted level as a reward. Then he issued a level 4 wanted order for Ma En, and noted that the danger is unknown, and it doesn't matter whether she lives or dies. Level 4 wanted orders are basically only issued to the most dangerous level 4 ability users, but Qinlan enjoys special treatment. Within 3 months, the 11th Control Agreement will be fully implemented throughout the Federation, and each state will have members of the Supernatural Investigation Department and special tools to enable them to monitor and manage local abnormal ability users. This is also due to the passage of the 9th Subhuman New Standard Agreement and the 13th New Alliance Agreement. The Investigation Department can produce a sufficient number of low and medium-level ability users who are loyal to the Federation at a stable rate. These are all proposals that Qinlan opposed in the past. But times have changed. Shadow clicked the mouse, found a few names, and entered them into a table temporarily named Ma En Hunting Group. At the same time, there are a large number of similar tables included in the Salvation Alliance Cleanup Plan file. One of the names comes from the disbanded East New State Coordination Bureau. Renshurji. Chapter 97. The Southern Federation is often a symbol of poverty and weakness in news reports, which makes most people ignore that the most prosperous cities are also located here, and fountains of flowing gold and children dying of starvation exist on this land at the same time. But compared with the gap between the rich and the poor, the biggest feature of the Southern Federation is the extremely chaotic rule of law. Warlords and gangs are everywhere here. The rich people who control the economic lifeline all have their own private armies. The local government and these oligarchs are almost wearing the same pants. The law is just empty talk here. The Southern Federation is also the division with the lowest degree of control by the Coordination Bureau. According to Qinlan, a new employee of the Control Bureau, the unique situation of the Southern Federation is actually caused by the abnormal entity behind it. Given the special situation here, the abnormal department of the Federation cannot easily reach out, and ordinary law enforcement departments cannot deal with local problems. Even the all-pervasive Holy Church has few churches here. Ma En was sitting on the bed in his villa, looking at the normal garden scenery outside the window. This is the Goan state of the Southern Federation, a city with a relatively good economic situation in the south. It only takes 6 hours to get there by civil aviation from the East New State. The crime rate in Goan State is also relatively low in the Southern Federation, but this is because the law enforcement in the wealthy areas here is quite strict, and the security level is even higher than most cities in the Eastern Federation. This is also the birthplace of Martin's second ID card. The photo on the ID card is a teenager who looks 3/4 like him, and the information has been entered into the local administrative system. Thanks to the backward legal system of the Southern Federation, this ID card can be used until he is 70 years old. Moreover, due to various historical issues, the identity file system here is quite chaotic and complicated, which also brings a lot of convenience to local wealthy people and warlords. For Ma En, staying here does not have to worry about the newly established Federal Supernatural Investigation Bureau finding him immediately. Therefore, he also used the identity he prepared in the past. According to the intelligence submitted by Rinsurgi on time, the Investigation Bureau will definitely not be able to find the problem of this identity in a short time, and there is a reason why I chose this city at the beginning. Abnormal Control Bureau. Containment Room, April 5th. Staff Dormitory. June 10th. Abnormal Entity, Fallen Angel. Abnormal Strength, 3.3. Danger Level, 3.3. Description: angels who have been blessed by the Lord of Lies, freed from their restraints, and obtained the power of hell. This group is often committed to fighting against the Holy Church and the gods it worships. Features: Fallen Angel 3.3. Let your reason and goodness return, spit on his name, chase after his servants, accept the power from hell, and destroy his evil and terrifying plan. Abnormal Entity, Shadow Robe. Abnormal Strength, 4.1. Danger Level, 4.1. Description: robe that allows you to enter and exit the shadow dimension. Feature: Shadow Walker 4.1. You can move freely in the shadow at high speed, relying on the shadow dimension itself to maintain your life. Even if you are halfway into death, the shadow dimension itself can freeze your withering. Abnormal Entity, Shadow Law Sword. Abnormal Strength, 4.2. Danger Level, 4.2. Description: Law Sword with the power of shadow. Feature: Shadow Blade 4.2. You can absorb the shadow dimension itself and temporarily pull the shadow dimension into reality. The Shadow Walker allows Ma En to move faster than Qin Lan's normal speed, which is almost equivalent to teleportation in the eyes of people in reality, but when walking in the shadow dimension, he cannot see living things in reality. However, Ma En has actually thought of several ways to deal with this shortcoming, such as marking with dead objects. The Shadow Blade is so literal that he can make the shadow dimension descend beside him, and the surrounding space will be replaced by the shadow dimension, which means that he is almost indestructible, and almost nothing can stop the Shadow Blade, including the telekinetic coat. Relying on these two characteristics, he can even assassinate his original self, but the latter is already a bit of a burden for Ma En. And now there is another problem, that is, the containment room has been full once, and this is still under the premise that he sped 2 points of second-order and third-order abnormalities, extracted the characteristics of the broken finger and the mimic bacteria, and left 2 positions vacant. Even after he gave the fallen angel an employee status and took him out of the containment room, there was only 1 position left. And the current number of employee dormitories cannot support Ma En to recruit enough new members to establish a powerful organization that can secretly influence the world. So he asked Qin Lan where the special abnormal buildings were. Finally, he got an interesting answer. There was a haunted castle in Wenzhou where he had planned to retire, and the degree of danger seemed to be within his ability. Ma En didn't think it was a coincidence. In the past, he must have learned about this news by some unknown means, so he bought a property nearby and planned to expand the scale of the Abnormal Control Bureau while slowly improving his own strength. In addition, this land has another advantage. That is, there are many vicious abnormal criminals here. Ma En has a high demand for abnormal abilities and abnormal values. He plans to fix the memory deletion and is planning to get some practical abilities to deal with the current situation. He is now a wanted criminal, and there is a photo on the Federal Police website. Those who can provide useful clues will receive a reward of 50,000 to 500,000. The Supernatural Coordination Bureau has also prepared a wanted order for him in the abnormal world, which will be officially issued after they are in place. Rinsurgi, who submitted this information, was given the task of collecting intelligence on Ma En and was selected into a team to track him. It is estimated that it is only a matter of time before they find him. Therefore, Ma and is using appearance cognitive impairment almost every moment now. He controls it to a level that is almost unnoticeable. Ordinary people will only think that he looks ordinary when they see him, and will not associate him with the outstanding face on the wanted order. Ma En closed his eyes, and put his consciousness into the Abnormal Control Bureau. Ma En? Qin Lan, who was sitting on the sofa, said as soon as she saw him, "I have something to tell you." She is not used to all this now, her sister's defeat, the dissolution of the Coordination Bureau, Ma En's hidden power, the Abnormal Control Bureau he brought her to see, and her new identity now. An employee of the Control Department, the deputy captain of the Special Operations Team codenamed 613, and Ma En's subordinates. From what she saw, this Abnormal Control Bureau was more powerful than she had imagined when she agreed, and judging from Ma En's words and deeds, his position in this organization seemed to be quite extraordinary. "What's the matter?" Ma En asked. Qin Lan's left arm was equipped with a basic prosthesis from the hospital. Although he couldn't shoot, he could still do simple grasping. There must be other members of the Salvation Alliance. "If you allow me, I would like to try to search for other survivors and let them join the Abnormal Control Bureau when I have the chance." He nodded and said, "I will tell the higher-ups about your idea." What Qin Lan said was a feasible proposal, but before that he had to expand the Abnormal Control Bureau and collect several abilities that could be used to hide his identity, and there were various details that needed to be considered and prepared. He even thought about whether it was possible to rescue Qin Lan by relying on the Abnormal Control Bureau, although that might consume abnormal values that he could not afford. But the result was reasonable. The Abnormal Control Bureau had no way to find Qin Lan. Whether it was relying on Qin Lan to trick the former members of the Salvation Alliance into his organization or saving the Divine Walker, these were things to be considered later. Now all he had to do was to find a way to buy the haunted house with his 30 million federal coins and all his skills before the special team of the Bureau of Investigation found him. And he was already a wanted criminal outside the law, which meant there was no need to consider legal issues. Chapter 98. Renshurji walked into the meeting room, holding the documents he had just sorted out, and nodded to the strongman sitting in the main seat. "Captain, these are my investigation reports on Maine." Their Captain Lei Yu was covered with colorful paintings, and the colors on his body would change with his muscles, which contained the ancient power from the southern land. According to the contact in the past few days, Lei Yu was obviously confident in his own power, and could even be considered arrogant. But Lei Yu was also the only fourth-level ability user in this team. Lei Yu said coldly, "Bring it here." Renshurji knew that Lei Yu looked down on ability users weaker than himself, so he just walked to him silently and put the documents on the table, then turned around and walked to the end of the table. To be honest, he was actually surprised that he was selected into this team. The other 4 members were all excellent third-level ability users, and he was the only one who had no power on the surface. And his power could not be compared with other members. But later he inquired about some information and learned that the new director of the newly established Supernatural Investigation Bureau, Shadow, personally transferred many positions, which was a bit of a meritocracy, and it was obvious that his past achievements were also noticed by the new director. Capable people can still get opportunities if they are lucky enough. Renshurji didn't sit for long before other members arrived one after another. The first to arrive was a thin man with a bare head. He was Silence, a former member of the Coordination Bureau, but he had already switched to the federal government before the Doomsday Plan began. He can create a vacuum zone within his field of vision on the spiritual level. The second person to arrive was the Hunter Blood Claw in the team, a young man with thick hair and unruly. His power came from the Federation's Secret Hound Project, which was a domesticated werewolf transformation program. Including this, more than a dozen so-called subhuman transformation programs were strongly opposed by Qin Lan, and in the end, the success of these plans was used to deal with her. The last person to enter the house was the expert, who had served in the Special Service Department for 10 years. He had led dozens of combat plans against ability users. At the same time, he also had strong combat and survival abilities, and was responsible for tactical arrangements in the team. Although Blood Claw and the expert both had third-level combat power, they were mainly responsible for auxiliary work in the team, and the real frontal combat members were Silence and Thunderstorm. The latter came from the former secret organization Third Hand. He was very dissatisfied with the fact that the organization he once served was disbanded and merged into the Supernatural Investigation Department, and he didn't think much of the other 4 people from other departments. But he was very strong, which was also the only criterion for the Third Hand to recruit members. Lei Yu's only flaw in this operation is his weak mental defense, but the existence of Silence is to make him perfect, and other problems that are not in direct combat can be made up by other members of the team. If the characteristics of the 5 of them can be concentrated in one member, then from Rinshurji's point of view, his colleague is likely to be killed. But not only are they not 5 people, but there is also a traitor among them. Lei Yu looked at the members, who had already arrived, and opened the report written by Rinshurji in front of him. Blood Claw, how is your investigation? The werewolf man crossed his legs and said, looking like he didn't take this task too seriously, I went to Man's residence, but his scent was gone not long after he left the house, and based on the smell I smelled at the scene, he may have some kind of teleportation ability. But when the surveillance department is established throughout the Federation, he will definitely not be able to hide his tracks, and at the current speed, maybe we will receive news from the investigation department in a few days. The expert shook his head. Since Blood Claw can't track them by scent, we have reason to ask the investigation department for support. They are building several different search systems, and there must be one that can help us. Lei Yu nodded slightly. Okay, now our problem is to find Man. I read the investigation report. Although Ma En and Qinlan jointly killed 20 members of the Special Service Department, according to the analysis in the report, most of them were killed by Qinlan. The secret records of the Coordination Bureau show that Ma En's memory deletion ability can cause amazing qualitative changes when there is appropriate cooperation. But if it's just him, it may not be. The report was made by Rinshurji, and he tried his best to portray Ma En as weaker, but he knew very well that he had forged it himself. Most of these special service members were killed by Ma En within 1 minute. Lei Yu continued, there is also a small doubt, that is, the dead blood sons did not leave their bodies, and we did not find the silver bullet, but this is not very important, because the effect they achieved together can be completed in a shorter time for me, and I am not a speedster. He closed the report confidently. Lei Yu didn't take this goal seriously at all. Ma En didn't even cause damage at the 4th level. He just used his strength well enough in the same level. But the 3rd level is the 3rd level. And he ended up here, because Shadow was suppressing the original members of the 3rd hand. This was not his mission at all. Even his teammates were weaklings, and there was even a mortal who somehow got in. Only the expert was barely useful. The expert didn't know Lei Yu's thoughts. I actually have some common methods to find people. Generally speaking, I will use what they care about to force them out. Even the most vicious criminals have their soft spots, parents, lovers, children, or close friends. But according to my investigation these days, Ma En has almost no one who can be used to threaten, only a sister. Her name is Qin Yun, and she is an official pastor of the church. He looked at the other team members. Rinshurji suddenly said, we have signed a new alliance treaty with the church now. But Lei Yu seemed not to hear him and directly instructed the expert, you go directly to the church to ask for his sister, and at the same time find a way to spread a message, and let the potential friends of Ma En that we marked know this information. Tell them that if Ma En does not surrender, Qin Yun will pay the price for him. And I will also apply for search support from the Federation. Once you get his specific location, you can formulate a battle plan. I don't want to waste too much time on this wanted criminal, so everyone, do your job well. Lei Yu plans to kill this unlucky guy within 2 weeks, because in that case, it's just right to sacrifice Ma En's blood to his gods. Chapter 99. Han Ming sat in a rocking chair with his eyes closed, enjoying the warm sunshine on his face. As the youngest son of real estate tycoon Han Yuanong, he was not the most outstanding one in the younger generation of the family, but since his grandfather came to the Southern Federation to take root decades ago, family affection was what he valued most, and it was also the reason why they could grow here. Therefore, the friendship between the 3 brothers and sisters of the Han family was particularly good since childhood. Before they became adults, they all felt that their things were brothers and sisters, and they had no gratitude for money. Moreover, when they were old enough to accept the family business, their father also divided the industry among them according to their strengths. The eldest brother was good at business, and 80% of the family's industry would be managed by him in the future. The second sister was ruthless, so she helped the family control gangs and mercenaries. Han Ning was not good at these 2 points, but he was the most favored by the elders, because he had a talent for learning shamanism. Business, private army, witchcraft, these 3 are the reasons why their family can dominate here. When his grandmother saw Han Ning when he was still a baby, she said that he would be able to catch up with his father before he was 30, and now he is already 25, and is already managing many unusual affairs in the family. Master. A hunched old figure walked into the yard. 5 members of the Salvation Alliance ran away. Han Ming opened his eyes, and waved his hand indifferently. It's okay, it's the orders of the big warlords anyway, whether they escape or not is not a big deal, and those who are still alive are just small shrimps, Those who are caught can be sent directly over, right? Who is it? The servant said humbly. Chi, who is responsible for the arrest. Han Ming nodded slightly. I remember he has 3 children, right? Leave his wife and the youngest child behind. In fact, this is not Chi whose fault. Even if those members of the Savior Alliance have just entered the abnormal world, they are all said to be capable people, and Chi who is just a mortal with a gun. But when those lackeys of the warlords ask, he needs to make them feel respected. The servant did not mention that the youngest child is not Chi whose wife's, and you mentioned that the castle, a man named Ming came to the door. Han Ming became a little interested. Oh, it's still a local name in the Southern Federation. Have you checked his background? The servant said respectfully. He was born in Goan State, but he has been doing business in the Eastern Federation and has only recently returned to his hometown. We checked his assets, and it seems that he has been laundered at least several times, and the method is very clever. We made an appointment with him to meet at 5 o'clock this afternoon according to the procedure. There are already salesmen from the Black Palm Gang waiting for him. Han Ming stood up from the recliner in a nearly floating posture. Arrange a car, I want to meet the buyer in person. Although they are publicly selling this haunted castle, they don't expect anyone to really take it over. After all, its previous owners all died for various reasons. The castle was sold twice by the Han family many years ago, but it eventually returned to their hands. It came back on its own. The Han family wanted to get rid of it, but it was almost impossible, and because the owner of the property always died unexpectedly, it was a very dangerous building. But for the Han family, this was actually just something they needed to pay attention to. Because they can constantly force others to buy the castle, and then change it when the owner dies. Anyway, the lives of the poor are the least valuable here. And this Marn may be an ordinary rich man who wants to buy this house because he doesn't believe in ghosts. If so, just sell it to him, and you can make a fortune. And he may also be a person with abilities, who is not familiar with the situation of the haunted house, and thinks he has the ability to deal with these things. Only outsiders who have not heard of the secrets of the castle will have such a stupid idea. Even his grandmother can't handle this castle, so he can sell the ghost castle to the other party, and maybe he will be killed by the castle immediately. There is also a possibility that although the other party has no way to solve the problem of the castle, he will not be killed immediately. Although the other party will be tortured to madness, and may even hate them, before the other party dies. This castle will not come to find me. The black luxury car stopped at the high-end reception of their family. It is located between the rich area and the slums, but the guests who come here are not worried about safety issues. Because the most vicious Black Palm Gang nearby is responsible for the public security here. He pushed the door open and walked in. The quaint coffee table from the Eastern Federation was placed on the gold-plated table. A young man, with an ordinary face, sat on a strangely shaped red luxurious sofa. 2 beautiful local young women were standing on both sides of him to ask for his opinion. Several senior thugs of the Black Palm Gang in suits and leather shoes stood tall at the entrances and exits of the hall. When Han Ming stepped into the reception area, there seemed to be a brief silence, but out of professionalism and fear, no one showed any abnormality. Hello. Han Ming walked in front of him with a smile, bowed slightly, and extended his hand to Ma In. Mr. Ma In? But Ma In still noticed that the beautiful women walking to both sides had some unusual emotions in their expressions. He stood up and shook hands with the other party. Yes, what's your name? Han Ming observed this man without any temperament and said, always feeling that it was difficult to tell the other party's age. You can just call me by my nickname, Wolf. I heard that Mr. Ma In didn't grow up here. Why would you think of coming back to buy this castle? Ma In said with a casual look, Yes, I left here when I was very young. The reason for coming back is shameful. In fact, it was because my previous career had problems and encountered some troubles. There was no way, so I had to change places and start over. So I thought it would be better to come back and try. Han Ming smiled and led him out the door. Then why do you want to buy Wick Castle? Because in my opinion, this place is actually of no value to businessmen. Ma In nodded slightly. Most people think so. But in my opinion, if it can be slightly renovated, Wick Castle will be rejuvenated with unimaginable vitality, and you certainly can't imagine what it will look like in the future. Of course, I may be wrong. But that's a good thing for you, right? He smiled at Han Ming. When Ma In walked out of the reception, he could vaguely hear a few gunshots coming from the slums. Han Ming opened the back door for him. No, I believe in the vision of a successful businessman. Chapter 100. Ma In sat in the back seat, reading the floating screen in front of him. Ren Shirji had just submitted a new periodic report, which recorded in detail the specific information of his team members. A werewolf, who could smell the target from 100 meters away, a silencer who could shield his spiritual power, an expert in planning tactical deployment, and a thunderstorm who was responsible for fighting him head-on. And they proposed to use Qinyun to deal with him. "We're almost there," Han Ming reminded. The car slowly stopped on the highway in the southern suburbs of Guangzhou, and Ma En could see the eerie and towering castle in the distance through the window. Although Wick Castle is about an hour's drive from the city, and Guangzhou is not a prosperous city, considering its total area, the price of this castle will not be cheap. However, this is a haunted house, and considering the special status of its owner in the local area, any price can actually make sense. Maybe Ma En can easily buy it with the money he has, and the other party may also directly offer a sky-high price. Ma En and Han Ming got out of the car one after another. The driver did not follow them, but waited inside for them. It seemed that his young master was enjoying his current role. Han Ming led Ma En towards the castle. Wick Castle was built in the 1730s. At that time, it was inhabited by ancient families who moved from the Western Federation and hundreds of their servants. At that time, the aristocracy in the Western Federation had come to an end, so they decided to take back their noble honor in this new land. They hired the people of the Southern Federation at that time to form their own army and often conducted drills nearby. But now it is unclear whether it was an accident or they offended the wrong person. The Witt family ceased to exist overnight. The servants who had just returned to the castle after purchasing supplies were surprised to see that their former colleagues and their masters had all stopped breathing, but they could not see the specific cause of death. But this is just a story that has been passed down from the past to the present. It is difficult to say how much of it is true. His voice became lower and lower, because when Han Ming took Ma En to the gate of the castle, he saw that the iron gate repaired by his elders showed signs of being pried open. Ma En said in surprise, "Is this normal?" Han Ming narrowed his eyes and said, "No. Those civilians definitely didn't have the guts to break into their family's property. Even the youngest children knew the consequences of offending the Han family's majesty. They had all seen it with their own eyes. And those forces that were confident in themselves knew very well what a hot potato Wick Castle was. Even if they didn't consider the existence of the Han family, they would not break into this place casually." He took out the pistol from his waist and looked at Ma En. "Sir, you can wait for me here, but I still suggest that you go in with me to take a look. It's safer." "Let's go together," Ma En replied calmly. Han Ming didn't seem to ask if he wanted to go back. Ma En's calm performance surprised Han Ming a little. The two pushed open the iron gate, walked through the front yard covered with weeds, and came to the metal front door with various strange reliefs on the surface. Ma En could see angels and demons entangled with each other, spitting dragons, and various creatures in myths and legends. Han Ming pushed the door open with one hand, holding the pistol tightly. It was a mess. The furniture was knocked over, the renovated crystal chandelier was broken into pieces, stained with bright red blood, and there was a fresh female corpse lying on the ground. Seeing this, Han Ming glanced at Ma En reflexively. He was still not scared. Ma En, who noticed Han Ming's eyes, explained, "I sometimes saw dead people in my previous job." Han Ming nodded to show his understanding, then he walked to the female corpse, looked down for a few times and said, "Just died." But Han Ming did not mention that he actually knew this pretty woman. She was one of the 5 members of the Salvation Alliance who escaped. They used to meet often because the Han family and the Coordination Bureau of Guangzhou were actually quite close in the past. As the main forces in the local area, the two sides often had exchanges of interests. Even when those members of the Salvation Alliance were carrying out certain secret operations, the Han family would provide them with considerable help. But in fact, the real alliance of the Han family is the Federation. Therefore, when the Federation said that it would change the situation, they also used their past friendship with the Coordination Bureau to point out the most important target to the members of the Special Service Department who came to arrest them, and also sent their own men to deal with those less important low-level members of the Salvation Alliance. Many of his men have cooperated with the Salvation Alliance before, so they know their abilities and weaknesses very well. The number of low-level members of the Salvation Alliance in the Southern Federation is actually quite astonishing. Due to the environment of the survival of the fittest here, the local low-level ability users have no resistance to the promises of the Salvation Alliance. Because they really live in a bad world. No one can realize more clearly than them how terrible the environment will be after the Great Collapse. That is why there are few middle and high-level ability users in the Southern Federation who join the Salvation Alliance. After all, they live in a pretty good world. Han Ming stood up and said to Ma En, "She is a member of a wanted criminal group. They must have broken into this castle and were chased by law enforcement. Have you heard of the recently established Federal Investigation Department? The abbreviated name of the Central Federation Supernatural Investigation Department to the public. Then they must be extremely vicious criminals. Ma-en looked at the dead man with no light in his eyes, and said, "We want." Before he finished speaking, there were scattered footsteps. A dozen armed men with guns suddenly rushed into the living room of the castle. Their equipment was far less formal than the Special Service Department that Ma-en had seen, and they did not look like members of any official organization. But he had never seen a member of the Special Service Department below the 3rd level. "Raise your hands." Han Ming and Ma-en raised their hands at the same time, even though they could easily kill the gun-wielding mercenaries on the opposite side. A mixed-race woman in her 20s slowly walked out of the passage behind them, followed by a middle-aged man who looked at everything with vigilance. "Han Ming?" Han Ming raised his hand and said respectfully, "Miss Run, it's me you are." Ren Qingxue pointed to the corpse on the ground. "It seems that you didn't remember my father's instructions. You dared to miss a few mice and... Why are you here?" Han Ming still raised his hands. "I am bringing customers to see the house." She looked at the two cowards, who still raised their hands, waved her hand to signal her men to press down the muzzle of the gun, and said with a smile, "Don't be so afraid, I killed all the bad guys." Chapter 101. So, Han Ming took the opportunity to ask, "Why is Miss Ren in Guangzhou?" Ren Qingxue glanced at the ordinary-looking Ma-en, then looked at Han Ming and said, "Good question, why am I here?" "Because this is my territory." Han Ming was stunned and showed a puzzled expression. The woman glanced at her followers, then gestured for them to wait outside. Only the middle-aged man who followed her out stayed here. Ren Qingxue considered that there was also Ma-en present, and just said, "My father asked the Federation for a position. Now I am about to serve as the Deputy Director of the Special Office of the Federal Investigation Department of Guangzhou, which means we will be partners in the future, son of Shana." Hearing this, Han Ming froze. This sentence not only meant that Ren Qingxue's father had fully cooperated with the Federation, but also wanted to bypass the Han family to jointly control the affairs of Guangzhou. And the partners should have been them. Han Ming smiled and said, "I look forward to working with you in the future." Ren Qingxue smiled, not taking his words to heart at all. "I can understand your confusion, but the situation has changed dramatically. You should have noticed this earlier. When I become the director, there are indeed many places that need your help. They are still hunting down those wanted criminals, and plan to establish a search system in each state. The freedom given to us by the Investigation Department is much higher than the previous Coordination Bureau, and they also respect our culture and traditions. We can solve the problem with the old methods." After leaving this sentence, Ren Qingxue walked out. Even if she didn't happen to meet them today, she would find time to meet these local tycoons. They are always too short-sighted, and can't see the real long-term benefits. After Ren Qingxue's people had all left, Han Ming looked at Ma-en. His tone was no longer as gentle as before. "See, this is the Southern Federation. Even if you bought this castle, Miss Ren could just barge in at will, because her father was the most powerful warlord nearby. More than a decade ago, you could even see them auctioning kidnapped slaves in the city center, and there were also so-called rich people among them. Do you really want to buy this place?" Ma-en asked. "How much?" Han Ming asked tentatively. 50 million? Even in the Southern Federation, the price of a castle is actually quite cheap, but this is without considering its abnormal characteristics. Special abnormal entity detected. Basic detection consumes 2 points of second-order abnormal value. Abnormal entity, Wick Castle. Abnormal strength, 3.4. Danger level, 3.4. Known characteristics, haunted 3.4. The ghosts bound here by witchcraft will try to kill the robbers who occupy this castle. When its current owner dies, they will continue to hunt down the individuals who once held it and are still alive. Special control measures. It is controlled by members of the Abnormal Control Bureau, and the consent of its main ghosts to move in is obtained. Ma-en proposed, "How about this? You transfer the castle to me, and in return, I can help you solve this problem. After all, if I die, you can get it back. Of course, if you insist, I can also pay more money." Hearing this, Han Ming smiled awkwardly. "I thought you were a fool who knew nothing. But since you are a person with special abilities, I will tell you the truth. My grandmother is a 3rd-level great shaman, but even when she was at her strongest, she couldn't do anything about this castle. She could only transfer it to the civilians to temporarily get rid of its troubles. Do you still want to take it over?" Han Ming didn't think that Ma-en could handle this castle, so he had to make the situation clear in advance, so that the other party would not think that he had cheated him later. Ma-en replied, "I am sure I can solve it. Han Ming shook his head, but did not stop him. If that's the case, then I can transfer it to you. Just charge a symbolic fee, just like making friends. But can I ask first, why did you come to Goinzhou? He asked this for a very simple reason. It was hard for a person with special abilities, who came to Goinzhou at this time point, and had a secret background not to make him think of a possibility. Ma En looked up and looked around the castle. It's for it. Since he was heading for the abnormal building, it would be difficult to conceal the fact that he was a person with special abilities. Doing so would also make Han Ming suspect that he was a member of the Salvation Alliance, who was on the run. It would be better to tell the truth. His answer sounded quite reasonable to Han Ming. If Ma En was a fugitive member of the Salvation Alliance, he would not have purchased a castle with such fanfare. But just as he was about to go back with Ma En, he heard the sound of the door being pushed open. There were light footsteps behind them. Ma En and Han Ming turned around. The one who came in was Ren Qingxue, who had just left. When she saw Han Ming standing here, she was obviously relieved and asked, "Why are all my men gone?" Han Ming paused and said, "Have you heard of Wick Castle?" Ren Qingxue said in surprise, "Is this the place? You just said you wanted to sell it." Ma En took over and said, "Yes, I want to buy this ghost castle." Han Ming looked behind Ren Qingxue and asked, "Where is your bodyguard?" "Isn't he behind me?" The woman who heard this quickly turned her head and took a few steps back in their direction. "Will this place create illusions?" Han Ming shook his head seriously. "No, Wick Castle will only kill its owner. There is no other abnormality." While speaking, his eyes flashed with strange colors, and then his whole body surface glowed with a light blue luster, as if it was covered with special fluorescent paint. Ren Qingxue, who saw this scene, showed a shocked expression. Great shaman. What she cared about was not Han Ming's third-level power, but his age. The progress of shaman witchcraft depends only on talent. Han Ming is now at the third level, and he may threaten the rule of his fathers in the future. At this moment, Ma En heard the wailing and roaring of resentment and hatred, and then they rushed into the living room like a torrent, ignoring Ma En and Han Ming and rushing directly towards Ren Qingxue. And Han Ming could see that the resentful soul in the front was one of the members of the Salvation Alliance who escaped. At this time, Han Ming remembered that he only knew that this member of the Salvation Alliance was not good at fighting, but knew nothing about his specific abilities. He died here on purpose. Chapter 102. Han Ming looked at the countless resentful souls rushing towards Ren Qingxue, and a strong thought suddenly came to his mind. Should he watch her die like this? If she died here, her father would definitely think that this matter was related to them, and might even retaliate against the Han family just to vent his anger, but they would have the opportunity to intervene in the construction of the investigation department, and there was a third person here. Maybe he would have the opportunity to divert the trouble. But at the moment he hesitated, the blazing flames had already gushed out into the sky, accurately drowning the resentful soul in the front. The burning Ren Qingxue then used the flames to draw a circle around herself. The leading resentful soul was almost the weakest among them, and there were at least several resentful souls in the ghost group that could threaten her life, and they were not something that ordinary flames could dispel. But when she used her arms and the flames to block the front, thinking that she was about to be caught, nothing. She opened her eyes and looked around at the scene in front of her. The other resentful souls stopped in confusion, as if they didn't know why they were here, and then they quickly scattered and disappeared into the wall. The one who caused the resentful souls to riot was the member of the Salvation Alliance who had just died. The raging flames on Ren Qingxue's body slowly faded, and the charred fragments of her coat were blown everywhere by the wind, revealing the special vest and shorts she was wearing inside. The woman stared at Han Ming intently. She thought she was the youngest great shaman nearby. "So you just stood there and watched?" Ren Qingxue looked at Han Ming and Ma En with anger on her face. "Didn't you ever think about why my father sent me to Goinzhou to cooperate with the investigation department?" Ma En shrugged indifferently. "I don't have the ability to stop them." Han Ming glanced at Ma En, who looked innocent, and began to regret why he had such a bad idea just now. Not only did he offend Ren Qingxue, but she might also take advantage of him. He explained reluctantly, "I was scared." Ren Qingxue looked at them coldly, suppressing the urge to vent her anger. She almost died just now. Han Ming's performance just now also revealed his ambition. Now he wanted to watch himself die. When she touched their interests, these bastards would definitely want to kill him. Bang! The door was slammed open, and the middle-aged bodyguard rushed into the living room anxiously. It was not until he saw Ren Qingxue, who was safe and sound, that his expression calmed down a little. His appearance also eased the awkward atmosphere a little. Ren Qingxue looked at them and said, "Oh, by the way, I just forgot to say it. According to the latest control agreement law implemented by the Federal Supernatural Investigation Department, all of you who have abilities must accept our statistics. We will test your ability strength and detailed identity. We have the right to know these. The Han family is no exception. The gods you believe in and the number of shamans in your family must be reported clearly. If there is any concealment, the investigation department will intervene forcibly. In fact, the implementation of the control law in the Southern Federation is not as strict as in other regions, and the federal government has given some positions to the warlords, who already have local power, which also gives them the authority to falsify. However, Ren Qingxue originally planned to implement the control decree on the Han family, but the resentful attack made her tear her face in advance. This is also the requirement put forward by the federal government to the local warlords. Moreover, she had seen the list of people with special abilities, who were about to arrive in the Southern Federation. It was a terrifying number, as if the third-level people with special abilities in the investigation department could be mass-produced at will. She looked at Han Ming. I said, the situation has changed. You should still remember the scene when Qin Wan came to the Southern Federation, but even she had already been defeated by the federal government. If you don't know the current situation, the ending will be like the member of the Salvation Alliance, who just resisted stubbornly. While doing the statistical work, the Federal Investigation Department will also use the resources from the headquarters to establish a new system to monitor and search the entire Goan state, so as to find those people with special abilities who have not been recorded, force them to record, and finally, arrest the members of the Salvation Alliance. Han Ming bowed and said to her, Of course. Ren Qingxue looked at Ma and, You just saw how vicious these members of the Salvation Alliance were. They led us here to try to kill me. If I hadn't reacted quickly, something might have really happened. The FBI will be established in Goan State in a few days. You will also have to come to the FBI. We will collect your information and abilities. If you don't show up, we will hunt you down. Although she was somewhat resentful of this guy, who had just stood by and watched, Ren Qingxue knew that she was actually taking her anger out on him, and the work of the FBI was much more important than her mood. Now was not the time for her to act out. But if the abilities detected by Ma and were not as incapable of stopping the ghosts as he claimed, as the deputy director of the office, she had her own way to avenge this little vengeance. Ma said in a very cooperative manner, Of course. After hearing this, Ren Qingxue finally turned around and walked towards the gate. This time she really left. Han Ming looked at Ma In. Sorry, it seems that you have been implicated by me. The reason why Ren Qingxue is angry is because she saw that I wanted her to die. Back to the topic, you want this castle, right? As I just said, this castle can be given to you, but you also saw it. This warlord lady of the Ren family wants to manage people with abilities, which is simply crazy. At the beginning, the Coordination Bureau with Qin Wan could only govern this land together with us. The actions of the Federation will only attract the anger of the Southern gods. If you are willing to help us with some small things, this castle is yours. Han Ming did not intend to sit idly by Ren Qingxue's actions, and other shaman families would not accept such forced rule and management by the Federation. Their actions would cause a lot of dissatisfaction, and they can use these dissatisfactions to exchange for benefits. Ma did not seem to care much about this. I can also pay. It seems that Ma is not a member of the Salvation Alliance. Otherwise, he is likely to be hostile to the investigation department, and if they really receive statistics as they said, the identities of the Salvation Alliance members will definitely be exposed. Han Ming smiled. The defeat of the Salvation Alliance and the Divine Skywalker this time has made the world chaotic, and it is even more obvious in the Southern Federation, which is a lawless place. Opportunities and dangers always exist at the same time, and the Ren family has now gained the upper hand. We, the non-Federation camp, must cooperate, otherwise we will be completely eaten by them. His attitude is firmer than before. After all, after learning this information, the situation is completely different from before. The position of Ren Qingxue's buttocks was originally favored by the Han family. And these actions of the Ren family may also indicate that they will have some bad moves in the competition between the two sides. At this time, he must use all potential resources to fight against the lion group who want to grab meat. Ma said, Okay, I can help you a little bit. Sign the contract first? Han Ming nodded. Deal. He didn't worry at all that the other party would regret it after receiving the things, because the reward he provided was a castle located in Goanzhou, and Ma couldn't run away with the castle. The Han family is not a vegetarian. Chapter 103. Ma walked slowly in the castle alone, looking for the resentful souls that had just attacked Ren Qingxue. Although he didn't know how effective his telekinesis was on the resentful souls, with the speed they had just shown, there was no way to threaten him, who could enter the shadow dimension. Director, Mon. Comprehensive abnormal strength, 4.4. Abnormal characteristics, mental power 3.3, 3.5, use characteristics. Shadow Walker 4.1, Shadow Blade 4.2, Memory Erasure 3.3, Appearance Cognitive Disorder 3.3. Abnormal value. Level 1, 6.2. Level 2, 3. Level 3, 0. After completing this special control, the Abnormal Control Bureau can have two different expansion measures for the contained building. The most direct way is to strip its characteristics into the Control Bureau, and make it part of the Control Bureau where Ma-N is. The second is to consume a small amount of anomaly values of the same level, and expand it into a branch that is not completely connected to the main bureau. The anomaly building will retain some of its original characteristics, and exist in both reality and the anomaly dimension. If its base point in reality is destroyed, the Control Bureau will return to its main body. His employees can enter the Anomaly Control Bureau through the porches inside these buildings, and Mon can create various departments that are not connected to each other by planning the permissions of these branches and employees. Mon suddenly stopped. A figure dragging a pale and luxurious long skirt appeared at the end of the corridor. Opposite was a woman who looked about 20 years old, dressed like a so-called noble from a few centuries ago. "Leave here." The woman looked at her and said, "Let's carry out our mission." Mon said doubtfully, "I thought you would attack the owner here. This is the curse mechanism of Wick Castle." The noblewoman said, "We don't want any living person to approach this place. There are ancient secrets buried here that cannot be revealed. When I encounter an owner who cannot be cursed directly, I will come to warn them. I can see the power overflowing around you. We may not be your opponent, but you can't get any benefits here." Mon asked, "Mission?" The noblewoman explained, "I am Isabella, the owner here. Wick Castle is a magic circle. We are here to guard the road leading to the underground. This castle has a powerful magic circle that can cover up the fact that there is a passage here. This is why we have to collect souls to maintain the operation of the magic circle. Once the seal is lifted, curious adventurers will always find the passage, and then they will wake up the sleeping monsters." Mon asked, "What is sleeping below?" Isabella said, "A group of crazy gods. In my time, they were called Titans. They are the old enemies of the southern gods who own this land. They lost the war in ancient times and vowed to regain control of this land. My parents once went deep underground and met a dying Titan. Even at the end of his life, he was still a powerful monster. If what you said is true, it would be great. Because I come from an organization that swears to defend the survival of the world, we can take over your work and completely ensure that no creature can wake up those monsters. As long as we get your consent, we can start working." This sentence is almost true. As long as he uses the method of establishing a branch, he can indeed retain the function of the castle seal, and if the other party is the main resentful spirit here, then he just needs to gain her trust. Isabella shook her head. "How can I believe that you are a good person? Maybe you are the believer of those Titans, trying to awaken them to reality again." Maine asked, "If that's the case, why don't I just destroy the castle?" The noblewoman asked directly, "Can you do it?" Maine nodded slightly. "Of course, and maybe I can kill you all. You said you can see my overflowing power, right?" He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Isabella. The resentful soul instantly dissipated into mist, and then gathered again a few meters away from Maine. Then she immediately realized that Maine was indeed likely to be able to fulfill his threat. He has already found his place. Isabella's tone softened. "You can kill me, but that will also destroy the power of Wick Castle and reveal the road to the underground. At that time, this will be a problem for you living people. Because I am the castle itself." Ma-En suddenly turned and asked, "Do the few people who just died here still have any sanity?" To his surprise, this sentence made Isabella show a different expression. "Are you a member of the Salvation Alliance? The few who are still alive have lost their self. These weak souls have no way to maintain their own minds. One of them has the power of psychic communication and can maintain his sanity after death. But he seems to be dead, but if you can prove that you are a member of the Salvation Alliance, I can give you the castle." Ma-En said curiously, "Have you heard of the members of the Salvation Alliance?" Isabella said, "Of course, I have seen them often in the past 10 years, as well as the Shishao Walker who tried to save the world. I also witnessed the battle when she came to the Southern Federation to fight against the gods. No one can see good and evil better than the dead." Ma-En said, "I can indeed prove my identity. Have you heard of Qinlan?" Isabella nodded. sister of Shinshao Walker. Ma said, "Wait for me." He disappeared for a moment. Then he and Qinlan appeared in front of the resentful soul at the same time. Isabella was flashing around Qinlan, carefully looking at her appearance, as if she couldn't believe she was here. Is this the real Qinlan, the sister of the God Walker? Qinlan was obviously frightened by her enthusiasm, and took a few steps back a little stiffly, looking at Ma, asking him with his eyes what was going on. The resentful soul nodded with satisfaction. "I agree." Ma asked doubtfully, "Is this identity enough?" Isabella said, "Of course, I have made several friends from the Salvation Alliance over the years, and several of them were buried outside the castle after they died in battle, because I told them that the power of the castle has weakened over the years, and they decided to use their souls to prevent the revival of the Titan. The psychic didn't just break in here, and I wouldn't lend them the power of the castle if anyone died." She looked at Qinlan with strong respect in her eyes. "But since you are members of the Salvation Alliance, there must be something you want to know." Chapter 104. Qinlan immediately asked, "What's the matter?" Isabella replied, "In the past, the main work of the members of the Salvation Alliance in the Southern Federation was to balance the relationship between the Southern gods and your government, and they also participated in preventing the awakening of the Titans, as well as various other work that was beneficial to the world. In this process, they maintained a relatively harmonious relationship with most gods. After all, the Shinshao Walker had not been imprisoned at that time. But at that time, a few gods already hated them, and after the defeat of the Shinshao Walker, most gods signed a new covenant with the Federation, and they all sent their shamans to participate in the work of hunting down the members of the Salvation Alliance. Members of the Salvation Alliance near Goen State fought with several shamans, who worshipped the southern gods. According to the news brought by the psychic, most members of the Salvation Alliance have been killed by the gods and the Federation, but some survivors are still resisting, and what they are doing now is planning to destroy the Hunter Church, a worshipper of a southern god. The son of the Hunter has the power to search for any target, and is working with the Federation and other gods to create a search network to ensure that the members of the Salvation Alliance have nowhere to hide. If you want to fight the Federation, you can join other members of the Salvation Alliance to destroy this church." Qinlan nodded to her. "Thank you." Isabella said, "You're welcome." Then she looked at Maine. "How are you going to take over the work of this castle?" Maine said, "It's done now. Special control measures have been achieved to contain the special abnormal entity Wick Castle. Abnormal control measures are not enabled. Features: Sealed Land 3.4. Wick Castle controls multiple third-level grudges, and a large number of low-level grudges through a special magic circle. It will cover the passage to the underground kingdom by killing any living person who has held this castle and various magic. It can be used for the auxiliary expansion of the Abnormal Control Bureau, and it needs to consume 10 third-level abnormal value. Containment Room 10/Staff Dormitory 50. Isabella's expression has changed a little. "What did you do?" Mayan replied, "We have controlled this place. As long as we spend some time to transform it, the work of sealing the channel can be handed over to us." Isabella asked in surprise, "Do you mean I can rest in peace?" Mayan said, "If you still want to exist." The ghost woman shook her head. "I have been dead for hundreds of years, and it is time to sleep. Friends of the Salvation Alliance, I hope you can stick to it." After saying this, she turned around and sank into the castle again, quietly waiting for the end of her mission. After watching her disappear, Qinlan turned her head and looked at Ma'an. "We are." Ma'an looked at the castle and said, "I plan to apply for the establishment of a special branch of the Control Bureau here. The main work content is to search for other members of the Salvation Alliance and recruit them here. The Federation is now searching for the remaining survivors. If they really complete the establishment of the search system, I don't know how many of the remaining members of the Salvation Alliance will be able to survive. Compared to the Alliance's plan to directly destroy the Federation, directly entering the Abnormal Control Bureau is a simpler response. As long as they are inside, the Federation will have no way to find them." Qinlan said, "We are going to launch a rescue plan." Ma'an said, "That's right, and I hope you will lead this work. We will use this branch as a base to unite the remaining members of the Salvation Alliance and accumulate strength to prepare to fight against the Federation. Our ultimate goal is to rescue Qinlan." The conflict between the Federation and Qinlan made Ma'an the second beneficiary in fact. With the help of Qinlan, the fragmented Salvation Alliance can be directly transformed into the power of the Abnormal Control Bureau. And at the end of the world is coming, nothing can change the status quo more than rescuing Qinlan. And for him, if he can rescue Qinlan, he can completely gain her trust, and with her personality, she will definitely accept to cooperate with him. At that time, It should not be a problem to ask Qin to help contain a few fifth-level abnormal entities. Qin showed a firm look. I will not let you down. Ma En nodded slightly to her. Remember what I mentioned, our organization can control abnormal entities, and this technology will also provide you with a place to play. The abnormal entities you control can also be distributed to employees after application. That is, if you catch a few high-level ability users, you can transform their power into weapons against the Federation. Of course, how to distribute it specifically depends on him. Qin nodded and said, but I can't guarantee that other members of the Salvation Alliance will believe me immediately. What they really believe in is the oath of the Salvation Alliance. If anything, their feelings towards Qin are mostly just respect. My identity does not play a decisive role. Ma En looked into her eyes and asked, then do you think you can convince them in the end? Qin thought for a moment and said, if you can really provide them with shelter, I think you can. Ma En said, it is not easy for the headquarters to agree to this application. Although we want to defend the world, there are still many things that consume various resources. I hope you can understand that we can't provide you with a lot of resources immediately. Qin said gratefully, of course I know, I am already very good that you can do this step in this matter. Although Qin is very grateful and trusts Ma En, she actually does not fully trust the organization behind him. After all, the last force that claimed to save the world was the Salvation Alliance founded by her sister, and it is already on the verge of extinction. Apart from this, she has not seen any similar organizations, only the difference between evil and more evil. Although this suddenly appeared abnormal control bureau said that it wanted to save the world, she has only heard what they claimed now. Qin also knows a dozen organizations with similar slogans. Most of them are the most evil organizations. But for Qin, saving her sister is enough for her to temporarily abandon the truth hidden under the surface of the Abnormal Control Bureau. Ma En said, if you agree, we can start searching for members of the Salvation Alliance. If you encounter danger, you can use your power to find a safe moment and apply to return to the Abnormal Control Bureau. By the way, when searching for survivors, don't mention the existence of me and the Abnormal Control Bureau. Use the reasons you think are appropriate to describe this branch. Now is not the time for us to appear in the world. And not all survivors can be believed. Qin suggested, why not call it the Salvation Alliance? The Salvation Alliance in the Dark. Chapter 105. Ding-ling-ling. Ma En answered the phone. Mr. Han. Han Ning said politely, Ma En, do you remember the control statistics that Miss Renqingxue mentioned? The members of the investigation department sent by the Federation have arrived in Guangzhou. They have already joined Renqingxue and are preparing to set up a local investigation bureau office. And she notified all the ability users in Guangzhou to accept detailed statistics from the members of the investigation department in batches. They almost asked to completely understand what each ability user can do, which is quite bad and fatal for any ability user. If the ability is clear, then the Federation can easily target them. The excessive degree of this requirement is almost close to the contract they gave to the Coordination Bureau. And those ability users will sign that unfair contract. Qin's existence can make them feel more or less at ease, but there is no guarantee to accept the statistics of the investigation department. Han Ning paused and continued, but you should also be able to imagine that in the land of the Southern Federation, we locals still have some weight. If they really want to fully implement this control agreement, the people of the Southern Gods will definitely unite and set off a bloody struggle. And the Federation will also face the wrath of our gods. So the Federation has reached a condition with us. We, the people of the gods, only need to go through the motions and help them ensure that those ordinary people with abilities, who have no one to rely on, receive a comprehensive inspection. And since we want to cooperate against the investigation department, it is a bad thing for both you and me to give them your specific information. I also believe that almost no one with abilities is willing to show their weaknesses to the running dogs of the Federation. So, do you want me to help you put a word in this matter? Han Ning didn't know whether Ma En knew the inside story or not. The Han family's act of putting a word in the investigation department on his behalf was actually telling other camps that this person with the ability was already theirs, and it could also reduce the possibility of other forces trying to easily subvert him. After all, he had just arrived in Going Province, and trust was only based on interests. Of course, as long as the other party really wanted to complete the transaction, this matter would be a win-win for them. Ma En's tone was full of gratitude. If possible, of course, it would be best. No matter what the other party's purpose was, it was a good thing for him. The castle was now in his hands. If the Federal Investigation Department really found out that he was Ma En, he could also directly enter the shadow dimension and slip away. The black-robed man had been at large for decades. Although the Federation had different attitudes towards devil believers and members of the Salvation Alliance, it was difficult for the Federation to find him because he had both appearance cognitive impairment and Shadow Walker characteristics. Now he only needs 10 third-level abnormalities to complete the expansion of the new branch. Since Han Ming wants to go against the investigation department, he can take the opportunity to get involved to get enough abnormalities, and by the way, he can also collect some abilities suitable for the development of the Abnormal Control Bureau. For anyone, it is much more difficult to subdue the ability users of the same level than to kill them. For example, Qin Lan is almost completely unable to do the former, but she can easily kill the ability users who have no countermeasures against her. Although Ma En is relatively strong in this aspect, it will definitely be better if he can get help from other ability users. Han Ming said happily, then it's settled. He hung up the phone happily, and turned to look at his family. His father Han Yuandong was sitting in the main seat, wearing the formal suit that he often wore when he met clients when he was young, which also meant that he was taking something very seriously. Behind him was Han Ming's grandmother Shauna, a woman born and raised in the Southern Federation. She took over her father's mantle at the age of 17, and then there were decades of blood and rain. She met Han Ming's grandfather in her most glorious era. It was not until she had a son, Han Yuandong, that the temperament of this vicious shaman, who was famous at the time, gradually changed. He finally settled down in Guangzhou and established the current Han family. Although she sat behind Han Yuandong, everyone knew that only her words were unquestionable here. In the other two seats, Han Ming's eldest brother and second sister sat. They looked more comfortable. After he finished the call, they showed curious expressions, as if they were eager to know the answer. It's done. Han Ming looked at his father and said, the fact that Main agreed to come in advance, now he has been pulled into our camp. In fact, according to his original idea, he would just mention it when he went to the investigation department for testing. After all, the other party had already reached a deal with him. This was his grandmother's request. Han Yuandong nodded to his son. Very good, although I don't know where this Main came from. But now we have to find a way to win over all the resources that can be used. If he can handle this castle, he should have some ability. Xiaoling, what's the situation over there? His second sister Han Ling shook her head. Not very good. It is said that there are 15 third-level ability users among the special service members present, including 5 vampires, 5 werewolves, and 5 unknown situations. There are also members of the Ren family, and the son of the hunter. It is conservatively estimated that there will be more than 20 third-level ability users in Guangzhou. This is a very astonishing number. Although there are definitely many more ability users outside the Federation, the force with the most third-level ability users in the local area is the Han family. Even if their less loyal thugs are counted, there are only 6 third-level ability users. The previous Coordination Bureau even had only 5 third-level ability users in the local area, which is why the government dared to control the entire Federation. They really have the confidence. Shauna spoke to comfort her children. You should have seen those blood-sucking and carnivorous monsters. They exposed their weaknesses when they hunted the members of the Salvation Alliance. If the federal government could really produce level 3 users without problems at such a speed, they would have dominated the world long ago. Xiaofeng, have you saved enough silver? The eldest of the 3 children nodded slightly. I have secretly bought as much silver as possible on the surrounding market, and I have also purchased a silver mine and have been mining it. Shauna said, the people of the God of Blacksmiths have begun to forge weapons. The reward they receive is just silver that is slightly higher than the cost. We will be able to prepare enough weapons soon, and then the 2 types of silver-fearing people will not be our opponents. Now all we have to do is unite the other people of the gods and those unbelievers. I believe they can't hold back any longer. Chapter 106. The main office of the Federal Paranormal Investigation Department is located underground. Above is an ordinary office used to cover up its existence, and civilians are strictly prohibited from approaching this place. Ren Qingxue was sitting in the director's office. Opposite her sat a gloomy young man, who was looking through the documents with an unknown sadness between his brows. He was Ji Gaochuan, the director of the office sent by the federal headquarters. In a while, Han Ning will bring several of his men to the investigation department to conduct statistics. Just let them go through the motions, and don't embarrass them. Ji Gaochuan frowned slightly and said, Did you finish this before I came? Ren Qingxue crossed her legs and said, The Southern Federation has its own rules. If we don't give these sons of the gods some benefits, they will feel that they are being targeted. If they don't cooperate, the investigation department will not be able to push this matter forward. Ji Gaochuan looked into the woman's eyes and asked sincerely, Are you one of us? Ren Qingxue said with some amusement, Otherwise, why did my father ask me for this position? We are now partners. I didn't make any interest exchanges with those small families behind your back. I just made the most correct decision. Ji Gaochuan closed the file with a cold face. If we just compromise blindly, we can't make these families obedient. Now that the investigation department is here, they have to listen to us. The Black Palm Gang under the Han family kills hundreds of innocent civilians every year. If you want to do good things, you should join the Salvation Alliance. Ren Qingxue said with a heavy sense of mockery, not the federal government, and the so-called civilians killed by our Ren family are dozens of times more than those of the Han family. Ji Gaochuan replied, I mean, they don't take the federal law seriously, and you have reached a cooperation with the investigation department, so this situation will slowly stop. Ren Qingxue didn't try to explain anything to him. She had begun to wonder why the Federation would send such a brainless guy to be her superior. Didn't they have any trustworthy subordinates? Fortunately, at this moment, the voice of the subordinate came from outside. Han Ning has arrived, and he brought 4 people with him. Ren Qingxue glanced at Ji Gaochuan, and finally instructed, we have to cooperate with them. This is my judgment of the situation. They came to the hall. Han Ning was standing next to Ma In, and the other 3 thugs he brought were chatting in the corner, looking quite relaxed. That's the guy sent by the Federation. Han Ning looked at the man following Ren Qingxue and said in a low voice, I heard that they brought more than 10 third-level ability users. Ren Qingxue and Ji Gaochuan walked in front of them, and the woman looked at Han Ning and said, just go through the motions. Han Ning nodded and motioned them to lead the way. Seeing this action, Ji Gaochuan showed a rather cold expression to him and Ma In, but said nothing. Ren Qingxue asked them, what abilities do you have? Han Ning casually replied, do I need to answer? Don't you already have my detailed files? Ma In said, I can decompose matter, and the speed depends on its hardness. Ren Qingxue knocked on the headset clip to his collar and said, prepare steel. When they walked into an empty room, there was already a steel brick on the table. Ma In walked in front of it and stretched out his fingers to cut it in half. Ren Qingxue's pupils trembled. Based on Ma In's current performance, she could immediately think of many possible dangers. Han Ming smiled. It seems that he made the right bet. Although they didn't know Ma In's true ability, the effect shown now was valuable enough. In fact, Ma In pulled the disappeared steel into the shadow dimension. If a strong enough space stabilization device is not prepared in advance, any ordinary material of hardness can't stop his shadow blade. However, the biggest problem with this ability is that it needs to consume the shadow dimension energy stored in the body. If the range is controlled within the arm, it can be maintained for about 3 minutes. After it is used up, it has to hide in the shadow dimension to slowly replenish energy. There are only 2 points that determine the strength of the shadow blade, the size of the opponent, and whether they have fatal parts. Killing ordinary human ability users is quite simple for shadow people, but if facing creatures, like demons or vampires, this ability is actually not that strong, and may even be worse than his disintegration. When facing hard materials that cannot be processed by disintegration, its indestructible characteristics will become quite meaningful. These 2 attack methods are enough to cover most powerful abnormal entities. And in theory, Ma In can also cover his whole body with the Shadow Blade effect to eliminate any damage, but this method is not only very consuming, but when facing an attack that requires this, entering the shadow dimension is enough to deal with it. Ren Qingxue said, do you have anything else to add? Ma In said, by the way, I am a 3rd-level ability user. Ren Qingxue crossed her arms and said, no one would think you are not. Ji Gaochuan looked at Han Ming. We will publish a series of wanted orders for members of the Salvation Alliance next. I hope you can cooperate to spread this list. He led a few people back to the hall, and hundreds of wanted lists were projected on the wall. Ren Qingxue pointed to the 2nd and 3rd rows and said, these are the ability users near Goinzhou. The ones in front are 3rd-level ability users, and the ones in the back are low-level ability users. No matter what level they are, there are rich rewards. If anyone is willing to surrender, we will treat them well. The ones below are all 3rd-level ability users in Goinzhou. If you see them wandering here, you must report to the investigation department. We will give you a lot of rewards. If you are found to know and fail to report it later, it will also be considered a serious crime. Han Ning pointed to the top. What about these? Ren Qingxue said, these in front are 4th-level ability users in the Southern Federation. If the information provided by anyone plays a decisive role, the rewards you can get will be unimaginably generous. I believe that Ms. Shana is willing to exchange all your current property for it. We have a reward calculation list, which includes benefits such as eternal life. Han Ning smiled contemptuously. The eternal life you are talking about is turning into a monster? Ren Qingxue smiled and said, No, it is a powerful monster that does not have to work for the Federation. All those vampires have signed a contract to sell themselves, and eternal life is not something that can be provided casually. And the last two, they are wanted characters in the entire Federation, but the wanted orders for these two appeared here because although their strength is only 3rd level, they are very important. If you can catch one of these two ability users, you will make a profit. I know this, Shenshao Walker's sister. Han Ming looked at the photos of Qinlan and Ma En and said, but what about the second one? He has the ability to erase memories at the 3rd level, and the rest is unknown. He may be dangerous? Ren Qingxue looked at Ma En's wanted poster and said, I heard that he helped Qinlan escape successfully, and it seems that it is not as simple as the intelligence we know, but at least there is no evidence that he has entered the 4th level. He must be much easier to deal with than other wanted criminals. But he looks quite conspicuous, so he should be easily noticed. Han Ming showed an interested look. Then he is a dangerous 3rd level ability user, but his value is higher than the degree of danger. I believe that many strong people will focus on him. How long do you think he can last? Ma En also nodded. I bet a month. He doesn't look like a powerful character. Chapter 107. Han Ming led Ma En to his black car, opened the passenger door, and said, Mr. Ma En, can we talk? He got in. What's the matter? Han Ming walked into the driver's seat and started the car engine casually. What you just did, is it really decomposing matter? You shouldn't have told him the truth, right? Ma En replied, I can decompose the matter I touch, but the decomposition speed will be affected by hardness and density. I just said it casually. I can decompose almost all matter. The only disadvantage is that this ability cannot last particularly long. If he can keep it for a particularly long time at will, then he doesn't sound like a 3rd level ability user. As long as he stands, he can decompose most types of attacks out of thin air. And in fact, his ability is Shadow Blade, which can actually handle more types of attacks than the so-called decomposition of matter. Han Ming raised his eyebrows and said, that is to say, any defense is vulnerable in front of you. Ma En said, you can understand it this way. Han Ming drove the car to his own mansion. Remember what you promised me, we have some clues. This sentence is to remind him that he has taken over his castle. Ma En asked, are we going now? Han Ming nodded, yes, my grandmother wants to meet you. There are some things that are not suitable for us to do, but it is just right for you to do them. You have never been here before, but you have enough connections with us in public. Although we have reached a deal, the next thing to do is actually risky for any person with ability, so we have also prepared a reward that will definitely satisfy you. Of course, you can decide whether to accept it at that time. If you feel you are not up to the task, we can also change to some simpler work. The car slowly stopped. A tall woman was standing at the door. She watched her brother and the guests get off the car one after another, and then nodded slightly to Ma En who was walking behind. Welcome, Mr. Ma En. Ma En also nodded to her. Hello. Several mercenaries with automatic rifles stood on the street in the distance, and their eyes were all focused on Ma En, as if they would pull the trigger if he made any unusual movements. Han Ling turned and walked into the house. Grandma is waiting for you inside. Han Ming said to Ma En, my sister is more introverted, she. Hearing this, Han Ling turned her head and glanced at him, and Han Ming quickly closed his mouth. Just 2 steps away, Ma En saw a man who was slightly older than Han Ming, and Han Feng smiled and nodded to Ma En, but the only purpose of this smile was to show the politeness and respect of its owner. He walked into the living room. An elderly woman was lying in a rocking chair, looking at the young people who came in with a kind and gentle look. She looked like a native of the Southern Federation, but this appearance feature was not seen in her descendants. Sana slowly straightened up and smiled gently at Maine. Child, come here and let me see you. As Maine walked in front of her, old Shauna's expression became more and more satisfied. Very good. The old woman bent over and said, you are an excellent young man. We, the Sons of the Sea, want to ask you for something. Would you like to hear what it is? As these words were spoken, the 3 young men present became a little nervous, especially Han Ming. In fact, according to his idea, he shouldn't tell Ma En about this so easily, but his grandmother insisted on telling him directly, as if she didn't worry about any problems with this outsider. Ma En asked first, what is the reward? I like your direct personality. Old Shauna smiled and reached deep into her bosom, taking out a necklace made of pearls, shells, and sapphires. This is a gift for meeting. If you complete the work, there are 3 other equivalent rewards with different effects. The shells on the necklace are engraved with the scene of stormy waves flooding the city. The pearls are faintly flashing with an inexplicable light, and the sapphire with an egg shape reflects the deep sea surface. Ma-en took the necklace and put it in his bosom. Contained abnormal entity, shelter of the ocean. Abnormal strength, 3.1. Danger level, 3.1. Description: the necklace comes from the hands of Shauna, a citizen of the ocean, and the relief on it depicts the power of the ocean. Features: Ocean's Protection 3.1. It can create a protective barrier by consuming the surrounding water elements, which can block the attack of sniper bullets, and can store water elements inside. Sana explained, this is a necklace that can protect the wearer. It can handle many attacks from third-level ability users, especially the flames of the Ren family. However, it is not omnipotent. It must be put into water to recharge after use. But for most third-level ability users, this can provide a new means of defense. Even if ordinary kinetic attacks can penetrate the magic barrier, they will be weakened enough, and this does not require the user to provide any energy. Ma-en said, this is a very good reward. She also planned to take out 3 more items of this level, which is a very valuable reward for any third-level ability user, and even more so for Ma-en, because this means at least 4 points of third-level abnormal value. Shauna nodded and said, as long as you like it. To be honest, Ma-en said, I am a collector. I want to get any abnormal items that are valuable enough, regardless of whether they are useful or not. Shauna smiled and said, if you get other abnormal items at work, we won't ask. Miss Rin should have a few of her father's creations, but she is not our primary target. Our target is the members of the Hunter Church. Ma-en showed a look of astonishment. You are helping the Salvation Alliance. Do you trust me so much? She actually told the details of this matter to this stranger who just met her, which really surprised Ma-en. Don't say it so harshly. Shauna waved her hand. We are not helping the members of the Salvation Alliance, but just giving a little reminder to those compatriots who have gone astray, and then using the members of the Salvation Alliance in the process. We have spread the news that we will offer a reward to deal with the Hunter Church. The reward will be provided by us and other people of the gods. The generous level is enough to attract the most fearless hyenas. And there will definitely be some members of the Salvation Alliance mixed in, but we are just communicating normally with the Hunter Church. Who knows what the secret identity of the thugs we hired casually on the roadside is? Ma-en said, but they will definitely think of it, and you are not afraid of me. The old man said firmly, no, I believe you. And we do need a new face to be responsible for contacting the thugs who come to the bounty. The people of the gods cannot directly participate in this matter, at least they cannot really tear their faces. Although everyone knows the specific situation, we still need a fig leaf. How is it? Ma-en and Shauna both knew that hiring him had another benefit, that is, if the situation got out of control, they could use this opportunity to clear themselves of suspicion and let Ma-en be the scapegoat. However, the reward Shauna offered was enough for normal people with special abilities to ignore this small problem. Besides, Ma-en himself was also on the list of their search system. He smiled confidently at Shauna. No problem. Chapter 108. They haven't lost yet. Logan was sitting cross-legged in the woods when he suddenly heard the sound of clothes rubbing against leaves. He immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. A strange young woman came out, but she had a familiar silver ring on her wrist. A dark shadow quietly appeared on the branch just above the woman. Click. A blue light flashed, and the familiar male figure appeared in the previous position, showing a prank smile. Look how scared you are. A young woman fell behind him and said in an unpleasant tone, we are wanted criminals now. What are you thinking about? The man raised his hands in surrender. Don't be so nervous, Maggie. I'm not having fun in misery, otherwise you two would be bored here. Logan asked emotionlessly. Jianghua, no news again. No. Jianghua said with a smile. There is news. Maggie frowned and said, this won't be again. Is this a joke? Trust my professionalism. I'm an agent of the Eastern Federation Security Company. He shook his head. There's news among the hyenas that someone has offered a high price to hire them to kill the FBI's hunter believers in Gowan State. Is this good news? Logan said expressionlessly. It could also be a trap. These bastards are looking for us. Maggie agreed, indeed. Jianghua said, that's right, and I think those rewards are given by other Southern Gods believers. Here is the list. He took out a laptop from his arms, clicked a few times, and placed it in front of Logan. Logan looked at the list above and said attentively, are you sure that this news is only circulated among the hyenas? Jianghua said, yes, I am sure, and it is said that this is related to the local Han family, but the possibility that they work together to set a trap cannot be ruled out. Logan showed a thoughtful expression, and the other two looked at him quietly. He was a God believer who was rarely seen in the Salvation Alliance, and only he could sort out the various relationships. No, I think this may be true. Logan said, I looked at the list, and it is indeed the reward that the group of God believers who did not sign a contract with the Federation can give, and the Han family believes in the God of the sea and fishing. Although the sea god has not made any moves in the past few decades, if we look at the entire history of gods, he has always been one of the strong enemies of the sun god. The sun god is the god who went to fight Shinlan, and is also the leader of the new alliance signed by the southern gods and the Federation. Maggie nodded and said, when I was a child, I often heard the old people talking about the sea god, but in recent years, no young people have mentioned his existence. It feels that this god has been slowly forgotten over time. Logan shook his head. Will you forget the ocean? But he is indeed no longer the strongest opponent of the sun god. The one who has risen in the past few decades is the thunder god, but he advocates freedom, and does not even require his believers to spread his name, nor is he interested in the establishment of a new alliance. Therefore, this god who is most likely to compete with the sun god has no influence on this matter at all. Only the sea god and those other natural gods, who are slowly weakening, will stand up against the Federation. He did not tell his companions the details. This was a secret that only the believers closest to the gods could know, and normally, what he had just said was not allowed to be mentioned. The reason why Logan could say it was because the god he believed in was dead. They would deal with the hunter believers, which was actually in Logan's expectation. No one hunts now, but the hunter god did not weaken and sleep like other gods of this kind with the changes of the times. He took the initiative to integrate the modern concept of hunting and maintained his position. And if the cooperation between the Hunter Church under him and the Federation is fully achieved, the power of this god is bound to rise, and there is even a chance to return to the fifth-level state of ancient times, standing at the same height as the current sun god. Who would have thought that today the Hunter would have the opportunity to be on par with the sun? This must be one of the rewards that the sun god asked for from the Federation. They did not use the search methods of other areas in the Southern Federation, but handed over the job to the people of the Hunter god, which also gave Logan and his people a chance to breathe. But if the Hunter Church and the Federal Search Department really reach a complete cooperation, these third-level ability users will have no chance to continue hiding. The other members of the Salvation Alliance don't know what the situation is. Did the most important companion survive? Damn the Federation. We are going. Logan said, this is our last chance. Jiang Hua, a former member of the East Federation Security Company, asked, are you sure it's okay? It could still be a trap. Logan said, but we have no other choice. We haven't heard from other members yet. If we continue, we will just leave our lives to fate. We can't let the Hunter Church complete their rituals, otherwise no one can escape the pursuit of the gods, who have returned to their positions. Maggie said worriedly, but what if something goes wrong? Logan looked at her and said, believe me, the god of the ocean cannot form an alliance with the god of the sun. They have been enemies for thousands of years. He can't just watch the other side occupy the current situation. Jiang Hua asked puzzledly, but how can you be sure? Maybe the god of the ocean feels that it is not worth sacrificing his believers for this, or the god of the sun has reached an exchange of interests with him. I often see this situation when I am in the company. You also said that the ocean god is in a weak position now. Maybe he is afraid? Logan shook his head. Don't worry, the ocean god will definitely take action. Such a powerful god has no concept of fear at all. And who can kill the ocean? The sun god in the past might be able to do it. At that time, he was infinitely close to the burning star, but the ocean god at that time was not afraid of this fellow. In fact, the sun god not only did not weaken with time, but in fact, he should have surpassed all other gods and reached a powerful level that they could not catch up. But in that war of gods, the sun god was also one of the gods who suffered the most. Logan stood up and looked in the direction of Goinzhou. The federal government and the alliance of gods are very powerful enemies, but my god once told me that when you still believe in something in your heart, you may be able to defeat those seemingly unattainable opponents. The god of the Skywalker will definitely escape, and what we have to do is to survive until then. They haven't lost yet. Chapter 109. Ji Gaochuan sat in his office, reading the reports from his subordinates, which mentioned what the Han family had done in Goinzhou over the past few decades. If only the number of core third-level ability users was counted, this family would not even be considered the strongest local force nearby. However, their strength is far from being measured by the number of ability users. The Han family not only controls one of the main local economies, but also has the most notorious gangs in the local area, and even has their own private army, almost half a local emperor. Moreover, With the resources in their hands, they also hired 3 third-level thugs. These ability users used to be criminals roaming around Goenjo, and at least they had dozens of lives on their hands. However, the Han family has gradually recruited them to their own hands over the years. Shauna, the daughter of the ocean. This old man is the real reason why the Han family makes him feel afraid. The criminals who are now recruited by the Han family as thugs, if all the people they have killed in their lives are counted together, they are just a fraction of the number of dead souls under Shauna's hands when she was young. Shauna's life was full of betrayal and killing. She betrayed and killed others. The daughter of the sea had held many horrific sacrifices, and several shipwrecks that caused hundreds of casualties were likely caused by her. But just when she was in high spirits, and was about to lead the followers of the god of the sea back to the top, she met Han Yuendong's father. The two young people fell in love together without hesitation. From then on, except for a few guys who wanted to catch her lover being tortured to death, there were no more frightening actions, and even the frequency of shipwrecks nearby was greatly reduced. Then, they settled down in Goenjo until the Han family developed to its current size. This is not an easy character to deal with. Now, in addition to the eldest lady and her subordinates, who were planted by the Ren family, he has a total of 17 third-level ability users, including 5 vampires, 5 werewolves, 5 concentric ones, and 2 third-level shamans from the Hunter Church. He has no way to command the last 2. After the ceremony, they will form a team with the remaining 3 second-level Hunter Sons, and other ability users of different races. The 5 teams will keep in touch through the concentric ones. The werewolves and Hunter Sons will rely on the effect of the ceremony to track down any human with supernatural powers in Goen state. Although the remaining 15 third-level ability users are responsible for the search and arrest work, he has the right to command them in normal times, and those Hunter Sons, although in the same camp as the Ren family, may also be lured. If he can control these ability users, he will have a chance to completely eradicate the cancer of the Han family. Ji Gaochuan lied to Ren Qingxue about why he did this. In fact, he is planning to change the situation of poverty and weakness in Goen state. This is not only beneficial to his political career, but he really wants to do it. The people of the Federation are suffering unnecessarily. The Han family controls the economy and gangs here. They are the biggest beneficiaries of maintaining the status quo. In fact, according to the intelligence left by the Coordination Bureau and the local government in the past, they are the main reason for the stagnation of Goen state's development. Although Shauna, the leader of the Han family, is a difficult character to deal with, it is said that if she had not been delayed by love and old injuries when she was young, she would have had the opportunity to enter the 4th level. If she had really been promoted, the current situation in the Southern Federation might not be what it is now. But he also has nearly 23rd level ability people under his command. If he takes the lead in launching an offensive, he will definitely have a huge chance of winning, but there is still a problem that has not been solved. That is Ren Qingxue, who was stuffed into the investigation department. Ji Gaochuan has not figured out her position. The internal situation of these southern gods is quite chaotic, and all the members who have the right to know the important intelligence have not revealed any specific information under any circumstances. Bang! The door of his office was suddenly pushed open heavily. Ren Qingxue rushed in and said with an ugly expression, "Do you want to take action against the Han family?" This news should obviously not be passed on to the other party. Obviously, some of his employees have colluded with this local. He did not reveal his surprise and anger, but asked calmly, "Do you think you have the right to interfere with what I want to do?" Ren Qingxue paused when she heard this, and forcibly suppressed the urge to yell at him, pulled out a chair, and sat down opposite Ji Gaochuan. Although she knew very well that she shouldn't vent her anger at others as she did in the past in the investigation department, and her identity and status here were different from the past, some reactions had already become inertia, and could not be completely changed by reason alone. The identity of the Son of the Ocean is very special. She lowered her tone and said as patiently as possible, "We can't attack them casually. If the Han family believed in something other than the ocean, I wouldn't be so anxious." Ji Gaochuan leaned back slightly, sending a friendly signal. "Then can you tell me in detail what happened?" Ren Qingxue did not answer his question. "We are not enemies with you. Isn't this the federal government asking me to assist you? When it comes to local matters in the Southern Federation, you don't need to ask why, just listen to my opinion directly." Ji Gaochuan shook his head. "We are now partners, but we may also be enemies at the same time. Who knows what you Southern gods are thinking in your hearts? Your purpose of fighting Qingwan with us is not to maintain the rule of the Federation, right? I have no reason to trust you unless you can give me an answer. If Ren Qingxue can really cooperate, maybe he can get some important information from it." But she still didn't tell the real reason. This is not what you should ask. I can only say that the sea god has a very high status and power among the southern gods, although he does not seem to be as ostentatious as other gods now, and has not appeared in the vision of the federal government. But no one knows when the sea will rise. Ji Gaochuan shook his head. How do I know whether what you said is true or not? Besides, he has not made any noteworthy moves in the past few decades. How do you know that the ocean god will become dangerous next? But the obstacles that the Han family has caused to us now are real. Ren Qingxue stood up helplessly. Then you go and deal with them. Anyway, these people of the sea god are not in the same camp as us. If you successfully deal with them, everyone will be happy, but the Ren family will not provide you with any help in this matter. Fools of the Federation. Chapter 110. The meeting place is in a small house in the rainforest in the south of Goan State. The visitor has enough time to check if there is an ambush nearby. If there is any problem, he can retreat by taking advantage of the environment. The mossy wooden door was pushed open. A middle-aged man, with ordinary appearance came in. He looked around the room, and then looked at Ma En and joked, "It seems that I am the first one to arrive. Can the reward be higher?" Ma En ignored him. "Sit down and wait for others to come here." Jiang Hua, disguised as a middle-aged man, pulled out a chair and sat down, but his fingers were still tapping restlessly on the table in front of him, as if he could not bear the waiting time. He sent a signal to his companions. The next person to arrive was two people who came together. But they were not Jiang Hua's companions. The first person to enter the house was a cunning middle-aged man, wearing clothes suitable for walking in the woods. Behind him followed a thin man, wearing a black special combat mask, and two short knives on his waist. Hu Li and He Dao, they are two very famous bounty hunters. In the Southern Federation, this is another name for high-level killers. However, they usually don't have much interaction. This time, they came together, and it can be seen that they attach great importance to this matter. Hu Li and He Dao said nothing, just found a seat and sat down, silently waiting for Ma En to speak. Then came Logan and Maggie. When they walked in, everyone present saw that they were members of the Salvation Alliance. After all, the Han family's offer of such a bounty would definitely attract members of the Salvation Alliance, which might also be their real purpose. Hu Li and He Dao, who had realized that Ma En was the contact person, secretly watched Ma En with their peripheral vision to see if he was unusual. If his target was a member of the Salvation Alliance, they would immediately provide help. But unfortunately, he did nothing. When the time was up, he swept his eyes over the people present. He had seen the photos of the people who might receive the bounty, but Logan, Maggie, and Jiang Hua were not on them. "You should already know who is behind me," Ma En said. "Don't doubt it, our target is indeed the Hunter Church. We don't care what your past is behind you. I won't ask, and you don't mention it. Do you understand?" Jiang Hua raised his hand and said, "I am an employee of the East Federation Security Company. I just come here to make extra money. Don't confuse me with those two guys." He curled his lips towards Logan's position. Logan looked as if he didn't see Jiang Hua. "We know very well that the Sons of the Sea cannot unite with the Sons of the Hunters, who have already thrown themselves into the arms of the Sun God. And the son of the God of Fire, who has now been appointed to the position of the Investigation Department Office, has been at odds with your master for many years. If they continue like this, the situation of the Son of the Sea will get worse and worse. He knows more about the inside story than anyone else present, and the other party who hears this will know that he is a child of the gods, and the Salvation Alliance should not have any children of the gods. In fact, he was the only child of the gods in the Salvation Alliance in the past, and the information he provided also allowed the Southern Federation Salvation Alliance to set up several long-term plans here, but now, it's all meaningless. Ma En didn't care who was a member of the Salvation Alliance. We have received news that there are 17 members of the Hunter Church here, of which only 2 are at level 3, 3 are at level 2, and the rest are newly recruited members. The 5 members will form a team with the 15 level 3 ability users sent by the federal government. The Federation sent 5 vampires, 5 werewolves, and 5 concentrics to Goan State. Hu Li asked in confusion. "Concentrics? I have never heard of this kind of ability user before." Ma En nodded. "Of course, because concentrics are the latest achievement of the Federation, they are 5 clones who can share minds and consciousness, with physical strength close to level 2 and mental strength of level 3. When they act alone, they are a bit like telepaths who are weaker than normal. They are also somewhat limited in what they can do. They have no mental attack methods, but they can help their companions resist mental attacks. And as their actual distance gets closer, their strength will be highly amplified, and even the stronger telepaths in level 3 cannot fight against them. They are also the core of the search ceremony. Due to their ability to connect with each other through their minds, the Hunter Church proposed a special ritual. Through the ritual, they can use these 5 like-minded people as the core material to connect the 5 search teams. They will become a hunting team granted qualifications and power by the gods. As long as they are on the land of Goan State, they can rely on the 5 like-minded people and the effect of the ritual to find a target determined in the ritual, that is, any person with abilities. And our goal is to destroy this ritual. After hearing what Mon said, everyone present looked unhappy, even the 2 bounty hunters. Their job was to kill people for money, so they had many enemies, and it was important for them to keep hidden. This was also the reason why they accepted the bounty. What the FBI was doing was infringing on the interests of all ordinary people with abilities, and anyone with a little dignity felt offended. However, only the 2 of them dared to resist. Black Knife said in a low voice, "Are there 5 of these concentric people in every state of the Southern Federation? If I were the Federation, I would directly send them to kill these sons of the gods with those monsters." Mon said, "It is said that the lifespan of these concentric people is very short. They have to stay in the cultivation chamber at ordinary times, and even so, it is difficult for them to survive for a year, so they have to hold a blood sacrifice every year." After hearing this, Logan fully understood that the Alliance of Gods would help the Federation at all costs. The Southern Federation holds a large-scale blood sacrifice every year. If this continues, it won't even be a matter of time for the Hunter God to return to the 5th level. It will only take a few years to achieve it. You should know that in the past 10 years, the Hunter God has not maintained an upward trend like the Sun and Thunder, so he can only barely maintain the level of 4 under suppression. If it weren't for the emergence of modern search systems, he might have fallen into a deep sleep long ago. As for the monsters you mentioned, Mon said, vampires and werewolves have different degrees of self-healing abilities. The former is almost impossible to be killed, and the latter, although slightly less immortal, and only strong enough in werewolf form, his physical strength is far greater than the former. But in front of the silver weapons made by the sons of craftsmen, they are just a group of ordinary 3rd-level ability users, who can only fight in close combat, or even weaker. The participants in this war are far more than you can imagine.